The burden of leadership. Sarutobi, the Hokage, rubbed his temples, facing the assembled clan heads of Konoha. Just hours earlier, the formidable nine-tailed fox, the Kyuubi, had launched a devastating attack on their village. The reason for the beast's assault remained unknown, but the immediate threat it posed was undeniable. Sarutobi, though recently retired and succeeded by the fourth Hokage, now found himself thrust back into his former role. The fourth Hokage had confronted the Kyuubi directly, bringing with him a newborn child to the battlefield where Konoha's ninja held the beast at bay. He performed a complex sealing jutsu, imprisoning the Kyuubi within the infant. This act saved the village but cost him his life, forcing Sarutobi, despite his advanced age, to resume the mantle of Hokage. As the ninja returned from the battlefield and the citizens learned of the night's events, a mixture of grief and anger swept through the village. Sarutobi then revealed the truth about Naruto. The child used to seal the fox, and the fourth Hokage's wish for him to be recognized as a hero. The reaction was far from what he expected. The mourning crowd instantly transformed into an enraged mob, demanding the child's death as retribution for their fallen leader. Sarutobi was stunned. As citizens began to arm themselves and push past the Chunin guards, Sarutobi retreated to the council room. A meeting was urgently called to decide the child's fate. Once again, things did not go as Sarutobi had hoped. Upon entering the council room, Sarutobi was met with icy glares and palpable killer intent from many ninja clan heads. He had to suppress a shiver. Though Hokage, he couldn't prevent an entire room of enraged clan heads from attacking the boy. Sarutobi gently placed the infant in a nearby crib before turning to face the council. The meeting was called to order, and immediately, demands for the boy's death erupted. "Order, order," Sarutobi shouted, his migraine throbbing. The room fell silent as he rubbed his temples. "This meeting is to discuss the fate of Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. We will maintain order. The floor is open for suggestions." He knew what was coming. This meeting shouldn't even be necessary. It's obvious what we must do. "Kill the demon now before it gets a second chance," roared Inyazuka, head of the Inyazuka clan, met with cheers of agreement. "Killing a child would be meaningless if it never posed a threat," countered Shikaka Nara, head of the Nara clan, with a few supportive shouts. "We've never questioned the fourth Hokage's abilities or wisdom before. To doubt him now, in his final act of sacrifice, would be an insult to his grave and a barbaric act." Sarutobi sighed in relief. At least some were willing to listen. "While killing a child is barbaric, we can't dismiss it in this case," stated Shibuya Barame calmly, his words barely audible over the dissenting shouts. "While the fourth Hokage was skilled and wouldn't intentionally mislead us, it's not unreasonable to consider that something might have gone awry. Perhaps the seal is too weak, or the Kyuubi has gained control of the boy. These potential detractions outweigh any foreseeable benefits, so solving the problem before it begins must remain an option." Sarutobi had reached his limit. The shouting, his headache, and his growing distaste for the clan heads who lacked faith in his predecessor overwhelmed him. "Silence," Sarutobi roared, and an eerie quiet descended. No one had ever heard the Hokage shout like that. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to release his pent-up stress. Suddenly, Fugaku Uchiha, Itaka's father and leader of the Uchiha clan, rose from his seat. "Hokage-sama, it is with the utmost respect that I say this to you," Fugaku began, his eyes fixed on the aged Hokage. "For the safety of my clan, and indeed the entire village, I implore you to end this abomination's life." Many joined him in firm agreement. "You may implore and ask until you are out of breath, Fugaku-san, but I will not allow this child to be slain," Sarutobi retorted, as anger flickered across Fugaku's face. "How far are you willing to go to protect this monstrosity's life, Hokage-sama?" Fugaku's voice was tense. "Because I assure you, I am prepared to go just as far, and farther, to ensure the safety of this village and to end this thing's life." The room fell silent. Had Fugaku just implied, consciously or unconsciously, that he would defy the council's decision and act against the boy himself if he were allowed to live? The silence soon gave way to noise, mostly shouts of approval as other clans and minor houses sided with Fugaku and, by extension, the Uchiha clan. Though shouts of disgust and disapproval followed, they were not enough to drown out the calls for the boy's blood. Sarutobi slowly surveyed the room. Shibuya Barame seemed to realize his side of the argument had gotten out of hand, glancing at Sarutobi before looking away. Inyazuka quickly joined Fugaku, followed by the minor houses. Sarutobi also noted that the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans remained loyal to him, boosting his confidence slightly. He then looked to Hayashi Hayaga, the patriarch, who sat blankly, as was characteristic of most Hayaga. Sarutobi knew Hayashi wouldn't side with him or Fugaku. The Hayaga main house, he was sure, would want Naruto gone, but they would be disgusted at the thought of aligning with the Uchiha clan. A neutral stance was their best option to avoid internal conflict. With the Uchiha, Inyazuka, a wavering Abarame, and many smaller houses threatening to take matters into their own hands, and only the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans supporting him, while the Hayaga remained neutral, Sarutobi knew this was a battle no one would win, especially so soon after the devastation. He was effectively cornered by the outrage of both sides. To escape, he'd have to do something he knew he'd regret, a compromise that would placate both factions. Silence, Sarutobi bellowed, even louder this time. Everyone stared, and the fear emanating from some clan heads was palpable. Sarutobi sighed and began to resolve this. I will compromise. As everyone leaned in, waiting to hear it, he continued, as of today, I will enact a law forbidding the mention of the Kyuubi sealing into Naruto to anyone of his generation. He raised a hand to preempt any outrage. However, Naruto Uzumaki will live as any orphan in Konoha. He will be sent to an orphanage in the village, and what happens to him afterwards? Sarutobi paused, as the opposing sides began to smirk and his supporters grimaced. I will not be able to interfere with whatever happens to him. The room fell silent, Sarutobi's supporters gaping in shock, even Hayashi Hayaga looked stunned. What say you, Fugaku? Sarutobi asked, placing the burden on the Uchiha clan head. Fugaku contemplated the deal. Out on the street, without the Hokage's direct protection, the child would be within the Uchiha clan's reach through their police force, just like any other person. If the boy stepped out of line, Fugaku would know within minutes and could act in seconds. He also knew Sarutobi was aware of this, meaning the old man was desperate to keep the child alive. The other shinobi gathered would also realize this, allowing Fugaku and his clan to relish in the political victory of having the boy at their mercy. A small smirk forming, Fugaku looked up at the aged Kage and nodded. You have my vote for this measure, Sandame-sama, Fugaku said with faux politeness, his allies quickly following suit. Sarutobi looked at the other members, who, somewhat reluctantly, also nodded their affirmation. The motion passes, and the laws are in place. All business concluded, this council meeting is adjourned, Sarutobi declared, ending the meeting as quickly as possible. As the clan members departed, Sarutobi sighed, walking back to his office. He would have to find an orphanage for Naruto that would, at the very least, provide minimal care. The years to come would be hell for Naruto Uzumaki, and for now, there was nothing Sarutobi could do about it. 3.5 years later, Hokage Tower. I hate it when I'm right, Sarutobi thought, staring into his crystal ball. Naruto's life had been, to put it mildly, pure hell. While he had successfully prevented adults from revealing Naruto's identity as the Kyuubi's host to him or other children, he had been far less successful in preventing people from sticking it to him, either through outright ignoring the child or through other, sometimes violent, means. As Hokage, he could enforce existing laws to dissuade violent actions, but his compromise had tied his hands, limiting his assistance to what current law allowed, basically, fining and punishing people for their actions. Today, however, he witnessed something in his crystal ball that nearly made him swallow his pipe whole. The orphanage, after putting up with Naruto for years, had simply tossed the boy out. Now, he watched Naruto wander the streets, confused, dismayed, and utterly devastated. Sarutobi sighed, leaning his head against his hand. One of the worst decisions I've made, no doubt. Streets of Konoha. What did I do wrong? Naruto thought, head down, wandering the street, confused. Was it something I said? The young blonde mused as clouds gathered overhead, unnoticed by him as he continued walking. Naruto walked through the streets, meeting villagers' glares with his own. Why do they hate me so much, he wondered, hugging himself against the wind and cold. His life in Konoha was, honestly, terrible. No one would let him into their shops, he had no money, no one gave him food, and no one offered him a home. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and Naruto instinctively ducked, cowering with his hands over his head. The lightning intensified, as did the wind. Naruto shivered, from both cold and fear. He tried to run into a clothing store for shelter, only to be chased out by a woman with a broomstick. He stumbled onto the street, sitting there for a moment before another lightning bolt spurred him to crawl into an adjacent alley. Just when Naruto thought things couldn't get worse, it began to rain. Tears welled in his eyes, mixing with the rain as he abruptly turned into another alley. Perhaps he could find a box to keep him dry or warm. He navigated several alleys, eventually finding an entrance he hadn't seen before. A large cloth covering, similar to those on some shops, concealed the entrance, and an eerie silence emanated from beyond. Kanji, which Naruto couldn't read, adorned the cloth. He pushed through, emerging into a large, empty lot. This lot hadn't always been empty. During the Third Ninja War, while many of Konoha's ninja were fighting, crime had flourished within the hidden village. Initially, it was petty theft and pickpocketing, but with fewer ninja patrolling, it escalated to organized crime, thugs robbing stores, assaults on the few remaining ninja, and extortion rackets. From this grew a small syndicate, a group of injured shinobi returning from the war. The empty lot Naruto now stood in was their former hideout. Once a bustling hub during the height of organized crime, its secluded location within Konoha's urban sprawl made it an ideal place to lay low. However, with the full return of Konoha's forces at the war's end, crime was swiftly crushed, and the syndicate dissolved. Little Naruto, of course, was unaware of this history. He only knew it was somewhat shielded from the wind and seemed deserted, a good place to rest. So, he did. The young boy walked towards a wall, picked up an old rag, not noticing a small metal object fall from it, and lay down beside the building, slowly drifting into a shallow sleep. Next morning, by sunrise, Naruto's small stomach was already rumbling in protest, as it did most mornings. This, somewhat abruptly, woke the boy. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, surprised he had slept so long and deeply, as random adult shouts or sheer cold often woke him early. Still, his roaring stomach took precedence. So, Naruto stood up, laid the rag down, and began walking. As he took his small steps, the street orphan accidentally kicked something, sending it tumbling across the lot. Naruto looked down, wide-eyed, to find a rusted metal kunai. He had never been this close to a ninja weapon, though he had seen ninja carrying them. Naruto walked over, picked it up, and stuffed it into his pocket. Who knew if he might need it? After his small discovery, the blonde orphan spent almost an hour dumpster diving, not even finding an old shoe to chew on. Another loud growl from his stomach made Naruto clutch it and start crying again. He sniffled, trying to stem the mucus, when suddenly an aroma reached his nose. Naruto sniffed the air several times, drool beginning to escape his mouth. He followed the sweet scent to the streets of Konoha, right to the Konoha bakery. His gaze fell upon the source of the delightful smell, a fresh loaf of bread. Naruto stared at the bread with longing eyes. A loaf of bread might seem insignificant to most, but to Naruto Uzumaki, it looked like the best meal a person could ever have. Ignoring the hateful glances from most people, Naruto walked towards the bakery and entered. He approached the counter, eyes fixed on the bread with intense desire. Suddenly, a broom hit his head. "Get out of here, demon, I don't have time to deal with you," the baker said, retreating to a back room. On any other day, Naruto would have obeyed, walking out the door no matter how badly he was treated. But today, his young mind couldn't care less what the baker said. He didn't care that the baker didn't want him there. The blonde was hungrier than he had ever been, and he was going to eat. Naruto quickly glanced around for anyone watching. Seeing the coast was clear, he snatched the loaf of bread and ran out. The baker emerged from the back room, noticed the missing bread, and ran out to see Naruto fleeing down the street. He was furious. "Hey, someone stop that kid. He stole my bread," the baker shouted, attracting the attention of several Chunin. Theft, even of a small loaf of bread, was a crime in Konoha. Usually, Chunin wouldn't bother with such minor thefts, genin typically handled them. However, seeing a mess of blonde hair and whiskers quickly changed the minds of the surrounding Chunin. They immediately gave chase, pursuing Naruto like a dog after a cat with food in its jaws. Naruto looked back, saw the Chunin gaining on him, and ran even faster. Though he ran as fast as he could, the Chunin were closing in rapidly. Naruto desperately tried to think of an escape. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out the kunai. He glanced back at the approaching Chunin and threw the kunai randomly in their direction. Fortunately for Naruto, fate seemed to be on his side that day. The kunai flew through the air, landing precisely where the leading Chunin was about to step. He stepped on the kunai, tripped, and caused his fellow Chunin to fall over him. They lay there on the ground, watching as Naruto Uzumaki escaped with his breakfast for the day. Naruto made it back to the empty lot and began eating the bread ferociously. Meeting room. "This is an outrage," one council member shouted. "You have to do something," another exclaimed. The Konoha Council and Sarutobi were back in the meeting room they had occupied 3.5 years earlier. News had spread that Naruto Uzumaki had stolen a piece of bread and gotten away. The council members who had wanted Naruto dead were furious, while those who had wanted him alive remained undisturbed. Sarutobi, despite the chaos, was smiling. Once the shouting subsided, he looked up, revealing his smile, which unnerved most of them. "I'm sorry, but you all told me not to have anything to do with him, to treat him as a normal orphan, so that's what I'll do. Let the police take care of it," Sarutobi stated smugly, effectively ending the meeting. The angry clan members began cursing, while the others simply got up and left. Yes, finally, things were happening the way he wanted them to. The Street Fox of Konoha. 2 years and 3 months have passed since the Kyuubi's attack, and Konoha has largely recovered. Morale is up, productivity is soaring, and the devastated areas have been reconstructed. Markets are booming, and the memory of war is fading. Yet, one individual remains a persistent nuisance to the military police and local business owners, Naruto Uzumaki, also known as the Street Fox of Konoha. Naruto's spree of thefts began 2 years and 3 months ago with a stolen loaf of bread. While typically a minor offense, Naruto's involvement changed everything. A Chunin's report detailed how Naruto cleverly used a kunai to trip his pursuers, leading to significant embarrassment for the military police. Since then, Naruto has escalated his activities, pilfering anything useful he can get his hands on: food, drinks, books, and even shinobi equipment like kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire. However, Naruto avoids high-value items such as clothes, ninja scrolls, explosion tags, or large sums of money, understanding that these would lead to serious trouble with the cage. Despite being labeled a convict, theft is his only offense. His record is clear of arson, homicide, genocide, or breaking and entering. He always steals during the day, avoiding trespassing charges. Even when pursued, Naruto employs only non-lethal methods to disarm, distract, or evade ninja. The worst injuries sustained by his pursuers are scrapes, bumps, or severely bruised pride. Initially, Naruto was easily caught and forced to return stolen goods, often receiving a few punches to the back of the head. Yet, he never learned his lesson and always returned to steal again. Recently, he's become adept at outrunning Chunin, further wounding the shinobi's pride. To witness a Uzumaki chase is to behold a display of cunning, speed, agility, and stamina. And it seems one is about to begin. Streets of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki sprints down a Konoha street, clutching a large loaf of bread, with two Chunin hot on his heels. His attire is meager, a tattered brown t-shirt, torn cargo pants, and old wooden sandals. Despite his rough appearance, Naruto, a 6-year-old, appears relatively clean and surprisingly lean for his age, with hints of muscle beneath what should be baby fat. He had earlier materialized from an alley, slipped into a local bakery, grabbed the bread, and dashed out, prompting the owner's cry for help that drew the two Chunin into the chase. "Haven't you guys given up yet? You can't catch me now," Naruto taunts, slapping his rear to provoke his pursuers. Veins bulge on the Chunin's foreheads as they pick up speed. Naruto snickers, expertly weaving through the crowded streets, even ducking under a teenage girl's miniskirt, shouting nice as she blushes and screams help. Pervert. The Chunin, blushing, continue their pursuit, one remarking that Fox is gutsy. They reach a street so packed there's no way through. "Ha! We have you now." Street F01 begins, but Naruto leaps onto a pedestrian's head, then springs across the crowd like stepping stones in a river. "Ox," the Chunin finishes, dumbfounded. The two Chunin shrug and follow suit, though their heavier weight causes some civilians to stumble. Naruto eventually clears the crowd, with the Chunin close behind. After 5 more minutes, Naruto, feeling safe, speeds up to lose them. Suddenly, a third Chunin leaps out, arms outstretched, ready to capture him. "I have you now, Street Fox," he shouts. Naruto smirks, runs right up to him, pivots using his leg, spins behind the Chunin, and pushes off his back. This propels Naruto forward with increased speed and sends the third Chunin crashing into the other two, who, caught off guard, tumble over each other. They quickly recover, determined not to let him escape again. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, a recently retired UMBU member, emerges from a bookstore, a faint smile on his face. He holds a small, rectangular object in a plastic bag. At a nearby trash bin, he pulls out the object, tosses the bag, and maniacally laughs. "At last. At long last. The latest issue of Ika Paradise is mine," he exclaims, tears welling up as he raises the book triumphantly. Kakashi leans against the building, opens his treasured book, and begins to read, standing still as a statue except for the occasional page turn and perverted giggle. Shouts from down the street catch his attention. He sees Naruto, followed by the 3 dirt-streaked Chunin, barreling towards him. So that's what an Uzumaki chase looks like, Kakashi muses as they zoom past. He raises his hand to continue reading, only to find his precious book gone. Kakashi's visible eyebrow arches as he frantically searches the ground, his other hand, his pockets, and even the trash can. He considers it might be a genjutsu from Korone, but then he hears Naruto's voice. He looks down the street to see Naruto, holding his new book open. "Hey, what's this?" Naruto says, flipping a page. And he cupped her precious orbs into his hands and, "What's this word here?" Naruto squints. "I can barely understand a word of this, the words are too big. Oh well, it will have to do. After all, I need something to keep the fire lit tonight." Naruto closes the book and Kakashi sweats, hearing his prized possession declared as kindling. Kakashi sighs, scratching the back of his neck. "Grie-a-a-ot. I just really wanted to relax today, guess that plan's out the window for now." The silver-haired Jounin lazily drops into a sprinter stance and speeds off after the thief. Naruto continues to evade the Chunin, but deciding he needs to lose them quickly, he's hungry and has a book to break in. He spots a melon cart crossing the street. A smirk plays on his lips as he accelerates. Within 5 feet of the cart, he leaps over to the other side, snatches a melon, and pushes off the cart, similar to his earlier maneuver with the third Chunin. "My melons," the owner cries as melons spill from the cart, rolling down the street towards the pursuing Chunin. Moving too fast to avoid them, the Chunin trip, falling into the fruit, enduring the public's laughter and pointing. "Man, we're going to get it now." One Chunin groans, anticipating the military police department head's wrath. "Yeah, we'll never hear the end of this." Another adds, dreading the teasing from other ninja and civilians. Suddenly, Kakashi leaps over them, onto the fallen cart, and continues the chase. "Hey, wasn't that?" one Chunin begins to say. Kakashi Hatake, the other two exclaim, looking at each other before nodding. They quickly resume their pursuit, knowing Naruto's chances of escape are now slim to none. Naruto continues his sprint, the book in his left hand, the melon in his left arm, and the loaf of bread firmly in his mouth, a triumphant grin on his face. He feels a strange presence behind him and nearly chokes on the bread. A one-eyed figure in a flak jacket is not just chasing him, but actually catching up. Panicked, Naruto frantically searches for an alternative escape route. Outmaneuvering this guy is clearly not an option. There, he thinks, spotting a ladder on the side of a building. He quickly shifts the book to his left hand, not holding the melon, grabs the ladder's rail with his right, and begins to ascend at an incredible speed. Kakashi arrives just as Naruto reaches the top, and with the skill only a Jounin possesses, he effortlessly runs up the side of the wall. Reaching the rooftop, Kakashi scans for Naruto but sees no sign of him. He continues his search until he spots his Ike Paradise book lying near the ledge. His visible eye forms a U shape as he walks over to retrieve it, dusting it off before returning to the page he was reading. Soon after, the three Chunin arrive, also scanning the empty roof for the blonde boy. Kakashi-san, where is the street fox? A Chunin asks, awaiting an answer. Kakashi turns to them, shrugging with a deadpan expression. Beats me, I lost him, he states plainly. The three Chunin sigh. Well, let's go back to the department then. Thank you, Kakashi-san, for your help. The first Chunin says, and all three bow before vanishing. Kakashi stares for a moment before turning back to the ledge. I would like to thank you for returning my Ike Paradise to me. It's the latest issue and I would have been inconvenienced to have to go out and buy it again, he says, seemingly to no one. You know, I didn't see the entire chase, but you look like you pretty well outran those three stooges back there, and even managed to swipe my book for a bit. You'd make a pretty good ninja. Kakashi's eye shifts towards the ledge. Well, enjoy the rest of the day then, he says before disappearing in a puff of smoke. On the other side of the ledge, Naruto, with bread still in his mouth and melon in his left arm, hangs precariously from a window ledge by his fingertips. He exhales a held breath as the Jounin leaves, then pulls himself back onto the rooftop. He smirks, pulls out a tattered glove with a rusted metal plate, forces it on with his teeth, walks to the ledge, and jumps. Mid-fall, Naruto twists his arm and grabs a cloth hanging wire, sliding down it. As he nears the wall, he positions his feet and legs to brace for impact, a lesson learned the hard way. Below him, he sees an old spring mattress, marked with shoe prints. He releases the wire, landing on the mattress. Getting up, he heads to a section of fence at the alley's end. Naruto bends down, places his lunch on either side of him, pulls out a section of the fence, grabs his meal, and steps through, replacing the fence behind him. He walks through several alleys until he reaches an opening covered by a familiar shawl. Removing it, he reveals the former Red Dragon hideout, now significantly changed. Though blood stains remain, the bodies are gone. One corner holds a makeshift tent of torn blankets. Another displays slightly rusted and blunt kunao and shuriken, stacked alongside some ninja wire. In the center, a fire roasts two rabbits. When Konoha provides no sustenance, Naruto finds it in the woods, food, water, and even baths in the rivers. Naruto settles by the fire, using a kunao from his old pants pocket to have the bread and slice the melon. Today's meal, roasted rabbit sandwich a la king, with melon slices. He gazes at the food before pulling his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around them, and lowering his head. He'll repeat this routine for lunch and dinner, just like every other day. Council meeting room. The Hokage, a happy smile on his face, enters the council meeting room. The new Ninja Academy year is just months away, with many clan heads' children Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Harano, Abarame, and Inyazuka set to enroll. In his wrinkled right hand, Sarutobi holds a file containing documents on one Naruto Uzumaki. Now is the opportune moment for Sarutobi to make his move. Sarutobi takes his usual spot in the center of the room, his smile sending shivers down many clan heads' spines, a smile they last saw 2 years ago when he kept Naruto Uzumaki from trouble over a stolen loaf of bread. If that smile is any indication, their future holds unpleasantness. What is going on, Hokage-sama? I thought we already went through the clearance meeting, Shikaku asks, others nodding in agreement. The clearance meeting determined which children would be accepted into the academy, and this year, there was ample room. Well, Sarutobi begins, tossing the file onto Shikaku's desk. I would like to propose one more, a late entry, wouldn't you say? Shikaku raises an eyebrow and opens the folder. His eyes widen momentarily before he begins reviewing the pages. After a while, Shikaku throws the file back to Sarutobi and leans back in his chair. So what do you think, Nara-san? Sarutobi asks. Well, he appears to have potential, but how can we be sure that he really could pull through? Shikaku asks, prompting raised eyebrows from the other clan heads. Who, they all ask. Sarutobi continues, well, I figured that the information in this folder would be enough, but if even you have your doubts, Nara-san, then we may need to take an extra step to prove his worth. The clan heads practically lean over their desks. Who, they demand again, as Shikaku adds, a formal test may help, Hokage-sama. Fugaku Uchiha practically leaps onto his desk. Who in God's name are we talking about, Hokage-sama? Fugaku shouts, echoed by other clan heads. Why Naruto Uzumaki? Of course, why do you ask? Sarutobi responds, sparking an uproar of disapproval. The shouting and complaints seem to last for hours before finally quieting. Sarutobi clears his throat. Are you quite done yet? He asks. Sam, standing on her desk, shouts, are you crazy? Are you actually saying that we should give that thing the training it would need to kill us all? Cheers of agreement erupt. Well, Inyazuka-san, if you were to look in this folder, Sarutobi says, tossing the folder to Tsum, then you would see that he has much potential as a ninja, and shouldn't it be my job to help recruit any individuals who would help strengthen Konoha's military might? Many clan heads groan. Sarutobi, the old genius, found a loophole in their agreement. Fugaku Uchiha feels trapped. As Hokage, Sarutobi has every right to enroll Naruto in the academy, though it would cost him support from council members aligned with his views. Fugaku smirks, realizing Shikaku has just handed him a path to victory. Hokage-sama, Fugaku says, smiling, drawing everyone's attention. Though I do not like the idea of him going to the academy, I must agree with you, a ninja with so much potential would do well in the academy. Several clan heads' mouths drop open. However, I would like to have a formal test of the boy, as Nara-san said. Fugaku turns his full attention to Sarutobi. And I would like to have my son, Itachi, be the one testing him. Sarutobi sighs, taking a drag on his pipe, while other clan heads raise their eyebrows. Very well, Itachi Uchiha will chase Naruto Uzumaki around Konoha, observing any skills and abilities he displays during the chase. Once he apprehends Naruto, he will bring him to me and debrief me on the test. You all will be able to listen through the intercom system. Are we agreed, Uchiha-san? Sarutobi asks. Fugaku nods. Very much so, Hokage-sama, Fugaku says, bowing. Sarutobi closes the meeting. He watches as Itachi appears beside his father, who whispers something in his ear, and Itachi nods. Sarutobi takes another drag on his pipe, then leaves to intercept Itachi before he exits the Hokage Tower. Itachi walks through the Hokage Tower, heading for the exit to begin his search for Naruto Uzumaki. He cares little for the boy's fate, wishing only to complete this task and continue his mission schedule. However, his father's additional instruction comes to mind. Make it impossible for him to show needed skills, anything short of injuring him. We need to keep this as under the cuff as possible. Fugaku's voice echoes in the Umbu's mind. It's a clever strategy, appear cooperative with the Hokage while secretly ensuring his own desired outcome. If the Hokage protests, he would appear to be questioning the honor of a high-ranking, well-known Umbu member. Itachi is about to reach the stairs when Sarutobi emerges from another hall, approaching him with a smile. Well, hello there, Itachi-san, how are you this fine day? Sarutobi asks. Itachi simply looks at him. Hello to you too, Hokage-sama, and I am just a little annoyed with this test, it seems like such a trivial matter. Itachi replies. Sarutobi nods and smiles. Yes, well it is something that must be done, and I do wish you luck, Itachi-san. Sarutobi extends his hand. Itachi looks at it, then extends his own, grasping the Hokage's hand. They shake for only a second before the aged Hokage pulls Itachi closer, who lets out a small wadash as Sarutobi puts his head beside Itachi's ear. Now you listen to me, Uchiha, Sarutobi whispers, tightening his grip on Itachi's hand, causing him to wince slightly. Your father and I are hardly on friendly terms as it is, and he's on even less favorable terms when it comes to Naruto Uzumaki. So, realize that while this examination is taking place, my eyes and ears will be on you. If I notice anything funny, or if you even so much as fudge a single detail because your father commanded you to lie to my face, and to the men and women of the council, well, I'm the Hokage, I'll have you on watch duty along the walls for so long you'll forget what doing an active mission feels like. Sarutobi says sternly. Itachi simply looks at the aged Kage before giving a slight nod. Good, then be on your way, lad, Sarutobi says, smiling at Itachi before walking off. Itachi watches Sarutobi slowly depart, then shakes his head. Itachi is smart enough to know Sarutobi's threat is not empty. Given the choice between disappointing his father and stunting his growth as a ninja due to a lack of missions, the power-driven Uchiha finds the decision easy. Itachi begins to run, ready to start his examination of the young Uzumaki. Approaching noon in Konoha's market district, Itachi Uchiha reflected on the surprising difficulty of locating Naruto Uzumaki, a 6-year-old not yet enrolled in the academy. He'd initially expected a quick search, assuming a child that young couldn't stay hidden long. Yet, Naruto proved unlike any 6-year-old he'd encountered. The Umbu captain had spent the entire morning scouring the city. Dark alleys yielded only rats, cats, and insects. Garbage cans, a potential hiding spot for someone so small, contained just trash and a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Itachi idly remarked, proper resting place for the smut, as he closed a lid. He then checked Konoha's older, abandoned buildings, thinking the boy might have sought refuge there. Still, no sign. He even transformed into bait in an alley, only to be chased by a pack of dirty old cats, one of which he swore belonged to the daimyo's wife. He made a mental note to inform the Hokage. A nearby shop clock showed noon. Itaki was thoroughly exasperated. As he began another pass through the market, the sound of crashing glass drew his attention. He found himself on a rooftop opposite a butcher shop, observing a broken window and a butcher knife embedded nearby. Comments like "Give that back, you rotten thief," and "I'll break your damn legs, you little son of a bitch," reached his ears. Then, he saw Naruto Uzumaki, his target, burst through another unbroken window as a second butcher knife whizzed past his head. Naruto picked himself up, clutched a large piece of steak, and sprinted down the street. The butcher emerged, knives in hand, just as two Chunin arrived. Learning what happened, they gave chase, shouting, "Get back here, Naruto Uzumaki!" Itake followed from the rooftops, Sharingan activated, noting every subtle movement. 5 minutes into the chase, Itake observed Naruto's running style. He was fast, not enough to lose Itake, but certainly enough to keep ahead of the Chunin. His form was disastrous, though traces of a ninja's running posture hinted at imitation. Despite the poor form, the child possessed natural speed, comparable to a moderately experienced Chunin. Training at the academy would surely enhance it. Is this running speed really what all the fuss is about? Itake wondered. He estimated that with proper form, Naruto's speed could reach that of a newly recruited jounin. Naruto ducked into an alley, and the Chunin followed, only to find no trace of him. They ran off, the pursuit seemingly over. Itake sighed, performed a one-handed ram seal, and vanished in a burst of speed. Meanwhile, in the empty alley, a garbage can rattled before its lid popped off, revealing Naruto's head. After confirming the alley was clear, he climbed out, the steak clenched in his teeth. Spitting the meat into his hand, he smirked towards the entrance. Suckers! He took a step back, bumping into Itake. Naruto leaped away, shocked. "Hey, how did you get behind me?" he yelled, pointing. "That does not matter," Itake replied. "What does matter is that I'm here to take you to Hokage-sama." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He'd heard of the Hokage, mostly from Chunin screaming that he should have been killed as an infant. Though uneducated, Naruto knew he didn't want to meet someone who wanted him dead. He backed up to the garbage can, glaring. "Screw that!" Naruto shouted, slamming his hand on the garbage can lid, flipping it over. Itake's eyes widened, spotting a kunai tied to the lid with ninja wire. Naruto tore it free and flung it at Itake's head. Itake dodged, smirking, until Naruto hurled the garbage can lid like a frisbee. Itake bent backward to avoid the metal projectile, then Naruto did the unexpected. He ran up, cocked his leg back, and kicked Itake in the groin. Itake crumpled, his legs giving out. Naruto smirked, seeing his tactic work. He'd seen a woman use it effectively before. He bolted from the alley, disappearing down Konoha streets. Taijutsu, high deer rank, the kid has weapon skills, Itake thought, sitting up and thankful for his large chakra reserve easing the pain. But that kind of move is completely below anyone who seriously considers themselves a ninja. He momentarily forgot he was dealing with a 6-year-old. Itake stood, and as the pain subsided, the chase truly began. Also, I have to admit the kid is pretty clever. Hiding a kunai in such a spot makes you wonder if there are other spots like that in Konoha, Itake mused, catching up. Naruto, meanwhile, was having a blast, having tested his technique and secured his meal. His smirk faded as he sensed someone behind him. He stopped, turned, and saw no one. Shrugging, he faced forward, only to find Itake directly in front of him. Naruto jumped back 10 feet. "What the hell? The guy I watched get kicked stayed down for at least an hour. How did you get up so quickly?" Itake's sweat dropped. "It does not matter, I'm here to take you to Hokage-sama." Naruto began to panic but then conceived a simple idea. If this guy was so easily kicked in the groin, this would be a piece of cake. He was about to execute his trick until he saw something deeply disturbing behind Itake, something that chilled his blood and made him sweat uncontrollably. "Hey, what's that over there?" Naruto yelled, pointing behind Itake with a mixture of fear and panic. Itake sighed, looking the child squarely in the eye. "If you think that old trick will..." He stopped, feeling a familiar presence, one he encountered thrice daily in Konoha. He turned, confirming his suspicion. "Oh no, it's Itake-kun!" A horde of girls shrieked, rushing towards him. It was the Itake Uchiha fan club. "Itake-kun, where have you been?" one cried. "How was your last mission?" another shouted. Itake stood frozen, having learned long ago that running only worsened the situation. He looked behind him and sighed as Naruto had once again evaded him. Itake performed half of the cross-shaped seal, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. "Please aim all questions towards him, I have a mission to complete," Itake said, bolting in the opposite direction, seeking Naruto and escape from his fan club. Behind him, his shadow clone was smothered, glomped, and kissed by the enthusiastic group. He must have gotten pretty far by now, Itake thought, running. He was about to give up when the scent of cooking meat reached him from an alley. He followed his nose. He found a strategically placed cloth, suggesting someone lived behind it. Wary of potential traps, Itake drew a kunai and cautiously passed the curtain. Satisfied he was alone and safe, he saw a fire with roasting meat, still somewhat raw. Searching for Naruto, he stumbled upon a patch of disturbed grass. Itake bent down, removed the grass, and found crudely drawn maps of Konoha's roads and alleys. Though rough, they accurately depicted the city's layout, dotted with red marks indicating trap locations. This boy is quite smart. He's not only placed traps all over Konoha, but he's also made out maps to memorize so he can immediately access them from memory, and judging by the detail of the alleys, he also knows quick routes around Konoha, Itake thought, replacing the papers. He stood, hearing a gasp from the opposite end of the hideout. Naruto Uzumaki entered, carrying fish. "How the hell did you find me?" Naruto yelled, dropping the fish. Itake simply pointed at the cooking meat. Naruto's sweat dropped. "Well, you aren't going to catch me," he declared, running back down the alley. Itake followed, only to reach a dead end blocked by a wooden fence. "You can't run now, Uzumaki," Itake began, watching Naruto rip off a section of the fence, crawl through, and replace it. "Or maybe you can," Itake muttered, jumping over the fence to see Naruto climbing a ladder. Itake sighed, leaping to the rooftop just as Naruto reached the top. Naruto looked at Itake in shock, then ran to the opposite edge and jumped off. Itake sighed again, walking to the ledge. Naruto clung to the window ledges just below the roof, hoping this trick would work, with only one more up his sleeve. His hopes were dashed when Itake leaned over, looking at him upside down, standing casually on the building's side as if on solid ground. Naruto gulped. "Really, is this the best you have?" Itake asked. Naruto scowled and let go of the ledges. Itake watched Naruto pull out a tattered glove, force it on, grab a clothesline, and slide down. After 2 seconds, he let go before hitting the wall, landing in a dumpster. Naruto sprang out, running to a fence at the alley's end, which also had a loose board. Itake sighed, jumping off the building onto the fence. Itake looked down to see a sewer lid rattling back into place. His sweat dropped, realizing what this meant. "I'm going to have to go into the sewer," he thought, sighing. Meanwhile, Naruto trudged through the sewer, hoping to lose him. "Freeze," a voice commanded from behind. He turned to see Itake a few feet away. Naruto chuckled, unsettling Itake. "Hey, I gotta say you're good, only a few guys actually followed me all the way down here." Naruto's face grew serious. "But no one has ever caught me after this," he shouted, plunging his hand into the sewer water and yanking out a kunai. He threw it at Itake's head. Itake merely ducked. The Uchiha genius looked at Naruto, who was as frustrated and angry as a 6-year-old could be. "So now you see you really had no chance of escape. Now you're coming with me." Itake took a step, then fell, finding himself waist deep in something. He scooped up mud. Itake Uchiha had fallen into a mud hole. "Ha! I knew that stuff would come in handy," Naruto shouted, as Itake looked up at him. "You can't possibly be serious? This is just mud, I can get out of it," Itake said, straining against the mud pit, its suction holding him fast. "I found it in the woods while I was hunting. My meal got caught in so I lost it, but I found a perfect trap," Naruto shouted, leaping over Itake's head. "Now you'll never catch me now." He ran back down the sewer tunnels. Itake stayed there for a second, trembling slightly, clenching his fists, then burst into laughter. He laughed until he was blue in the face. When his temporary insanity passed, he faced the tunnel Naruto had taken. "I've made my decision." He looked down at his waist. "But now I have to figure out how the hell to get out of this," Itake muttered, struggling to pull himself free. "This may be a bit harder than I thought." Meanwhile, Naruto was back at his hideout, enjoying his steak and fish. He ate the steak slowly, savoring it, as such good food was rare. The sound of dripping water came from the other side of his hideout. Naruto reached for a kunai he'd used to skin the fish, jumped up, and turned around to an unexpected sight. From the waist up, Itake Uchiha, Umbu Captain, looked perfectly normal. But below the waist, he wore only a pair of boxer shorts with the Uchiha clan symbol. This would utterly defeat Naruto for 3 reasons. He was only 6. 6-year-olds found nearly everything funny, and no one in Konoha could possibly resist laughing at the sight of the great Itake Uchiha in his boxers. Naruto collapsed, laughing, holding his ribs and rolling on the ground. Itake sighed, walked over, picked Naruto up by his collar, and began carrying him through the alleys. After about 5 minutes, Naruto stopped laughing and began pouting. He'd been caught. But then he noticed this alley led to a communal area filled with people wearing the strange fence symbol on their backs. "Bet you 500 yen we run into someone you know," Naruto smirked. Itake glared briefly before sighing. "Yeah, I know," Itake said, though he didn't realize how right Naruto was. As he exited the alley, he was met with the most horrifying sight of his life. He'd walked straight into the busiest part of the Uchiha clan compound, right into the midst of many of his non-ninja relatives, who immediately became as mirthful as Naruto had been moments before. As the Umbu began his walk of shame, Itachi pulled out 500 yen to give to Naruto, but Naruto pushed it back. "Please, this is enough of a treat for me," Naruto chuckled. Itachi walked on, ridiculed at every turn. His ego took quite a beating. Though the calm Uchiha didn't show it, his pride was shattered. At this point, he was eager to deliver the child to the Hokage's office and be rid of him. Itachi finally reached the Hokage Tower, grateful to finish his mission after walking through the entire Uchiha district in his boxers. He looked the secretary, who was blushing at the sight of the depanced Uchiha, squarely in the eye. "I'm here to see Hokage-sama, could you tell him?" Itachi began, but the secretary cut him off. "He's been expecting you, Uchiha-san, please go into his room," she said. Itachi nodded, still carrying Naruto by his collar. "By the way, the new look works for you," the secretary shouted. Itachi began running up the stairs, hoping the Hokage wouldn't comment on his attire, which was highly unlikely. He knocked on the sliding door. "Come in, Itachi-san," he heard Sarutobi say. Naruto also heard the voice and was surprised. He'd expected the Hokage to sound more powerful. As Itachi entered, Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you've fallen under the sway of Ika Paradise, too," Sarutobi said as Itachi shook his head. Sarutobi sighed. Naruto stared at the old man, thinking, this old coot is the guy who should have killed him while he was in the crib? Sarutobi smiled, looking between Naruto and Itachi. "So, Itachi-san, how did the testing go?" he asked. Itachi sat in a chair, throwing Naruto into another. Tired and grumpy, Itachi began his evaluation. "Well, my evaluation of this kid is good," Itachi said, trying to maintain modesty, hearing faint groans from somewhere. "Early on I found him stealing from a butcher. The chase with the Chunin showed me he has fairly good speed, which would only improve with proper form." Naruto sat with a melancholic grin, silently affirming, "Damn straight I'm fast." His taijutsu, well, he has good weapon skills, but other forms of taijutsu. Itachi rubbed his groin absent-mindedly, could use some work. Naruto practically leaped from his seat. "Hey, what do you mean? I got you down with one kick to your balls," Naruto shouted, causing Sarutobi to blush and the sound of muffled spit takes. Itachi blushed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Anyway, I'm willing to bet that his intelligence is at least D rank," Itachi said, and Sarutobi nodded. "But that's not to say that he isn't clever." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "He might not be book smart, but the kid is clever, very clever." Sarutobi nodded. "His survival skills are obviously some of the best I've seen. To be able to grow up on the streets of Konoha, and survive for that matter, is amazing in itself. After all, you must know the learning curve with those conditions, right, Hokage-sama?" Sarutobi nodded. "Yes, I'm aware, you either learn and adapt or you don't survive to see tomorrow." Sarutobi thought as Naruto's smirk widened with the praise. "So I'm willing to bet that most lessons that would be taught to him he would pick up on, whether it would take a short time or a long time. However, I am not sure," Itachi concluded, and Sarutobi smiled, feeling more assured of Naruto's potential. "So, overall," Itachi began, lowering his head, "he's a devious, cunning, thieving little kid, and by far one of the most aggravating people I have met in my entire life," Itachi declared. Sarutobi pictured the smirking council members. "So, with this in mind, I find Naruto Uzumaki to be well suited for a career as a ninja." Sarutobi's eyes widened briefly, surprised by Itachi's assessment, then a small smile graced his lips, and he motioned for Itachi to continue. "He has shown skills in survival, speed, weapon skills, and trap-making that you don't normally see in any genin. He has also shown that he is cunning and deceitful when it comes to tough situations. So yes, Hokage-sama, I would gladly say that Naruto Uzumaki would make a good addition to our ninja forces." Itachi finished, and Sarutobi smiled, nodding at the young Umbu. "Thank you, Itachi-san, you may get some replacement clothing in the Umbu locker room," Sarutobi said. Itachi nodded and left the room. As he departed, Sarutobi smiled, pleased his plan had gone so well. Now, only one task remained, convincing Naruto to become a shinobi. "Hello there, Naruto, I am Sarutobi-san Hokage, and it is a pleasure to finally get to meet you," Sarutobi said as Naruto just stared at him. Naruto gazed at Sarutobi, unnerved by the Hokage's unaccustomed smile. "Look, I don't know why I'm here, but whatever it is, I'm sorry," he blurted out as Sarutobi was about to speak. "If it's about the steak they say I stole, I swear to Kami-sama I found it in a garbage can." Naruto stammered, panicking slightly as the Hokage raised a hand. "Naruto, please, this has nothing to do with that. I cannot punish you for such a minor offense," Sarutobi said, but Naruto stood up, his panic intensifying. "Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how that dog ended up with a shaved butt. It was someone else. It was an accident. It had it coming. The little mutt bit me." Naruto yelled wildly, while the Hokage simply watched the blonde's bizarre rant. Naruto, calm down. I haven't brought you here to punish you, and what are you even talking about? The only report I've received of a dog with a shaved butt is Tsuminyazuka's partner. The Hokage trailed off, raising an eyebrow at Naruto, who developed a bead of sweat the size of his head and chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. He. You know what, forget I said anything, Naruto mumbled, sitting back down. 5 minutes later, he coughed into his fist. So, are you going to punish me for something or what? Can't think of any other reasons for being here, Naruto said, as Sarutobi smiled, packing tobacco into his pipe. Well, you see, Naruto, I'm not here to punish you. I am the Hokage, leader of this village, Konoha. The only things I'm truly in charge of are shinobi-related crimes. Others, like thefts, organized crime, and tax evasion, are handled by the Konoha military police, Sarutobi explained, taking a puff from his pipe while Naruto listened intently. Are you here to be punished? No, Naruto, quite the opposite, actually. Naruto raised an eyebrow. In fact, I'd like to offer you a position, Sarutobi stated, and Naruto's eyes widened slightly. A job, if you will, Sarutobi clarified, and Naruto's jaw dropped. This was something Naruto had never expected to hear. Offer and job were words he only dreamed of, yet they were being spoken to him now. A questioning look appeared in his eyes as he stared at the aged Hokage. What kind of job are we talking about? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi chuckled. I thought you might ask, Sarutobi said, capping his pipe and setting it down. You see, Naruto, I'd like to make you a shinobi, or ninja, of Konoha. Naruto leaned forward in his chair. As I said, I am the leader of Konoha, a ninja village in the Land of Fire, and the most powerful ninja village at that. Naruto leaned in further. But, to maintain our power, we need new shinobi to fill our ranks. So, I'd like to recruit you, Naruto Uzumaki, Sarutobi finished, and Naruto leaned back, tapping his chin. What makes you want to recruit me anyway? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi smiled. Well, Naruto, one only needs to look at your record at the military police station to figure that out, Sarutobi said, pulling a file from a stack on his desk. He opened it and began reading. Naruto Uzumaki, age 6, male, citizen of Konoha. He flipped to the next page. Criminal record: over 100 robberies of various stores throughout Konoha over the past 2.5 years. Merchandise stolen includes clothes, ninja equipment, food, water, and the like. He turned to the next page. In the first year of his crime spree, his success rate for theft was 40%, being caught a majority of the time by Chunin. Punishment for crimes has not been recorded. Sarutobi paused, watching Naruto shiver slightly before continuing. In the second year of his crime spree, his success rate jumped to 73%, the Chunin's ability to catch him dropping significantly. He looked up to see Naruto grinning cheekily and blowing on his fingernails. Sarutobi smiled and continued. And halfway into the third year of his crime spree, Naruto Uzumaki's success rate has been 87%, practically avoiding all Chunin, but still running into trouble when the occasional Jonin captures him. Sarutobi closed the folder, put it back in his desk, and smiled at Naruto. Now, coupling that with the report Itaki Uchiha, an Umbu captain, gave me just a few minutes ago, I don't see why I shouldn't recruit you. Naruto resumed his thinking pose. Okay, so what's in it for me? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi smiled at him. Well, Naruto, along with being a shinobi of Konoha, you would have to attend the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi said, and Naruto sweat dropped. And, that's supposed to be good why? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi smiled. Well, I just thought that meeting, talking, and possibly even playing with kids your own age would be exciting, Sarutobi offered, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. He'd never played with anyone before, adults never let him. And then there's being assigned to super, secret, and dangerous missions, the likes of which ordinary people only dream about, Sarutobi continued, and Naruto leaned forward. Then there's the wealth of experience and respect one gets as a shinobi. A glint appeared in Naruto's eyes as he leaned in even closer. And then, there's getting paid, Sarutobi said, and Naruto jumped onto the desk, looking him straight in the eye. Paid, that means I get a payment for each mission, right? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi nodded. And I get paid with real money, right? Naruto asked again, and Sarutobi nodded. Money I could use to buy stuff around here, right? Naruto asked, and Sarutobi nodded. Naruto's fox-like grin widened tenfold at the last nod. He jumped off the aged Hokage's desk and extended his hand. You got yourself a deal, old man. I'll become the best damn shinobi you've ever seen, Naruto declared as Sarutobi shook his hand. Good to hear, but watch your mouth, young man, Sarutobi said, and Naruto nodded. Sorry, he replied, his smile returning. Man, I can't wait. First, I'm going to pass this academy thing with flying colors. Then I'll go on these super high-paying missions and get lots of money. Then I'll buy everything I could ever dream of having, a huge house, a bunch of furniture. Naruto ranted, as Sarutobi simply looked at the boy and smiled, turning to a picture of the Yondaime Hokage hanging on the wall. Yondaime, I hope that wherever you are, you'll see just what a fine young man you have picked to be Konoha's hero, Sarutobi thought, looking at the energetic blonde. Whether Konoha wants him or not, Sarutobi thought, removing the cap from his pipe and resuming his smoking. Say, old man, when do I go to this academy thing? Naruto asked, finishing his long rant about his future plans. Sarutobi simply smiled as he exhaled smoke and tossed Naruto a calendar. What's this thing? Naruto asked as Sarutobi pointed to a specific date on the calendar, only a few days away. On this date, a couple of hours after sunrise, is when the academy will begin, Sarutobi said, pointing to the current date and the days leading up to it. When all these days are up, that's when you go to the academy. Naruto nodded, smiled, and took the calendar. No problem. Academy, here I come. Naruto shouted as he ran out of the office, leaving Sarutobi to shift from happy to slightly sad. I'm sorry I cannot do too much more for you than this, Naruto, Sarutobi thought, tilting his hat forward. Even if I now have the freedom to choose your academy instructor as well as your possible Jonin sensei, I'm afraid that's all I can do. Even now, almost the entire council would forbid me from doing much more for you. I'm afraid you'll have to continue living as you do for the next, possibly half-dozen years, Sarutobi thought, remembering how long it might take Naruto to graduate. But then again, Sarutobi mused, a smirk forming. The training from the academy would give him better chances of survival. He looked up at the door Naruto had just exited. And while he would be surviving, it would help train his ninja skills to a certain degree. The smirk widened. Kami-sama works in mysterious ways, maybe getting kicked out of the orphanage and living on his own was actually one of the best things that could have happened to Naruto in this situation. Sarutobi looked out his window towards the sky. Kami-sama certainly does work in mysterious ways, Sarutobi thought, putting his pipe down and resuming the one thing he hated more than anything else, paperwork. Streets of Konoha. Naruto walked through Konoha's bustling streets, grinning from ear to ear, causing some passers-by to stare with mildly worried expressions. Naruto paid them no mind today, though, because he was about to go somewhere that would make his life even better than before. Naruto eventually turned into an alley and walked through it, thinking about what he would do when he entered the academy. But one thought crossed his mind as he was about to enter his hideout. He really didn't have much. He entered his hideout, looking down at his clothes. They were old, smelly, and frankly, looked like they had been eaten, digested, thrown up, and then eaten again. Naruto then looked over at the corner where he kept his ninja equipment. His kunao and shuriken were rusted, the ninja wire was old and very, very thin. He looked at the old ninja sandals he was wearing, and though he couldn't tell, the soles were so worn they were probably about ready to give out from underneath him at any second. He couldn't start a career as a shinobi of Konoha looking like something the cat dragged in. So Naruto went over to his old ninja equipment and got a few yards of ninja wire. Today, Naruto Uzumaki's targets were not food, water, and other necessities. No, today's targets were new shoes, new clothes, and better ninja equipment. Naruto placed the calendar by the makeshift tent he slept in so he wouldn't lose it and ran out. He was on the hunt. Naruto's first, and most likely easiest, target was the ninja equipment. Naruto normally only stole new ninja equipment once per year to avoid some of the more violent shinobi who would chase him. But, due to using his newly stolen shinobi equipment for traps, tricks, and other things, they wore down faster than when he just used them for getting away. So he was due to get some new stuff. Naruto made his way through the twists and turns of Konoha's alleys, heading towards the shinobi general equipment hut shop he knew was at the end of one of these alleys. Naruto popped his head out of an alley and looked around for the hut, and indeed there it was. Naruto checked the clock inside the hut and found that it was the right time to make his move. You see, when Naruto first started stealing equipment 2 years ago, he studied the documents those bad men left behind after that's besides the point. Anyway, he found out the owner of the shop left his shop every day around noon. So, after checking to make sure this was true, he would go into the store and rob them of basic equipment each year, the only people really knowing being the Chunin who would chase him down day after day. Naruto watched as the man left his shop and walked down the street humming a tune. Naruto smirked as he made his move into the store, making sure no one saw him enter. After all, he couldn't afford another exhausting chase before the academy. Ha ha ha. Yeah right, Naruto thought as he walked into the shop. The shop was a basic shop, with lights hanging from the ceiling and aisles of shinobi weapons free for the taking. Naruto looked around, reached into one of the many old pockets in his very old pair of pants, and pulled out a burlap sack cliché. Yes, effective, yes. Naruto made his way into the kunao aisle and began loading the sack with kunao when he heard a gasp from behind him. Naruto turned around slowly to find that he was being watched by a girl, at least a year older than he was, wearing only a pink, sleeveless t-shirt and black shorts. Her brown hair was done up in buns, and she had brownish eyes. Naruto stared for a moment, and she stared for a moment before she broke the awkward silence. "What are you doing with our kunao?" she asked as Naruto sweat dropped before mouthing sorry. There were sounds of struggle, yelps for help, and then smothered yelps for help before the shop was silent. We look inside to see Naruto had tied up the mysterious girl with some of his old ninja wire and then gagged her with one of his old gloves. "Now if I take this glove out of your mouth, you won't scream, okay?" Naruto asked, and the girl nodded slowly. Naruto removed the glove. The girl gasped for air for a second before glaring at Naruto. "What's the big idea? Who are you and who do you think you are?" she asked as the resident thief sweat dropped. "Well, my name's Naruto Uzumaki. Oh crap, I shouldn't have told you my name," Naruto moaned, his 5-year-old mind not having thought of that sooner. When he looked up at the girl, he noticed something weird. She had stars in her eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked quickly as Naruto nodded. "The Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked again as Naruto nodded. "I'm the only one I know," Naruto said as the stars grew. "Are you the street fox?" she asked, sounding slightly excited, as Naruto nodded again. Then she did something Naruto could not expect. She squealed in a high-pitched squeal like he heard from those fangirls he saw with the guy who caught him earlier today. When she stopped, Naruto stared as she began jumping around in her chair. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm being robbed by the street fox. No one at the academy is going to believe me," she shouted as Naruto sweat dropped. Excuse me?" Naruto asked as the girl scooted the seat closer. "I never thought I would be robbed by the street fox himself. And now I am. I mean, I expected you to be taller and older, but this is cool nevertheless," the girl shouted as Naruto sweat dropped again. Could you tell me why you're acting like this?" Naruto asked as the girl stared in awe at him. "Don't you know, you're the street fox? You're practically a living legend in our class at the academy," the girl said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Really?" he asked as the girl nodded fervently. Yes. I mean, you steal from shop owners, outrun Chunin and Jonin, and then you disappear out of sight, into the dark of night, all of a sudden. You're like a manga character, only for real," the girl shouted as Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head. "Wow, first the old man, then an entire class at the academy? I'm more awesome than I thought," Naruto thought as the girl continued. "So what do you want to rob from me, Street Fox-san?" she asked as Naruto sweat dropped. "Well, I'm starting in the academy myself, so I came to steal kunao, which I have, shuriken, and ninja wire," Naruto said as the girl nodded. "Alright, if you untie me and promise to do me another favor, I'll give you those things," the girl shouted as Naruto nodded and untied her. She then got the things Naruto asked for, faster than he ever thought possible, and put them in his sack. "Wait right here," she shouted as she ran back into a back room and ran back out carrying a kunao. "Could you please sign this?" she shouted as Naruto nodded and began signing the kunao. "So who do I make this out to?" Naruto asked as the girl giggled. "My name's Tenten," Tenten shouted as Naruto signed her name and she squealed. "Oh my god, I'm showing this to everyone back at the academy when it starts, even Lee," she shouted as Naruto left. "Thank you," she shouted as she walked into the back room. Naruto quickly snuck into the same alley he snuck out of, trying to avoid being caught with his payload. He had to say, that was the easiest robbery he had ever committed, ever. I mean, no one had actually wanted him to steal from them before. Hell, maybe his life was finally getting just a little bit better. Something was bound to screw up eventually, something always does. Anyway, after coming back to his hideout and dropping off his new supply of kunao and shuriken, he went for the next target, a new pair of ninja sandals. So Naruto went through the alleys again and found himself in front of Konoha's local shoe store, where they sold all sorts of shoes, no matter what they were. And Naruto saw in the window a pair of blue and a pair of black shinobi sandals, the ones he was going to steal. Naruto expertly snuck up to the entrance of the shoe store and then looked in through the door to check to see what the people were doing. He noticed that the only two people in the room were busy, one worker helping some woman try on a pair of sandals, the woman being too fat to reach her own feet. Naruto grimaced as he saw an almost equal look of disgust on the guy's face. Naruto, knowing an easy job when he saw one, snuck over to the shoes in the display window, grabbed them, and then snuck out. The shoes might be a little big, but hey, that's life. He once again made his way to his hideout and hid the shoes in it. Now Naruto only had one last target to visit, the clothing store. Naruto never could get away without being spotted. It was almost impossible when you were carrying clothes in your arms, so he knew he had better be ready to run. As Naruto made his way through, he was practically choosing out what clothes he was going to get. They were going to have to be like his current ones, dark, with lots of pocket space. He learned two things: 1, being clothed in nice, bright, primary colors didn't help you when you were trying to escape. He learned this one the hard way. 2, you're going to need pockets if you plan on getting lots of stuff at once. Naruto snuck out of the alley that led to the clothing store and snuck to the front entrance. He glided inside the store and made his way to where they usually had clothes his size. Baggy clothes once again, not that great of an idea. Naruto looked around for only a second before grabbing at least 3 sets of clothes. The first was a black shirt, which also had a pair of cargo pants similar to his own, only a bit less worn, and they tightened around the ankles. The second set was a forest green shirt that went along with a pair of camo brown pants with those weird pockets he usually saw on the sides of the pants that the people who chased him had on. He then picked out something he really didn't want, but he could hear the shopkeeper coming. It was a red-orange shirt, with a pair of blue ninja pants. And for some of the cold nights that could be coming soon, a black, forest green, and blue trench coat. All 3 of them had some dark red spirals on their backs. Naruto piled all 3 sets of clothes on top of his arms and just began making a mad dash for the front door. After all, there was no way in hell he was not going to be at least seen with all these clothes. Naruto had just made it out of the door before the owner of the shop called some chinin, and the chase was on. But right now, Naruto wasn't in the mood for a chase. He had a long and, for the most part, confusing day. So Naruto decided to let out the big one. Naruto put all the clothes he was carrying into one arm and then grabbed a kunai with the free arm. He then turned his head so he could smile at his pursuers before cutting open 3 cargo pockets on his left leg, releasing many rusted, old nails, and they scattered onto the ground. Naruto almost went crazy laughing when he heard the string of curses coming from the 2 chinin he had just given permanent feet problems as he ran into an alley, into safety. By the time Naruto had reached his hideout, he was still snickering about how well the trick worked and tried to remember to find more nails like that so he could reload that little trick. As dawn broke, Naruto awoke to the sound of chirping birds. He stretched inside his makeshift tent, then emerged to complete his stretches and scratch himself. Yawning, he grabbed a set of new black clothes from his pile and headed for the sewer entrance. He opened the lid and jumped down, carefully navigating the muck to keep his new attire clean. Naruto reached the end of the long, dark, smelly tunnel, greeted by a bright light. He leapt from the sewage pipe onto the riverbank, his usual bathing spot. The sun hadn't yet cleared the tree line, so he had time. He walked a few hundred feet upstream, avoiding the villager's waste, before flinging his new clothes aside and undressing. He plunged into the chilly water, surfaced, and shook himself to adjust to the temperature. After acclimating, Naruto floated, soaking in the cleansing water. As sunrise painted the sky, he waded ashore and shook himself dry before trying on his new clothes. They were surprisingly nice, only the shoes and coat were a bit oversized, but the shirt and pants fit well. These were the first truly nice things he'd owned in a long time. Remembering the sewer, he swapped his new shoes for his old ones and hiked his pant legs to his shins, determined not to ruin them so soon. Back at his hideout, Naruto began packing. He filled his cargo pant pockets with kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire, his essentials. Checking the rising sun, he realized he had plenty of time before his couple of hours after sunrise, as the old man had said. Breakfast first, then to the academy. He grabbed his trusty burlap sack and headed into town. At this early hour, most shops were closed, but roadside food stalls were open. Wanting to get to the academy early, Naruto decided to find a shop on the way. A few blocks later, he found it. Ichiraku ramen. What's ramen? He mumbled, slowly reading the kanji on the flaps. The lights were off, indicating it was still closed. Naruto slipped under the flap, quietly opened the wooden board to the kitchen, and crept to the supplies cabinet. He knew every roadside stall had one, having acquired goodies before. Inside, he found strange, hard, square things that looked like noodles. He picked one up, hit it against the counter. It was rock hard. He tried to bite it. Yush! This thing is harder than a rock. Naruto half shouted, tossing the uncooked noodle square back. And it's stale. Do people honestly eat that crap? He continued searching, finding nothing but more noodle squares. What the hell, there's gotta be more. He muttered, then heard someone coming downstairs. Man, I'm out of time, he thought, dashing out the back and into the street, deciding breakfast could wait. Meanwhile, old man Ichiraku began his morning supply check. Why are there teeth marks on these noodles? He grumbled, glaring. Damn raccoons, he concluded, slamming the cabinet shut. Miles away in Suna, a certain red-headed Jinchuriki began sneezing uncontrollably. Naruto reached the academy, gazing at the impressive building. It wasn't as grand as the tower Itake had taken him to, but it was still something. Seeing no one around, he sat on a nearby swing and waited for an hour and a half, regretting not trying to steal something else. Eventually, older kids arrived, including Tenten, showing off the kunai he'd signed for her. Tenten spotted him, waved, and explained who he was to her group. Among them, a girl with long black hair, huge eyebrows, and large eyes looked at him in awe, then let out a fangirl scream of kawaii. The boys simply nodded. But the huge eyebrowed kid's eyes held a flame that promised trouble if they ever met properly. Soon, those kids entered the building, followed by children his age, parents in tow. Most parents gave him a death glare, whispering to their children, while a few eyed him appraisingly before leading their kids inside. Naruto got off the swing and entered the academy, searching for where he was supposed to go. He spotted a chinin in the hall and, taking a chance, tugged on his jacket. Hey, do you know where new kids are supposed to go? Naruto asked. The Chunin turned, a slight smile on his face. Sure, it's, the Chunin began, looking down. It's you, he roared, pointing. You're the one who did this to me. He gestured to his bandaged feet, which looked like casts. The very Chunin Naruto had used nails on days ago. Now, the Chunin cracked his neck. For what you did, I'm going to break your legs, he shouted, lunging at Naruto. Naruto leapt back and dashed away from the Chunin, who, despite medic nin care, struggled to keep up. Rounding a corner, Naruto decided to give him the slip. He spotted an open room to his left and slipped inside, slamming the sliding door shut. He waited until he heard the Chunin's footsteps pass. Naruto sighed, turned, and was met by the strange looks of kids his age and another Chunin with tan skin, dark hair and a ponytail, and a scar across his nose. They stared at each other for a few moments before the Chunin cleared his throat. Naruto Uzumaki, you're late. Mind giving me an explanation? He asked sternly. Well, you see, I was being chased by this Chunin in the hall, so it kinda took me a while to shake him, Naruto explained. Some kids burst out laughing, while others gave him a yeah right look. Irika, the tan Chunin, raised a hand to silence them, looking at Naruto. Alright Uzumaki, just get to a seat while I continue roll call, the Chunin said. Most kids' eyes widened, others slept, remained silent, or ate. Naruto sat beside a kid with brown hair, strange face markings, and a puppy that looked strangely familiar. Next to him was another kid with black hair and a ponytail, sleeping. The pup growled to Naruto's right. The kid stroked its head. Yeah, Akamaru, he's the one who shaved you, the kid muttered, making Naruto sweat drop. Great, I'm sitting beside the dog's master, today just could not get any worse, Naruto thought. The sliding door opened, and in walked the Chunin who had been chasing him. Oh Mizuki, what took you so long? Irika asked. Well you see Irika, I was just chasing that street fox through the halls and Mizuki replied, then saw Naruto in class. I'll get you later punk, he added, sitting beside Irika. Naruto sighed, looking at the ceiling. You're just not giving me any breaks today are you? Naruto thought, looking back down as Irika finished roll call and addressed the class. Alright everyone, my name is Irika, but you all will call me Irika-sensei, Irika announced. Mizuki sat up. And my name is Mizuki, and you will call me Mizuki-sensei, Mizuki added, and the class nodded. And we will, for the most part, be your teachers for the rest of your time in the academy. We hope that we can teach you all everything you will need to know in order to become excellent shinobi of Konoha, Irika continued. Naruto fidgeted, excited to finally begin training for the life-changing occupation. So would everyone please get the books that are under your desks and open them to the first page, Irika instructed, making Naruto practically face vault. What the hell, the old man told me that we were training to be ninjas, not bookworms. Naruto thought, reluctantly retrieving and opening the book. It was about something he couldn't comprehend. Great, I can barely read a word of this, no way this day can get any worse. Just then, Irika looked up. Alright then, has anyone here had any experience in learning how to read kanji? Irika asked. Everyone, including Naruto, who had a little experience, raised their hands. Alright then since all of you know how to read then there's no point in teaching how to read kanji, Irika declared, making Naruto practically bang his head on the desk. I should have left my hand down, Naruto thought as Mizuki said something he wasn't paying attention to, then pointed at him. Why Uzumaki, thank you for volunteering to read some out loud for us, Mizuki said. Naruto's head snapped up, looking at his still raised hand. I really should have left my hand down, Naruto thought, as Mizuki stared at him. Well Uzumaki? What are you waiting for? Mizuki pressed. Naruto gulped. Well you see sensei, I really don't know how to read too much, Naruto admitted. Mizuki was about to speak, but Irika cut in. That's fine, just read what you can, Irika said, making Mizuki raise an eyebrow. Naruto nodded, looked at the first words on the first page, and began. He read, as everyone's sweat dropped. And? Go on, Irika prompted, Naruto blushing slightly. That's all I can really read in this book, the other words are. Naruto trailed off as the class erupted in laughter. Naruto blushed harder, shrinking into his seat. As the laughter subsided, Irika cleared his throat. Alright then, anyone else wish to read? Irika asked. Other children raised their hands while Naruto sat, listening to them read, some remarks about him making him want to fight them. Lunchtime. Lunchtime finally arrived at noon, and Naruto was starving. Embarrassing himself and struggling to read had built up quite an appetite. Add to that no breakfast, and Naruto was amazingly hungry. He decided to get lunch, but since the academy didn't provide it, he'd have to steal some. He saw Irika and Mizuki engrossed in conversation, seized his chance, and slipped out of the fence into town. Meanwhile, Mizuki and Irika's conversation grew interesting. So Irika, what was up with sparing the demon brat? Don't tell me you're going soft on us, Mizuki challenged. Iruka sighed. Mizuki, we are academy teachers, that means that no matter who comes through these halls, even if it is him, we must teach equally. I'm not going soft on you all, I'm just following the code handed to us by Hokage-sama, Iruka explained. Mizuki chuckled. Whatever Iruka, but I just hope that you remember what that thing did to your mom and dad, Mizuki sneered. Iruka's head dropped at the mention of his parents. Mizuki walked off. Iruka hadn't forgotten the Kyuubi's actions, nor his hatred for the beast. But, as he just said, the demon was now an academy student, and as a teacher, Iruka had to instruct him like any other, no matter how painful. Iruka quickly scanned the area, not noticing Naruto had slipped out during their conversation. Naruto walked through the streets nearest the academy. He had roughly an hour to steal food, evade the Chunin who would likely pursue him, eat, and return before his absence was noted. Simple enough, he thought, arriving at a dango shop. He cracked his neck and nonchalantly entered. Moments later, sounds of struggle, breaking dishes, and curses erupted. Seconds after, Naruto bolted from the dango shop, clutching 10 dango balls, pursued by the owner wielding a broom. Shortly after, 2 Chunin appeared, spoke briefly with the owner, and began chasing Naruto. He smirked, watching them try to catch up, and was about to speed up when disaster struck. His oversized shoes caused him to trip. Naruto fell face-first onto the road, skidding several feet, his stolen dango scattering. He scrambled up and resumed running, caring more for his well-being than the food, occasionally stumbling due to his shoes. He spotted Salvation and alleyway. He smirked, darted in, and was about 5 feet deep when he tripped again. Naruto tripped and landed face-first in a puddle. He tried to get up and escape, but a Chunin grabbed the back of his jacket, then his head, and slammed his face into a wall. Well, what do we have here? One Chunin said as the other caught up. Well, it would appear as though to be the street fox, my dear friend, the second Chunin replied, both grinning. Say, why don't you hand him over to me? I was always better at interrogation than you were anyway. The first Chunin nodded, tossing Naruto to the second, who caught him by the shoulders and slammed him, back first, into the other side of the alley, making Naruto gasp in pain. Hey, these are some nice clothes that you stole. Tell you what, Fox, we won't punish you too badly if you show us where the rest of the clothes you stole a few days back are. Both Chunin began laughing hysterically. Naruto hated these stupid Chunin, their arrogant attitudes. He gritted his teeth, then smiled at the Chunin. Go to hell, he spat in the Chunin's face. The Chunin glared, then a small smirk appeared. You know what, Uzumaki? I've had a rather bad day today. You haven't exactly brightened it up, the Chunin said, cracking his neck. So, allow me a moment or two to relieve some stress, and we'll call it even for your crime, and spitting in my face. Before the blonde thief could reply to this kind offer, the Chunin slammed his knee into Naruto's stomach, causing the boy to gasp for breath. After a few minutes of slapping Naruto around, the Chunin having vented some frustration on the street fox, Naruto was tossed onto the dirt, the 2 Chunin shrugging. Alright, that'll do for now. Later, street fox, don't try this kind of crap again, the 2 Chunin said, speeding off. Naruto coughed and wheezed, trying to regain his breath. He slowly pushed himself up, grunting as he got back on his feet, looking at a building's window for his reflection. Naruto saw his face was covered in bruises. The 2 Chunin had done quite a number on him. He was accustomed to this, considering it a risk of survival, get caught, get a small beating. Still, his day had been terrible, and he felt awful even before running into the Chunin. He closed his eyes, trying to hold back tears, then felt a warm sensation rush through his body. As it receded, he opened his eyes to find himself completely fine. He touched his face, confirming it was real. He stood, somewhat unsteadily, and began walking back to the academy, where he was safe, for now. Naruto arrived at the academy just as students were heading back inside. Iruka, standing at the doors, spotted him. Oh, there you are, Uzumaki, please hurry up, class is about to start again, Iruka said. Naruto only nodded, limping slightly as he went inside. Iruka noticed the limp but simply shrugged, assuming Naruto had either struggled on the swing or with other children. After the academy. Classes at the academy finally ended, much to the relief of the first-year students who were glad the boring day was over. They ran out and met their parents, who were curiously carrying umbrellas. Naruto walked out, his limp gone, and watched them. Most parents still glared at him but also wore amused smiles as their children recounted Naruto's inability to read. Naruto, for now, ignored the parents. Iruka had spoken to him after class, declaring he would not allow such ignorance into the army of Konoha, and would give him lessons on reading kanji after school. Naruto understood the big word at the start meant it was an insult, but he didn't care. As the parents left, Naruto stepped outside the academy fence and heard thunder. He looked up just as rain began pouring down. He watched parents open umbrellas, sheltering their children. Naruto lowered his head and started walking, his stomach growling loudly. His only deviation was quickly looting a melon from a stand, the vendor oblivious, busy protecting his precious melons with a cart roof. Naruto walked down the alleys to his hideout, which was soaking wet upon arrival. Starting a fire in the rain was out of the question, so he entered his tent and began eating the melon he'd been craving all day. Today had been one of his worst days in a long time, and this academy wasn't nearly as exciting as the old man had made it out to be. But Naruto knew he had to stick with it. If he ever wanted a life better than eating melon in the rain, he would have to be tough, strong, and never give up, no matter how bad things got. 5 months since last chapter. It was a cool, January night in Konoha. Citizens were out and about as usual when white, crystal objects began to fall from the sky. It was snowing, a very rare occurrence in Konoha. You see, Konoha is in the land of fire for a reason, it hardly ever snows. I could delve into a long discussion about Konoha being the farthest south of all the nations and having few large bodies of water that would allow frequent snowfall like in Kiri, but that would surely bore you. Anyway, it snowed throughout the entire night. By morning, all of Konoha was covered in a blanket of snow. People were out shoveling snow off the roads or trying to save their produce from the cold. Academy children, usually in class, were outside playing in the white stuff. Since snow was so rare, academy children were typically excused from classes to play, engaging in ninja games with snowballs instead of wooden kunao and shuriken. Children weren't the only ones enjoying this winter wonderland. Konoha's shinobi also savored the crystallized fluff. Some used snowballs to practice their accuracy, while others, specifically those in green spandex, built snowmen shaped like a certain silver-haired, cycloptic ninja and practiced taijutsu on them, practically melting them with their glorious, wintertime, flames of youth before even touching them. Other shinobi saw the snow as an excellent opportunity to practice water-style jutsu, but these two groups weren't the only ones who enjoyed the winter wonderland that appeared every few years. Citizens also loved the snowy weather. Many families made time to take their children out and teach them winter games like sledding, snowball fighting, and snowman building. Other civilians turned the weather into a money-making business, selling snow cones and homemade sleds for the occasion. Surprisingly, the snow also created a very romantic backdrop for people. While those from other countries might find spring and flowers more romantic, people from Konoha, accustomed to such scenery, found winter and snow beautiful. Many older couples enjoyed the winter wonderland in each other's arms, while younger ones ventured into the woods, and let's just say what they did was so hot it instantly melted the snow around them, almost causing the grass underneath to burst into flames. Even the Hokage, an old man who by all means should despise the snow due to arthritis pains, loved the white weather. He would take the day off from his office job to enjoy this rare occurrence. Yes, everyone in Konoha seemed to love the snow a lot, but Naruto Uzumaki, who lived in his hideout, did not. Why did he hate the snow? To be honest, nobody knew. Perhaps his ninja sandals were too big, or his hair would freeze over like a wig, but I think the most likely reason was that his hypothalamus gland was 3 sizes too small. Whatever the reason, his gland or his frozen wig, he sat in his hideout wrapped in a blanket, shivering as if he only wore a fig leaf. Hey, would you stop all that rhyming? Naruto suddenly shouted at the narrator. Oh, I'm sorry, the narrator said, clearing his throat. Now, on with the chapter. The narrator's voice slowly faded out of existence. The now 6-year-old Naruto sat in the middle of his hideout. Despite having a blanket around his shoulders and being by a campfire, he was shivering wildly. He sat there, shivering, and every so often he would sneeze. How he hated the snow, and how he hated the cold. The snow took away every advantage he had on clear, non-snowy days. He couldn't sneak around because nothing he had was white. He stuck out like a sore thumb everywhere. Also, all the animals were hidden in the snow, making hunting difficult. His easy source of water, for drinking and bathing, was frozen over or too cold to even get into. GGGG God, damn it. It's SSSSS so, cold. Naruto stuttered out from the cold as he sneezed and rubbed his nose, which was turning red. I hate the cold. Naruto said as he sneezed again. And I hate snow. Sneezing again, Naruto continued his rant. I can't go in and anywhere cause I'd be exposed. Naruto said as he sneezed once more. It's cold. Naruto shouted as he sneezed 3 times. I can be a barely hoo hunt, and when I do catch something, I can't cook it. Naruto shouted. We then see he was roasting a piece of rabbit meat. Well, roasted would be the word if the meat hadn't been completely frozen. So, I guess you could say he was thawing a piece of rabbit meat over a few embers. Every time he made a fire, the surrounding snow would melt, and the water would put the fire out. And, it's cold. Naruto shouted again as he sneezed 5 times. Can't bathe, cause the freaking river can't stay a river. And it's cold. Naruto shouted as he went on a sneezing spree. Naruto sat there for a second, his little rant warmed him up a little, but only for a short while. Naruto snorted a bit, mucus building in his nose again. He sneezed again and rubbed his nose as he tried to take a bite out of the frozen rabbit meat. Oh wow, Naruto said as he put the rabbit meat back over the fire. Naruto remembered this morning he had woken up to find the snow covering the entire ground. He hated snow, and today he was looking forward to going to the academy. For the past 5 months, Naruto had been reading, and reading, and reading. He hated it, hated it, hated it. He also had those lessons from Irika for the first 3 months. However, by the end of the 3rd month, he had mostly learned. It was so freaking boring, but he put up with it because he knew that was the only way to get the hell out of the hellhole called his hideout. But, so far, nothing had been as Sarutobi said it would be. Sarutobi said he would meet kids his age, but no one would talk to him. Either they thought he was weird, or their parents told them not to come near him, or maybe a combination of the two. Though he didn't really know the kids, he knew mostly about them. There was that one weird kid with the mutt that bit him, whom he shaved, who sat right next to him, that was Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru. There was a kind of chemistry between them that caused them to absolutely hate each other's guts. Naruto also thought that Mutt Akamaru was freaking annoying too. I mean, it was a little dog, and you know how annoying little dogs are when they bark. It's not a rough kind of bark, it's an ip kind of bark, the annoying kind. They absolutely hated each other, but when Naruto would study, Kiba would try to distract him, and it was also vice versa. Then there was the kid on the other side of him, the lazy one with the spiky ponytail, Shikamaru Nara. Naruto never really talked to him, and he never even talked to Naruto. So Naruto never really had any problems with him, and he didn't know a thing about him. Then there was this kid with spiky black hair who always wore glasses and a trench coat, Shino Abarame. They never really talked either, but Naruto knew he didn't like him. He didn't know how he could tell, but for some reason, whenever he got near him, he heard this buzzing sound, and when he would get really close, it would get louder and louder and louder. Something about that just told him stay away. Then there was the plump one, with all that food he always had. No, stop drooling. Anyway, his name was Chuji Akimichi, and he had these weird swirls on his cheeks. And, he eats, that's all Naruto knew. Then there were these two girls, one's blonde and the other has pink hair that she covers her forehead with. Why she covers it, I don't know. Anyway, that Ino girl is really popular, and the other one, well, I don't know too much about her, but she cries a lot, maybe someone died. Anyway, Naruto didn't talk to either one at all. Ino, because he couldn't even get close to her without being pushed around by her friends, and Sakura, well, he didn't know her. Then there's Hinata Hyuga, like a few others, Naruto didn't know a thing about her, except that she has those eyes. They're kind of cool, but weird too. Anyway, that brings me to the final one he knows, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto figured out that his brother is the one who chased him that one day. He smiles quite a bit, but he avoids Naruto. Remember, this is a while before the massacre. Anyway, he hasn't really talked to anyone, and there's no super cool ninja training. But Irika said that they would get a surprise today, and Naruto was a little anxious, but it snowed, and now he had to wait. And what's worse is that he walked all the way to the academy, in the snow, and then he had to walk all the way back to his hideout, in the snow, after he figured out that it was closed for the day, which only took him about an hour of standing out in the snow to figure out. Naruto sneezed some more and continued trying to warm up the meat. Naruto took another bite, and when he could finally bite through it, he began devouring the meat. The seal. Inside the complex sewers that was Naruto's mindscape, well, it was blue, and the water was frozen. We hear sneezes coming from somewhere in the sewer, loud and deep. As we travel through, we arrive at the seal, which has icicles hanging off of it. We check inside to see Kyuubi, the great nine-tailed fox, shaking like a leaf in the wind, with icicles hanging out of his nose. Achoo! The great Kyuubi sneezed as he used one of his tails to flick the icicles hanging out of his nose away. Gods be damned. This is supposed to be the land of fire, not the land of snowy winters. Achoo! Kyuubi shouted as he continued sneezing and shivering. I hate the cold, it freezes my fur. Kyuubi said as we saw that, indeed, his fur was frozen in place. I am supposed to be a biju of fire. I hate the cold. Achoo! Kyuubi sneezed again as he sat there, continuing to shake like there was no tomorrow. Naruto's hideout. Naruto sat in his hideout a good 5 minutes after finishing the partially cooked rabbit meat. Naruto sat there, just shivering, until he just got sick of sitting around and being cold. Damn it, I do enough sitting at the academy. I am going to exercise, at least it will warm me up. Naruto said as he ran to his stack of clothes and put on another jacket. He already had 2 on, might as well put on a 3rd one. There we go, now to go running. Naruto said out loud to himself as he began going at a jogging pace. Konoha Park. Sarutobi was enjoying this wondrous day. White snow covered the normally green trees and the bare roads of Konoha. Though the flowers were no longer in bloom, most of them not even alive anymore, the snow made for a wonderful background in normally green Konoha. He took a deep breath of the cool air and exhaled it, feeling the slight tingle from the cold air. Sarutobi took out his pipe and lit it up, and began walking again before he heard the sound of snow crunching behind him. He turned to look behind him and smiled to see Naruto running towards him. Sarutobi waved while smiling, and when Naruto saw him he did the same, only he kept on running, and he slipped on some ice that was on the park's path. Since he didn't exactly have his arms to balance him out, ow, Naruto shouted as he landed flat on his ass. Sarutobi chuckled a bit as Naruto slowly stood up, rubbing his sore, cold rear end. Sarutobi walked over to him, and they both smiled at each other. "Well, hello there, Naruto, decided to take a walk on this fine, snowy day?" Sarutobi said as Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. "Fine? What's so good about this white crap?" Naruto said as Sarutobi raised an eyebrow back at Naruto. "You couldn't possibly mean that, Naruto. I mean, this snow doesn't come very often, many people enjoy it." Sarutobi said as Naruto looked a bit shocked. "People actually enjoy this stuff?" Naruto said as Sarutobi chuckled. "Naruto, you can't honestly tell me that you've never played in the snow before." Sarutobi said as Naruto kind of stared at him. "You have played in the snow before, right?" Sarutobi said as Naruto just kept on staring at him with a "I don't have a clue what you're talking about" look. "You're being serious, aren't you?" Sarutobi said as Naruto nodded and Sarutobi kind of chuckled. "Well, come on then, it's my day off, I might as well teach you." Sarutobi said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Teach me what?" Naruto said as Sarutobi ruffled his hair. "To enjoy this kind of weather." Sarutobi said as Naruto almost began laughing at such a crazy idea. Him, enjoy the snow? Hell would probably freeze over before he began enjoying the snow. But Naruto decided to humor the old man and followed him. Naruto and Sarutobi walked out into the middle of the woods, and Sarutobi turned around to face Naruto, a smile upon his old, wrinkled face. Then suddenly, he pointed behind Naruto with widened eyes. "Hey look! It's a deer with a broken leg caught in the bushes." Sarutobi shouted as Naruto spun around, pulling out a kunai while drooling like crazy. "Where?" Naruto shouted as he looked around for the prey. Then suddenly, something unexpected happened. He got nailed in the back of his head with some slushy ball of crap, getting hit so hard that he fell to the ground. When Naruto stood back up, he felt the back of his head, brought some of the slushy crap into his hand, and looked at it. "Snow?" Naruto said as he turned around to see the aged Hokage giving him a wide grin, while tossing a ball of snow up and down in his hand. "And yet another falls to the allure of a meal," Sarutobi said jokingly as Naruto got back up and rubbed the back of his head. "What the hell was that, old man?" Naruto shouted as Sarutobi threw another ball of snow, only this time it hit him in his face. "What did I tell you about language, Naruto?" Sarutobi said as Naruto wiped the snow off his face. "And as for what I threw at you, it is called a snowball. You see, you make a snowball by bending down," Sarutobi said as he bent over. "Getting some snow," Sarutobi said as he picked up a large pile of snow. "Packing it together," Sarutobi said as he packed the snow, and Naruto watched, completely entranced by this snowball. "And then you," Sarutobi said as he threw yet another snowball at Naruto, and began laughing at his own antics. "You think you're so smart, old man?" Naruto shouted as he scooped up some snow, made it into a ball, and threw it at Sarutobi, who just leaned to the side to dodge it. "Sorry, Naruto, but you'll have to," Sarutobi began before he got nailed in the face by a snowball thrown by Naruto. Sarutobi blinked and saw that Naruto was cracking his neck and hands before. "Wearer." Naruto shouted as he began throwing snowball after snowball after snowball at Sarutobi. And Sarutobi was struck time and time again, but eventually, the flurry of snowballs became an entire freaking avalanche. Several snowballs were thrown at Sarutobi, so much so that he was eventually covered in snow, all except for his Hokage hat and pipe. Sarutobi looked on in shock at Naruto and his skills with snow. Also, Naruto had used so much snow that the area around him was completely bare. "Now what have you got to say to that, old man?" Naruto shouted as Sarutobi smirked underneath all of the snow. Sarutobi perked up his amazing ninja hearing and heard the sound of kids in the nearby section of the woods, and not just any kids. "What do I have to say to that, Naruto?" Sarutobi said as he shook off the snow and walked towards Naruto, who was smirking his little heart out. "Well, all I have to say is," he said as he suddenly picked Naruto up by the jacket with both hands, "have fun." Sarutobi said as he spun around 3 times and threw Naruto towards the area he had heard the, as he called it, Naruto Uzumaki Street Fox Fan Club. "Well, that's my good deed for the day," Sarutobi said as he took a deep drag of his pipe and then began walking again. Could be heard as Naruto flew through the sky. Meanwhile, in another clearing, children of the upper class were playing around in the snow. We see a younger Rock Lee running up to a younger Tenten, and was about to say something before. A blur screamed before. Crash! The blur landed headfirst into the snow, going so deep into it that only his legs stuck out. The children's sweat dropped at this and began to slowly walk towards the pair of legs that were sticking out of the ground. Lee and Tenten ended up being the ones chosen to pull whatever the hell it was out of the ground and see what it was. They each got a leg and began pulling, and eventually, they pulled Naruto out of the ground. Naruto shook around a few times to get the snow out of his hair before meeting the eyes of the kids who were looking at him with widened eyes and slack jaws. Hi, Naruto said as suddenly he found himself surrounded by every second year in the clearing. Oh my god, it's you, the street fox. One kid shouted as Naruto kind of backed up. Are you here to play with us? Another shouted before someone tapped his shoulder. Naruto turned around to see Tenten. Hey Naruto, remember me? Tenten asked as Naruto tapped his chin for a second. Oh yeah, you're the girl that I gave that signed kunao to, Naruto said as she shook her head up and down several times. By the way, what did you do with it? Naruto asked as Tenten got a thoughtful look on her face. I put it in a case so I could preserve it, Tenten thought as she smiled. Oh, just keeping it around, it's going to be worth a lot one day, Tenten said as Naruto smiled before he felt another person tap him on the shoulder. Naruto turned around this time and saw the big-eyebrowed, bug-eyed kid that had those flames in his eyes a few months ago. Hello, Street Fox, my name is Rock Lee. Lee almost shouted as Naruto stared at this kid's eyebrows. They look like caterpillars, Naruto thought as suddenly a snowflake fell onto one of Lee's eyebrows, causing it to move around a bit as Naruto kept on staring with even wider eyes. Maybe they are caterpillars, Naruto thought as Lee continued speaking. And I would like to ask you something, Lee said as Naruto raised his eyebrow. Okay, shoot, Naruto said as Lee nodded. A year ago, during a practice session, I, as well as everyone else, discovered that I am unable to use either ninjutsu or genjutsu. You know what those are, correct? Lee asked as Naruto nodded. Irika had taught everyone a little bit about ninjutsu and genjutsu. They haven't taught them a thing about how to use them, but he knew what they were. Anyway, I was wondering, do you think I have the ability to become an excellent ninja with just taijutsu? Lee said as everyone began chuckling around him. Sure, Naruto said as everyone stopped chuckling and looked at Naruto. I mean, I know no ninjutsu or genjutsu, and look at me. If you get fast enough and strong enough, you may be able to become a ninja, I'm sure, Naruto said as everyone's eyes went wide and they all stared at Naruto. What? Naruto asked as Lee suddenly started crying. Thank you for your words of encouragement, Street Fox. I promise that I will become an excellent ninja, Lee shouted as he began doing kicks into the air. I will train my hardest. First I will start by running 5 laps around the academy without stopping, and if I cannot do that I will do 100 push-ups, and if I cannot do that, Lee ranted on as everyone just stared at him with a growing sweat drop on the back of their heads. Hope he doesn't make a habit out of this, they all thought as Lee suddenly stopped his rants and turned to Tenten. Hey, Niji, what's taking you so long? Lee yelled, as the figure Naruto assumed was Niji shot him an annoyed glance. As Niji and a girl approached, Niji straightened up while the girl took deep breaths. Who's she, Niji? Lee asked, prompting a sigh from Niji. This is my cousin, Hinata-sama. It's my duty to bring her along, Niji explained. The girl stopped her deep breaths and looked up. Naruto immediately recognized the girl as Hinata from his class. She wore a light purple, heavy snow jacket, snow pants, and mittens. Her attire sharply contrasted with Niji's, who sported a worn, faded snow jacket, torn snow pants, and old, ratty mittens. Naruto observed them both before speaking. Hey, I know you, you're in my class, aren't you? He asked. The girl simply nodded. Who's this kid? Niji asked bluntly, while Tenten and Lee smirked. That's right, you were sick the first day of the academy, weren't you, Niji? Tenten asked cheekily. Niji nodded, and her and Lee's smirks widened. Well, Niji, this is, Lee began, leaning in to whisper in Niji's ear. Niji nodded a few times as Lee spoke, then his eyes widened, and he backed away, staring at Lee. You mean he's, Niji exclaimed, and Lee nodded. But he's just, Niji continued as Tenten also nodded. Niji then stared at Naruto, making Naruto slightly uncomfortable, before bowing deeply. Hello, Street Fox-sama, my name is Niji Hyuga. It is nice to finally meet a. Niji looked up at Naruto. Kid such as yourself. Naruto stared wide-eyed for a moment before smirking and rubbing the back of his head. Hey, nice to meet you too, and please, call me Naruto, Naruto said. Niji nodded, and Lee tensed up again. So, shall we begin? Lee shouted, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Start what? Naruto asked as everyone looked at him. Oh yeah, we planned a snowball fight this morning. Would you like to join us, STR? Naruto-san, Lee exclaimed, as everyone eagerly urged him to join. Naruto smirked, scratching the back of his head. Well, I don't know, Naruto said cheekily. Everyone groaned, even Niji sighed a bit, and Hinata just stared. Naruto smiled a foxy grin. Alright, but only because you all asked so nicely. Lots of kids cheered, and they all tensed up. Alright then, everyone. Tenten began, looking around, and everyone nodded. Hide! Tenten yelled. She, Lee, and most of the other kids ran into the forest, while Niji grabbed Hinata's hand and darted into the trees. Naruto simply stood in the middle of the clearing, watching, as he cracked his knuckles and smirked. "This is gonna be fun," Naruto shouted, cracking his neck, remaining in the center of the clearing. The forest. Lee smirked as he watched Naruto hold his ground. "Naruto-san, your bravery is admirable, but I'm afraid that it will be your downfall," Lee shouted. He suddenly heard footsteps behind him and quickly turned to see Tenten, without any snowballs. "Tenten, why aren't you armed to attack me, and how did you find me?" Lee asked. Tenten sighed and shrugged. "Well, first off, Lee, I could hear your rant from about a mile away, and as for why I'm not armed," Tenten trailed off, and Lee raised an eyebrow. "Because I told her not to arm herself yet," Lee heard from his right. He looked to see Niji and Hinata approaching him. "We're planning on waiting for the others to attack Street Fox together. They stand a better chance of taking him down together, rather than separately," Niji said as Tenten nodded. "However, we'll wait behind so we can get our own piece of him, should they fail." Tenten nodded again. "Really? Cool," Lee exclaimed, making Tenten and Niji sigh. "I mean, with the stories we've been told, I think this would be the best plan of action, eh?" Lee said as Hinata tugged on Niji's robe. "What is it, Hinata-sama?" Niji asked. Hinata backed up a bit, trying to squeak out an answer. After repeated failed attempts, Niji sighed and continued to stare at her. "What is it, Hinata-sama?" Niji asked, annoyance clear in his voice. Hinata's eyes widened before she looked at Niji again. Who is this, Street Fox?" Hinata asked. Lee and Tenten gasped loudly, staring at Niji. "Niji, you haven't told her about Street Fox," Tenten shouted, and Niji winced. "Well, my cousin and I don't really ever talk too much," Niji said, and Hinata nodded along with him. Lee straightened up and turned his head away from Niji. "Niji, I am ashamed of you. As a member of our class, and our unofficial club, your rights as a member depended on you telling one person about the Street Fox," Lee declared, as Tenten nodded and Niji sighed. "Well, let's tell her now then," Niji said. They nodded and all turned to Hinata, who shrank under their gaze. "You see, Hinata-sama, that boy there is a person in the village commonly referred to as the Street Fox," Niji explained, and Hinata nodded. "We all first heard of him during a day at the academy. One of our teachers came into class, covered in a bit of dirt, and looking a bit depressed." Niji started, as Tenten nodded and jumped in front of him. "Yeah, and when our other teacher asked him what happened, he only said one thing," Tenten said, pausing for dramatic effect. She then bent down towards Hinata and whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "Street Fox." She then backed up and continued, "Anyway, after that, we asked who this Street Fox person is." Lee then jumped in front of her to continue. "At first, no one would tell us, but then when we found people who would, what we learned," Lee said as Tenten joined him, "was very, Tenten said as Niji got next to her. "Incredible," Niji said, surprising Hinata slightly with his minor enthusiasm. Lee then jumped forward, startling Hinata a bit. "The Street Fox is, in fact, the most skilled of all thieves in Konoha," Lee shouted, then backed up and placed a hand on his chin. "Now, I know what you're thinking, but aren't thieves bad? Well, that would be true, if we were talking about any other thief. He is an honorable thief, only stealing during the day when people can see him, and never harming an innocent person. He is also a master of the steal and the chase," Lee shouted as Tenten pushed him out of the way. "Rumor has it that the Street Fox has stolen from various food, clothing, and ninja supply stores, almost every single time getting away," Tenten said, as Hinata began listening intently. "But every time he was caught, he would always somehow survive his encounters and come back the next day. It's even said that he has gotten away from both high-level Chunin and low-level Jonin," Tenten said as Niji then calmly walked in front of her. "Rumor also has it that the Street Fox has the ability to jump off the sides of buildings, disappearing in an instant, not leaving a trace of himself behind, and yet showing up a few hours later without a single scratch on him," Niji said as Hinata's eyes widened. Niji continued, "Another one of his nicknames is also Shadow Fox, for it has been rumored that he has the ability to slip in and out of the shadows of Konoha, without even being noticed," Niji said as Hinata became enthralled with the story. "But whatever you call him, Street Fox," Niji said as Lee stood beside him. "Shadow Fox," Lee said as Tenten jumped beside him. "Or even a dirty thief," Tenten said as they all brought their fists up. "One thing's for sure," they all said at once, "that the Street Fox is." They all began turning around. "Naruto Uzumaki!" They all shouted, pointing at Naruto, who was still in the middle of the field, waiting for someone to start throwing snowballs. At this point, Tenten had stars in her eyes, while Lee had flames in his, and Niji was just smirking. Hinata was starstruck. She couldn't believe these stories, someone her own age with such an amazing reputation among the older kids, especially Niji, who wasn't all that impressed by anything at all. But Hinata just couldn't be convinced. "Nene Niji-san," Hinata stammered, as Niji, Lee, and Tenten looked at her. Oh, how can someone Lee like him be this amazing person? Hinata asked. All three of them looked at her with surprised, or in Niji's case, slightly surprised looks. Then Tenten just smirked as she put her hand on her chin and gave her an "oh, you don't know look." Well, Hinata-san, if you don't believe us, just watch. The first step of the plan was to send out a scout to check out how good he is, Tenten said as Niji nodded and Lee just shook his head up and down. That's a good idea indeed, you too, Lee shouted as they all walked towards the edge, Hinata walking with them. Back with Naruto, he was sitting there, still very impatient to get this fight started. He would have thought it would have been more exciting with people close to his own age rather than the old man, but this was boring, very, very boring. Naruto just began yawning as he suddenly heard someone come from behind him. He looked back to see some kid rushing him, a snowball in his hand. The kid threw the snowball at Naruto, and Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw a stone hurtling at him. Naruto's eyes narrowed for a moment before the snowball came very, very close. Naruto caught the snowball in his right hand, did a quick spin, and then chucked it back at the kid who threw it, hitting him in the face and knocking him flat onto the ground. Naruto smirked, those years of dodging and catching stuff mid-air were coming in handy. Niji, Tenten, Lee, and Hinata stared at what had just happened. First, Naruto, the street fox, just grabbed something out of mid-air and then sent it hurtling back to the kid who threw it. The kid was currently crawling out of the area, having been hit and effectively knocked out of their game. Then Lee just smirked at Hinata in a told you kind of way. Naruto just cracked his neck as he picked up two snowballs, putting one in each hand. He smirked, then threw both snowballs into separate trees. A few seconds later, two kids fell out of the trees onto the ground. Come on, do you think you could hide from me? I've hunted moose that made less noise than you two did. Naruto shouted boastfully, smiling his great big fox smile. Naruto had to say, it felt good being able to boast about something without getting his ass kicked. He liked it a lot. Come on, I can take all of you losers on, Naruto shouted, thrusting his fist into the air and smiling a huge fox smile. Then, all of the kids, with the exception of Niji, Lee, Tenten, and Hinata, jumped out of their hiding spots, holding snowballs in their hands. Oh damn, Naruto muttered aloud as he sweat dropped. The kids threw tons of snowballs at Naruto, coming from all angles. Naruto looked around for a hole in their defenses, and when he didn't find one, he decided to make one. Naruto quickly dived into the ground and began tunneling under the snow. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the spot where Naruto dived down into the snow. All of them thinking, is the snow really that deep? But then they began thinking, well, he was kinda short. Then all of a sudden, one of the kids was dragged down under the snow. Everyone panicked for a moment, and everyone decided that maybe staying on the ground wasn't exactly safe, so they all climbed up into the trees. When they all got up there, everything was silent for a moment. Well, that was before they heard muffled shouts and looked in the direction from which they came. They saw that the street fox had gotten behind one of them while they were in the trees, and now he was falling backwards out of the tree. He and the kid he caught fell into the snow, leaving no trace besides the entrance he created. Meanwhile, Naruto crawled out of the snow about 20 yards away, smirking as he pulled the kid out along with him. Naruto was excited. He was really freaking these kids out with his tricks, he thought. Naruto had not had so much fun in his entire life, and this was useful. He was learning tricks that he could have never thought up of if he just stayed huddled up in his hideout, and he was scaring these kids shitless with his cunning tricks. Now how to knock the rest of the kids out of the game? He already pulled two of his last-minute tricks, maybe he could come up with another one? Naruto snickered as he thought up his next trick, and he dug under the snow again. Meanwhile, the kids were in the trees, now even more alert than ever. If the street fox was able to climb a tree without any of them noticing, who knew what else he could do? Then they all noticed a little tunnel trail forming, obviously Naruto digging under the ground. One kid jumped out of the tree, smirking a ton, and then shoved his hand into the snow, grabbed a handful of something, and then pulled a street fox out of the snow. Naruto struggled to escape the kid's grip, but the kid had a pretty solid hold on him. Well, I gotcha, street fox, he shouted as he leaned forward. So, how are you going to get out of this one, street fox? He said as Naruto began smirking at him. Well, I'm going to get out of this because you forgot a very simple lesson, Naruto said as he began making gagging sounds. Nair, he said as the gagging sounds got louder. Ty, he said as the guy could have sworn he saw something in the back of his throat. To cachs read ox. Naruto gagged/shouted as he spewed slush all over the other kid's face, causing him to drop Naruto. As soon as Naruto touched the ground, he quickly made a snowball and then threw it into the kid's face, adding insult to injury. The kid got up, muttered something about sneaky foxes, and then left the clearing to join the other losers. Naruto smirked, as suddenly all the kids jumped out again, all of them armed with individual snowballs. Naruto's sweat dropped but kept that familiar smirk on his face. They all began throwing their snowballs, one at a time, and Naruto began working that street fox magic of his. Naruto caught each snowball as it came to him and chucked it at a different victim each time. He kept doing this until all of the kids throwing snowballs were knocked onto their backs. Naruto looked at his moaning victims as they squirmed on the ground. He smiled a large smile as he counted each one, until he discovered a small problem. For we're missing Neji, Lee, Tenten, and that Hinata girl. This fight was not over yet, he had 4 more victims. Meanwhile, Neji, Tenten, Lee, and Hinata looked on in wonder at Naruto, mystified by his ability. It was more amazing than any rumor they had heard before. Lee just steadied his breath as he picked up a snowball. "Lee, what are you doing?" Tenten said as Lee just looked at her. "If anyone's going to do this, it's going to be me," Lee said as he began running into the clearing, screaming a battle cry. Naruto looked at him with a smirk as he charged at him. "Take this, street fox," Lee shouted as he launched a snowball towards Naruto. Naruto leapt back before the snowball hit him and then bent down. "Overpowered," Naruto shouted as he began hurling multiple snowballs at Lee. Lee was hit with snowball after snowball until the shower of snowballs became a hurricane of snowballs. Eventually, the hurricane of snowballs died down, and we saw Lee covered in snow, with only his 2 large eyebrows sticking out of the snow. Naruto smirked as he picked up another snowball and started throwing it up and down in the air. 1 down, 3 to go, Naruto breathed out as he continued tossing the snowball up and down. Now Tenten, Neji, and Hinata remained, all of them staring at Naruto. Tenten then picked up a large amount of snowballs and loaded them up into her arms, with Neji's help, of course. "Alright, I'm going in," Tenten said as Neji nodded. Tenten began heading towards what they assumed to be, northern edge of the clearing. As she reached it, she took a deep breath and then ran out into the clearing. "Street fox," Tenten shouted as Naruto looked at her, and then sweat dropped at the large amount of snowballs she had on her. "You're mine," she shouted as she jumped high into the air, though in reality it would have only been about 10, maybe 15, feet into the air. As she reached the height of her jump, she began throwing all of the snowballs at a very high rate of fire. They all came towards Naruto, so many of them coming so very fast, and in so many different directions. Naruto at first considered diving back into the snow in front of him, but Tenten had sent a lot of snowballs that way, he wouldn't be able to escape that way. So, if you cannot go forward, fall back. Naruto dropped the snowball he was carrying, crossed his arms, and fell back into the snow. As the snowballs hit the street fox-less snow, Tenten came back down to earth and then created another snowball and ran over to the hole Naruto created, but found he wasn't there. As she landed, she raised an eyebrow. "Wow, he sure can move fast," Tenten said as she heard something behind her. She turned quickly to see Naruto jumping out of the snow. She threw her snowball at him, and he threw his new one at her, but she noticed something. His snowball was a lot bigger than hers. Hers was about the size of a boulder, about 6 inches in diameter, his was about twice as big. As their snowballs collided, his ran hers over, literally, and then rushed into her face, knocking her back on the ground. Tenten lay there for a second before she began giggling. Naruto looked at her oddly before she spoke to him. "I was just hit by a snowball made by the street fox," she shouted as Naruto face-planted into the ground. "Yes, I know," Naruto heard from behind him as he saw Lee emerging from the snow that covered him. "Who would have thought it, right, Tenten?" Lee asked as Tenten nodded, and Naruto sweat dropped. "Well, good luck with Neji, street fox," Lee shouted as he and Tenten rushed towards the losers part of the clearing. Naruto was truly confused at this point, he hated getting nailed in the head with one of the old man's snowballs, older kids, strange. Neji sighed as he straightened up and looked at Hinata. "Hinata-sama, I want you to stay here, okay?" Neji said as Hinata nodded, she herself staring intently at Naruto, awed by his abilities. Neji nodded as well before moving to the, supposedly, southern side of the clearing. He stood there, leaning against the tree, keeping Naruto, or Hinata, from seeing him. Neji then flashed through a few seals, ones that he shouldn't know. He then took a deep breath and then opened his eyes, strange veins appearing on the sides of his eyes. "Byakugan," he said silently as he began looking around. He saw through the trees and looked at Naruto, getting the exact distance, angle, and direction Naruto was in. Naruto was facing the opposite direction of him, about 10 yards away, and about 15 degrees to the right of the tree Neji was behind. He could measure this because of his blind spot. Neji bent down, got his snowball ready, keeping his Byakugan on Naruto, before standing back up. He kept his Byakugan on as he jumped from behind the tree, only deactivating it as he touched the ground. "Street fox," Neji shouted as Naruto turned, only to see a snowball coming right at him. Naruto knew a few things, he couldn't dodge it, it was coming too fast. He couldn't block it, he would get knocked out of the game. So, there was only one thing to do. Naruto pulled a kunai from his jacket pocket. After all, when you're street fox, never leave home without it, and chucked it into the snowball, cutting it, not cleanly, in half. Neji's eyes widened as he saw the kunai land in the snow in front of him and watched as Naruto plucked the 2 halves of the snowball in the air and chucked them back at Neji. A year after the epic snowball fight between Naruto and his Street Fox fan club, the streets of Konoha buzzed with talk of the Street Fox's escalating thievery and increasingly impressive escapes. He seemed to be getting faster, though not quite fast enough to outrun the best Chunin or low-ranked Jonin. The other reason for his growing success was unfolding right on the streets of Konoha. At the local butcher shop, a common target for the Street Fox, a little girl, no older than 4, with shoulder-length blonde hair, shuffled in. Dressed in rags and wrapped in a blanket, she was openly weeping. Customers, managers, and employees alike approached her. The manager knelt to her level. "Now, little girl, why are you crying?" he asked gently. She sniffled, tears streaming down her face. My mommy and daddy left me, she sobbed, and many customers began to tear up. "Tth they said that tth they didn't want me," she cried, prompting open tears from several women in the shop. Then why don't you go to the orphanage, little girl?" the manager stammered, his eyes welling up. "Tth they said that they couldn't take care of me, they said that they couldn't support my any needs. So they left me out in the rain," she wailed, her words punctuated by sniffles, as both men and women in the shop openly wept. The little girl removed her blanket and spread it out. Wow, would you please give me some food? I'm so hungry," she pleaded, her voice thick with tears. The manager wiped his own eyes. "I'm sorry, little girl. I can't give out free food," he said, and she began to cry again. Suddenly, a customer dropped a piece of meat into her blanket. "Then we'll pay for it," the customer declared, and many others, their eyes red with tears, readily agreed. One by one, customers placed pieces of meat into the girl's blanket. With each addition, her eyes glowed faintly. When the blanket was full, she tied it up, slung it over her shoulder, and offered a soft, tear-filled smile to her benefactors, their tears flowing anew. Thank you, everyone," she said, beginning to walk out. Thank you for your kindness." She exited the butcher shop and entered an alleyway, her soft smile unwavering. What kind people, what generous people, what nice people, what? She glanced over her shoulder to gauge the distance to the street. Once out of sight, her small smile twisted into a familiar foxy grin. "What saps?" she yelled as a cloud of smoke enveloped her. As the smoke cleared, a familiar blonde, cunning, and sneaky ninja in training stood there, his foxy grin firmly in place. Naruto's attire was the same as a year ago, though he had grown into it slightly, it was still baggy. His blonde hair was a bit longer and wild, but Naruto felt it only enhanced his street fox image. The blanket, now a full burlap sack, was slung over his shoulder. Naruto chuckled as he navigated the alleys. Ever since mastering the transformation jutsu, stealing had become easier than ever. In fact, it all started the day after the snowball fight. He could tell you about it, but it's better to show you. Flashback. Naruto sat in his usual spot in class. Today, his teachers were running late, so he and his classmates sat, some chatting amongst themselves. Several minutes passed before Irika and Mizuki arrived, smirks plastered on their faces. They took roll, and once finished, looked up at the class. "Good morning, class," they said, still smirking. "Good morning, Irika-sensei, Mizuki-sensei," the entire class replied in unison, albeit with varying tones. "All right then, class, we want you to get your books out," Irika instructed, and the class groaned, complying. "And now we want you to throw them into the center of the room," Mizuki added, prompting surprised stares. "Go ahead, do it," he urged with excitement, and most of the class began tossing their books into the center, some enjoying it more than others. "Now, do you all know why we had you do this?" Mizuki asked, and the entire class shook their heads no. "Because the reading and writing parts of the class are, mostly, over," Irika explained, and the class looked at him in shock. "From now on, most of what we're going to be doing will be practical, hands-on learning," Irika shouted, causing many children to jump up in celebration. "Now then, for a couple of days, we're going to go over your first seal," Irika announced, making many of the kids, except for a few clan children, gasp. "Now then, let's begin studying the ram seal," Irika said, drawing a picture of the ram seal on the board. "You see, class, the ram seal is the primary seal in many jutsu. It activates the chakra located in the sea of chakra," Irika explained, noting many kids watching intently. "Which, if you've been keeping up with your studies, you'd know is located at the stomach, though the Akimika Sea would probably be an ocean," Irika chuckled, as did others. Chuji, however, began to shake and looked up. "We're not fat," Chuji shouted, drawing weirded-out looks. "We're chubby," he yelled, punching his fist into the air. "Are you done, Akimika-san?" Mizuki asked, and Chuji slumped into his desk, mumbling something about chubby people. "Anyway," Irika continued, regaining everyone's attention. "Like I said, the ram seal stimulates the chakra in the sea of chakra, allowing the user, given enough chakra control, to use it in any part of the body, or in any jutsu. In fact, every jutsu we'll be teaching you over the next few years will involve the ram seal," Irika explained, and everyone nodded. Now then, we're going to be going over this for a couple of days before we actually try the seal, so let's get to work, Irika said, and much of the class groaned, realizing the stupid reading and writing weren't completely over yet. A couple boring days later. 2 days later, the first thing the kids did after roll call was head to the academy's training field, where trees with targets and rings dotted the area. Irika and Mizuki stood before the group, smirking. Alright, now class, we're going to see if these past 2 days have been fruitful for you all, Irika said as Mizuki nodded. We're going to call you up, one by one, and see if you can get to your chakra. Mizuki added, nodding again. Not only that, but if you can summon your chakra, I'll be measuring it, Mizuki said, causing many kids to bounce with excitement. Alright then. Shino Abarame, please step forth. Shino came forward. The rest of the class followed in alphabetical order. All the clan children successfully drew out their chakra, with major figures like Suzuki Uchiha and Hinata Hayaga taking only a few seconds, while Shino Abarame, Shikamaru Nara, and Chuji Akimichi took about half a minute. Other clan and house members, like Kiba Inyazuka and Sakura Harano, took a few minutes to release their chakra, as chakra training wasn't a priority for their clans. Ino Yamanaka hadn't gone yet but was expected to do well. But right now, it was the street fox's turn. Naruto Uzumaki, Irika said dryly as Naruto stepped forward, a nervous look on his face. Please make the ram seal and get your chakra out, Irika instructed, again in a dry tone. Naruto nodded, formed the ram seal, and began focusing on his stomach. He stood there, unmoving, for 10 whole minutes. He could hear many kids snickering behind his back, and his teachers doing the same in front of him. After another 5 minutes, Irika stepped forward, an amused look on his face. Alright, Uzumaki, you can stop now, don't worry about it, Irika said as Mizuki grasped his shoulder. What is it, Mizuki-sensei? Irika asked, and Mizuki simply pointed to the ground Naruto was standing on. Irika looked, and his eyes widened at what he saw. Small circles of dust swirled around Naruto's feet, and rocks bounced on the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth and tensed his body, focusing even harder on his stomach, and then it happened. Wisps of blue chakra, larger than any other child's, began to surround and encircle Naruto, kicking up dust into the eyes of some others. Naruto eventually opened his eyes, looking on with great excitement at the chakra encircling him. Mizuki and Irika stood off to the side, staring at the chakra wisps. Mizuki, what's his chakra level? Irika asked as Mizuki swallowed hard. It's at least mid-shinin, he said, and Irika simply stared at Naruto. Oh, Irika said, feeling as if he might faint. Flashback end. Since then, Naruto had been doing laps at the academy, practicing his throwing weapons, and learning more about chakra. One might wonder, why doesn't Naruto do this all the time? Well, despite the crimes Naruto could get away with using the transformation jutsu, he still enjoyed the thrill of the chase. So, every now and again, Naruto wouldn't use the transformation jutsu, simply outmaneuvering his would-be catchers like in the old days. After all, he needed his exercise. It was Saturday, and the academy was closed. However, kids could use the facilities for practice. Naruto chose not to, for 2 obvious reasons. First, he had better things to do, like getting food and water. Second, they would keep him from getting within 20 feet of it. I guess they're already embarrassed enough by me. They don't need me getting any better, Naruto thought, a boastful smirk spreading across his face. Naruto finally arrived at his hideout, which hadn't changed much over the years. The only noticeable additions were a rotting pile of meat in one corner, where rats picked at it. Too bad, that pile went bad already. Oh well, Naruto mumbled as he walked to a clean corner and placed his newly acquired meat there. He also set up mouse traps, stolen from a store, around the meat, planning to let the rats eat it once it went bad. I guess I'll eat some beef, with chicken, and fish, Naruto said, pointing to each item, the beef from his recent haul, chicken roasting over the fire, a callback to Fox in the hen house, and fish he still needed to clean and gut. Naruto walked over to his tent, where piles of shuriken, kunao, and nin wire lay. He picked up a sharp kunao and approached the fish. You see, ever since Naruto first bought from Tenten, he'd been a regular customer. The weapons weren't cheap, though. To acquire some, he'd have to tell Tenten a tale of one of his most recent robberies, hunts, or chases. Alright, maybe they were cheap, but Naruto wasn't complaining. And whenever Tenten's dad came home, he never seemed to notice, according to Tenten. Tenten also said things in her class were going well, that everyone loved his stories, and couldn't wait for snow to come so they could have another go at him. Naruto chuckled whenever Tenten told him that, vowing that if he ever got hit by a snowball again, hell would freeze over, he'd make sure of it. But anyway, that wasn't what was on Naruto's mind. What was on his mind was yesterday at the academy. It was one of the worst days Naruto had had in a few days. First, he was late, damn his appetite, then there was taijutsu practice. This was bad for Naruto because he had no formal taijutsu training. So basically, whoever he fought would kick his ass, if only he were allowed to use kunao. But anyway, that's beside the point. Today, his partner was Sasuke Uchiha, and once again, no matter how hard Naruto tried to punch him, Sasuke would just use something he called his clan taijutsu and beat him. And of course, Naruto got laughed at for being beaten. So yeah, he was pretty pissed off today. But Naruto wasn't one to just sit still. Oh no, he was going to do something about this. He was going to kick Sasuke's ass next time. But then again, why wait? Naruto looked up at the sky. It was getting late, and Sasuke would be heading back to his clan's place soon. Naruto smirked as he got up and started running through the alleys leading to the Uchiha district. By the time Naruto navigated his way around the clan district, it was very late. It had been a long time since Naruto went down that path with Itachi, so the details of how to get around were sketchy, and he got lost a few times. Naruto began walking and was only 3 steps into the clan district when he smelled something so familiar to him by now that he could pick it out of anything, something he himself was saturated with due to beating upon beating. Blood, and lots of it. Naruto glanced around before pulling a kunai from one of his pockets. He pressed against a wall and began sneaking around, an instinct that kicked in whenever he felt something was wrong. Naruto kept sneaking until he saw a figure, running somewhat wearily from a house. Naruto moved away from the wall and quickly began following the figure. He followed for about 5 blocks, trying his best not to be noticed, until the figure ran into an alley. Naruto followed, surprised to see the figure slumped against the wall, taking deep breaths. Damn it, it takes so much chakra to use it. I would have never believed it unless I tried it for myself. The figure muttered as Naruto approached. But what Naruto didn't notice was the can he was about to step on. Crunch! The crushed can echoed as the figure instantly turned to face Naruto, and the face was not what Naruto expected. It was Itachi Uchiha, the guy who caught him a year ago, and he was covered in blood. "You," he said, still breathing heavily, his eyes narrowing. Naruto glared back, pulling out a second kunai. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto demanded, and Itachi let out a slightly amused chuckle. "I could very well ask you the same thing, raising a weapon to me," he said as Naruto snarled. "But, to answer your question, just look around you, all this was my doing," Itachi murmured, Naruto's eyes flashing wide as he surveyed the immediate area, seeing corpses, sliced open and bleeding profusely. "What? Are you crazy or something?" Naruto shouted as Itachi looked at him with Sharingan eyes that appeared to be fading fast. "I was simply testing myself. I wanted to see what I could really do," Itachi said, looking at Naruto with a calm expression, a look betrayed by his eyes, which showed only pure insanity. "I wonder, though, given what you are, if you could provide me with a better test," Itachi said, putting his sword back into its sheath. Naruto looked at Itachi with a feigned look of courage, but inside, he was beginning to panic. But he wouldn't let this crazy prick know it. "Heh, what makes you think you can do much better against me than last time, boxer boy?" Naruto scoffed, his voice only quivering slightly. Itachi grimaced, not wishing to recall that memory. But the grimace vanished, replaced by his normal calm look. "Last time, I was on orders," Itachi said, pulling a small pill from his pouch. "This time, it doesn't matter." Itachi popped the pill into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed. Suddenly, Itachi's body seemed to expand slightly, and his fading Sharingan flared to full power. Itachi closed his eyes, then smirked. "Now get ready, Street Fox, be ready for the power of the..." Itachi said, his eyes snapping open, revealing a shuriken-like spiral within. "Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi," Itachi shouted, and suddenly Naruto felt like he was leaving his body. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Naruto was still in the clan district, but in the next, he was strapped to a cross in some sort of red place, with red everywhere. Then, all of a sudden, Itachi appeared in front of him, his sword drawn and ready to strike. "For the next 72 hours, I will be stabbing you in the liver. I hope you're ready for this, Street Fox," Itachi said, and Naruto closed his eyes, too afraid to see what would happen. But when the pain never came, he saw that Itachi was just standing there, fear in his eyes, looking at something behind Naruto. Naruto, unaware, simply assumed Itachi was afraid of him. "Oh, look at this, are you afraid of me? Well, you should be. I'd mop the floor with you if I wasn't strapped to this freaking cross thing." Naruto continued to talk, though Itachi wasn't paying attention. Itachi's attention was on the chakra leaking into the dimension. It was an orangish red, its color was what kept him from noticing it sooner. Eventually, the chakra began to take shape, forming into a giant gate. Then, the chakra solidified, becoming the massive gate it was shaped after. The gate had 8 bars, and in the middle of all the bars was a piece of paper with the kanji 4 seal on it. But that wasn't what was causing Itachi so much distress. What caused him distress were the giant pair of red eyes staring at him, and a giant, toothy smile that was being licked by a tongue. Suddenly, a rope of chakra shot out of the cage, wrapped around Itachi's leg, pulling him to the ground and then past the cross Naruto was stuck to, much to Naruto's chagrin. "Oh come on, you dragged me here and now you're just going to run away." You're a wuss, Naruto shouted as Itake tried to dig his hands into something, and when he couldn't, he was dragged all the way into the cage, and was let go. Itake, however, didn't hesitate. He made a mad dash for the gate's opening, only to be stomped on by a giant, hand-like claw. Itake screamed as he felt most of the bones in his body crush, and then screamed as he felt himself picked up by the claw. He was lifted until he was face to snout with the Kyuubi. You Uchiha truly are an impudent lot, did you, a sprite in comparison, truly think you could wander into this plane of existence, drag my feeble host's mind here, and then proceed to destroy it? The Kyuubi said, the nine-tailed fox darkly chuckling. Hate to inform you, but if anyone is destroying this brat's mind, it's me, the fox said in a truly venomous tone, before licking its chops. Though, I must say, 6 years without a single interaction with another thing, it's made me hungry, for more than just company, the fox said as Itake's eyes widened greatly with fear, the Uchiha already bringing his hands together, trying to refocus his chakra despite the pain. And now, be honored, as you will serve as my first meal in years. The great demon fox roared as its jaws flew open, the demon fox merely tossing Itake's body towards its gullet. Dispel, Itake shouted all the way into the Kyuubi's jaws, which clamped shut in the next moment. Real world. Naruto and Itake snapped back into the real world in the next instant. Naruto fell onto his butt, thanks to the, well, weird ride was all he could call it. Itake stumbled backward, fell onto his knees, and threw up blood and digested food all over the ground. Itake looked up at Naruto and glared at him with his normal eyes, his Sharingan deactivating due to the stress of the situation. Itake shakily stood up on one leg, keeping his glare on Naruto. I swear, I will get you for this insult one day, Itake said, using the remaining chakra from the pill he took, and ran off. Naruto looked around, sensing ninja approaching the district in the distance. Could they blame me for all of this? Naruto wondered aloud. They hate me, I'm technically a criminal, I have a reputation, they hate me, there's a pile of throw up and blood next to me, they hate me. Naruto began to sweat. I'm getting the hell out of here, Naruto shouted as he ran down the alley he was in, escaping for the night. Oh, make one. Naruto spent 15 minutes trying to gather his chakra, and Iruka just looked at Naruto with an amused expression. Come on, I haven't got all day. I want to see what the great street fox is made of, Iruka taunted, and Naruto cracked his eyes open. You want me? You got me, Naruto shouted, tensing up as an aura of chakra began to engulf him. That's true, Shibi began, but I must disagree, Sam-san. His statement shocked everyone present. As Shikaka said, the boy is a child with limited ninja training. Even if he could access the fox's power, I doubt he'd know how to commit such heinous acts. Sarutobi nodded in agreement with Shibi. Also, the Umbu only sensed a small amount of chakra for a moment. If he truly committed the crime, they would have sensed a larger amount for a longer time. After all, it would take even a demon a while to kill an entire clan. Besides, Suzuki Uchiha's severe damage could only have been caused by a highly advanced genjutsu, one the child shouldn't know or be able to perform with his limited chakra control. Finally, we must ask why now. The Uchiha haven't been weakened since the fox's initial attack. It seems peculiar that a clan known for genjutsu and their wariness of Naruto as the fox's bearer would be victims of a surprise attack at their peak power. Shibi finished, sitting back down as murmurs filled the room. No one could deny Shibi's logic, though some remained doubtful. A different ninja representative then stood, drawing the council's attention. Hokage-sama, if I may, the representative asked slowly. Sarutobi nodded. As we all know, Naruto Uzumaki, or Street Fox as he's called, is a master of stealth. He can remain hidden for long periods. Perhaps the fox had enough power, even suppressed, to kill the Uchiha. Let's not forget that not every family member is a great ninja, so we can't rely on numbers alone. It's possible he slipped in among them, dispatching them silently when he could. The large amount of energy the Umbu felt might have been the child force to temporarily release his energy to survive. This argument sparked more muttering in the chamber. Sarutobi took a deep breath, watching the discussions continue. Looking from the outside, this situation is increasingly worrisome for Naruto, Sarutobi thought, stroking his beard. He's the only one in the village with a known source of demonic chakra. This places him as the only conscious person present during the massacre. He sighed. Still, even if I believe Naruto is innocent, he remains the only conscious person who could tell us what happened. The old man sighed again, turning his attention back to the room. Whatever the case, we need to bring him in and find out what he knows. Sarutobi whistled loudly, quieting the bickering council members. If you'll all be quiet, I have a proposal, Sarutobi said, taking a drag from his pipe as most of the council fell silent. We'll bring Naruto here and interrogate him. If you're so sure about this, we'll ask Naruto himself. Some stood. Fine, but we can't just ask, did you murder an entire clan tonight and expect him not to lie, Some stated. Sarutobi conceded the point. We'll involve Ibiki-san. He should be able to tell if he's lying. He's never failed us before, Sarutobi said, and everyone nodded. Sarutobi turned to the Umbu. I want you to bring Naruto Uzumaki in alive. Avoid physical harm to the boy if at all possible. The Umbu nodded and vanished. Sarutobi sighed and sat down, looking at the council members. Now, all that's left is to wait for their return. The council members sat and waited. Streets of Konoha. Naruto ran through Konoha's alleys, ducking and dodging. Sometimes he jumped into garbage cans to avoid scouting Umbu. He didn't know why these masked men were running around, but he guessed it involved Itachi killing his clan. Having been caught up in crime before, Naruto knew he was likely in for a bad time if they brought him in, being the only living person from that district. When the streets cleared, he snuck into the shadows. He needed this route to reach the alley leading to his hideout. His usual path from the Uchiha district was saturated with Umbu activity. Naruto was halfway down the block when 3 shadows appeared behind him. He turned to see 3 Umbu. They stared for a moment, then the foremost one stepped forward. Naruto Uzumaki, we're here to take you to the Hokage, the Umbu captain said. Naruto remembered Itachi saying this once, and it went better than expected, so Naruto nodded. That's when things went wrong. 2 Umbu moved behind Naruto. One grabbed his arms, pulling them behind his back, while the other began forming seals. Wait, what the hell is this? Naruto shouted. The Umbu captain sighed. Uzumaki, this is just protocol. If you don't resist, it'll be easier, the Umbu captain said in their typical monotone, which didn't reassure Naruto. He'd seen this before, older people getting metal things on their wrists and being taken away for weeks. Naruto wasn't about to let that happen. He bent his knees, causing the Umbu to lean over, then jumped up, slamming his head into the Umbu's chin. A piece of the Umbu's mask cracked as he stumbled back. Naruto immediately used his free hand to punch the other Umbu in the throat. The elite ninja, stunned by Naruto's earlier strike, took the blow directly. With a small choking sound, the Umbu released Naruto. Naruto took the opportunity to run like hell, having broken free. The 2 unstruck Umbu watched Naruto run, then sighed. They looked at Naruto. They always run, the Umbu captain said. The Umbu who were hit rubbed their chin and neck, nodding they were fine. Alright then, let's go, he said, motioning forward. They all began running. Meanwhile, Naruto was running at breakneck speed, desperate to escape the Umbu. He glanced back momentarily, and what he saw was semi-frightening. He saw the Umbu behind him, swiftly gaining. With their cloaks covering everything but their masks, they looked like floating masks, chasing him with a black haze. Naruto ran as fast as he could. Despite a year and a half at the academy, plus years of running for his life, he couldn't shake them. Naruto decided if running wouldn't work, finding a hiding place might. Naruto made a quick turn into an alley, and the Umbu followed. Don't worry, sir, I know this part of town. The kid's heading for a dead end, one Umbu said. The leader simply looked back at him, presumably with a stern glare. They ran into the alley, heading for the turn to the dead end. However, as they passed a certain point, a section of the wall fell away, revealing Naruto standing behind an illusion cloth. Man, Niji was right, this would come in handy, he said, looking at the illusion cloth Niji had hinted would be delivered to a shop across town. Naruto walked down the alley until he noticed something disturbing. Masks, similar to the Umbu's, hung on the wall, or so he thought. Very tricky, street fox. A voice from one of the masks said. Suddenly, black-cloaked Umbu peeled off the wall. Naruto panicked, looking behind him to see the Umbu he thought he'd tricked disappear in a puff of smoke. He looked back to see them all standing there. This time, net him, the apparent leader commanded. One Umbu produced a ninwire net and threw it at Naruto. Naruto, however, quickly formed the ram seal and began focusing his chakra. Transform, Naruto said, a slight panic in his tone. A cloud of smoke erupted around him, and a small sparrow flew out, slipping through the net's holes. It then exploded in another plume of smoke. This time, Naruto emerged from the smoke and grabbed a window ledge. Using acrobatic moves, he swung himself to another window's ledge, continuing until he reached the rooftop edge. He pulled himself up and began running across the rooftops. Meanwhile, the Umbu stood, looking up at the falling net and the roof Naruto had reached. Suddenly, one Umbu growled, picking up the ninwire net. A transformation jutsu, he's a little young to have reached that point in the academy. The Umbu muttered. Another Umbu sighed. Haven't you heard? Apparently, there's a fan club of his made up mostly of this year's third-year academy students, the Umbu said as the others looked at him. It wouldn't be entirely impossible for them to have taught the street fox a jutsu they'd learned. The Umbu with the ninwire net stared at him. But why? What's the point, he asked. The apparent leader stepped forward. What do you expect? They're kids in a club. If there was someone you looked up to, or in this case, down to, wouldn't you do anything in your power to make sure he stays ahead, the leader said, silencing the other Umbu. Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if he gave them something in return, but I'm not sure what. He cracked his neck. Alright, No mistakes this time, let's go, the leader shouted. All the Umbu began jumping towards the rooftop Naruto had left, resuming their pursuit. Naruto ran from rooftop to rooftop. Thanks to his training, it was now possible, albeit difficult, to jump between them. He looked behind him and could make out the faint outlines of the Umbu gaining on him. Naruto's eyes widened as he searched for a manhole. No chances this time, gotta go for broke, Naruto said aloud as he spotted a manhole and jumped down into the alley. Freeze, he heard as he looked up to see the Umbu had already caught up. Geez, what the hell are you all? Naruto shouted as he picked up the manhole lid and chucked it at the Umbu, who simply caught it and threw it aside. Naruto grimaced as he jumped down into the sewers. The Umbu stared, a sweat drop appearing on two members' heads. We have to go down, into a sewer, they asked, seemingly to themselves, as the leader and the other Umbu member shook their heads and sighed. No, we're not, the Umbu captain stated simply, looking at his squad. The kid's trick might work if there were fewer of us, but between all of us, I'm pretty sure we can scout every manhole in this city for his escape point. Men, spread out, the Umbu captain stated firmly. The rest of the squad nodded, quickly disbanding and leaping in different directions, each hoping to locate the street fox. Meanwhile, Naruto was in his hideout, quickly gathering as many essential items as possible. He didn't want to stay in one place long with the Umbu searching for him. I gotta get out of this place before they find it, Naruto shouted, remembering how he thought he'd escaped Itachi, only for the guy to find him again. Okay, so he was roasting meat, which led the guy straight to him, but hey, better safe than beaten. Then something happened around Naruto that made him jump. Out of the blue, several roots ripped from the ground, twisting and turning towards Naruto. As soon as he stepped back, a root quickly caught his foot. The roots then chained Naruto, forcing his arms behind his back and locking his feet together. Naruto fell to the ground, immobilized by the roots. Hokage-sama said to bring you in unharmed. Given how stubbornly you've been refusing to cooperate, this will have to do. Naruto heard a voice say from the hideout's opening. Naruto squirmed to see a masked Umbu standing there, holding a single hand seal. He then dropped his hands to his side, walked over, and picked up Naruto. You're pretty light, then again, I suppose it'd be hard for you to be as acrobatic as you are if you were as heavy as the Akimichi? He asked as Naruto growled at him. Naruto began writhing, even bumping the Umbu's head a couple of times. The Umbu, for his part, showed considerable restraint, not uttering a word as he strode towards the council's meeting place, sending a few clones to inform them of his success. Konoha Council Meeting Room. The Konoha Council members waited for the Umbu group to return. Many were patient. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Everyone looked with expectation, only to find Ibiki Marino and a purple-haired girl entering. Most council members sighed, some groaned aloud as Ibiki raised an eyebrow at their response. Wow, what a warm welcome, Ibiki said, shrugging. He walked to stand beside Sarutobi, who was busy smoking his pipe. The room wouldn't wait long. Minutes after Ibiki's arrival, the doors slowly opened. His second meeting begins tonight. The Konoha Council Meeting Room. The door slowly opened as the Umbu group entered, Naruto in tow, his hands tied behind his back. Sarutobi blinked slightly. Was this truly necessary? The aged Kage inquired. The Umbu all nodded at once, pushing the boy further into the room. He proved quite troublesome with his hands free for jutsu and tricks. Binding his hands ensures he can't try too many more escapes. We originally tied him completely, but it seemed safe enough to let him walk in once we arrived, the Umbu stated. Sarutobi barely kept himself from chuckling as he waved off the Umbu. Very well, dismissed, Sarutobi said. The elite ninja nodded and vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Naruto was even more freaked out than an hour ago when that freak Itachi tried whatever he was going to do. All these people were here, some staring, others glaring. He was restrained by whatever the Umbu guy put on him, and the only person he knew, the old man, wasn't doing much to help him. Life really sucks right now, Naruto thought. After a minute, he looked at Sarutobi, who had a serious expression. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it has to be this way, for a little while anyway, Sarutobi said. Naruto nodded, not fully understanding, but grasping the gist. Sarutobi then walked forward to face everyone. Naruto wasn't paying much attention to them. He was now looking at the man standing in the corner. The man had a scar across his face and his headband wrapped like a bandana. He stared intently at the young boy. Naruto felt anxious surrounded by all these people. Then, Sarutobi said something that immediately caught his attention. This meeting will now come to order. Naruto Uzumaki is to be questioned for possible involvement or knowledge regarding the events leading to the Uchiha clan massacre, Sarutobi announced. Naruto twisted his head towards them. Say what? Naruto shouted. Everyone looked at him. Indeed. You have been brought here under suspicion of being near the massacre site, if not directly involved in the murders, one council member said. Sarutobi winced. He wouldn't have chosen those words, he'd have tried to soften it. Sarutobi looked at Naruto, who had fear, confusion, and anger written all over his face. Sarutobi sighed as the council member continued. So, first things first, Naruto Uzumaki, did you in any way assist or lead the mass murder of the Uchiha clan? The counselor asked. Naruto nearly exploded. Hell no, Naruto shouted. Sarutobi sighed. Naruto's energetic attitude wouldn't get him out of this. He'd need to be more tactful. As the murmurs among the council quieted, Shibi Abarame stood. Hokage-sama, would you mind if I presented the case to Uzumaki? Shibi said in a toneless voice. Sarutobi nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, about an hour and a half ago, an Umbu squad stationed around the Uchiha district after the mysterious murder of one of their members, sensed a. Shibi began, carefully choosing his words. Strange chakra erupted for only a second from the area. They investigated and found several bodies, and Sasuke Uchiha unconscious on his house floor. Naruto nearly went ballistic. I didn't do that, damn it, Naruto shouted as the council continued to stare. What, look at me, do I really look like I could possibly kill an entire clan? I mean, come on. I'm a thief, sure, but I ain't a psycho, Naruto continued. Ibiki carefully watched the boy's body, his eyes narrowing. Well, as far as I can tell, he isn't lying, Ibiki thought, analyzing him. He's showing signs that could point to lying, but given his current situation, they could just be from being nerve-wracked. Ibiki's thoughts were silenced as Shibi nodded. Then would you like to tell us your side of the story, Uzumaki? Shibi asked. Naruto froze. He was young, but he knew telling the whole truth would nail him. Naruto swallowed a lump, trying to steady his breath before beginning his side of the story. Alright then, so you see, I was at my place, just cooking some food, Naruto said, trying not to reveal too much about what he did, how, and where. When I decided to go visit a good friend of mine from the academy, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto said. Ibiki raised his head, raising his voice to gain the chamber's attention. That's a lie, the interrogator said. Naruto looked at him with widened eyes, and the council members began talking among themselves. Naruto stared at the man for a while longer before a thought entered his mind. What, can he read minds or something? Naruto questioned inwardly. Some Inyazuka pointed at him. I'd suggest you don't fudge the truth there, runt. Makes you look real bad if you're already starting to lie to us, some said. Naruto swallowed a huge lump in his throat. Well, alright then. I really went to the Uchiha district to pick a fight with Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto said as murmurs erupted from the council members. Shibi, as always, was the only one not murmuring. Once they quieted, Shibi looked straight at Naruto. Tell us, Uzumaki, why would you want to start a fight with Sasuke Uchiha, he asked. Naruto scoffed. Because he always beats me in straight academy fights, and he was so arrogant about it. I thought if I could get at him without him knowing I was around, then I could beat him, Naruto said. Everyone quickly looked at Ibiki, who simply nodded when Naruto finished. Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. So far, the trial, as the council called it, wasn't going well for Naruto. He had just told the council he was prepared to fight Sasuke, and the initial lie would only make them doubt his innocence further. Not that most of them believed he was innocent to begin with. Shibi nodded, writing most of this down, and looked back towards Naruto. Alright, continue, Uzumaki. Naruto nodded. Alright, so I snuck over to the compound, and I was looking around for Sasuke, when I noticed something weird. Naruto said, everyone's eyes glued to him. It was mostly empty, except for a few kunao and shuriken. I walked around, and I found corpses. Many council members began whispering. I walked around, and before I knew it, I saw someone run out of a house in the compound, so I followed him, thinking he had something to do with it. Everyone looked at Ibiki, who hadn't spoken since his first interruption. I followed him to an alley, and when he turned around, I saw that it was that one Umbu who chased me a couple years ago, Itachi Uchiha, and he said he massacred his clan. Naruto said, and all hell broke loose. What, one council member shouted. Suddenly, the entire room erupted in shouts and curses. Many occupants' eyes widened at the accusation. This is preposterous. Itachi Uchiha is, or perhaps was, one of the best ninja Konoha has ever produced. For him to commit such an atrocity, I can hardly even begin to swallow the notion. The council members shouted, others echoing the sentiment. Naruto jumped back a bit at the noise. Hey, interrogator, how about doing your job and telling us whether or not this is bullshit? Some raised her tone towards the interrogator, who merely looked over at Naruto with a stone-cold gaze as he analyzed him. As far as I can tell, Ibiki said, many people leaning in, waiting for him to speak. He was not lying, he showed absolutely none of the physical signs associated with the act. His testimony of Itachi's involvement in the act is, according to him, truthful. Ibiki said as the council exploded once again. Ibiki must not be able to tell the difference between this child lying or not. There's no way such a statement could be true. This statement, and many mirroring it, echoed throughout the chamber. However, as soon as these were said, 3 years after the Uchiha clan incident, Konoha has not forgotten the Uchiha clan's near extinction. The persistent rumor implicating Naruto Uzumaki in the massacre, while still widely known, isn't as frequently discussed as it once was. Naruto's everyday life. Naruto's situation hasn't significantly improved or worsened. He now maintains a constant transformation when out in public. Some might see this as a decline in his quality of life, but given his frequent use of transformations previously, others might argue little has changed. Challenges of transformation. Despite his transformation jutsu, Naruto often risks exposure. Ninja on patrol commonly inspect individuals who appear inconsistent or whose transformations are poor. In this regard, his life has undeniably taken a turn for the worse. Mastering disguise. However, Naruto's transformations are rarely detected these days. After extensive time on Konoha's streets, he's learned two key things: people with tan skin are uncommon in Konoha, and walking with a perfectly straight back as an old man draws suspicion. He now avoids such errors. The Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club. Not all of Naruto's trouble stemmed from the public's perception. 6 months after the rumors, Sasuke Uchiha's arrogant, sarcastic, and silent demeanor captivated many female classmates, leading to the formation of the Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club. Their primary goal was to secure a date with Sasuke. Fan Club's secondary mission. Their secondary objective was to hunt down those involved in the Uchiha massacre, creating problems for Naruto at the academy. Fortunately for him, the fan club members were poorly trained and largely ineffective. Their attacks, at worst, resulted in him losing his lunch. Academy life. Naruto's academic performance is fair. His determination to become a ninja and improve his life remains strong, driving him to work hard. While he can't defeat Sasuke in Taijutsu, he outruns him during academy field laps. He's not the brightest but certainly not the worst student, though he still struggles with the replacement in clone jutsu, an old man's disguise. Currently, Naruto walks through the streets disguised as an elderly man with white hair and few teeth, using a cane for support. Citizens greet him kindly, and he reciprocates. When children run by, he shouts at them for their speed and criticizes their attire, calling them whippersnappers. A clever deception. He heads towards the academy, presumably to complain about a student, but falls asleep in front of the fence. Passers-by dismiss him as a senile old man. However, when the streets clear, his eyes snap open, and he stands upright. After surveying his surroundings, he forms the Ram seal. Naruto revealed. Release, the old man says in a deep, tired voice, as a cloud of smoke envelopes him. When it dissipates, the old man is replaced by Naruto, who smirks, removes his hands from the seal, and cracks his neck. Too easy, he mutters, rolling his shoulder. Naruto's growth. Naruto Uzumaki has steadily progressed. He's grown several inches, becoming one of the taller students in his class, thanks to a diet less reliant on ramen and more on meat and vegetables. Though he lacks visible muscles, it would be a mistake to consider him weak. Appearance and arrival. He's not exceptionally strong, but he's far from feeble. His worn but decent clothes are the same as before, with shirts and pants now slightly snug, while his jackets still fit well. Only his shoes are new. Dressed in his black outfit, jacket included, Naruto sighs and enters the academy yard. The Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club attacks. Naruto Uzumaki, a voice screams as he enters. Naruto freezes, sweat beading on his skin. Oh, he thinks, looking up at the Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club, his biggest tormentors. He's most concerned about Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, who are the most persistent. Sakura wears a red dress with white designs and black shorts, along with her signature red ribbon. Ino's attire and allies. Ino Yamanaka wears a purple top and skirt with sandals. Naruto once met her calm yet stern father and can't fathom how she convinces him to let her dress like that. Both girls glare at him, ready to attack, until three figures leap in front of Naruto. The Street Fox Fan Club to the rescue. Back off, the female of the three shouts, causing the Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club to freeze and retreat to another part of the academy yard. Naruto smirks as his protectors turn around, revealing 3 of the 4 remaining members of the Street Fox Fan Club. Since the formation of Sasuke's club, the two groups have been at war. Rival Fan Club dynamics. The Sasuke Uchiha Fan Club cites Sasuke's consistent victories over Naruto in academy fights as proof of his superiority. However, the Street Fox Fan Club counters that if Naruto ever caught Sasuke in the forest with 3 kunai and a shuriken, Sasuke would be defeated. Anytime Sasuke's club attacks Naruto, his club members deflect them. Naruto's protectors. These members are Neji, Tenten, and Lee. Hinata was a member for a while but disappeared. Sasuke's club fears Naruto's visible members because they are a year older, and one is a Hyaga. In the past 3 years, the 3 have changed moderately. Neji now wears attire more appropriate for a branch house member. Lee has a shorter, spiky hairstyle and wears a short-sleeved GI-like outfit. Tenten's style and Naruto's appreciation. Tenten now wears her hair in buns and a selection of foreign-looking clothes. Naruto's smirk turns serious as he surveys the three. Good job, men and woman. You have deflected another attack from the Sasuke Uchiha fan club, and I am very proud, Naruto exclaims, and they salute him. Loyalties and laughter. Street Fox, thank you Street Fox, Lee and Tenten say, stifling laughs, while Neji, true to his silent nature, simply smirks. Naruto smiles as they all calm down. He then raises an eyebrow at Neji. So, where'd Hinata go? She hasn't deflected an attack in a while, has she switched sides? Naruto asks, and Neji shrugs. Hinata's secret. I'm not sure, it's like whenever she gets here she disappears faster than a picture of Sasuke Uchiha in the academy. Neji says, and they all chuckle. What Neji said isn't entirely true. He used his Byakugan to investigate Hinata's strange disappearances and discovered she was simply following Naruto. Neji's amusement. He knows this is an unhealthy habit, but he finds her squirming amusing. While he admits it's even unhealthier to watch, he enjoys seeing his cousin jump every time Naruto looks her way. So Neji remains silent as Naruto taps his chin. Weird, oh well, she'll show up eventually. Naruto says, and the others shrug in agreement. Academy classes begin. The bell rings, signaling the start of classes. Naruto and the visible members of the Street Fox fan club nod at each other and head into the academy, where Naruto can finally practice, learn, and train without fear of attack. Once in his classroom, Naruto quickly takes his seat, which has been moved to a more remote location due to his tendency to cause trouble with neighboring students. Iruka's dilemma. Iruka and Mizuki enter the room shortly after Naruto. Naruto is never late, as he has little else to do. He sits, waiting for the lesson to begin, oblivious to Iruka's glances. Iruka, a fair teacher, often prevents Mizuki from acting foolishly. A teacher's duty. Still, Iruka doesn't like the fox boy but is bound by his duty to teach every child at the academy, even the one who killed his parents. Iruka sighs, contemplating his plan for the day. The Genin exams are approaching. This year's students aren't required to take the test but can graduate early if they choose. The substitution jutsu test. Iruka is overjoyed at the prospect of Naruto leaving the academy early. He knows the Genin exams will test the substitution jutsu, which he believes Naruto cannot yet perform. Iruka must decide whether to go against his principles and give Naruto a special lesson or endure him for 2 more years. A decision made. Ultimately, Iruka decides it's better for him and the other students if Naruto leaves the academy. It would eliminate a distraction for everyone. The academy teacher decides to speak with Naruto at the end of the day. Iruka sighs and continues with his instructor duties. End of the school day. The bell rings, signaling the end of the school day. Many academy students begin packing up to leave. As Naruto prepares to depart, Iruka grabs him by the shoulder, stopping him. Uzumaki, please stay here, I believe we need to speak, Iruka says, and Naruto gulps. Naruto's paranoia. What did I do? Naruto thinks, sitting at Iruka's desk, twitching for several minutes as he imagines what's to come. Is he going to get me for stealing from the shoe store? Naruto wonders, chewing his fingernails. Who could have told him? I bet it was Neji. Naruto thinks, gritting his teeth. I always thought that bastard looked suspicious. Wild accusations. Or, maybe it was Tenten. That slut. Naruto continues, maybe it was Hinata. I knew she betrayed me for that Uchiha punk, he thinks, shifting uneasily. Or maybe it was Lee. Naruto thinks, stifling a chuckle. Yeah right. Iruka sits in front of him, looking him directly in the eyes. A misunderstanding. Listen Uzumaki, the reason you're here is. Iruka begins, but Naruto leaps onto the desk. Whatever they told you was a lie. I didn't steal them, I got them from a friend's foot. Wait, I mean I found them in someone's closet. Crap, I mean that I was digging through someone's trash. Naruto shouts. Iruka stares, blinks, and shakes his head. The real reason. What are you talking about? Iruka asks. Naruto sweats and jumps back into his chair. Nothing, he says, sweating lightly. Iruka sighs and shakes his head. He's not here to bust Naruto. The important thing is to prepare Naruto for the Genin exams. Iruka opens a file and finds the exam date tomorrow. The Chunin sighs, closes his folder, and rubs his temples. Tonight will be a long one. An offer extended. Iruka looks at the sweating academy student and sighs again. Uzumaki, you can stop sweating, I'm not going to bust you for anything. Naruto immediately stops sweating and scrutinizes Iruka. You see, the reason I've kept you here is to offer you something, Iruka says. Naruto raises an eyebrow and smirks. The last time someone offered him something good was the old man inviting him to become a ninja. The Genin exams. Go on, Naruto says. Iruka continues to stare at him. Tomorrow, there is a test known as the Genin exams, I'm sure you've heard of them. Naruto nods. Yeah, I've heard of them alright, according to what my fan club said. Naruto thinks, forgiving his fan club members for not snitching on him. That exam is my one shot at getting out of here, and actually getting on with my life. He nods again, and Irika continues. The catch. Now then, the class that is 2 years ahead of you are required to take the exam, however. Irika says, and Naruto raises an eyebrow. Should you want to, you can take the exam early. Naruto's eyes widen in shock. Irika smirks, he has him. But the exam is on the substitution jutsu, one that I believe you cannot execute yet. Naruto lowers his head. A chance to learn. Damn, should have known there was a catch. Naruto thinks. Irika clears his throat, drawing Naruto's attention. And that's where I come in, Irika says, and Naruto raises his eyebrows. The real reason I kept you behind, Naruto, is so that I can offer to teach you the jutsu today. Naruto's eyes widen. Of course, since the exam's tomorrow, we'll most likely be working through the night, so if you don't want the help. Irika says, watching Naruto's eyes narrow slightly as he starts sweating again. Naruto's decision. Alright then, gotta make a choice here. Naruto thinks, absent-mindedly biting his thumbnail. I can take an extra lesson from Irika-sensei, and depending on whether or not he's telling the truth or not, pass the genin exam and get the hell out of here. He continues biting his fingernails. But if he's lying, then I could be cruising towards a bruising later on. Naruto finally looks up at Irika, crossing his arms. What do you get out of this? I accept your offer, Naruto says point blank, and Irika smiles. But, there's something I have to ask, Naruto adds suddenly, and Irika looks at him. What do you get out of this? Naruto asks. Irika raises an eyebrow. What would getting me out of here so quickly do for you? Naruto asks again. Irika sighs, looking at Naruto. Irika's motivation. It would give me some peace and quiet in the upcoming years. It would make teaching your classmates far easier, wouldn't you agree? He asks, and Naruto can only nod. Naruto understands Irika's point. He distracts the other children, sometimes causing their work to suffer. Naruto knows that if he were gone, the source of their distraction would be gone too. Heading to training. Naruto sighs, looking at Irika. So where are we going to do this? Naruto asks, and Irika smiles. I'm glad you asked, Irika says, standing. Since using the grounds around here would be a bad idea, seeing as how if I'm caught training the street fox it would bite me in the ass later on. Irika says as Naruto stands as well. But since there are not a lot of places in Konoha to hide a training academy student, I suggest we go to where you live. Naruto freezes. Naruto's hideout. Okay, hold it, Naruto shouts, turning to Irika. I am not about to lead you to my hideout, Naruto says, and Irika sighs. Alright then, guess you can practice tonight on your own then, Irika says. Naruto freezes again, then sighs. Fine, Naruto mutters as they walk out of the academy. As they reach the yard, Naruto quickly looks around and forms the ram seal. Give me a second, Naruto says, focusing his chakra. Transform, Naruto shouts, enveloped in smoke. As the smoke dissipates, Irika's face turns red. The seductive transformation. Standing in the smoke is a slender woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing loose-fitting dress robes. She smiles at Irika, tugging on his arm. Come on, Irika-kun. We have to go, she says in a slightly high-pitched voice. Irika pulls his arm away. A clever ruse. Uzumaki. What are you? Irika begins shouting before the girl grabs his arm again and pulls him close. Just shut up and follow my lead, the girl says in Naruto's voice. Irika raises an eyebrow as they begin walking. It isn't long before Irika realizes Naruto's plan. He's making them look less suspicious and avoiding a mob. Irika admits it's clever, very clever. As they near an alley, Naruto quickly leads them inside, walking down it for a while, revealing his living conditions. When the street is far behind them, Naruto releases Irika's arm and reforms the ram seal. Release, he says in his girl voice as another plume of smoke envelopes him. Moments later, a normal Naruto emerges, Irika following closely. Irika is still staring at him. Naruto quickly notices. What? He asks, taking a turn in the alley system. A glimpse into poverty. Nothing, it's just, that was clever of you, Irika says. Naruto nods and jumps over a small wooden fence, Irika following. They reach a tarp covering another alley entrance. Irika raises an eyebrow at the symbol on the tarp, recognizing it as a former gang's emblem, though the name escapes him. As Naruto walks through, Irika follows, confronted by an unexpected sight. A stark reality. He sees a mostly bare area with a fire pit in the middle. A stack of worn clothes, except for the shoes, lies to the side. In another corner, there are piles of rotting meat, fish heads, bare bones, and organs. He also sees a worn tent with a small futon underneath. Naruto walks to a stack of logs, tosses them in the pit, adds dry straw, and pulls out 2 stones. A grinding hunger. So, you hungry? Naruto asks, pulling Iruka out of his stupor. As you can see, there's not too much around here to eat. I could get us some though. Iruka's stomach growls loudly. He skipped lunch to grade tests and is starving. I'll take that as a please go get me some, Naruto says, finally starting a good fire and walking off. I'll be back, he says, exiting through another opening in the area. A teacher's revelation. Iruka continues to look around, amazed by what he sees. The Chunin teacher knows he should have realized this was the street fox's life, but he always assumed Naruto was at an orphanage, an apartment, or at least an abandoned warehouse. But this is all the fox has. No, there's more to his life than this squalor. Beatings, mobs of citizens, and ninja constantly hunting you, scavenging or stealing to survive, all while training to be a ninja. Iruka desperately tried to dismiss these thoughts, convincing himself it couldn't be so grim, but then a realization hit him. Why would the Kyuubi no Yuko, the most powerful demon, live like this? The old hateful thoughts resurfaced. It was biding its time, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, he couldn't escape the devastating truth. There was no way the fox would endure such a life and still act like a carefree loser with a fan club. This led Iruka to a final, crushing insight. One few council members had reached long before him. This boy could not be the demon fox. This thought plunged the academy teacher into self-reproach. For years, his young student had suffered abuse, and he had done nothing. This realization struck his conscience deeply. His contemplation was interrupted by a dragging sound. Iruka looked up. It was later than he thought. He saw Naruto dragging in rabbits. Found a rabbit hole, what a score, Naruto said, sitting opposite Iruka at the fire pit. Iruka stared as Naruto expertly skinned them. Despite his own survival training, Iruka was repulsed. As Naruto cooked the rabbits, he sighed, looking at Iruka. While these cook, we might want to start. Iruka snapped out of his daze. Right, he said, moving away from the fire, not wanting to be near the cooking meat. They stood a few feet apart, facing each other. Iruka crossed his arms. Alright, first, tell me what you do when you attempt the replacement jutsu, and I'll see what's wrong. Naruto tapped his chin. Well, I just do the seals, and try the jutsu. Something wrong with that? Iruka sighed. Well, yes. Naruto's sweat dropped. The replacement jutsu, as you should know, requires an object, animal, or person nearby to replace yourself with, Iruka explained as Naruto rolled his eyes. Iruka ignored him. But you also need a clear mental image of that object, animal, or thing. Naruto blinked. You mean I have to think of the thing I'm replacing myself with? Iruka slammed his head to the ground. You shouldn't even have to ask, idiot. Iruka yelled, his head comically enlarging. It's common knowledge, like not eating out of the gubra. He trailed off, remembering who he was talking to. His head shrank to normal, his sweat dropped. Never mind, bad example. Naruto's sweat dropped too. Anyway, thinking about what you're replacing yourself with isn't strictly necessary. Naruto was about to shout. However, Iruka interjected, stopping Naruto's outburst. It's very helpful for beginners. As you get older and better, you can replace yourself without thinking so hard. Iruka removed his jacket. You'll be trying to replace yourself with my Chunin flak jacket. Alright, Naruto nodded. Alright, begin, Iruka shouted. Naruto nodded and started the seals. This shouldn't take too long, Iruka thought, watching Naruto. 3 hours later. Again, Iruka roared as a winded Naruto nodded and repeated the seals. Hours had passed, the forgotten rabbits were now burnt. Naruto hadn't progressed. It was getting late. Iruka sighed as Naruto finished the seals. Replacement jutsu, Naruto shouted, flashing once, then appearing in the same spot. He looked down and smirked. Ha, Iruka raised an eyebrow. Naruto's feet, and the flak jacket, had moved an inch. That's progress, Naruto yelled, and Iruka face vaulted. Iruka rubbed his temples, taking deep breaths. He couldn't explode at Naruto, he was exhausted, hungry, and Naruto had only made 2 inches of progress. It was clear conventional training wouldn't work. Iruka thought, Naruto's speed, weapon skills, and stealth are amazing, but only because he was forced to learn them or else. Another pang of conscience. Then, Iruka snapped his fingers. Naruto responded to real, live experience. If it were a do-or-die situation, he'd learn. Risky, but the only way. Iruka reached for his kunao pouch, looking over his shoulder at Naruto. Hey Uzumaki. Naruto's mild celebration ceased. Yeah, Iruka smirked. Think fast, he shouted, throwing a kunao at Naruto. Naruto panicked. Too close to deflect or dodge, he instinctively flew through seals. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing a foot and a half away. Iruka burst out laughing. Naruto gave him an indignant look. What? What's so funny about throwing a kunao at me? Naruto yelled. Iruka shook his head. Well, the fact that you did the replacement jutsu only half right. Iruka chuckled. Naruto was confused, then looked down. He was wearing the flak jacket. The meaning of half right hit him, and he too began to laugh aloud. After a few minutes, the laughter subsided. Naruto took off the flak jacket and tossed it aside. "Let's keep this up," Iruka said, drawing another kunai. Naruto cracked his neck. An hour later, Naruto was sweating. Iruka picked up a kunai, spun it, and Naruto smirked. Iruka threw the kunai. Naruto went through the seals, vanished, and Iruka's jacket appeared, pierced by the kunai. Iruka smirked, and a visible Naruto smiled widely. "All right," Naruto shouted, jumping around. "I did it. Genin exams, here I come." He stopped, took a few breaths, and fell onto his rear. Iruka shook his head, helped Naruto up. "Congratulations, Naruto, you did good." Naruto's eyes widened slightly, then he smirked. "Hey, you called me Naruto." Iruka's own eyes widened slightly, then he smirked back and rubbed Naruto's head. "Yeah, I guess I did." Iruka's stomach growled. "Well, let's have those rabbits." They looked at the rabbits, completely burnt. Their sweat dropped. "Well, I'll eat tomorrow morning," Iruka said, walking away. "Good night, Naruto." Naruto smirked. "See ya later, Iruka-sensei, and thanks for the help." Iruka waved him off. The academy morning. Iruka was taking attendance, remembering Naruto was taking the Genin exam. Exam takers had the day off. Iruka sighed, finished roll call, and left the class to Mizuki, who nearly cursed him. Iruka went to the academy yard to wait for Naruto and the other graduates. Suddenly, they poured out, many wearing Konoha forehead protectors, smiling as proud parents boasted. He scanned for Naruto, who appeared without his protector. Iruka raised both eyebrows, walking over, confused. "It wasn't the replacement jutsu," Naruto said, anticipating the question. "It was the clone jutsu." Iruka's eyes widened slightly. Was he wrong? He was so sure it was replacement jutsu. Even Mizuki told him. "Mizuki!" Iruka looked up at his classroom window. Mizuki looked back, smiling and waving. Iruka gritted his teeth, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Next time for sure, next time." 2 years later, Konoha. 2 uneventful years had passed since Naruto Uzumaki's first failure. Naruto still attended the academy, though late arrivals were common. Not because he was caught, rather, due to increasing distractions or genjutsu skill in finding him under his transformation jutsu, which, according to the ninja library, were growing in number, evidenced by many rented genjutsu scrolls. Initially, finding Naruto under a jutsu would have ensured capture. However, Konoha's residents, both civilian and ninja, were realizing the street fox adapted easily. When Shinin saw through his transformation, they thought they had him. He only had speed, endurance, and genjutsu before. Now, with civilian support, they just needed to outmaneuver/outrun him. They learned days later that Naruto now had a ninjutsu, the replacement jutsu. Simple, yet incredibly aggravating when chasing someone who knows and can use it at will. Now, when Shinin chased Naruto and he couldn't simply outrun them, he replaced himself with random objects, garbage cans, trash, people, anything not nailed down. The street fox used to escape. This recalls a particular incident. A small cotter of Chunin chased Naruto. The closest was mere feet away, leaping to tackle him. Naruto used the replacement jutsu, switching places with a young woman. The hapless nin tackled her, his face landing squarely on her breasts. Sunanin in the Land of Wind reported a shooting star that day, baffling astronomers to this day. But that story is beside the point. A year after his first Genin exam failure, Naruto was eligible to retake it. However, he was late again, missing his chance. When Iruka questioned him, Naruto explained he tried to get breakfast from a fat man with long, red, spiked hair and weird cheek swirls, and was nearly crushed when trying to escape, the man sitting on him. Naruto was saved from further scolding because the man picked him up, threw him to the forest on the other side of Konoha. Naruto was unconscious before hitting the ground, even before the fat man got off him. Iruka forgave him, having had his own altercation with an Akimichi over food, which was not pretty. Speaking of Iruka, over the past couple of years, Iruka and Naruto had gotten along well. Iruka would talk with Naruto before and during school. After school wasn't an option, as Naruto would leave before Iruka could stop him. Iruka hadn't taken Naruto out to eat. Naruto always seemed to have eaten or left by the time Iruka looked up from his desk. This isn't to say Iruka went easy on Naruto. He still scolded him for lateness, but since circumstances were understandable, he was somewhat lenient. However, he'd still berate Naruto to maintain appearances in front of other students. Iruka rarely had to yell at Naruto for not focusing, as the boy put everything into learning, though he did have to break up verbal fights between Naruto and Kiba. Niji, Tenten, and Lee had graduated the previous year, leaving Naruto to fend off the Suzuki Uchiha fan club alone, no easy task. Iruka offered subtle help, often ringing the bell early on days Naruto was nearly mauled. Naruto was grateful, and usually tried to avoid Iruka when on a stealing spree. Neither would admit it, as it would ruin their images. Naruto, the lone street fox, Irika, the fair academy teacher, but they were fine with each other and enjoyed each other's company. Neji, Tenten, and Lee had graduated, leaving Naruto with only one fan club member. Naruto had seen Hinata around, but she'd vanish instantly. Now, to the present, it was a sunny morning in Konoha. Birds chirped, people filled the streets. It looked like a calm, easy morning. Poof. Oh. Naruto Uzumaki, I was mistaken. Another chase had begun between Naruto and some Chunin. Two Chunin pursued a 12-year-old Naruto, who had changed in 2 years, unlike other aspects of his life. He wasn't tall for his age, but not short either. No prominent muscle tone showed, but he was clearly fit, with very little baby fat on his face. His clothes were the same style and color scheme, but newer and better fitting. Why mention this? He stole new clothes right under the same shopkeeper's nose, and, like last time, escaped the Chunin, though it was a very close call. But I digress. Naruto was currently running, a huge slice of ham tucked safely in his right arm. A few Chunin chased him, looking slightly annoyed. Naruto smirked, seeing a street full of people ready to grab him. He jumped several feet, hoping to leap over the crowd. The Chunin jumped 3 times higher, all 3 readying a ninwire net. Naruto looked back at them, turned his body completely, and brought his hands together. The Chunin threw their nets as Naruto looked back at the crowd. He smirked, starting seals for his second jutsu. As the net nearly closed, Naruto and the ham vanished in a smoke explosion. When the smoke cleared, a random citizen stood there. The nets enveloped him, and he landed on the street with a loud thud. The pursuers stared, mystified and annoyed by our blonde hero's trick. Meanwhile, a small mouse moved beneath the shocked crowd. It emerged just as the ninja landed, then ran down the street. A smoke explosion later revealed Naruto, beaming. "Try catching me now," Naruto shouted, turning sharply down a street. The Chunin glared, about to follow him. "Wait," the caught pedestrian shouted, and they looked at him. "Aren't you going to get me out first?" he yelled. The Chunin's sweat dropped. "We'll come back for you later," one shouted, running off. The citizen laughed nervously. "Okay then, don't forget about me," he yelled as the Chunin turned down Naruto Street. They found no sign of the thief. Each growled, running down the street, assuming he'd gone down another. As soon as they left, a section of wall they'd passed peeled off, revealing a smiling blonde. Naruto let out a hearty laugh, scratching the back of his head. "Ha ha 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 ha. Man, what losers," Naruto shouted, shrugging. "You think they would have learned their lesson by now?" Naruto yelled, too busy gloating to notice the presence behind him. "Oh yeah, Naruto," Irika shouted, making Naruto jump a few feet, turn, and see Irika with an irate expression. "Are you Irika-sensei? What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Irika shook his head. "I could ask you the same question." He looked at the ham in Naruto's hand, guessing its origin. "Nice ham." Naruto looked at it, giving a nervous smile. "Yeah." A smirk formed on Irika's face, one Naruto knew anywhere. The academy. Half an hour later, Irika dragged a hog-tied Naruto, ham shoved in his mouth, through the door and into the classroom. The kids had waited long for Naruto, though most questioned the point. Irika tossed Naruto to the front and removed the ham. "Hey, I was going to finish that," Naruto yelled, Irika noting the bite marks. Irika disgustedly threw away the ham, wiping slobber from his hand. He looked at his pupil with feigned annoyance. "Naruto, you can't keep showing up late. The other kids have to wait for you, and I don't think they appreciate it." Naruto pouted. Irika's eyebrow twitched, again in feigned annoyance. He'd been looking for a reason to practice the transformation jutsu, and Naruto was it. It was actually fortunate Naruto was late. Fine, but as punishment for being late, everyone in class will have to demonstrate the transformation jutsu. Sakura quickly raised her hand. "But why Irika-sensei?" Sakura asked, without annoyance. "However, why should we pay for Naruto's lazy ass, cha?" Inner Sakura fumed as Irika shook his head. In the ninja world, a team fails if even one member shirks their duty. "This is a reminder of that lesson," Irika stated as the class groaned, lining up before him. Sakura Haruno was first. She hadn't changed much, still sporting long pink hair, a red dress with white designs, and her signature red ribbon. "Sakura Haruno," she announced, forming the ram seal. Chakra wisps gathered, and with a shout of transform, smoke enveloped her. As it cleared, a perfect Irika replica stood in her place. "So you chose me," Irika remarked, marking her off. Next, the transformed Irika vanished in smoke, replaced by a joyous Sakura. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," she cheered, jumping with each affirmation. "I kick ass." Inner Sakura roared, giving a thumbs up. Sakura then composed herself and joined the line as Suzuki Uchiha stepped forward. Suzuki looked much the same as before, a dark blue, short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha crest, white shorts, and odd white forearm sleeves. Suzuki formed the ram seal, a smoke cloud appearing without a word. Moments later, another perfect Irika clone stood before them. Irika nodded, checking Suzuki's name. Okay, next, Irika said as Suzuki transformed back, and Naruto approached. Naruto, known as the street fox of Konoha and an infamous thief, had a certain reputation. However, most of his classmates, except for a few whose parents had warned them, like the Yamanaka Inara, and recently the Akimichi, only knew him as a common thief, not someone to admire. They hadn't heard what Niji, Tenten, and Lee's class had heard, they only knew him for his thievery. Yet, none doubted his skill. He was fast but not agile, meaning he could move quickly but couldn't turn sharply. He was street smart but lacked book smarts. Naruto now stood before Irika, who eyed him cautiously. Okay, go, Irika instructed. Naruto formed the ram seal. Chakra wisps surrounded him as he focused. Transform! Naruto yelled, turning into Irika? Yes, a perfectly boring copy. Irika marked his board, nodded, and Naruto exploded into smoke, returning to normal. Naruto rejoined the line as others practiced the jutsu. Almost all academy students could perform the academy-level jutsu now. Naruto, however, still struggled with the clone jutsu, a fact Irika regretted since it was the jutsu for tomorrow's test. He needed to tell Naruto. I have an idea. Irika mused, nodding at the last student. Very good, all of you, Irika said, giving his clipboard a final check. He dismissed the students to their seats, and class continued as usual. Fangirls swooned over Suzuki, Hinata secretly watched Naruto from the back, and Kiba challenged Naruto to various contests, today's being a staring contest. End of class. As class neared its end, Irika set down his pen. He had finished his extra work to catch Naruto before he left. Irika counted down the moments, unaware Naruto was doing the same out of boredom. Finally, the bell rang. Just as Naruto was about to bolt, a voice stopped him. Naruto, come to my desk, now, Irika commanded. Naruto sighed, walking to Irika's desk amidst a chorus of oohs from the other students. Once everyone left, Irika smirked at the young blonde. Well, Naruto, I bet you're wondering why you're here, right? Irika asked cheekily. Naruto sighed. Come on, Irika-sensei, stop the theatrics and just tell me what you want, Naruto said, a slight smirk on his face. Irika chuckled, looking at the academy student. Well, Naruto, I'd like to give you some news before tomorrow. Tomorrow is the genin exams, you didn't forget, did you? Irika asked. Naruto scoffed. Come on, Irika-sensei, what do you take me for, some kind of idiot? Naruto asked, turning his head. Honestly, Naruto had been counting down the days until the genin exam. He just hoped the clone jutsu wouldn't be used this year, but with the substitution jutsu last year and the transformation jutsu, due to its low skill requirement, not used, chances were high for the clone jutsu. Well, Naruto, I just figured I'd tell you what jutsu is going to be used in the exam tomorrow, Irika said, immediately grabbing Naruto's attention. But if you know so much about the exams then I suppose that you don't. Irika began, noticing Naruto's slight glare. Irika laughed, shaking his head. I'm kidding, he said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Anyway, the jutsu for tomorrow's exam is going to be the clone jutsu, Irika stated. Both sighed. My point exactly, so that's why I'm telling you this now so that. Irika started, but Naruto suddenly perked up. You can help me master the clone jutsu in one night so I can ace the test and finally become a genin, Naruto asked, stars shimmering in his eyes. Irika sighed, and the stars in Naruto's eyes immediately faded. Sorry, Naruto, but unfortunately, I have work to do tonight, Irika said. Naruto gave him a questioning look. You see, I've been hired part-time by the Hokage to work in the mission assignment office. It adds more to my paycheck, so I took the job, Irika explained, looking to the side. I'm starting tonight, so I wouldn't be able to help you. He sighed, looking at Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, I really want to help you, but I can't, so sorry, Irika said. Naruto sighed, then smirked at Irika. Don't worry about it, Irika-sensei, I'll just keep working on it myself tonight, and I'll get it by morning. You'll see. Naruto shouted, jumping up, punching his fist into the air, and bolting from the room. Irika sat there, a bit dumbfounded by the blonde's response. After a few minutes, Irika smiled and stood up. You can do it, Naruto, Irika muttered, heading to the mission assignment office. Oh, make one. It was night in Konoha, all residents had gone to sleep. Hello? Well, all but one, caught in a ninja wire net. Is someone there? I need help, he shouted, struggling. I'm hungry, he cried, tears streaming. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared, sniffing the man. Oh, good doggy. Go find help, he pleaded. The dog turned, and lifted its leg. No! Naruto dashed out of the academy, a wide smirk on his face. His conversation with Irika, brief as it was, had allowed the other students to go home, leaving Naruto alone in the academy's open area. He smirked again, resuming his run, searching for a good alley to slip into and reach his hideout. He passed civilians, some tried to catch him, but most simply ignored him, knowing they couldn't. Even when he passed other ninja, he was left alone. Since he wasn't actively committing or had not just committed a crime, they couldn't punish him without reprimand from the Hokage. So, Naruto mostly ran freely until he found an alley that would get him home safely. He sprinted in, and about 15 feet inside, "Yo, Uzumaki," a voice shouted. Naruto stopped, looking around but finding no one. "Up here," the voice called. Naruto looked up to see Mizuki perched on a building. "Hey, what the hell are you doing up there?" Naruto asked, his hand itching toward his kunai pouch, just in case. Mizuki merely shrugged, walking down the side of the wall, a trick Naruto had seen many times and desperately wanted to master. "Well, I wanted to ask you what you're doing down there," Mizuki replied. Naruto tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, sounding genuinely perplexed. "I'm getting ready to study for the Genin exam so I can finally graduate," Naruto declared, a determined grin on his face. Mizuki shook his head. "I could guess that, Uzumaki, but why bother studying a technique you're unlikely to master, when you could use a different method?" Mizuki said, causing the young street fox to raise an eyebrow, intrigued. "A different method?" Naruto asked, suddenly very interested. Mizuki inwardly smirked. "Oh, you mean you've never heard of the scroll method?" the trickster said, watching Naruto shake his head. "How could you have not heard about this?" Mizuki feigned disbelief. "I dunno. Irika-sensei didn't say anything about it," Naruto admitted. Mizuki chuckled. "That's probably because only the best academy teachers know about this method and judge who gets to use it," he said, smirking as he watched Naruto's eyes fix on him. "Go on," Naruto urged, though he had doubts. He was still very interested in this scroll method. Mizuki, meanwhile, was pleased to be slowly reeling Naruto in. "Well, you see, there's a very big, very important scroll inside the Hokage's office, called the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. It's forbidden because only the most worthy and strong ninja can read it and learn its jutsu," Mizuki lied, fabricating a reason for its forbidden status. "What you have to do is sneak into the old man's office, get the scroll, and learn one single technique from it. When you do, just show me the technique you learned, and if you're good enough, you'll graduate, and since the technique you'd learn would be so difficult, you'd graduate at the top of the class," Mizuki said, making the offer sound increasingly appealing. Naruto stood there, slightly agape, listening to what seemed like a godsend. This scroll method sounded like it would lead him to the top, give him a good life, and earn him immense respect. Yet, he tried to remain calm and gather more information. "So, you talk about this scroll method as if it's such a great thing, so, who graduated using it?" Naruto asked, wondering who had actually used this method. Mizuki maintained his calm exterior, but that question hit hard. He hadn't expected the blonde brat to ask something like that, but he decided to improvise. "Who graduated? Who graduated?" Mizuki scoffed, as if it were the most ridiculous question. "Why, the legendary Sunin graduated using this method, the copy Nin graduated using this method, I graduated using this method, hell, even the 4th Hokage graduated using this method," Mizuki proclaimed with great energy, trying to seal the deal. "If this doesn't reel him in," Mizuki thought, maintaining his wide grin. The blonde academy student stared at the ground in shock, almost unable to believe what he'd been told. He'd heard about those ninja at the academy, Mizuki himself was standing right there, and if they, according to Mizuki, could become so prominent, then maybe he should abandon his clone jutsu training for this method. "Don't worry about it, Irika-sensei, I'll just keep on working at it on my own tonight, and I'll get it by morning. You'll see." The words Naruto had proudly declared to Irika echoed in his mind. "I told Irika-sensei I'd be able to do it," Naruto thought, Mizuki watching him expectantly. "I said I'd be able to graduate that way. I did," he thought, looking up at Mizuki. "But his offer, the scroll method, it sounds so good," the street fox mused, before another thought crossed his mind. "Too good to be true," he simply thought, shaking his head. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. "It sounds nice, Mizuki-sensei, but no thank you," Naruto said, turning towards the alley. "Now, if you don't mind." He began sprinting down the alley. Mizuki, on the other hand, just stared after him before smirking slightly and shaking his head. "Oh boy, looks like I'm going to have to wait for him to fail," Mizuki said confidently. It was true, Mizuki had no doubt Naruto would fail the exam. He knew the clone jutsu was by far Naruto's most difficult technique and that, chances were, Naruto wouldn't master it in one night on his own. If Irika were helping him, that would be an entirely different story. However, fate seemed to smile upon the schemer when Irika took a job at the mission assignment office. Yes, even if Naruto refused the offer this time, there'd be no way he'd say no when he failed the exam and was desperately looking for a way to graduate. All Mizuki would have to do is offer him the scroll method again, and he'd take it. Then, with his skill in sneaking and stealing, Naruto would easily take the scroll, and with his weak taijutsu, Mizuki would be able to snatch it from his hands without much effort. Mizuki would get the scroll, and not only would the street fox be blamed and executed, but Mizuki would also get off scot-free. It was too perfect. Just wait, Naruto, you'll get that scroll for me soon enough, Mizuki said, jumping out of the alley and heading home. It was getting late, and he needed plenty of rest to put his plan into motion tomorrow. Just be patient, Mizuki, just be patient, the conniving ninja thought, his grin turning into a cynical smirk. Meanwhile, at Naruto's hideout, Naruto had just arrived, cracking his neck as he shed his jacket and tossed it aside. Alright, no fooling around, it's time to get to work, Naruto declared, but his stomach growled loudly. He froze, a bead of sweat forming, then chuckled nervously. But first, time for dinner, he shouted, running out of the hideout again, this time with a kunai drawn, ready to kill, skin, and chop up anything he might catch. About an hour later, Naruto returned, a few skinned rabbits and a turtle hanging by ninja wire slung over his shoulder, whistling a happy tune. Now this is a catch, he stated, setting up a fire and hanging the rabbits over it, then placing the turtle, shell and all, directly into the flames. He arranged it so that in about half an hour, they'd be cooked enough to eat without getting sick. Naruto lay down and relaxed, knowing he couldn't train well on an empty stomach. Half an hour later, Naruto doused the fire with water, extinguishing it and cooling the turtle shell. He took the brown rabbits off the wire and set them aside. Then he grabbed the turtle shell and tapped its sides with slight force, causing it to break into two halves. He used one half to hold the turtle meat and the other for the rabbits. What followed was too gruesome to describe, as Naruto devoured the meat like a fat guy tearing into a pizza at a Weight Watchers convention. A few minutes later, only entrails and skeletons remained. Naruto rubbed his stomach happily. Yum, tastes like chicken, he said, cracking his neck as he stood up. But seriously, it's time to get to work, Naruto exclaimed, punching his palm as he walked to the side of the hideout. Naruto clapped his hands together and formed a seal, smirking slightly. Here we go, he shouted, chakra beginning to surround him. The hideout, 6:30 a.m., 30 minutes before beginning of Genin exam. Naruto stood tall, breathing raggedly, a smirk on his face as he looked at a puff of smoke. Yes, he said, cracking his neck as the smoke dissipated, vanishing in moments. I've got it. I'm gonna do it, Naruto shouted, jumping up and punching his fist into the air. He looked at the sky, and nearly panicked when he saw how high the sun was. Oh dear God, Naruto screamed, running around his camp. I gotta get going, he yelled, grabbing matching clothes, some leftover scraps from last night's meal, and his ninja gear. Come on, come on, come on, he shouted. Instead of running through the alleys as usual, he leapt onto the rooftops, sprinting from roof to roof to reach the academy, hoping for some time to relax. It was a good 10 minutes before classes started when Naruto burst through the classroom doors, rushing to his seat. Many students raised an eyebrow. Naruto wasn't usually late unless he was worse for wear, so this piqued their curiosity. However, there was little time to ponder as Mizuki and Iruka walked into the classroom. Iruka held a list, surveying his students. Good morning, class, the Tan Academy teacher greeted. The class nodded. Good morning, Iruka-sensei, the entire class responded, some sounding more nervous than others. Iruka laughed, shaking his head slightly. I see some of us are a little nervous about the exams, he said, some students nodding. Don't worry, I'm sure all of you will pass the exams this year. He held up the chart, glancing at Naruto. This year's jutsu is going to be the clone jutsu, Iruka announced, eliciting relieved sighs or nervous curses. We'll call you into the testing room, one by one, in alphabetical order, to begin the exam, starting with Koji Akimichi, Iruka said, and the tubby Koji got up and followed Iruka and Mizuki to the testing room. The next half hour was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of his life. He spent the entire time wondering if he could do it, if he could pass the exam. He sat there, for the entire half hour, just waiting for his name to be called. Every other name called was a tolling bell for him, every tick of the clock painfully apparent. Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka finally said, causing the nervous academy student to stand with an exasperated sigh and follow the only person in the academy who currently supported him, well, the only person he knew about. Naruto followed Iruka into the testing room, which contained only a desk, 2 chairs for Iruka and Mizuki, and on the table, several Konoha headbands, the very objects Naruto had been striving to obtain for the past 6 years. He began to sweat slightly as the scarred academy teacher sat next to his pale friend, smiling nervously at Naruto. Well, Naruto, all you have to do is perform the clone jutsu successfully, and you're out of here, Iruka said. Naruto nodded, some of his courage returning. At this point, self-consciousness began to nag at Mizuki's mind. What if he actually passed? How would his plan succeed? If Naruto did pass, where would he find another academy student desperate enough to trick into stealing the scroll? These questions flooded Mizuki's mind as he tried to reassure himself about his plan's security. He stared Naruto down, trying to prevent a nervous sweat from appearing on his skin. The street fox of Konoha sighed one last time, placing his hands together in a seal, attempting to properly control his chakra, shaping it for a, hopefully successful, clone jutsu. Tendrils of chakra surrounded Naruto, spinning quickly as he gritted his teeth. Clone jutsu! Naruto shouted, his voice strong and determined, as a large cloud of smoke enveloped him, obscuring him and any potential clones from view. In that moment, both academy teachers' eyes were fixed on the smoke cloud, watching for any sign of success, or in Mizuki's case, failure. The smoke cleared slowly, revealing the top halves of 3 Narutos. Irika's hand twitched towards a headband, hope in his eyes. However, that hope was completely dashed when the rest of the smoke cleared, revealing that the bottom halves of the 2 created Naruto clones were complete failures. Their legs were bent backward at the knees, with the joints jutting in different directions. The toes pointed every which way, and the overall color of the clones was pale and gray. Everyone in the room sweat dropped as Mizuki cleared his throat. "Well, this is unexpected," he said, his confusion evident. "We've never had a student create 2 clones that were only half right." He spoke slowly, still unsure if he was seeing correctly. "How do we judge this, Irika?" he asked his friend, genuinely unsure if Naruto had passed. Irika, meanwhile, sat rubbing the bridge of his nose, deep in thought. Naruto was sweating profusely. "Well, let's look at it this way, Mizuki," Irika finally said, both sets of eyes on him. "It's true, Naruto did hold up the jutsu to create 2 clones, halves of clones to be more precise." Irika began, Naruto smiling slightly. "But, let's say we remove the failed halves of the clones, and then combine the other 2 halves, in theory, we'd only have 1 successful clone along with Naruto," Irika said, causing Mizuki to inwardly smirk while a nauseous feeling came over Naruto. "Naruto, I'm sorry, but we can't pass you with that, you fail," Irika said, sounding disheartened himself. The end of the school day. The academy bell rang, and students, mostly sporting their new Konoha headbands from passing the Genin exam, streamed out, eager to greet their parents. Smiles were everywhere, except on one face. Naruto walked out slowly, heading for the swing he'd sat on that first day. He watched graduates embrace their families. "Hey, isn't that the street fox?" 2 women whispered across the way. "Yeah, that's him," one said, shaking her head. "I heard he was the only one to fail the exam this year." Naruto's head dropped slightly. "Good," the other woman added, making Naruto shrink further. "Could you imagine him as a ninja? He'd just cause trouble for the village. And then there's the fact that little brats her friend cut her off." Naruto looked up, intrigued. "You know we aren't allowed to talk about it." He dropped his head again. "Well, looks like you weren't able to do it." Naruto looked up to see Mizuki standing over him. Naruto scoffed. "Yeah," he mumbled as Mizuki patted his shoulder. "You know, Uzumaki, my offer's still open. You can still graduate if you pass using the scroll method." Naruto's eyes widened. A conflict raged within him. He knew it felt wrong, but it was his last chance. He needed it. "Alright, fine," he said, Mizuki's smirk growing. Naruto raised his head, and Mizuki replaced his smirk with a smile. "Just give me the information I'll need." Mizuki nodded. "Alright, Uzumaki, follow me," he said, leaping off. Naruto followed, listening to the instructions. Hokage's tower. Late at night, stars dotted the sky, crickets chirped, and a crescent moon shone. The moon's light, however, was inconvenient for a certain 12-year-old thief. Naruto leaped across rooftops, making his way to the Hokage tower. Mizuki had told him the scroll was in a hidden vault in the Hokage's office. He landed on an adjacent roof and looked down. Chuunin guards surrounded the front door. Mizuki had warned him it wouldn't be easy. Naruto tapped his chin, pondering. A smirk spread across his face as he stood, making hand seals. A solid Naruto clone appeared beside him, and Irika-sensei said 1 clone wouldn't do any good. He muttered, performing more seals. "Transform." He transformed into a Chuunin. He and his clone walked down to street level, heading towards the Hokage tower, the clone's arms held behind its back. Naruto grinned smugly, waving at the guards. "Got to take this little shit to the Hokage," he said, and the 2 Chuunin smirked. "Go right on through," they said, giving the clones sadistic glances. Naruto grinned as they passed. They began ascending the stairs. Naruto dispersed his clone, then smirked, deciding on a disguise for the Hokage. "Transform," he murmured, a puff of smoke revealing an exact replica of the masked man who'd chased him 6 years ago. He opened the Hokage's office door. It was empty. "What the hell," he said, dispelling his jutsu. Wonder why the old man isn't here," he mused, walking through the office. "Whatever, just makes the job easier." Naruto found a specific spot on the wall. Mizuki-sensei said it was right here. He pressed it, and a case of scrolls slid away, revealing a small room with a giant scroll, almost as tall as he was. He stared at it for a moment. This is just too easy, he said, unwanted conclusions forming in his mind. No, I've just been really good about this. He hoisted the scroll onto his back, then used the transformation jutsu again, turning back into the Chunin. He exited the vault, pressing the wall to close it. He smirked as he walked down the stairs. Then he saw the old man. He almost froze but kept walking. The old man smiled, nodding. "Good evening," he said simply as he passed. "Good evening," Naruto replied, still shaking a bit. After a few moments, when the old man's footsteps faded, Naruto sighed in relief. "Oh, thank God," he whispered, reaching the bottom of the stairs before rushing out of the tower. The two Chunin guards tried to speak, but he hurried past them. He ducked into an alley, dispelling his jutsu immediately. He sprinted through the alleys toward the forest. "Alright, now I just have to get to the old shack in the middle of the forest and learn one of these jutsu while I wait for Mizuki-sensei." He rearranged the scroll on his back. As Naruto ran, the Hokage entered his office, discovered the forbidden scroll was missing, and began assembling ninja to search for it. The forest, a few hours later. Naruto leaned against a tree in the clearing, breathing heavily, utterly exhausted from hours of training. When he'd arrived, he immediately started on the scroll. The first jutsu infuriated him, the shadow clone jutsu. He was so pissed he almost gave up, but then decided that since his regular clone jutsu was so bad, he should master this one. For a while, he just tried the jutsu, using a new cross-shaped seal he found in the scroll. He tried and tried, getting more and more frustrated, almost tearing the scroll apart. After a couple of hours, though, he finally understood its mechanics. Until a few minutes ago, he'd been doing great. Then he crashed. Now, the street fox leaned against a tree, chuckling lightly as he cracked his neck, having finally mastered the jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto heard something nearby. Thinking it was Mizuki, he stood up, ready to announce his success, only to see Irika standing there. Naruto froze, then scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. Hi Irika-sensei, he said, his voice as shaky as his body. Irika raised an eyebrow, taking in Naruto's worn appearance. He's been practicing, Irika thought, then shook his head. Naruto, what the hell is wrong with you? Why'd you steal the scroll? His tone was more concerned than angry. Naruto just shrugged. Well, Irika-sensei, Mizuki-sensei told me about this way I can become a genin. Said if I stole this scroll and learned a jutsu, I'd become a genin. Irika's eyebrows rose even higher. He said he'd be around soon to evaluate my progress. Suddenly, something clicked in Irika's mind. Mizuki had come to his door, specifically telling him Naruto had stolen the forbidden scroll, yet when he and other ninja were in front of the Hokage, Mizuki never named the culprit. If Mizuki knew, he should have told the Hokage. Unless... Suddenly, the sound of shuriken slicing through the air hit his ears, and his eyes widened. Naruto, move! Irika yelled, pushing Naruto away just as several shuriken struck him, some cutting him, others pinning him to the wooden shack. Naruto was utterly bewildered, watching Irika attacked out of nowhere. Mizuki suddenly appeared, two giant shuriken on his back, landing on a nearby tree branch. Good job, Uzumaki. Now just hand over the scroll, and I'll take a look at your jutsu, Mizuki said, barely hiding the cynicism in his voice and smirk. Naruto, still stunned, was about to comply when Irika chimed in. Don't do it, Naruto. Mizuki's only going to take the scroll and betray the village. You can't let him have it. Irika shouted, causing Naruto to look back at him with a distressed expression. No, Naruto, you can't believe him. He's the one who didn't allow you to graduate when you deserved to earlier today, so why listen to him now? Mizuki countered, Naruto's mind beginning to spin. Naruto, he's lying to you, don't believe him. Irika yelled, and Mizuki laughed loudly. Me, lying to him? Please, Irika, you've been lying to him his entire time in the academy. Hell, the entire village has been lying to him since he was born. Mizuki shouted, and Naruto looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Naruto asked, his voice shaking. Irika began to panic. No, Mizuki, you know it's forbidden to talk about it. Irika shouted, but the traitor ignored him, looking straight at Naruto. Naruto, haven't you ever wondered why the village hated you so much? Mizuki asked, his cynical smirk replaced by a smug grin. Naruto merely stood there, an eyebrow raised, and nodded. Yeah, it's because I steal stuff, the street fox stated, which made Mizuki laugh. If that was the only thing you did, Naruto, the entire village wouldn't care less about you. Mizuki shouted, tilting his head slightly. Yeah, they'd be annoyed, but they wouldn't hate you on the scale they do now. And here's why. Mizuki began, as Irika fervently pulled at the shuriken pinning him to the shack. Don't do it, he shouted, Mizuki once again ignoring him. 12 years ago, Naruto, as I'm sure you know, the fourth Hokage defeated the nine-tailed fox, the Kyuubi, and stopped it from destroying the village. However, he couldn't kill it. Mizuki said lowly, Naruto's eyes narrowing. You see, he had to seal it into something that could adjust to the Kyubai's chakra being inside of it. It needed to have premature, undeveloped chakra coils. He laughed lowly. It had to be a newborn baby, its umbilical cord barely cut from its stomach. His smirk grew. Naruto, do you know what day your birthday is? Naruto went blank, having never been told. I figured as much, so I'll just go ahead and tell you. The cynicism slowly returned to his voice. It's October 10th, the exact same day that Fox attacked the village. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. You mean I'm. He began, tears welling up. That's right, Uzumaki, you're the child the fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi into, and the reason the entire village hates you is because you are the fox itself, and you're the one responsible for the deaths of hundreds of ninja, including Irika's parents. Mizuki shouted, Naruto clutching his head as tears streamed down his face. No, it's not true, it's impossible, Naruto screamed, though he knew he was lying to himself. It all made sense now. His speed, his energy, his rapid healing, it all pointed to him being a demon. Then, a crushing realization hit Naruto. His dream of becoming a ninja, of earning respect, of having a life of his own, it was impossible. They'd never let a demon, a monster, become a ninja. No wonder Irika failed him. He killed his family. He killed so many people. Mizuki plucked one of the giant shuriken from his back and aimed it. Now, Kyuubi, it's time for you to die, Mizuki roared, throwing the shuriken straight at Naruto. The infamous street fox, known for dodging projectiles, stood frozen, unable to move under the weight of this new, horrifying knowledge. Suddenly, he fell backward, hearing the sound of metal piercing flesh, yet feeling no pain. Is that what death feels like? He wondered, opening his eyes. He looked up, the moon and stars were still there. He wasn't dead. What was hit? He looked down, shocked to see Irika standing over him, the giant shuriken sticking out of his back, tears in his own eyes. Irika choked back a cough and began to speak. When I was younger, after my parents died, I felt completely alone. I had no one to turn to. I was desperate for attention, Naruto. I became a class clown, making a joke out of myself and everything I did, just so people would look at me. My grades suffered, and I nearly didn't graduate from the academy when the exam came around. Irika coughed again, a little blood spat onto Naruto's face, though Naruto didn't notice, his attention fixed on Irika. Naruto, I understand what being completely alone must have felt like for you, but that's all I can say I understand, because you and I are completely different, Irika said, and Naruto looked away. We're different, because you were so much stronger than I was. Naruto looked at him in shock. I tried to gain attention by making a fool of myself. You tried to better yourself, you worked hard to gain what you wanted. He coughed a little more. You pushed forward, even when it seemed like your goal was impossible to reach, and that's why, after I really got to know you that day during your first try at the exam, I began respecting you. Both he and Naruto now looked each other in the eye. Irika was sure of what he was saying, but Naruto wasn't so sure of what he was hearing. In an instant, Naruto bolted, running far from both Irika and Mizuki, trying to grasp what was happening. Naruto, he heard Irika shout, but he didn't turn back, just kept running. He ran for several minutes before leaning against a tree, clutching the forbidden scroll. He was still slightly exhausted from practicing the shadow clone jutsu and needed more rest. Irika, you know what he's gonna do. Naruto froze. He peeked around the tree, seeing Mizuki and Irika. Mizuki stood a few feet from Irika, who sat against a tree, a little blood at the corner of his mouth. He's just going to take that scroll and learn its secrets so he can go back and destroy the village. That's what monsters do. A small pang went through Naruto's heart. Irika, however, merely smirked. Yeah, that's what a monster would do. In that moment, Naruto's heart felt ripped in two, fresh tears forming. So, Irika-sensei did just think I was a monster. He muttered, ready to sprint off, before he heard the rest of Irika's speech. But that's not Naruto. He's an excellent and brave young man, who's fought his entire life and has grown strong because of it. Naruto froze. He's not the Kyuubi in any shape or form, he's the street fox of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, and will one day become a proud member of this village's ninja force. Irika shouted with conviction, which made Mizuki scoff but brought fresh tears to Naruto's eyes. Pathetic, Irika, Mizuki stated, grabbing another shuriken from his back. You've clearly gone insane, allow me to put you out of your misery. Naruto gasped, realizing what was coming. Now die, Irika, Mizuki shouted, preparing to throw the shuriken. It happened so quickly. Irika barely saw it, and Mizuki had no time to react. Naruto dashed from his hiding spot at incredible speed, leaping up and kneeing Mizuki directly in the chin, sending him flying backward as the giant shuriken vanished from sight. Mizuki flipped in the air, skidding across the ground before stopping, slowly clawing his way up, glaring furiously at the object of his endless aggravation. Naruto shoved the scroll onto the ground, his hand resting on it as he glared at Mizuki. "Don't you dare touch Irika-sensei, or I'll kill you." His voice carried a serious, enraged tone unlike anything Mizuki or Irika had ever heard from him. Mizuki scoffed as he stood up. "Please, you think a deadlass like you could possibly defeat me?" he asked, laughing loudly as Naruto's glare intensified. "Bring it on," Naruto said, and Mizuki sneered. Naruto slowly formed a cross-shaped seal, bringing it to his face. "Whatever you send at me I'll return 1,000-fold," he said seriously, his chakra flaring, all signs of exhaustion gone. "Show what you have then, Foxboy," Mizuki shouted as Naruto's chakra swirled around him. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto roared, and a large explosion of smoke engulfed the area. As the night wind dispersed the smoke, the entire area was filled with nothing but Naruto clones. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock and fear, his earlier confidence vanishing as he frantically looked for an escape. Meanwhile, Irika watched in awe, a grin spreading across his face. "These aren't just any clones, they're solid clones. He learned such an amazing jutsu within the span of a few hours," he thought, his grin widening as the Naruto clones began cracking their knuckles. "If you aren't going to make the first move, then we will," one clone shouted, and the rest charged in, causing Mizuki to shriek in panic. Never before had Naruto or Irika heard a grown man scream bloody murder so loudly while being beaten to a pulp. A few minutes later, several popping sounds echoed through the area. Naruto had dispersed all his clones once Mizuki was thoroughly beaten. Naruto chuckled lightly, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Sorry, Irika-sensei, looks like I kind of overdid it there." He laughed a little more. Mizuki lay behind him, severely mangled. He'd be in the hospital for weeks before being sent to jail. Irika, however, simply smiled at Naruto, raising his hand, motioning for Naruto to come closer. "Naruto, come over here. I have something to give you." Naruto raised his eyebrows as he walked over. When he stood directly in front of Irika, Irika smirked slightly. "Now, close your eyes and I'll give it to you." Naruto obeyed, closing his eyes, waiting in anticipation. A few minutes passed, and Naruto slowly felt the warmth of the rising sun on his face. After a while, he felt a cloth around his forehead. "Okay, open your eyes," Irika said. Naruto opened them. Nothing much seemed different from when he'd closed them, except Irika's headband was missing. "Wait. Congratulations, you graduate," Irika said. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his sensei. "And to celebrate, I'm going to take you out to eat, my treat." Naruto looked down at the ground, his body shaking slightly as Irika gave him a worried look. "Irika-sensei," Naruto yelled, tackling Irika in a bear hug as they both burst into laughter. Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in his office, Sarutobi watched the scene with a faint smile. Though disappointed Naruto had learned the truth about the nine tails sealed within him, he was relieved to see the boy handling it better and graduating. Mizuki would definitely be punished for his crimes, but for now, Sarutobi would wait. He stopped observing through his crystal ball, sent a message confirming the scroll's recovery and instructing Shinobi to resume normal duties, then leaned back in his chair, taking a puff from his pipe. He gazed at the pictures of past Hokage, his eyes lingering on the fourth's image. "You chose well, fourth, you'd be proud of him," he murmured, exhaling more smoke as he sighed, the immediate chaos now over. "Oh, make random ideas, yay." If Mizuki knew who stole the scroll, he should have told the Hokage, unless. Suddenly, the whiz of shuriken filled the air, making his eyes widen. "Naruto, move," Irika shouted, pushing Naruto away as several shuriken struck him, some cutting, others pinning him to the wooden shack. Naruto stood utterly bewildered, watching Irika attacked by shuriken from nowhere. Mizuki then appeared, two giant shuriken on his back, landing on a nearby tree branch. Then, a quiet bang echoed, and Mizuki fell to the ground with a small, bleeding hole in the back of his head. Irika and Naruto stared in shock, looking up to see a man replacing Mizuki on the tree limb. He appeared to be around 30, with short brown hair and a beard. A dark gray headband was tied tightly on his forehead, and a strange suit covered everything below his neck. He pulled out and lit a cigarette, while Naruto and Irika simply watched him. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked slowly, Irika nodding in agreement. The man merely scoffed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling smoke. "My name is Solid Snake," Snake stated, as dramatic theme music inexplicably began playing in the background, making Naruto and Irika look around confused. They looked back at him when the music ended, even more bewildered. "So, what are you doing here?" they asked, prompting another scoff from Snake. "I was here to kill that guy," he said, pointing at Mizuki. "You see, he's not your Mizuki-sensei at all. His real name is Andrei Putin, a Russian spy sent to retrieve a Metal Gear hidden under your village." However, the Japanese captured and brainwashed him, hoping he'd think he was a ninja, but he didn't forget and still tried to get the Metal Gear. He was stopped by the CIA when they found him and tried to kill him. He dodged them by becoming a ninja, killing them all mercilessly. Little did he know his brother had joined the CIA, so he killed him too. When he figured that out, he wanted revenge, so he plotted to steal your forbidden scroll and then go back to Russia to kill the leader to avenge his brother's death. But little did he know the Chinese were aware of this and told the Russians, and they asked America's president to send me to stop him in exchange for any Metal Gears and nuclear bombs they had. So I was sent here, and after a nasty encounter with my clone brother, Liquid Snake, I made it here, sneaking through the village, and then finding you all, and killing Mizuki. Snake rattled off almost in one breath, taking another puff from his cigarette, while Irika and Naruto stared at him as if he were a crazed lunatic. What? They both asked, causing Snake to facepalm. He stood up, glaring at them. I just said it plain as day, how could you not get it? He demanded before a ringing sounded in his ear. Excuse me for a moment, he said, bending over and pressing a finger to his ear. The ringing continued a few more times before he secured the link. Otakon, why the hell didn't you tell me these people were so stupid? He yelled into the device, making Irika and Naruto sweat drop. Now Snake, you can't blame them, after all, they are just primitive ninjas, Otakon replied, the device ensuring only Snake heard him. Yeah, but still, these guys are total dipshits, even Ocelot could outsmart them, Snake retorted, causing both Naruto and Irika to glare at him. Just keep your cool, Snake, you can do this, Otakon said, followed by silence on the line. In the forest, Snake had several kunai sticking out of various parts of his body, while a frustrated Naruto and Irika walked off. Good riddance, Naruto muttered, Irika nodding in agreement. You said it, he replied as they walked away. Meanwhile, Otakon began to worry about the silence. Snake, Snake, Snake. Hokage's tower, Sarutobi's office, 6 a.m. A deep sigh escaped Sarutobi's lips as he leaned his head on his hand, tapping his desk impatiently, his pipe forgotten to his right. Several other jonin joined him in a collective sigh, many simply sitting around. Asuma Sarutobi, the Hokage's son, leaned against a wall, frequently dragging on his cigarette and occasionally glancing at Korone Ui, a newly appointed jonin. He ran a hand through his hair, sighing again as he exhaled smoke. Korone Ui, the jonin Asuma watched, meanwhile, was inspecting herself, checking her fingernails, ensuring her supplies were in place, and tightening her headband. She would also glance at young Sarutobi, though less often. Another jonin present was Ebisu, whose last name no one knew because he never bothered to tell it. Irika Omino, Naruto's academy sensei, was currently asleep in a chair, documents on his lap. The reason it was is because Naruto is no longer an academy student, he's now a genin, like several other students from his class. This gathering of jonin and academy chinin was for one purpose, to place special genin on their teams. You're likely wondering why such an important meeting wasn't already underway, why they were all just sitting there as if they had nothing better to do, especially since the meeting was supposed to start an hour ago. This is because one person was missing, a person essential for this meeting to proceed, a person whose punctuality for non-critical S-rank missions is the worst in Konoha's history, second only to Obito Uchiha's. Sarutobi yawned, considering joining Irika for a nap when the door suddenly slid open. A masked face peeked in, its visible eye forming an upside-down U. Sorry I'm late, I met someone famous on the way here, and I just had to get an autograph, but they didn't have any paper, so I had to chop down a tree and... He began, causing most of the room to groan in annoyance, rousing Irika from his dream. Save it, Kakashi, we're too tired for your lame excuses, Asuma said, taking one last puff from his cigarette before extinguishing it in an ashtray on Sarutobi's desk, then turning to face everyone, leaning back against the desk. Really, Kakashi-san, I would have hoped you'd at least attempt a better excuse this time, given how long you had to come up with one, Ebisu commented, adjusting his glasses. Kakashi merely shrugged at their reactions, pulling out a copy of his favorite book, Ika Paradise. Pervert. Korone muttered, looking at the Hokage. So, Hokage-sama, I understand we're here to organize some of the more special students into teams, she asked respectfully, crossing her arms. Sarutobi nodded, lifting his head from his hand and motioning for Irika to bring some papers. The papers contain standard, detailed reports on every student who passed the Academy Genin exam, including basic information like skills and age, and more detailed documentation such as behavioral problems, personal history, and lineage. Quite right, Korone-san, Irika said, beginning the meeting. He stood, bringing the documents to the table and spreading out 9 of the many graduating Academy students' files. As I'm sure you all know, it's normally tradition for the council and the Hokage to work together to pair up teams. Irika began, Sarutobi sighing as he looked at the names. However, this year's crop of candidates had quite a lot of cream, too much, in fact, to be entrusted solely to myself and the council, especially considering the high number of non-ninja households, he said, looking up at the jonin. Korone, Asuma, Kakashi, you 3 are here because you are our most accomplished jonin, whom I consider capable of teaching these students. He then looked at Ebisu. Ebisu's simply here because I wanted to talk to him after our meeting, which was supposed to have ended half an hour ago, he said, everyone sending an annoyed glance at Kakashi, which went unnoticed as he had his head buried in his porn. Sarutobi looked at Irika, nodding for him to continue. Our special students this year are quite spectacular. They include Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harano, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, Hinata Hayaga, Kiba Inyazuka, Shino Aberame, and Naruto Uzumaki, he announced. Everyone raised their heads at the mention of Naruto's name, causing the usually calm Ebisu to babble slightly. Naruto? Genin? He failed the entrance exam. How is he a genin, and even if he is, what makes him so special that he deserves to be specially placed with such talented genin? Ebisu asked, almost resuming his rant until the old Kage raised his hand, a gesture that silenced many. They then looked back at Irika. The other three jonin joined in looking at the academy teacher. After all, they heard the same thing Ebisu had, that Naruto had failed. Irika flinched as all eyes fixed on him but quickly recovered, clearing his throat. This is true, Ebisu-san, Naruto did indeed fail the entrance exam. However, extenuating circumstances have led both the Hokage and I to deem him worthy of becoming a genin, he explained. Ebisu was about to shout before Irika continued. After all, it isn't every day someone manages to steal the forbidden scroll, learn a jonin-level technique, and then use it to defeat a chunin-turned traitor. Irika's words made Ebisu flinch greatly, while the others' eyebrows rose so high they seemed about to detach from their faces. So, Uzumaki's the one who beat Mizuki, Asuma said, clear shock in his voice, which only made Sarutobi chuckle, having not seen his son so flabbergasted in some time. Irika nodded, a proud smile on his face as he began explaining. Yes, that's quite right. Naruto Uzumaki not only stole the scroll from Hokage-sama's office but learned the shadow clone jutsu within a few hours and then went as far as defeating Mizuki, he said, scratching the bridge of his nose. Because of this, I decided that allowing him to become a genin would be the only proper thing to do, the chunin said, looking around the room. Any objections? There were none. All three regular jonin simply nodded. Not only were they too shocked to form an argument, but even if they could, they likely wouldn't want to get rid of Naruto. Second, if Irika stated this in front of the Hokage and he didn't intervene, then it would be done by the Hokage's will. Ebisu, however, was about to comment when a glance from Sarutobi quickly silenced him. With all in agreement, Sarutobi smiled, looking at the academy teacher again. Irika, if you would show us the grades. Irika complied, nodding as he quickly flipped the pages in each student's file, showing their rankings, both relative to each other and to the entire class. Here they are, Hokage-sama, he said, looking them over with a small smile. At the top of the class in intelligence is definitely Sakura Harano, however, her field abilities, well, they were somewhat subpar. The academy teacher then pointed to Suzuki's picture. However, Suzuki Uchiha had the highest score in the field and a high enough grade in classwork to overtake Sakura, making him the top in the class, Irika said, quickly moving over the others. The others had perfectly good scores, easily placing them in the middle of the pack. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he smiled as he thought of the blonde. It was damn close, but he made it to the second-to-last position in class. His grades dropped dangerously around the massacre, but he was somehow able to stem the drop enough to keep him from falling all the way to the last position, Irika said, causing the Hokage to inwardly sigh. He knew if Naruto was dead last, he'd be forced with the Uchiha boy, and that wouldn't bode well, not with the rumors surrounding the Uchiha massacre still flying, even if Suzuki saw his brother do it. Sarutobi shook his head. It didn't matter, it was over, it was all. Wait, Hokage-sama, Ebisu suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Ebisu slowly walked to the documents, pointing directly at Naruto's picture. You said he was second to last in the class, however, have you even considered who the student is who was placed last, he asked, causing Irika to raise an eyebrow. Ebisu looked over the documents, sighing as he pointed to one of interest. Shikamaru Nara, he stated, causing most of the room to look at Ebisu. I don't understand, Hokage-sama, Irika said simply, feeling all eyes on himself, Ebisu, and Sarutobi, the tension in the room building. Sarutobi sighed, taking a deep breath from his pipe, allowing the smoke to seep out slowly as he shook his head. Irika, as I'm sure you're aware, it's very rare for a team to be formed whose techniques perfectly complement one another, so perfectly that the team is in almost complete sync. However, I can remember one team that did possess such skills. This team was made up of Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akimichi, the Inoshikacho, he said, Irika's eyes boring into the old Kage's head. In fact, when we found out those three had children at almost the exact same time and were entering them into the academy, it was hoped that we'd be able to place them together on a team. Now, with Shikamaru last in the class, there's no way for us to complete that team, unless... He began before Irika practically slammed his hand on the desk. What are you suggesting? He asked, sounding surprised to hear this from the third. Are you saying we should bump Shikamaru's grade just so he can be placed with Ino and Koji? He shouted, causing Sarutobi to flinch as Asuma sighed. Well, no matter how much you don't like it, kid, both Ebisu and D. Hokage-sama make a good point, the smoker commented, looking at the young, tan man. If we so quickly throw away such a rare chance at recreating one of the most successful ninja squads in Konoha's history, over what can only be described as a miniature change in grades, besides the point, you said it yourself, Naruto's grades were barely above Shikamaru's, then we'd be making a huge mistake, he said, Iruka shaking his head. But Naruto worked hard, he doesn't deserve to be pushed down just because. Iruka began, Korone now raising her head. Though I'd hate to deprive a student of a deserved rank, I think it would be best to make changes as well, the Genjutsu user added, Iruka now looking at her. Besides, there is a logical reason for doing this. It could be put down as a small unofficial penalty for failing in the first place. That way, we can change Naruto's grade within reason, and no one outside this room will have to know about it, especially the council. Korone finished, shocking Ebisu, Iruka, and Asuma with her articulate speech. Kakashi merely looked at his porn, trying to stay out of this absurd debacle. Sarutobi continued staring at his desk. Iruka, however, quickly shook off the shock and was about to speak again before Ebisu interrupted him. I agree as well. That boy, though I would hate to see the possible conflict between a street vagabond and a clan elite, the opportunity to strengthen the Leaf Ninja teams in the future, especially with such distasteful missing nins like Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha still running about, should be taken. The elite Jonin quipped, everyone in the room flinching at the mention of those two names. Sarutobi sighed, looking up at Kakashi. Hey Take-san, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi asked, causing Kakashi to sigh and close his book, now reeled into the conversation. He put the porn into his kunao pouch, looking at the ceiling, contemplating his thoughts before looking back down at the group. I can understand Iruka's argument, under any other circumstance, I would wholeheartedly agree with him. He sighed slightly. However, what we've been presented is possibly the most unique situation to be presented to Konoha in its history, Kakashi said in a tone demanding complete and undivided attention. While you three kept talking about the Shikinocho side of this, I've been thinking more about Naruto. He's the container of the Kyuubi, something that shouldn't be looked upon lightly. In retrospect, it would be best for Naruto to go with Sasuke, for the simple fact he'd most likely end up with me. After all, I asked for Sasuke to be on my team so I could train him, and since I'm the only other person in this village with the Sharingan, I don't think my request will be denied, correct, Hokage-sama? Kakashi quipped, while Sarutobi nodded in agreement. If Naruto were to be teamed up with Sasuke by the dead last, top student tradition, he would come to me, and as the student of the fourth, I think I'd be best qualified to handle Naruto. Of course, the Scarecrow began, that's just my opinion. Kakashi concluded, his eye curving up again as he retrieved Ika Paradise. Everyone looked at Kakashi with a small degree of surprise, well, most did. Ebisu, on the other hand, was profoundly disturbed. Even the Hokage was somewhat shocked. No one expected Kakashi to use such logic to explain not only how Naruto would end up on his team but why. Kakashi. Sarutobi said, confusion evident in his voice, as Kakashi shrugged. I saw the kid, a long time ago, he has potential. He also has something very few ninja are blessed to possess before beginning their careers, instinct, he said, turning another page in his book. The kid has the right stuff, it just needs to be better developed. Besides, anyone who can tear my book right from my hand without me noticing right away has to be good, Kakashi said eloquently, before letting loose a perverted giggle, causing many in the room to sweat drop, wondering where the strong-minded Kakashi went and how he was so quickly replaced with the perverted Kakashi. However, he did leave an impression on all the other minds in the room. I'll think this over. Sarutobi said simply as he gathered the documents. We'll continue this meeting later, when I've made a decision, Sarutobi said simply, waving his hand. Would everyone except Ebisu leave at this time, the old shinobi instructed, the other ninjas nodding as they began filing out of the room, leaving Ebisu and the Hokage to discuss Konohamaru's progress throughout the last week, a topic that usually left Sarutobi with a small headache. 7 p.m., streets of Konoha. Hey, Naruto, how was your day? Iruka asked the young blonde beside him as they walked down the relatively empty streets of Konoha. Naruto, hands clasped behind his head in a relaxed manner, just looked up at Iruka and shrugged. The pair's relaxed demeanor, despite the apparent threat of some lunatic tackling Naruto thinking he might have stolen something, was twofold. Naruto had long been known as a daytime thief, a pattern deeply ingrained in the minds of Konoha's citizens. They were accustomed to feeling more at ease about thefts at night, as it had never occurred before, even from Naruto's earliest acts of thievery. His ninja headband was, of course, the second reason for this leniency. Anyone attacking him without provocation risked jail time, especially since the biased Uchihas who would have granted them leniency were no longer present. Oh, you know, Iruka-sensei, a bit of this, a bit of that, and some messing around with this kid named Konohamaru, he explained, causing Iruka to snap his head towards Naruto so quickly it seemed he might get whiplash. What? You messed with the honorable grandson of the third Hokage? Iruka roared, and Naruto instinctively stepped back. Naruto, of all the foolish things you've done, this might be the worst. You can't just go picking on someone like him. First, he's only 5 or 6, you can't do that to someone so much younger. And then there's the fact he's the grandson of the third Hokage. Irika continued his tirade for several seconds until Naruto raised a hand to silence him. Irika-sensei, please listen to me for a second, I swear there was more to it than that, he quickly interjected, successfully pausing Irika's rant. Alright, Naruto, but you'd better tell me about this, and fast, or no barbecue for you. Irika warned, knowing that teasing Naruto with meat was the quickest way to get him to talk. Although Irika enjoyed Konoha's barbecued meat, Ichiraku's ramen remained his favorite meal. However, whenever he tried to tell Naruto about it or get him to go there, Naruto reacted rather violently, disliking ramen for some reason. But that was beside the point. With the threat of a free meat meal being withdrawn, Naruto quickly began recounting the day's events from the beginning. Well, you see, Irika-sensei, it's like this. 9 a.m. Hokage Monument. The sun had risen over Konoha, shining brightly on the Hokage Monument, a mountainside with the engraved faces of past Kage. On a building near the monument, a young, newly recruited ninja sat on a small stair, while an older man stood some distance away, a camera in front of him, looking at the young man. Alright, ready? The old man asked, inserting a slide into the camera as the young ninja, Naruto, nodded. Yeah, let's just get this over with already, he said with a hint of excitement, posing for the camera as the sun made his golden hair gleam. The cameraman shrugged, ducking under his veil and positioning the camera precisely. Alright then. 1, 2, 3, cheese, he said, snapping the photo. The picture was fairly standard, from what the cameraman had seen before. Naruto wore his black shirt with the orange spiral on the back, matching black pants down to his ankles, where his ninja sandals were firmly secured. Naruto's smile in the picture was radiant, reflecting a sense of pride in finally becoming a ninja, and a small amount of relief. Around his forehead, keeping his spiked hair from falling onto his face, was the object of his immense pride, his ninja forehead protector. Naruto's gloved hands were firmly placed around the metal plate of the headband, causing it to shine in an unusual but magnificent way. At least, that's how Sarutobi viewed the picture, his smile easily noticeable. He looked up from the form to Naruto, who sat on the other side of the room, still wearing the smile from the picture. Sarutobi could only smile again, seeing Naruto so cheerful lightened the burden he had carried for so many years. Then again, considering what he had told Naruto about the job years ago, he wasn't surprised the boy's outlook on life was temporarily lifted. Sarutobi placed the picture into Naruto's file, bringing his pipe to his lips and taking a deep breath. Naruto, I must say, I had my doubts before, but you surpassed them, he said, causing Naruto to chuckle. Of course I did, old man, would you expect any less of me, he replied, his hands again going to his headband. I'm the street fox of Konoha, of course I'd be able to graduate, and do it well. He leaned forward, resting his shoulders on his knees. So, when do I get my first pay, he asked, a wide grin on his face, which made Sarutobi laugh a little more. Not until your first mission, Naruto, which should only be a few days away, he said in a tone that made Naruto beam even brighter. Sarutobi sat there for a few moments before hearing the door slowly slide open. He knew Naruto had felt it too, as he quickly turned his head towards the flung open door, revealing a small child with strange headgear and a tuft of hair sticking out the back, and a large scarf around his neck. Old man, I challenge you, he shouted as he charged forward, a shuriken firmly in his right hand. I will beat you, and become the 5th Hokage, he declared, as Naruto snapped into action. Not so fast, kid. Naruto yelled, dashing forward and grabbing Konohamaru by his wrist, then expertly twisting it, causing Konohamaru to flip in the air and land on his head, knocking him out. Naruto stood proudly, a huge grin on his face while Sarutobi applauded him. Naruto! Irika had grabbed Naruto by the ear, a firm twist causing Naruto to yelp. Come on, Naruto, I know you much better than you think, and I know you're lying to me. So start telling me what really happened. Irika demanded, Naruto nodding quickly, yelping with each twist of his ear in Irika's grip. Alright, just let me go, he shouted, and the academy teacher released his former student's ear. Alright, so here's what really happened. Old man, I challenge you, he shouted as he ran forth, a shuriken firmly in his right hand. I will beat you, and become the 5th Hokage, he declared, before tripping over his own scarf, hitting the ground face first, the shuriken sliding to the side of the room. Both Sarutobi and Naruto sweat dropped as they watched Konohamaru groan, lifting his head from the floor and lightly rubbing his face. The 3rd Hokage sighed as he looked at his clumsy grandson. Hello, Konohamaru, nice to see you, again, Sarutobi said in a slightly exasperated tone, as this was Konohamaru's 3rd assassination attempt within the hour. The sound of quick footsteps on the hallway floorboards resonated soon after, and Ebisu quickly appeared, having heard Konohamaru. Young master! Ebisu shouted, concerned. He quickly looked around before spotting Naruto on the other side of the room. So, this is the fox boy, he thought, giving Naruto a look that, while it made him recoil slightly, didn't make him lose his composure. This, in turn, caused Ebisu to raise an eyebrow. Then again, the boy has been on the streets for 6 years, his confidence in beating such mediocre challenges repeatedly would give him a small sense of security, Ebisu mused, before inwardly shaking off the thought. Don't you dare give him the honor of one of your evaluations, he thought, before fast walking over to Kanoamaru. Young master, are you alright? He asked, kneeling to help Kanoamaru to his feet. The young boy, his pride bruised, looked around the room for a scapegoat for his trip, and found one in the blonde on the other side of the room. I'd be better if the whiskered guy hadn't tripped me, he yelled, pointing at Naruto while Ebisu's sweat dropped. He disliked the boy, but he was pretty sure he couldn't reach over and trip Kanoamaru from several feet away. Naruto's own stare narrowed slightly, becoming skeptical. What are you talking about? He said in an aggravated tone, standing up and walking over to Kanoamaru. I didn't do anything to you. Kanoamaru chuckled, puffing out his tiny chest. Maybe you're right, it was like you couldn't do anything to me, he said boisterously, annoying Naruto even more. Naruto quickly moved over to him, grabbed Kanoamaru by the collar, and lifted him slightly. Say what? Naruto growled, while Kanoamaru maintained his sneer. Ebisu, on the other hand, was on the verge of a heart attack. You let go of the honorable grandson right away, you heathen. You cannot simply manhandle the grandson of the third Hokage, he shouted, which caused Naruto to look up at Ebisu with surprise and mild disgruntlement, mostly because he wouldn't be able to. Ha! Thought so. I knew you wouldn't have the guts to hit. Bam! Never mind. Kanoamaru was now on the floor, sitting on his backside, gripping a large lump on his head and groaning in pain as Naruto walked out of the room, hands in his pockets. Ebisu looked on in terror, mouth agape, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The one least surprised, by far, was Sarutobi, who simply sat at his seat, taking a deep breath from his pipe. Ebisu noticed this and sent a somewhat confused look to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, why would you allow this? Allow some brat to strike your own grandson, he shouted, causing the old man to shrug lightly. He seems fine to me, Sarutobi noted, pointing to where Kanoamaru had been sitting. Now, the words had been sitting were used because Kanoamaru was no longer there, in fact, he wasn't even in the room at all. This caused Ebisu to panic yet again, his eyes widening over his glasses. Where did he go? He shouted again, causing Sarutobi to sigh. I believe he followed Naruto, he said, channeling extra chakra into his ears to prepare for what was possibly one of the loudest screams he had ever heard. Ebisu shot out of that room with the speed of a shuriken, and most likely its intent, as he shouted around for Kanoamaru. Sarutobi, on the other hand, merely lit his pipe again, taking a few deep breaths. Might as well get back to the office and keep an eye on this situation, Sarutobi said, standing up slowly and walking over to get his cane. After all, who knows what kind of trouble those two will get into on their own. The old Hokage mused as he began walking towards the room's exit. The streets. Naruto walked down Konoha's wide-open streets, his disgruntled expression remaining, hands still in his pockets. That little kid was a snob, with a mouth even bigger than his own. His nose curled in distaste before he shook his head, trying to dispel all thoughts of the child. However, the section of fence ahead, with its sideways boards and a brown tuft of hair sticking out the top, didn't help much. He sighed as he walked right past, trying his best to ignore it, but it was just so stupid. The mere thought of that trick, which had saved his hide so many times, being performed so poorly just. Alright, you can come out now, the disguise is so fake, he said, turning to face the section of wall. A few chuckles resonated as the illusion cloth fell, revealing Kanoamaru. So I was right, you really are good, he said, running towards Naruto, tripping over his scarf again. Naruto sighed, turning around and preparing to leave again. Wait! Kanoamaru shouted as he stood back up, running until he was right behind Naruto. I want you to train me, he yelled, causing Naruto to freeze. That was something he had never heard before, nor had he expected to hear it. A little kid, and he meant little, asking the infamous street fox to train him? It sounded so ridiculous to Naruto, it wasn't even funny. Get lost, Naruto quipped, before walking again. Or, he tried to, before Kanoamaru latched onto his leg. Come on, sensei, you can't just leave me hanging. Kanoamaru shouted, causing Naruto's eyebrows to raise. Sensei, he thought, crossing his arms as he considered the word. Naruto sensei, Street Fox sensei. Naruto the Street Fox sensei, has a nice ring to it. A cocky smile began to form on Naruto's lips as his pride swelled. But, the kid was a snob, why would he want to help him? Then again, being a sensei would give him an excuse to punish the kid for his behavior. Oh, what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do, he pondered, before smirking lightly. Alright, he said, turning to face Kanoamaru with the same smirk plastered on his face. Sensei isn't just going to let you float there without some proper guidance, but you have to call me Naruto-sensei, he added, Kanoamaru hopping off his leg with a huge grin. Thank you, Naruto-sensei, he shouted, jumping up and down a few times in excitement, Naruto watching his excitement and becoming somewhat infected by it himself. Today was going to be a good day, for him at least. For Konohamaru, he wasn't too sure he'd enjoy what he had planned. And then what happened? Irika asked, now genuinely intrigued by the story. So far, Naruto had only lied about that one small part, which meant Konohamaru really did ask him to be his sensei. Well, Irika-sensei, my plan was to just put Konohamaru through hell, just a little bit of payback for being such a pain, he said, cracking his neck before coughing into his fist. So, from there, it was a bright, beautiful day in Konoha, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and, Naruto, you're an idiot, Sasuke was calling Naruto an idiot. All the academy students were now pointing and laughing at Naruto, who merely stared at them with a sullen look. Though, in his mind, he formed a comeback. A comeback so sinisterly annoying that it couldn't help but strike a nerve with Sasuke. Yeah, well, he began as he pointed at Sasuke. Your mom! Naruto shouted, causing the entire area to freeze with shock. Everyone looked at Sasuke, waiting for a response. They didn't get a comeback, instead, they got, Mom, he said in a soft, sad voice. Mommy, he said, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. Oh shit, Naruto thought as he quickly tried to come up with a new idea. Your dad, he said in an uncertain tone. Daddy, Sasuke shouted, Naruto making another oh shit face as Sasuke suddenly burst into tears, soaking everyone in the immediate area with his tears. Everyone in the immediate area glared at Naruto, who merely took a step back. I'm just going to shut up now. Naruto's flashback, Streets of Konoha. It was what could only be called one of the most entertaining times of Naruto's young life. He was running down the streets, passing by the citizens, most of whom were staring at him in confusion. He wasn't stealing anything, and with his ninja status, he wasn't supposed to be too afraid of someone attacking him. So why was he running at such a quick rate? The answer came to them in the form of Konohamaru, wheezing, huffing, and puffing, as he chased after the blonde down the street, trying to keep up with his new sensei, and failing miserably. About 15 minutes ago, when the young Uzumaki allowed Konohamaru to be his student, Naruto immediately began their training. The first exercise? Well, if you hadn't guessed, the first part of the training was to chase the genin, who would be running as fast as he could. Why? Well, if you're going to be as good as him, you'll need to be as fast as him, at least, that was Naruto's logic. The real reason was that the manipulative foxboy wanted to see if, after running long enough, the kid would throw up. Playing into Naruto's fiendish hands, Konohamaru accepted the street fox's training, thinking he would easily be able to keep up with the genin, and boy was he wrong. For the first 5 minutes, the honorable grandson managed to maintain a good pace, staying about 30 feet from Naruto, which was rather surprising compared to others who had tried the same. After the 10-minute mark, the student's stamina began to fail him, not quite yet used to chasing someone at full speed. 15 minutes, and the gullible boy was reduced to the pathetic state we see now, which of course tickled Naruto beyond belief. There had been those who tried to stop Naruto and Konohamaru, attempting to keep the bully of a thief from punishing the poor honorable grandson. However, whenever they tried to intervene, Konohamaru would, though in a strained tone, almost as if his words were coming from his nasal cavity instead of his mouth, shout at anyone and everyone who tried to stop them, telling them to back off, or else, the imaginative parts of the brains of those threatened easily filled in the gap, prompting them to do as Konohamaru said. So, here they are now, Naruto several feet ahead, Konohamaru trailing severely behind, and everyone on the road just staring at the two. Come on, you slowpoke. You're never going to be as good as me if you don't hurry up. Naruto shouted back to the not-so-honorable grandson, who cursed under his breath as both of them kept moving. Little did Konohamaru know that he was playing puppet for the street fox's clever and quick hands. Naruto wanted them both to run until they reached the forests outside of Konoha, so they would have some privacy for the other forms of torturous training the genin would put the young child through. The crafty neophyte genin snickered to himself as the streets emptied of civilization, allowing more and more plants to fill the gaps. Eventually, there were no buildings or roads around. Naruto, knowing that privacy would be needed for the next step of his entertainment, decided that he and Konohamaru would be going to another piece of his turf. That turf was, of course, the forest. Naruto leapt into the middle of a clearing, with a couple of vending machines nearby for the mastermind to take drinks from should he get too thirsty. As Naruto noticed this rather small detail, his thoroughly exhausted student stumbled into the clearing, quickly falling to the ground and rolling onto his back, taking in very deep breaths due to his fatigue. The street fox shook his head, walking up beside Konohamaru with a small smirk. Come on, Naruto said as he began tapping the boy's head with his foot. Get up, you lazy piece of crap. You're training under me now, and there are no breaks till I say there are. This last barb pierced right into the honorable grandson's pride. Don't call me a piece of crap, the young boy growled as he steadily climbed to his feet, Naruto placing his foot onto the younger one's head. Now, what was Rule 3 of being my student? The blonde asked in an aristocratic voice, one he obtained from his multiple run-ins with people who he claimed to have their heads shoved up their own ass, which caused Konohamaru to sneer. Rule 3 says that, no matter what, my sensei, Naruto Uzumaki, the great and powerful street fox, shall be allowed to call me whatever name he decides to, whether that word be a normal insult or a curse word. The irate pupil recited almost perfectly. Naruto smiled as he took his foot off Konohamaru's head. Good, you can actually memorize rules. Hopefully you'll be able to remember these powerful exercises I'll be putting you through. Talking down to Konohamaru in this manner both annoyed the young boy and filled the genin with a tickle. Very good, Konohamaru, now we can get to work with the workout. Naruto shouted again as he pointed to a tree. Now then, let's start with 500 Shin UPS on that branch. At that shout, the Hokage's grandson did a double take, nearly causing himself whiplash. WW what? The amazed boy stammered, his face a mask of stupefied shock. Damn, what are you thinking? The young Sarutobi loudly complained. Naruto had suddenly grabbed him by the collar and flung him onto a tree branch. Konohamaru barely clung on, looking down in fright. He was now at least 15 feet above the ground. Don't worry, I'll join you in a second, the blonde sensei said, walking behind a nearby tree. A series of loud coughs and throat-clearing sounds followed. Moments later, the street fox returned, cracking his neck before jumping onto the branch. Well, let's get going. Even as he started doing pull UPS, Konohamaru could only swallow a large lump in his throat and began working out too. Meanwhile, hidden behind the tree, another Naruto smirked, eyes closed, as wisps of smoke cleared. He, while my shadow clone handles that, I'm going to get some Z's, the devious foxboy said, stifling a yawn before falling asleep. You fell asleep? Then let a shadow clone decide what to do with him. Irika shouted at his former student, seconds away from strangling the young Uzumaki. Hey, Irika-sensei, don't worry, the shadow clone didn't treat him badly. The young ninja said, met with a skeptical glare from the older ninja. Well, he didn't treat him too badly. I mean, there were only 20 laps around the clearing, projectile practice, practicing dodging them, that is, then there was doing a handstand for a half hour, doing 500 squats. What kind of workout schedule do you run? The run-ragged student yelled, his body sprawled on the ground. The shadow clone Naruto, though utterly exhausted, smirked at the young man he had practically tortured. A tough one, the clone retorted snarkily, prompting Konohamaru to lunge for his ankles, all he could reach from the ground, and bite down with extreme force. The clone screamed in pain before vanishing instantly. Konohamaru blanked out as he heard a yawn and saw Naruto emerge from behind the tree, scratching the back of his head as he tried to wake up. Geez, do you have to scream? He asked, and the young student immediately reverted to his outraged state. What the? You jerk! Konohamaru shouted, his voice echoing. This pinpointed their location for a certain jonin who was searching for that voice. Naruto, meanwhile, just shook his head. Did you honestly think I was going to tire myself out with all that work, especially with the next part of the training? He said, causing the angered boy to calm down. Well, calming down was the wrong term. Panic merely overwhelmed his ability to complain. Any next part? The honorable grandson asked, as his teacher merely smirked, pointing to himself with his thumb. That's right, kid, the next part of the training is actually pretty simple, he said, cracking his neck. You're going to run at me with everything you've got and try to hit me in any way, anywhere. If you do, we'll take a break, hell, I'll even get you a drink, the genin said, pointing to nearby vending machines. If you can't, we're going to keep on working. Konohamaru glared at him with exhausted eyes, slowly rising to his tired feet. I'm going to kick your butt, the boy said with determination, despite his exhausted state. Konohamaru raised his right hand, pulling it back and forming a fist. Charge! Uttering that battle cry, the Hokage's grandson began rushing toward Naruto, his legs wobbling beneath him as he stumbled now and again. The great and powerful sensei merely smirked as he sidestepped his student's blow, causing the boy to fall behind him. Naruto then turned back to face the fallen child, suddenly feeling very sorry for the boy. Hey, you know what, you tried hard, how about I give you that break anyway, he said, Konohamaru's eyes shining as he, bam! Naruto! I've already told you once, lie and there's no beef. Irika said, snatching the bowl of beef away from his former student, who now sported a large, throbbing lump on his head. Naruto shook his head and tried giving Irika puppy dog eyes, but then immediately backed off as Irika brought a piece of beef to his mouth. All right, the truth, I get it, he said hurriedly, his face red with embarrassment. Well, the truth is, I'm going to kick your butt, the boy said with determination despite his exhausted state. Konohamaru raised his right hand, pulling it back and forming a fist. Charge! Uttering that battle cry, the Hokage's grandson began rushing toward Naruto, his legs wobbling beneath him as he stumbled now and again. However, one stumble was one too many, and the wobbly boy began falling to the ground, the trained genin beginning to laugh loudly at the unexpected action. However, because of the laughing boy's action, he was left unable to see the younger boy's sandal fly off his foot, straight toward Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes opened, seeing the shoe, but it was far too late for his overwhelmed self to react, especially since the idiot was still laughing at Konohamaru's expense. Everything slowed as Naruto's eyes widened, shaking his head side to side as he yelled "Nuu," in futility. Uzumaki tried to protect his face, but despite the effort, the shoe projectile rammed into his face, causing the boy to fall backward, similar to how his pupil fell. "Ow," he moaned, rubbing his face. Konohamaru watched him with an astounded look before he too began laughing wildly, pointing straight at the ninja with scarred pride. "Ha! Loser! I got you! I hit you, so now I get a break," the young one shouted, continuing to laugh. Naruto glared at him, trying to come up with some excuse not to let this happen, but, grudgingly, he relented. "Sigh, fine. Crawl over to the vending machines," the temporarily beaten puppet master said, beginning to walk over, his gullible puppet continuing to smirk as he moved inch by inch toward the vending machine area. "Shut the hell up, Irika-sensei. Just shut the hell up," Naruto shouted at his sensei, who was currently so filled with mirth that he was pounding his fist on the table, laughing so hard everyone in the room thought he had a 60% chance of busting a gut. "No, no. This is too good," he shouted, looking up at Naruto through the tears in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, who has prided himself as the street fox, a hated thief whose greatest claim to fame was his amazing agility and speed, and yet, despite this, you got hit square in the face with a child's sandal, and, as if that weren't enough, that wasn't even the intended attack. Irika put his face down onto the table once again after that statement as he continued to laugh. The fox boy's eyes twitched at his former sensei's behavior. "Man, Naruto, you've had some lows before, but this is just a whole other level. Do you want to hear the rest of the story or not?" The irritated preteen shouted, his sensei straightening up as his laughter reduced itself to chuckles, then mere snickers, until it was all gone. Okay, I'm listening," he said as the current storyteller sighed, beginning his story anew. "Jackass," Naruto muttered under his breath before continuing. Konohamaru sat on the log in front of the vending machines, still smiling cheekily as Naruto fiddled with the troublesome devices. "Hey sensei, what's taking so long?" the overconfident boy asked with sarcasm, while his befuddled sensei merely shot back a glare. "Shut up, brat," he growled, pounding the machine once more, causing 2 cans of soda to fall out. The expert thief grabbed both sodas, throwing one to Konohamaru, who caught it, but groaned, as the metal hitting his hand hurt a little, which, in turn, earned a shake of the head from Naruto. "Come on, did it really hurt that bad?" he asked bemusedly as he sat beside the easily hurt pupil, popping open his can of soda and taking a drink. "Hey, I just got my butt handed to me by your training. Give me a break," Konohamaru whined somewhat as he popped open the top. Naruto shook his head. He really didn't like winners, but, given the kid had actually worked so much, and under the worst possible circumstances he could provide, and given that the boy was probably never forced to work so hard in his life, the street fox could cut him a small bit of slack. Alright, just don't whine like that, it makes you sound like a wimp," the genin stated simply as he took a drink from the soda. The honorable grandson was quite surprised to hear Naruto actually speak those words in the same sentence, not so much the wimp part, but the alright part. The boy student smiled a little as he continued to take a few drinks of the beverage. After a few moments of silence, Naruto-sensei fidgeted a bit. He was used to silence, yes, but that was normally just when he was alone. When other people were around, for one reason or another, it just annoyed the hell out of him. "So, kid," he began, thinking of a question that had been bothering him the entire time. "What's your deal with wanting to beat the old man?" Konohamaru seemed a little stunned at first, but then sighed as he looked down. "It's just, the old man, my grandpa is the Hokage of the village. So no matter what I do, when I walk past someone, they always call me honorable grandson, or if you're Ebisu, young master, they never call me by my name," the honorable grandson said, taking a drink of soda. "I keep trying to beat Gramps because if I do, then everyone will know who I am, and they'll call me by my real name," the boy finished as he took another drink. Uzumaki was just about ready to laugh his ass off and just try to fix Konohamaru up with another training exercise, when he really thought about what he said. "Wanting to be called by your own name," Naruto thought to himself as he looked up at the sky. "How many times a day do people honestly just call me Naruto?" the street fox thought again, as his mind began fading away from the forest and into its deeper sanctuary. When he thought of the answer to the question, the genin inwardly sighed as his mind finally realized how rare an occasion it was. Naruto was either called Fox Boy or Street Fox, rarely did people even call him boy or kid. That facet of his existence, Street Fox, had basically overshadowed him. Naruto continued to think about what Konohamaru had said, thinking so deeply that he appeared to just phase away from the real world, his eyes becoming glazed as he remained silent. The honorable grandson beside him became confused by the lack of noise coming from the normally word-filled genin. Konohamaru tapped the side of the dazed boy's head, immediately reminding the young blonde that there was a very real world that he wasn't paying attention to. Naruto looked down at the youngster and shook his head, continuing to laugh. Come on, kid, you think that's a big deal? He asked, placing his feet on the ground to stand up and shake his head. Look, there are going to be a lot of things and people who overshadow you your entire life. It's just common sense. The temporary sensei then looked back at Konohamaru. The trick is not to try to take the expedient way out of it. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes, and work as hard as you can, for as long as it takes, before you can really become your own person, and before people truly recognize you as Konohamaru, the street fox lectured, laughing as he shook his head. Besides, even if you beat up the old man, people wouldn't call you Konohamaru, they'd just start calling you dishonorable grandson or the little bastard who beat up his own grandpa, he said with another laugh, the young child looking at the genin in a somewhat stunned tone before smiling. Yes sir, Naruto-sensei, Konohamaru shouted excitedly, before practically collapsing again. Just, can I wait till tomorrow, he asked, getting a good chuckle out of Naruto as he nodded. Yeah, whatever, Konohamaru, he said dismissively as he threw his drink can into the nearby trash can. Ah, Naruto, Irika said with a small laugh. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly as the Chunin did so. Who would have thought you could actually give good advice to a small kid that wouldn't corrupt him? Irika said with a small laugh, which caused Naruto to sweat drop. Irika noticed this and immediately raised an eyebrow. Naruto, what did you do? I swear, it wasn't my fault, Irika-sensei, I had to do it. The young boy shouted, placing his hands palm down onto the table and bowing his head, which increased Irika's worry. What happened, Naruto? Irika said simply as Naruto looked up with an apprehensive look on his face. There you are. A loud shout resonated inside the clearing as the two youngsters turned around to see a certain irate Jonin, Ebisu. Said Jonin looked straight at the two boys through his glasses, and though you couldn't really tell because of the glasses, you could feel him glaring at Naruto with the blazing heat of 1,000 suns. Naruto flinched at first under Ebisu's gaze but then quickly stood strong again. Konohamaru, on the other hand, kept gazing at his former sensei with a very annoyed look, knowing that the somewhat annoying Jonin wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. What are you doing here, young master? This boy will corrupt and destroy every little bit of knowledge and ability I have given you, Ebisu said, a little more calmly than his previous statement, as he jumped down from the tree and easily landed on his feet. You must quickly come with me, lest you be further soiled by the street fox's presence, the Jonin said in his usual holier-than-thou tone, the honorable grandson defiantly shaking his head no. Go away, Ebisu. Naruto-sensei has been training me, and I bet I can beat you now, Konohamaru said as he began running forward. Time to jump into action, he said confidently, before Ebisu immediately disappeared, reappearing behind the young boy, and lifting him up by his cape. Well, darn it, the clearly embarrassed boy said disappointedly as Ebisu shook his head. You see? That boy has not helped you, the only thing he has trained you in is swearing. Naruto's left eyebrow twitched. He is the street punk of Konoha, and young master, if you try and learn from him, you'll never become Hokage. The Jonin continued, Uzumaki's expression becoming even more annoyed. Now, let us get out of here before the filth gets all over the both of us, Ebisu said. Suddenly there was a large explosion of smoke beside both him and Konohamaru. The arguing pair looked over to the side, only to have their sight filled with Naruto and his dozens of shadow clones. Konohamaru's jaw dropped, as Ebisu's eyebrow merely raised a bit. You know, I'm standing right here, so why don't you try and say all of that right in my face, you bastard, one of the clones said as the rest nodded in agreement, all bending down into a taijutsu stance of sorts. What is this? Ebisu thought as a small smirk formed on his face. The fox boy wishes to fight? Well, I don't see the harm in putting him in his place, the pompous Jonin thought again as he put Konohamaru down and began walking amidst the clones. Foolish boy. I'm a Jonin, an elite ninja. Do you really think you can possibly defeat me? Ebisu said as he walked right into the middle of the clone groups, annoying and worrying Naruto at the same time. That pig-headed jerk. Naruto seethed, drawing his kunao alongside his clones. He's just strolling in here like he owns the place, the jackass. You sound awfully confident for an idiot about to get pummeled across this clearing, the Genin snarled, glaring at Ebisu, who adopted a more disciplined taijutsu stance. Worried? From the bottom of the barrel? Not a chance, foxboy, Ebisu smirked, further agitating Naruto. Whatever. I'm totally gonna kick your ass, one clone yelled, charging Ebisu with his kunao poised for a strike, but it didn't go as planned. Ebisu simply sighed, ducked, swept the clone's feet, and slammed his foot into its vulnerable stomach, making it vanish instantly. All the Narutos froze, shocked as they stared at Ebisu. What the hell? Rushing a guy worked with that bastard Mizuki, one Naruto exclaimed in amazement, while Ebisu merely chuckled. As I said, I'm a Jonin, far superior to that hack Mizuki, Ebisu stated, standing upright. Now, can we please get on with this? I need to get the young master back to Hokage-sama, and I don't have time for games. This prompted all the Narutos to leap at Ebisu. I'm going to kick your pompous ass, the clone army roared, rushing Ebisu with limited success. Ebisu's taijutsu was both graceful and effective. he used the momentum of each strike against one clone to attack another. In one instance, Ebisu punched a clone square in the jaw, continued the arc of his punch to dodge a stab from behind, then arced his leg up and out, kicking the attacking Naruto in the chin. After that, he forced his other leg into the air, spinning mid-air to dodge a sweep from another Naruto, and then slammed his heel into that Naruto's head. The fight wasn't progressing, and despite his efforts to deny it, Naruto began to realize this. Ebisu, however, was meticulously taking notes. So, the legendary Street Fox's Achilles heel, Ebisu mused, dispatching another Naruto clone. No wonder he always tried to outrun or outfox whoever chased him. It wasn't that he avoided direct confrontation, it was that he knew he'd just embarrass himself. Just like now, Ebisu chuckled, taking out 3 more clones. The traitorous Itachi was right, the Street Fox has barely any taijutsu skill, the Jonin continued thinking, as only 3 Naruto clones remained. Oh, is this fight almost over? I haven't even broken a sweat, Ebisu said in his usual overconfident tone, as the Narutos and Konohamaru swallowed lumps in their throats, one Naruto wiping sweat from his forehead. Damn it, I just can't get to this guy, no matter what I try, I can't hit him directly. The genin thought, cracking his neck. Might as well try to trick him. His thoughts calmed. With a wordless glance between the 2 Narutos charged forward, one with a regular kunao, the other with a kunao wrapped in an explosive note. The first clone threw his kunao at the ground near Ebisu's feet, immediately raising the Jonin's eyebrows. His basic ideas are solid. With his renowned mobility, he's hoping that by being in the air, I'll provide an opening for a strike. Alright, I'll humor him, Ebisu thought, adjusting his glasses and leaping into the air, the explosive note detonating moments later. Ebisu looked down to see the clone who threw the kunao jumping up towards him, fist reared back. The Jonin shook his head, forming a familiar cross-shaped seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted as a clone formed beneath him, just in time for both to see another Naruto leaping up towards them from behind the second. The arrogant teacher simply used his clone as a platform to leap towards the 2 Narutos, who looked completely surprised as Ebisu kicked the first clone in the chin, sending him back into the second. Then, with a quick spin, he struck the mid-air pile of 2 clones, sending them rocketing towards the Naruto who thought he'd be safe from the fray. A big mistake. Ebisu landed on the ground, relatively unharmed, while the 3 Narutos skipped across the ground a few times before screeching to a halt. They vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing a single Naruto. Ebisu smirked, scratching his nose. That's it, that's the mystery of the Street Fox. He's not some superhuman capable of beating Chunin and Jonin but refrains because he's just a good thief. It's because he can't, Ebisu thought, walking towards Naruto. The boy behind the myth is just that, a boy. A child whose only good skills are running and hiding. The prideful Jonin laughed out loud again. He couldn't wait to tell everyone in Konoha. The genin, meanwhile, was just getting up, cracking his back as he tried to regain composure. Naruto stared straight ahead, formulating a new plan. The Jonin he faced was tough, likely because this was his first serious taijutsu match where the primary goal wasn't to flee immediately. Naruto ground his teeth together until they hurt, finding himself without any weapons. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, looking at Ebisu. He really didn't want to get close, but he had to steal some kunao or shuriken from him. So, in a desperate dash, Naruto charged towards the elite Jonin. He once again formed the cross seal and created 3 clones. The Jonin merely shook his head as he watched them approach. You must be as stupid as your grades suggest. If attacks like these didn't work the first 2 times, why would they work the third? He asked cynically, cracking his neck. One Naruto leapt at Ebisu, his hand reaching for Ebisu's kunao pouch. This clone was promptly backhanded away, exploding in a puff of smoke. The second clone lowered his body, hoping to sneak under Ebisu and grab something. Unfortunately, this led to the unpleasant experience of being punted by the Jonin, disappearing moments after his chin met the toe of Ebisu's sandal. The real Naruto smirked. This was it. The idiot's punt had left his lower half completely exposed. He could easily sneak in and reach into the pouch on his leg, especially since it was the leg he punted with. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs for a burst of speed, dashing under Ebisu and reaching into the pouch, grabbing the first solid object he could. Ebisu, shocked, quickly spun around, deftly punching Naruto in the jaw and sending him flying several feet away, though not without Naruto having secured a firm grip on something. Aha! Naruto shouted in triumph, standing back up. I got something. I got something from your pouch. He yelled, finally lifting his right hand. Though he hoped to see a kunao, the only thing he'd grabbed was a book. God damn it! Naruto shouted in agitation as Ebisu stared at the book for a few moments, sweat dropping as he started thinking. Oh dear God, no. It couldn't be. The thought echoed like an alarm as he checked his pouch. Naruto looked at the book's title and immediately recognized it as the one he'd stolen and then returned to the one-eyed Jonin who chased him all those years ago, the one about shapes. Oh hey, Ika Ika Paradise. I remember this, Naruto said, opening the book, not only confirming Ebisu's worst fears but also inducing a level of panic in the Jonin that far exceeded what a fire-style jutsu aimed at his head could create. Gee, give that book back. You can't read it. It's not for children your age, he shouted, a fiery blush spreading across his face. Naruto stared at him in annoyance as he flipped through a few pages, not reading any. First off, I'm not a child. Secondly, it's just a book about shapes, what could possibly be BA? Naruto began as he stared, actually reading the book. The look in his eyes revealed pure disgust and distraught anger. Oh my god. What the hell? Naruto shouted, trying to pry his eyes from the pages but unable to, as he continued reading. What the hell do you read, man? He asked in shock and stomach-churning disgust, Ebisu's blush intensifying in color and darkness as he shook his head. I told you not to read that, you little brat. Now give me that back, he shouted as Naruto nearly went crazy. Why would you want this back, you pervert? I mean, for the love of God, he's touching her vagi. The sickened Genin began before the embarrassed Jonin interrupted. No, not in front of the young master, Ebisu shouted as Konohamaru nearly tilted his head in curiosity. Naruto stopped. He just stopped. He stopped shouting, he stopped reading, he just stopped. He looked at the book, then at Ebisu, then at Konohamaru. He looked between the three for several seconds before his mind began to churn. A smirk began to grow on Naruto's face, first small, then progressively larger until it threatened to split his face. The smirk made Ebisu incredibly nervous. Just what is he planning, he asked himself as Naruto quickly created a cross seal again, forming 4 more clones, all grinning madly like the original. The original Naruto cleared his throat before smirking. Ika Paradise, passages read to you by the Naruto 5 and surround sound. Naruto shouted as he and his clones quickly flipped to various pages in the book, Ebisu quickly regaining his blush as one Naruto found a rather embarrassing passage. Do you love me? She asked as he positioned himself at the entrance to her flowering womanhood. He read from the book, making the perverted Jonin's jaw drop. Stop! You're corrupting his virgin mind, Ebisu shouted, referring to Konohamaru, who had no idea what Naruto had just said. Virgin, huh? Going to need to be less subtle than one clone stated, completely ignoring that Naruto himself was a virgin as he stopped at a page. I'll lift that useless virginity off of your shoulders, he said as he began groping her chest, sliding his tongue past her lips. The clone read, and this time Konohamaru understood, but was puzzled why someone would do such things. Ebisu, on the other hand, was freaking out. Stop, you dirty, demented boy, Ebisu shouted, trying to scream over the 5 Narutos, who continued to read passages from the smut. The original Naruto smirked as he flipped the pages, and stopped upon finding a very, very, very interesting page. Page 100, Naruto stated aloud, figuring that such a disgusting, graphic page would surely leave a lasting impression on anyone's mind. It did. Ebisu's face turned as red as a sunset when he heard the page number, his jaw dropping to the ground as his mind momentarily shut down. He wouldn't dare, he wouldn't dare. He repeated this mantra over and over in his thoughts as he watched Naruto take a deep breath and prepare to speak. He would dare, his thoughts affirmed as his mind suddenly flashed back on. Ebisu made a mad dash not unlike the one Naruto had made just minutes ago. You will not corrupt the young master, Ebisu shouted as the group of clones quickly slammed the book shut. Alright then, we won't, they all shouted at once, throwing their books at Ebisu simultaneously, striking him repeatedly in the face and knocking him off balance. Ika, 2 clones shouted, dashing directly in front of Ebisu and kicking him in the gut, sending him airborne at a 45-degree angle. At that moment, 2 more Naruto clones moved forward, one dashing past the other 2 clones and the airborne ninja, while the other ran right at the other 2 who cupped their hands together. Ika, the 3rd clone shouted as he was catapulted towards Ebisu by the original 2 clones, taking full advantage of his momentum by punching the perverted man in the face, sending him further and higher into the air. The 4th clone repeated the 3rd's movements, allowing himself to be catapulted similarly by the first 2 clones, and then being tossed towards Ebisu by the 3rd. The 4th clone spun forward in the air like a saw before reaching Ebisu's side. He extended his leg and slammed it down on his target's head, sending him rocketing towards the ground. Para, this clone shouted as the Jonin's trajectory arced towards the final Naruto. The excited Genin cracked his neck, making a small jump into the air. He spun on his side, his leg pulled back as Ebisu's bearings returned. His bearings were quickly scattered again as a spinning kick was delivered to his face by Naruto. Dice, the Naruto shouted as Ebisu was launched several feet away, skipping across the ground a few times as all 5 Genin copies landed, the 4 actual clones disappearing, leaving a smirking original. Take that, Ika Paradise combo, he shouted, pumping his fist into the air. Alright, I won, Naruto shouted, celebrating, while Konohamaru stared wide-eyed at his sensei. Naruto began walking over to Ebisu, checking on his opponent. Wow, I really did a number on H-. At that second, Naruto's face was kicked by a chakra-filled strike, sending him 20 feet into the air and away, knocking him unconscious. Konohamaru's wide eyes turned to terror as Ebisu stood back up. The enraged Jonin glared at Naruto's unconscious body, hating the boy. He felt something running down his mouth and chin and rubbed the area with his hand. He then checked his hand and was further angered to find blood on it. That little bastard, he gave me a bloody lip and a bloody nose, he thought, storming towards the genin's body, intent on replicating the injuries tenfold. However, in the last few seconds before the renewed confrontation, 3 kunao embedded themselves in the ground in front of Ebisu, shocking the elite jonin. Now Ebisu, beating up an unconscious kid, a lazy voice resonated. The bloodied combatant's eyes widened as he looked up into the trees, seeing Kakashi Hatake sitting on a limb, reading his own copy of Ikeika Paradise. Konohamaru was shocked by the other jonin's silent and sudden appearance. Really, are you really willing to go that low? He asked, flipping a page, Ebisu's face turning red, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Hatake-san, that boy did extensive damage not only to me, but to the young master's mind, Ebisu shouted, retrieving his own copy of the porn book. Kakashi merely looked at Konohamaru for a second before shrugging. He looked fine to me, the lazy jonin said, flipping another page. Now, Ebisu, Hokage-sama wants you, he said as the elite jonin nodded regretfully and then disappeared in a second. Kakashi sat there, a thoughtful expression on his face. He must have been thinking something deep and meaningful. Page 100. My favorite page, the perverted ninja said with a light giggle, quickly turning to said page. So much for deep and meaningful. The copycat ninja then looked over at the honorable grandson, staring at him with his single eye. You know, you should probably get going too. Naruto will wake up on his own eventually, so you don't have to sit around. See ya. Kakashi departed after giving that short advice. Konohamaru merely nodded, but quickly went over to Naruto, looking down at him for a few moments, before smirking. Yo, sensei, I don't think it's going to work out between us. It's not you and your training, it's me. Okay, it is you, actually, it's your darn training, he said with a few chuckles. Anyway, I'm gonna take advantage of your advice. The young boy said, scratching his nose. I'll stay under my grandpa's shadow for a while. I'll get strong in his shadow, become a better ninja, and then one day, all of Konoha will watch in a daze as I emerge from grandpa's shadow as a strong ninja, and my own person, the honorable grandson said with a small smile. See ya later, Naruto, he said with a salute before running off. Naruto simply lay there in the grass, his unconscious form unmoving, seemingly lifeless. However, there was a small twitch of his lips, one that either said good for you, kid, or someone better find me. Naruto smiled as he stared up at the ceiling, rounding off his story. Well, I woke up later, no one had found me, and I had to make my way back to my place, and that's my story. Thanks for not interrupting Irika-sensei, he said as he looked down and found Irika, asleep. Naruto face vaulted as he glared at his former teacher. That bastard. He fell asleep during my awesome story. I swear to God I'll lynch him, the blonde thought angrily as he prepared to trounce the academy teacher before, suddenly, the waitress brought the bill. Naruto looked at the bill for a moment, before smirking. Hey, you, he called out, gaining the waitress's attention. Another 10 orders of beef, please, he said as the waitress nodded and sent his order back, Naruto smirking at Irika. You don't fall asleep during one of my stories, he said with a smirk as he awaited the arrival of his food. The next day, Naruto looked at the building in front of him, and though he doubted it would be the last time he would see the academy building, it would be his last time as a student, or even as a genin without a team, that he would look at it. The experience gave him a strange sense of nostalgia as he shrugged off some goosebumps that ran up his arms. The former student walked past the academy doors, making his way to his classroom once more. He opened the door and was quite satisfied to find that it was still relatively quiet, not loud as it tended to get when many fangirls argued over who loved Sasuke more. He walked in and got a few surprised looks from other students. One, the normally lazy Shikamaru, actually took the initiative to ask the question that was on most students' tongues. Hey, Naruto, I thought only kids who graduated were supposed to come to class today, the lazy genin more or less stated to Naruto before Naruto, in a highly boisterous manner, made the headband on his forehead more prominent by shaking it around a bit. You see this, Shikamaru? It means I graduated, yep, he said, the familiar feeling of pride building inside him. I ended up being so good that they had to graduate me, Naruto said as many students immediately became annoyed. Shikamaru, on the other hand, whatever. Sounds way too troublesome, if you ask me. The shadow ninja said as he yawned and placed his head on the table, ready to take a nap as Naruto found a seat not too far from Sasuke Uchiha. It kind of pissed him off that this was one of the few seats close to the front that were open, but hey, this would probably be the last time he'd have to look at Sasuke's mug. However, both Shikamaru's nap and Naruto's I'll never see Sasuke again celebration were abruptly ended as Sakura and Ino shoved past one another, forcing their way right into the classroom and beginning to argue over who got in first. Shikamaru sighed as he banged his head against the desk he was trying to sleep on. Women, so troublesome, Shikamaru said with a yawn as the bickering escalated, while Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Despite the interruption, he was still in a good mood. Come on, Shikamaru, it's the last day, can't you at least try to stay in high SPI? Naruto tried to preach to his sort of friend, but was pushed from his seat by at least 15 pairs of hands belonging to 15 hormone-filled girls, all arguing over who would sit by the last Uchiha. The fox genin, though previously having tried to maintain his mood, immediately felt it sour. Shikamaru shook his head as he sighed. Naruto was told by Shikamaru to simply wait for one of the arguing individuals to win, ensuring he'd get his seat back. Interfering would be a waste of time and too much trouble, especially with them. Shikamaru yawned, instantly quashing Naruto's urge to break up the fight. So, Naruto endured the wait for approximately 45 to 60 minutes until Sakura Haruno, of all people, finally took the seat next to Sasuke, leaving Naruto to grumble about the excessive wait for his spot. Naruto sat with his head on his forearms, not so much awaiting Iruka as he was praying Iruka wouldn't choke him for ordering more food while the Chunin slept, then sneaking out without a word. Any such hopes were dashed by the immediate sound of stomping feet in the hall, followed by the violent slam of the sliding door. The irate Chunin's gaze fixated solely on Naruto, a fact known to everyone, especially Naruto himself. Those within a few feet of Naruto instinctively distanced themselves, avoiding the inevitable disaster area around the genin. After a tense stare down, the tan man sighed, shook his head, and gave Naruto a clear "don't do it again" look before walking to his desk and picking up a clipboard. Both Naruto and those around him let out a collective, audible sigh of relief. "All right students, listen up. Today marks your last day as academy students and your first as true Konoha genin," he announced, prompting smiles from various students, though the area around Naruto remained a red on the threat scale. "This paper dictates your team assignments. Your teammates, and your ability to work with them, could very well determine your success or failure as a ninja," Iruka emphasized, noting his students' discomfort. With the preamble concluded, Iruka began. He read off the names for Team 1, then proceeded to Team 2, and so on, until he finished with Team 6. Iruka then looked at Team 7, a smirk playing on his lips. It was Naruto's team. Starting this felt odd. After 6 years, it was somewhat disappointing that Naruto was leaving so soon. Yet, despite Naruto's antics the previous night, a small sense of pride swelled within the Chunin. The boy he once disliked, then befriended, was moving on to greater things. The academy teacher couldn't help but smile. "Anyway, now we come to Team 7, Iruka said, a hint of pride in his voice, though the class showed no real reaction. "First member, Naruto Uzumaki." Iruka read agonizingly slowly, Naruto instantly perking up. This was it, his team, his ninja career about to begin. "Second member, Sasuke Uchiha," Iruka announced, and Naruto's momentary excitement vanished, replaced by a feeling of despair. He wasn't escaping that Uchiha bastard. "All right then, the final member of Team 7, who will work beside Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha," the Chunin dramatically continued, everyone staring intently, eager to know, "is." End of chapter. Omake, you'll only know this if you're up to date with World of Warcraft pop culture. "Alright kid, the next part of the SHADBOSWISFS is simple," he said, cracking his neck. "Run at me with everything you've got and try to hit me anywhere. If you succeed, we'll take a break, I'll even get you a drink," he said, pointing to the vending machines. "If you can't, we keep working." Konohamaru glared at Naruto, slowly getting to his feet. Konohamaru raised his right hand, making a fist. "Alright, thumbs up," he shouted with a bright smile. "Let's do this. Lee-Iruu-uu. Genkiians," he then yelled, charging Naruto. Minutes later. Konohamaru lay on the ground, beaten and bloody, while Naruto stood over him, shaking his head. "Konohamaru, you are just stupid as hell," Naruto commented, as Konohamaru managed a small smirk, holding up a piece of warm chicken, apparently from a nearby vendor. "Oh really, at least I have chicken." Omake 2, props to Lonnie Pater, creator of Yu Yu Hakusho Abridged. "There you are." A loud shout echoed in the clearing, making the two youngsters turn to see an enraged Jonin, Ebisu. Naruto was initially furious that Ebisu had found them, but then became confused and concerned. "Hey, wait a minute, how did you find us? We didn't do anything to give ourselves away, what gives?" Naruto asked, then instantly got his answer. "Attention everyone." A voice blared over what sounded like a speakerphone system, drawing Naruto's, Ebisu's, and Konohamaru's attention to a large van with "Neighborhood Watch Committee" written on its side, the speakerphone mounted on top. "This is the Neighborhood Watch Committee reminding you that if you wish to find Naruto Uzumaki taking out his aggression on Konohamaru in the form of various difficult and near impossible training exercises, then head to the woods just outside of the Konoha city limits. That is all," the speakerphone announced, causing Naruto to sweat drop, his left eyebrow twitching. "Damn you, Neighborhood Watch Committee." Omake 3 from Paintball Gamer, what happens when Naruto drinks Power Thirst? Naruto leaped into a clearing, with a couple of vending machines nearby for drinks. As Naruto noticed this small detail, Konohamaru stumbled into the clearing, quickly falling to the ground, rolling onto his back, and breathing heavily. The street fox shook his head, then went to a vending machine for a drink. Konohamaru slowly and shakily got to his feet, still breathing hard. Damn it, pant, Naruto-sensei, pant, can't we, gasp, take a break? Cough, I'm exhausted. He then noticed Naruto was gone. Ha! Naruto-sensei, where did you? Hey! Naruto's voice boomed from behind Konohamaru, startling him. Do you want to feel so energetic? Konohamaru turned to see Naruto vibrating, holding a drink can, grinning maniacally with a wild look in his eyes. Naruto-sensei, what are you? Then try power thirst. Naruto interrupted Konohamaru, shoving the can in his face. The energy drink for people who need gratuitous amounts of energy. Konohamaru grew nervous. Naruto-sensei, are you feeling okay? Naruto continued ranting as if he hadn't heard Konohamaru. With all new flavors like chocolate. Chocolate energy. It's like adding chocolate to an electrical storm. That doesn't sound very safe, Konohamaru meekly commented. Sound the alarm. You're going to be uncomfortably energetic. No thanks, Konohamaru replied, slowly trying to sneak away from Naruto until he calmed down. Naruto then zipped over, grabbing Konohamaru in a headlock. What's that? You want strawberry? Then how about rawberry? Made with lightning. Real lightning. Naruto, let go of me. Konohamaru cried. Sports. Lee jumps in and yells Ayat, then leaps back out. You'll be good at them. It's an energy drink for men. Manergy. I'm not a man. I'm a kid. Konohamaru desperately yelled, trying to escape Naruto's grip. These aren't your dad's puns. These are energy puns. Turbo puns. That makes no sense, cried Konohamaru, still trying to slip out of Naruto's grasp. Science. Energy. Science. Energy. Electrolytes. Turbo lights. Power lights. More lights than your body has room for. Someone help. Naruto's gone insane. Konohamaru screamed, still stuck in the headlock. As if on cue, Ebisu rushed onto the scene. Aha, he shouted triumphantly. So this is where you have taken the honorable grandson. Return him now before I. Naruto cut him off. You'll be so fast, Mother Nature will be like Sluob Duon. And then you'll be like fuck you and kick her in the face with your energy legs. As if to demonstrate, he then kicked Ebisu in the face, sending him crashing into a tree and knocking him out. Crap, he was my only way out. Konohamaru thought. You'll have so much energy. Lee, you'll just be running all the time. Konohamaru finally managed to slip out of Naruto's grip and tried to escape. You can run all you want. I'm leaving. Unfortunately, Naruto was too quick and tied Konohamaru to a tree with ninja wire. Power running, power lifting, power sleeping, power dating, power eating, power laughing, power spawning babies. You'll have so many babies. 400 babies. I'm too young for having babies, cried Konohamaru, trying to grab his kunao. Give chocolate to your babies and they'll be good at sports. Make your babies run abnormally fast. Babies can't run. What the hell is wrong with you? They'll run as fast as Kenyans. People will watch them running and think they're Kenyans. They'll race as fast as Kenyans. Against actual Kenyans. And then there'll be a tie and they'll get deported back to Kenya. What is with you and Kenyans all of a sudden? Konohamaru shouted, finally managing to grab his kunao. Hey, go with the sure thing. Don't gamble on your energy. Snake eyes. Try power thirst. The energy that will make you, Lee Aya. Sports. Lee Aya. Naruto then started convulsing and foaming at the mouth, then collapsed, having passed out. Once that happened, Konohamaru managed to cut himself loose. Irika continued to observe his former students' reactions. The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to be sliced, chewed like taffy. Under normal circumstances, this would have unnerved the Stoic Academy teacher, but now, it made sense. Sasuke was one of the most popular kids, so naturally, half the tension stemmed from girls hoping to be on his team. On the other hand, Naruto was one of the least popular, with a reputation as a thief, thus, an equal number of girls were likely praying they wouldn't be on his team. Of course, Hinata Hyuga was the exception, probably wanting to know if she'd be on the Fox Boys team so badly she might faint if Irika remained silent. Irika knew he couldn't delay much longer. He had to announce the teams and then allow for a lunch break before their Jonin sensei arrived. While he didn't fret about Naruto's Jonin sensei showing up early, he still needed to finish. So, with a heavy sigh and an even heavier heart, he read the final name on the list. Sakura Haruno, he read steadily, immediately bombarded by the loudest groans, whines, cries, and shouts of outrage he had ever heard. He understood this disappointed many girls who wanted to be on Sasuke's team, with Ino Yamanaka practically frothing at the mouth. However, he also saw relief among some who wouldn't be on the same team as Naruto the street fox Uzumaki, for whom not being with Sasuke was a small price to pay. Sakura, it seemed, held the opposite view. She was out of her seat, shouting in celebration. Apparently, being on the same team as Naruto was a small price for her to pay to be closer to her crush. Still, Irika couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was doing even worse than when the Uchiha's name was announced. He looked at the young blonde and wasn't surprised to find Naruto banging his head against his desk. How in God's name did this happen to me? Naruto shouted to himself, slowly splitting the wooden surface of the desk. Irika merely stared blankly before moving on. He knew Naruto was disappointed for now, but perhaps it would be okay. It was unlikely to improve, but, well, a man can hope. Irika thought to himself as he continued reading the list. Team 8, the Chunin began, looking at the three members. Shino Abarame, Kiba Inyazuka, and Hinata Hyuga will make up Team 8, the Tanshin stated, noting the team's generally positive reaction, largely driven by Kiba. Shino remained calm and stoic as always. Hinata, however, looked very disappointed, which didn't surprise Irika. He knew she was the only girl in the class who truly wanted to be on Naruto's team, so not getting that spot was clearly crushing for her. However, Irika couldn't dwell on this forever, so he immediately moved to Team 9. Team 9 consisted of rather average genin, assembled from the remaining students. After placing those genin into Team 9, he moved to Team 10, the last team on his clipboard. Team 10. Irika shouted over the screams of the others, silencing the class. Will be made up by Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Irika finished, setting the clipboard aside, having completed the list. Team 10, by its nature, wouldn't cause much trouble. Koji and Shikamaru were already good friends and happy with the arrangement. In fact, the only person who truly hated, and Irika meant hated, this was Ino, who had gone from frothing at the mouth to being utterly silent with a destroyed look on her face, then to screaming at Sakura at the top of her lungs after the pink-haired Kunoichi taunted her a bit. Still, by every measure, this could have been worse. Ino could have outright attacked Sakura, sparking a huge fight among most of the females. Irika merely took what little victory he could salvage from avoiding such a catastrophe and set the clipboard aside. Dismissed, he stated for the final time as their sensei, before exiting the room, the students slowly following. The first student out was Suzuki Uchiha, desperately trying to get far away from the academy. The second was Sakura Haruno, tailing him. As the other students left, Naruto remained alone in the room, grinding his teeth. The young boy was frustrated, angry, and absolutely seething with emotion. He knew he'd now have to be on the same team with these two. It was an order from Irika-sensei and, he assumed, the Hokage, but he didn't have to like it. He looked down at his right hand and saw it twitching. Whenever Naruto got like this, he usually did one of two things to relieve the stress. Naruto faced a tough choice: endure grueling training or steal. As a newly appointed genin of Konoha, he knew stealing was wrong. Yet, he didn't want to appear disheveled before meeting his sensei, fearing it would hinder his performance. Steal and face disapproval, or train and look like he'd been in a brawl. As Naruto stood, he checked his pockets for supplies. Few respected him anyway, and he rationalized this would be his last theft, honestly, the very last. Still, old habits die hard. The streets of Konoha. Suzuki Uchiha, a boy of few words and even fewer emotions, rarely showed any feeling. You'd sooner get an emotional response from a rock. But at this moment, Suzuki wore one of the most vivid expressions of anger anyone had seen from him in a long time. He walked, this furious look plastered on his face, consumed by thoughts of his new team. In his mind, this was the worst combination imaginable. Sakura Haruno, the group's kunoichi, was book-smart and likely knowledgeable about plants, poisons, and basic academy teachings. If only she could apply that knowledge as effectively as she memorized it. She lacked strength and speed, her weapon accuracy was mediocre, and she constantly followed him. He assumed he'd have to carry her weight, especially since she probably wouldn't work with the other member of this messed-up team. The mere thought of Naruto Uzumaki made Suzuki's blood boil. It wasn't that Naruto was a poor ninja, the kid could hold his own. What frustrated Suzuki was dealing with someone who was his equal without being his equal. While paradoxical, Suzuki had a reason for this conclusion. They weren't equally matched in talent, but they complemented each other's weaknesses. Suzuki excelled at taijutsu, easily outmaneuvering Naruto in a fight, but Naruto could easily outrun him. Where Suzuki had a plethora of jutsu, Naruto had numerous ninja techniques that didn't require huge chakra reserves. Suzuki could end a fight quickly, but Naruto could outlast anyone. Suzuki was moderately good at sneaking, but sometimes Naruto could be in the same room unnoticed. Despite this annoyance, there was a silver lining: Naruto could serve as a test of Suzuki's improving skills. Suzuki-kun, a voice behind him broke his thoughts. Oh, right, his pink-haired teammate was tailing him, asking for something. He sighed, deciding it was easier to answer than to ignore her and endure her persistence through lunch. He turned, raising an eyebrow, and sighed again as he spoke. What? He asked in his usual monotone, suppressing his frustration. Sakura blushed, glancing around. Suzuki waited. Well, Suzuki-kun, I was just wondering, since we're teammates now, maybe you'd want to get to know each other over lunch, she asked, looking up. Suzuki lowered his eyebrow. Of course, he should have expected that. I'm not hungry, he stated simply, turning and walking away. Sakura visibly wilted, shot down so quickly. Okay, how about another time then, she asked the object of her affections. Suzuki merely sighed, not bothering to answer. Sakura watched him leave, then slumped, a sweat drop forming on the back of her head. Her attempt at alone time with her crush and new teammate hadn't gone as planned. She hadn't expected an enthusiastic yes or even a cool okay. She would have settled for a whatever. Expecting more right out of the academy would have been overly zealous, even for her. With another sigh, Sakura stood, a confident look on her face. Well, hey, we're teammates now, right? That means I'll get more chances in the future, Sakura declared strongly, her inner self burning with determination. Cha! Suzuki-kun is within our reach, inner Sakura proclaimed with even more confidence. Nodding again, Sakura decided to eat, even if alone for now. Overall, she was satisfied with her team, though her satisfaction admittedly stemmed more from Suzuki than Naruto. A small vein throbbed on Sakura's forehead at the name. Naruto Uzumaki, the street fox of Konoha and, according to adult rumors, an assistant to Ataki Uchiha during the Uchiha massacre, though she didn't believe that. Sakura was smart, and looking at Naruto, she couldn't imagine him helping kill an entire clan. She believed him capable of stealing everything and breaking numerous laws, but not murder. Still, she didn't like Naruto. To her, he was just a crook. A crook idolized by some, perhaps, but a crook nonetheless. Plus, he constantly got into trouble, which she wasn't looking forward to as his teammate. Then there was the old feud between the Suzuki Uchiha fan club, which she and Ino founded, and the Street Fox fan club. The fan club obsession had faded as the girls competed for Suzuki, but the general animosity towards Naruto remained, though diluted. The pink-haired girl grunted, pushing these thoughts aside. For now, she just wanted a quick lunch before their sensei arrived. With a sigh and a smile, Sakura walked along, trying to focus on the day's positives. The academy, an hour later. The classroom buzzed with noise again as the genin returned from lunch, most of them discussing their Jonin sensei. Team 7, however, was largely in their own worlds. Naruto counted his stolen ninja wire, weapons, and other items to calm himself. Suzuki thought quietly, deliberately ignoring Sakura, who was either trying to talk to him, bragging to Ino, or conversing with other classmates, likely for the last time in a while. Soon, the Jonin sensei arrived, leading their teams to meeting spots. Team 7 waited for their sensei to show up, and then they waited when they were one of the last teams, then the very last. They waited for what felt like an hour, which stretched into 2. By then, Naruto, Sakura, and Suzuki were utterly bored. Naruto counted his stock for the 20th time. Sakura gave up talking to Suzuki, silently waiting and almost falling asleep. Suzuki did nothing, though he noticed his foot tapping in annoyance. Naruto finally broke the silence, snapping out of his endless counting. Damn it! Where the hell is our sensei? He shouted, pulling at his hair. Suzuki sighed, somewhat relieved the silence was broken. Sakura, too annoyed with their tardy sensei to be annoyed with Naruto, simply nodded in agreement, not wanting to vocalize her thoughts like the blonde. As for their late sensei, had they looked out the door, they would have seen Kakashi Hatake standing there with a blank expression. He looked out a window, noticing the sun had moved considerably. He figured he had tortured them enough. Walking to the door, he sighed and slapped both sides of his masked face. This was likely the first time in a while he'd met a potentially promising team. He needed to be sure. Slowly, he slid the door open and stepped inside, immediately feeling 3 pairs of eyes drilling into the side of his head as he turned to face his new team. It was an odd trio of Suzuki Uchiha, the last Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, the first ninja from the Haruno house, and Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi boy turned street fox turned genin. If they pass, I'll certainly have Konoha's most interesting team, he thought, chuckling inwardly before he began. My first impression of you all. He started slowly, noting Sakura and Suzuki leaning in, while Naruto stared with a puzzled expression. Kakashi wondered if the blonde recognized him from their past encounter. The boy had been unconscious when Kakashi stopped Ebisu, so their only other meeting was that chase. He looked at Sakura and Suzuki, Sakura intently, Suzuki with a whatever attitude. I don't like you, he finished, causing all 3 genin to sweat drop. The scarecrow smirked beneath his mask, then pointed up. Meet on the roof in 5 minutes, he said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sakura and Suzuki quickly stood to head to the roof, while Naruto rose more slowly. Naruto tried to place their sensei. He was sure he'd seen him before, but it was just out of reach. After about 3 minutes, Naruto shook his head and ran to catch up. He'd remember where he saw the masked Jonin later. With seconds to spare, Naruto reached the rooftop, his teammates already there, looking for the silver-haired ninja. As the 5th minute passed, another large plume of smoke appeared on the edge of the roof, revealing Kakashi sitting on the ledge, his eye on the 3 genin. "Alright, sit down right over there," he said, pointing to a spot about 10 feet in front of him. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura nodded, sitting in the designated spot, looking at Kakashi, waiting for him to speak. The Jonin surveyed his new team, then closed his eye, indicating a smile beneath his mask. "Well, I guess we should begin our first meeting by introducing ourselves," he said, waiting for them to speak. "Well, what do you want us to say?" Sakura suddenly asked. Kakashi shrugged. "Don't really care. Your likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, names, etc." Kakashi said in as bored a tone as he could. All 3 genin sweat dropped before Naruto pointed at him. "Well, why don't you go first?" he said, hoping the information would give him a clue about this guy. Kakashi shrugged. "Alright. My name is Kakashi Haytake. I have a lot of likes, and a lot of dislikes, dreams for the future, no thanks," he said, his students obviously waiting for more. "That's it for me. Your turn, Blondie," he pointed to Naruto, who twitched an eye at the nickname. "Alright, fine. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like all kinds of meat, beef, chicken, rabbit, deer, snake, you know, the works," he said. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, while Sakura turned deep green. Even Sasuke, normally stoic, stared blankly, a bit nauseous. "I also like stealing, snow, and just ninja stuff in general. I don't dislike much, but you're quickly making your way onto the list," the blonde said with a not-so-discreet twitch towards Kakashi, who chuckled inwardly, hidden by his mask. "Dreams for the future, well, I just want to make a lot of money and live the good life," he concluded with a shrug. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that goal. He was surprised Naruto's life goals were so simple. With Naruto finished, Kakashi pointed to Sakura. "Alright, your turn," he said dully, and Sakura quickly began. "Okay. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like..." The pink-haired girl began, glancing at Sasuke before giggling. "My dreams for the future," she continued, repeating the action. "I dislike Ino pig and crooks," she said, a not-so-discreet jab at Naruto's reputation, which he merely shrugged off. "You and about 90% of everyone in town," the street fox said coolly, yawning. Sakura's left eye twitched in annoyance at her teammate's barb. Kakashi watched the interaction with amusement. "Well now, this is somewhat interesting. Apparently, his reputation as a thief irks her, and she is as infatuated with Sasuke as Irika claimed. This could either be trouble, or fun to watch," he thought with another chuckle. "I might even put Ika Paradise down to watch," he joked to himself before coughing, getting Naruto's and Sakura's attention. "Well, if you two are done, I believe it's his turn," the silver-haired Jonin said calmly, pointing at Sasuke. The impending disaster was averted as Sakura immediately focused on her crush, Naruto listening half-heartedly to learn more about a teammate. Sasuke merely looked at the group before staring into space. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have very few likes, but a lot of dislikes. My dream, no, my life's goal is to kill a certain someone," Sasuke said darkly, Kakashi sighing slightly. "He hasn't gotten over it yet, not all that surprising, really," Kakashi thought solemnly, remembering the night he was called to examine the scene. He himself could barely stand it, so he could only imagine what the young boy in front of him endured. Naruto felt for Sasuke. If he guessed right, Sasuke was talking about his brother, and Naruto certainly didn't have excellent feelings for the guy who tried to stab him for 72 hours. Sakura, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. While the dark way he said it made him look cool, the idea of him centering a goal around killing someone was a bit disturbing. "Well, that's it for introductions," Kakashi said with a smile hidden by his mask. "I guess it's time to inform you all about the test," he said in an almost cheerful manner, clearly confusing his students. "After all, I have to see if you're genin material, Kakashi-sensei?" "We all took the Academy Genin exam," where Sakura began, but Kakashi interrupted her. "Ah, yes. You're genin by Academy standards, but we have to see if you're genin by my standards," he said in a disturbingly joyful tone. "Now then, tomorrow, you'll meet me at Team 7 training grounds 5 o'clock sharp. You'll find a map just outside the Hokage Tower. If you pass my test, you'll be my team, and I'll train you. If you fail, then I'd have no choice but to send you all back to the academy for another year," the scarecrow chuckled. "Won't that be fun?" Looking at his eye, you'd say yes. Looking at the genins' faces, all 3 were horrified, some more than others. "Oh, by the way, don't bother eating breakfast before you come, you'll just end up chucking it all over the training ground, and believe me, the people who have to pick up after us won't enjoy that," Kakashi added with another chuckle. "Dismissed," he said quickly before disappearing in another puff of smoke. The 3 young people stared at the spot their sensei had been, then at each other. Immediately, Sasuke and Naruto sprinted in opposite directions, with Sakura following a bit later, heading home. Similar thoughts ran through their minds. Tomorrow would be hell, and they needed serious preparation. The Team 7 training area, 4:55 a.m. It was very early in Konoha. The birds were still asleep, the gentle hum of grasshoppers filled the air, and the air was cool and calm. This time was typically for sleeping. However, 3 genin were awake at this early hour, making their way to the training grounds, hoping to retain their new genin titles. They arrived from different directions, partly due to perceived shortcuts, and partly to be alone. They had run into each other when picking up maps from the Hokage Tower. Being up so early did little to ease the tension. Sasuke didn't want to speak to Sakura, Sakura didn't want to speak to Naruto, though she wanted to talk to Sasuke, and Naruto didn't want to talk to either of them. However, they simply looked at each other and sighed as they walked into the clearing, too tired from lack of sleep to care. They'd be pissy after the test. So, all three stood there, checking the breaking dawn for a sign of the time. It was almost 5 o'clock, and they began waiting patiently for Kakashi. They waited 5 minutes, then 30, then an hour, 3 hours passed, and the genin team was still waiting. Or rather, they were standing like the undead, yawning, moaning, and swaying, trying to stay awake. About 3 hours later, Kakashi arrived, the 3 genin looking at him with half-open eyes. "You're late," all three said in tired tones as Kakashi sweat dropped. "Sorry, you see, I was on my way here, but a herd of black cats blocked my path, so I had to run into town and pick up several good luck charms," he said, pulling 2 bells from his pocket. "Like these 2 bells, they are one of my charms, and your test objective." The Scarecrow said this slowly, causing the 3 genin to immediately perk up, seeing their goal. "You see, the test is simple enough. You grab a bell, you pass. You don't grab a bell, you fail and go back to the academy. Sounds simple enough, right?" Kakashi asked before tying both bells to his belt. All 3 genin noticed the problem, but Naruto spoke first. "Wait, there are 3 of us and only 2 bells, doesn't that mean that no matter what?" Naruto said grimly, while Kakashi nodded with a bright smile in his eye. "That's right, Naruto. One of you 3 will be going back to the academy if the other 2 get these bells," Kakashi said giddily, causing the young ninja to stare in bewilderment. "However, if none of you can get the bells by the time the sun hits its apex in the sky," Kakashi said, pointing directly above himself, "all of you fail." All 3 genin flinched again, though Naruto, once again, spoke for the group. "What? Are you crazy?" Naruto shouted at Kakashi, who merely chuckled. "Well, would you look at this, the street fox is actually a bit nervous," Kakashi said, wincing when Naruto growled softly. That might have been a tad over the line, but he had to rile up the young genin. "Anyway, on top of going back to the academy, I'll tie the loser, or losers, to those logs over there, and they'll have to watch the winners and I, or winner, or just myself, eat lunch," Kakashi said, his tone almost sadistic to the starved genin, whose stomachs ached at the word lunch. "Well, it sounds like we're all clear on the rules, so on my mark, you can begin the test," Kakashi said, the 3 genin tensing immediately, trying to ignore their hunger pangs. The tension remained for moments as Kakashi prolonged their anticipation. "Begin." Before he even finished the second syllable, all 3 genin leaped into the woods, vanishing into the thick foliage. The Jonin wasn't surprised. Hiding from a superior opponent and waiting for the right moment was the correct move. Their separation was both good and bad. Good, because he couldn't easily pinpoint a cluster of chakra. Bad, because he still had a good track on all 3, and if he chose, he could find and knock them out one by one. Sakura's pink hair stood out under the bushes to his left. He saw Sasuke moving through the trees, likely drawing weapons from his pouch. Naruto, while the hardest to track, was directly behind him in the tree branches. Naruto clearly hadn't checked if he was upwind, allowing Kakashi to smell the thick aroma of barbecue meat and animal blood that seemed to constantly cling to the boy. When the leaves rustled, Kakashi sighed and drew a kunao. He had hoped the street fox would be better than that. He threw a kunao into the tree and heard metal tearing through clothing. He turned to look at his prize, and indeed, saw the young boy's black jacket fall out of the tree, but no Naruto inside. The Scarecrow's visible eyebrow rose in interest. Suddenly, a barrage of kunao followed by 4 shuriken came his way from seemingly nowhere. Kakashi quickly turned and easily deflected the kunao with the metal plates on the back of his gloves. Then, with all his dexterity, he plucked the shuriken from the air, the spinning stars resting with his fingers through their centers. Kakashi threw the shuriken back into the bushes from which they came, again hearing metal meet clothing. He knew Naruto was there that time but was disappointed when only a puff of smoke emerged from the bushes. "Ha, shadow clones," Kakashi commented idly, before hearing something emerge from the underbrush behind him. "Looks like he's already begun integrating them into his style," he thought. Then, he quickly spun on his heels and saw Naruto charging at him with a kunao in each hand. The Scarecrow's interest immediately fell again, disappointed in Naruto's rather upfront approach now. As the blonde tried to sweep the kunao across Kakashi's torso, the Jonin merely ducked below the horizontal swings and kicked Naruto in the chin, sending the boy 10 feet back. Naruto had dropped the kunao beside Kakashi due to the kick's force, then flipped in midair and landed on his feet, rubbing his jaw. The silver-haired Jonin sighed, standing fully. He could have used his patented 1,000 years of death on Naruto, but decided that, as interesting as the fight started, he couldn't go that route yet. Who knew? Alright, time to end this little bit of fun, Kakashi thought, then instantly turned to face the exposed clone, punching it in the gut. As the clone vanished, Kakashi seized another Naruto's arm, who was reaching for the bells, and began swinging him. This Naruto crashed into the last one, dissolving it, leaving Kakashi with the one he was still spinning. The Jonin chuckled, spinning faster, then released Naruto, flinging the genin into the tree that began the round. Naruto slammed into the tree trunk and fell, violently coughing as the air left his lungs. He stood, pulling his jacket back on. You know, that was actually a good start, too bad you didn't succeed, I was really pulling for ya, Kakashi said, feigning disappointment. Naruto glared, still coughing. Shut up. He struggled to say, winded. I was so close. Naruto muttered, mostly to himself, as Kakashi shrugged. Believe me, so close won't cut it in the ninja world. Kakashi began before Naruto interrupted. I know that, the boy shouted. Kakashi was surprised by his tone but realized he should have expected it. Naruto's whole life revolved around so close not being enough, he wouldn't have survived otherwise. Kakashi sighed. At least the boy was engaged, and hopefully, he'd fight better next time. Still, Kakashi felt little threat from Naruto, or even Sasuke and Sakura, who remained hidden. Even if the others had moderate taijutsu skills, he knew they couldn't touch him. Slowly, Kakashi reached into his kunao pouch. Naruto tensed, drawing his own kunao, ready to defend. Naruto was utterly surprised when Kakashi pulled out a book, a familiar one. Immediately, Naruto looked indignant. Pervert, Naruto yelled, pointing at a giggling Kakashi. You're reading that book. Isn't this supposed to be a test, you? Naruto's anger and frustration grew. He knew why Kakashi was reading the book mid-fight but didn't want to say. What? You're no threat, I figure I can get some reading in, Kakashi said, voicing Naruto's thoughts, making a vein throb on Naruto's forehead. Even Sasuke and Sakura, watching, were annoyed. Sakura found her potential sensei a pervert, and Sasuke found it the stupidest thing he'd seen all day. However, their annoyance masked growing nervousness. They had just watched Naruto, the street fox, try clever tricks, all failing. Sasuke's confidence waned, and Sakura's plummeted. Naruto stared at the perverted Jonin as he read It suddenly clicked. Everything fell into place for Naruto. He knew where he'd seen this guy before. That day, running from the Chunin, the book, the silver-haired Cyclops, that was Kakashi. Naruto's eyes widened as the dots connected. Naruto looked Kakashi over with this sudden realization, growing even more frustrated. I remember you now, Naruto said, standing up quickly. That day, in the streets, the book. Naruto stammered, his frustration making his sentences incomplete. Kakashi merely gave Naruto his eye smile and nodded. I figured you'd remember me sooner or later, Kakashi said, turning a page and giggling. So, what are you going to do about it? Naruto flinched, then gritted his teeth. This revelation, combined with the humiliation of Kakashi's beatdown on him and his shadow clones, made Naruto snap a bit. If you're still obsessed with that book, I'll have no trouble beating you with one hand tied behind your back, Naruto shouted, charging Kakashi. The scarecrow sighed and shook his head at the boy's actions. Really? Kakashi asked, surprised, as he suddenly closed the book and tossed it in the air. Naruto, already in front of the Jonin, was caught off guard by the unexpected move. Shit! Naruto screamed internally as Kakashi began severely beating him with his fists, striking his body and face repeatedly. It culminated when Kakashi grabbed Naruto's arms, lifted him, and swung him into the ground, a spine-aching thud echoing to the other two genin, who watched in panic. Kakashi then tossed Naruto beside the nearby river, sighing and shaking his head. The blonde mentally slapped himself. Well, I definitely didn't think that one through, Naruto thought as he crawled into the river, trying to use the current to get away from Kakashi. As he sank and was swept away, he could hear Kakashi's idle comments from where he stood. That was a pretty stupid idea, he said, the Akaika Paradise book landing in the dirt beside the tree. I've already read that book several times, and they're so cheap nowadays I could buy another copy with spare change. Kakashi shook his head. Still, it would have been a good idea back then, not so much now. He chuckled. Unlike others before you, I'm taking this test seriously, because this group has much potential, and I'd like to see if any of you could honestly become my student. He shrugged. But since you're basically floating down the river, I don't have to worry about you. I can start focusing on the others, he chuckled lightly, immediately catching Sasuke's and Sakura's ears. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Kakashi with new panic. This guy, he was powerful, fast, maybe they were in over their heads. Sasuke was about to strike when Kakashi spoke. Well, I guess it's time for me to find the other two and see if they can pass. The scarecrow said casually, followed by significant movement where he had previously sensed Sasuke and Sakura. The Jonin laughed lightly as the two bolted. Oh, this will be fun. he said, striding into the woods, following Suzuki. Moments after Kakashi left, Naruto surfaced downriver and immediately clung to the bank, rolling onto his back. He gasped for air, letting the pain from Kakashi's hits subside. He'd go after him again soon, but it would be a while, and he wasn't eager for another beating. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Suzuki feverishly set up his own confrontation with Kakashi. Though he had just watched Naruto get beaten to a pulp, the Uchiha still hoped his skills would be enough to beat Kakashi and get a bell. With Kunao and Shuriken set, Suzuki patiently waited for the Jonin. Suzuki didn't wait long. Within seconds, Kakashi strode into the clearing, looking for the remaining genin. He had sensed Suzuki sneak into the immediate area and had a clear idea of his location. That was how he felt about Naruto earlier, but he doubted Suzuki had the same stealth abilities as the young Uzumaki. His suspicions were confirmed when, from his pinpointed area, several shuriken and kunao flew his way. Really? If I'm not mistaken, your teammate just tried this, with disastrous results, Kakashi said casually, leaping away from the projectiles, not bothering to block them. Pulling out his own kunao, he spotted Suzuki hiding in the bushes. He was about to throw it when he saw Suzuki cut a wire with one of his remaining kunao. A trap, Kakashi thought, somewhat surprised, as several more kunao and shuriken came his way. The Jonin quickly landed, dragging his feet to stop his momentum, deflecting as many projectiles as he could with his kunao while letting some graze his arms and legs. As he did this, Suzuki suddenly rushed him, two kunao firmly in hand. A slightly modified version of Naruto's plan. He must be confident, Kakashi thought, trying to swat Suzuki away with his kunao, only for Suzuki to knock it aside. From there, it became a small taijutsu duel, with Suzuki slashing at Kakashi with his two kunao while Kakashi ducked, dodged, and blocked every offensive attempt. Suddenly, Suzuki pivoted, quickly delivering a roundhouse kick to Kakashi's right side, which the Jonin skillfully blocked. The acclaimed genius gritted his teeth, using both his and Kakashi's momentum to twist and kick towards the top of the Jonin's head, which the one-eyed man merely blocked again. Suzuki saw his opportunity and, using one of his kunao, cut the bells from Kakashi's belt. Kakashi's eye widened considerably as he watched Suzuki drop the other kunao to grab the falling bells. He quickly grabbed both of Suzuki's legs and swung him face-first into the ground behind him, the force causing a painful crunch audible to the other two genin, who watched in pitched panic. Kakashi then tossed Naruto beside the nearby river, sighing and shaking his head. The blonde mentally slapped himself. I have to admit, you were even closer to getting these than Naruto, he said, pulling out some ninja wire to retie the bells to his belt. Had I reacted a second later, you could have grabbed one, maybe even both, he taunted, causing Suzuki to glare furiously as he slowly stood. Yet, as I told Naruto, close won't cut it in the ninja world, he chuckled lightly as Suzuki growled. I'll show you close. Suzuki shouted, bringing his hands together and forming seals. For a second time, Kakashi witnessed something unexpected, a genin using a fire-style attack. A genin shouldn't have enough chakra for this technique, he thought, beginning his own seals. Yet, Kakashi couldn't finish before Suzuki. Fire-style, grand fireball jutsu, the young Uchiha shouted, bringing his fingers to his lips, expelling a stream of fire directly at Kakashi. Soon, Kakashi's previous spot was engulfed in flames, Suzuki's fireball incinerating everything, including the earth. When Suzuki felt he had done enough, he released the jutsu, ending the fire. Imagine his surprise to see nothing but ashes. What? Where did Suzuki never finished, as at that moment, a certain Jonin's elbow struck him in the back of the head. Kakashi stood over a semi-unconscious Suzuki, sighing and shaking his head. I'll say that this was almost as entertaining as my confrontation with Naruto. You, a genin, using a C-rank jutsu, a rare occurrence if there ever was one, the scarecrow said before shaking his head. Still, you really didn't see a replacement jutsu coming? Looks like you were a bit overconfident when you tried to burn me. He chuckled, walking away from Suzuki and back into the forest. Now, where's Pinky? Kakashi commented nonchalantly, looking for his last potential student. Said student, Sakura, was desperately running through the forest, seeking a hiding spot. She knew she couldn't beat Kakashi alone and looked for a place to hide until Suzuki or, if necessary, Naruto arrived. At this point, she didn't care if she disliked the blonde, she needed help. She suddenly stopped in a clump of leaves in the trees, quickly looking around before forming the ram seal. Transform, she whispered, a bit of smoke surrounding her as her skin took on the color and pattern of the surrounding leaves. I'll just wait like this. Kakashi shouldn't see me, and if Suzuki or Naruto stop by, I'll be able to dispel the jutsu and ask for help, she thought, steadying her breath and waiting, glad she'd paid attention during forest trips. She sat for several seconds, patiently waiting. The pink-haired genin sighed silently before hearing a twig snap, her eyes snapping open as she looked side to side. Sakura, I'm right behind you, she heard Suzuki's voice say from behind her. Immediately, her eyes widened in happiness as she quickly turned, dispelling her illusion. Suzuki-ku, she began, her eyes widening as she saw who was actually behind her. Kakashi sat there, his eyes staring at her as he waved. "Hi," he said lightly, as Sakura tried to scream. She could only try because the second she opened her mouth, Kakashi rammed his palm into her forehead. She fell from the treetops, landing hard, her eyes spinning, a huge palm print on her forehead. Kakashi blinked, looked down at Sakura, raised his visible eyebrow, and shrugged. "Ha, that wasn't fun at all," he said, dropping from the trees to the ground beside Sakura. He looked through the leaves at the sky, checking the sun's position. "By the looks of it, they have about an hour left. That means I don't have to wait much longer," he said to himself, hands in his pockets as he walked off. "I guess I'll just wait for them for now." He headed to another clearing, awaiting the genin again. It took each genin a while to recover from their individual beatings, Naruto being the first to get up. He clutched his chest in pain as he stood, having laid there for several minutes until the pain subsided enough to move. He sighed and began walking, trying to find Kakashi again. He might as well give it another try, or else he'd end up back at the academy. Naruto found it somewhat easy to track Kakashi. He noticed the jonin smelled strongly of dog, a scent easily traceable in the wind. Sasuke, moments later, also recovered from his temporary knocked right the hell out state. He began moving as well, slowly heading in the same direction as Naruto. He could feel Kakashi out there, he could sense his chakra. He had to pass. If he couldn't beat this guy, how could he kill him? He slowly marched through the woods, and soon heard footsteps beside him. He drew one of his last kunai and aimed it towards the sound, but immediately saw Naruto. His anger was not dissipated by this somewhat relieving sight. "What the hell are you doing up, dope? The jonin kicked your ass," he said, an ache audible in his voice. Naruto, though insulted, could only smirk back at his beleaguered rival. "Look who's talking. You look like you can barely stand, much less put up a fight," the blonde countered to the Uchiha, causing Sasuke's eye to twitch. "Whatever, dope. It's not as if it matters. I'll get a bell, even if you ruined my initial attack," Sasuke said, making Naruto flinch slightly. What do you mean, bastard? I didn't do squat to any attack of yours," Naruto snapped as Sasuke scoffed. "I had a plan right from the very beginning to handle Kakashi. If you hadn't jumped the gun and tried to play top dog, I would have been able to." Sasuke began before Naruto immediately started shouting. "Oh, don't even try to play it like that, bastard. You didn't have squat. I was the only one who had a reasonable idea on how to fight the Cyclops freak," Naruto shouted, a throbbing vein appearing on Sasuke's forehead. "Yeah right, idiot," Sasuke shouted, as Naruto immediately returned with an equally childish insult. "Jerk, baka, Team Yara." Just as the two were about to strangle each other, they suddenly felt someone walking nearby. They turned their heads and saw Sakura slowly approaching, her head bowed. Sasuke and Naruto ignored her for a moment, briefly resuming their shouting match, until they felt a dark presence that chilled both Sasuke's and Naruto's spines. The two turned their heads and immediately paled, seeing something unexpected. It was Sakura, with a large red palm print on her forehead. Her eyes seemed to be on fire, and a dark aura appeared to engulf her. She came closer, grabbing both of them by their collars, unaware that inner Sakura was now in control. "Look, I like you," she said softly, nodding toward Sasuke. "I don't like you," she said, nodding toward Naruto. "I'm going to ask you two something. Did we not just get our asses kicked by some insane jonin?" the pink-haired embodiment of rage asked as both merely nodded. "Are we not just a mere half-hour away from being sent back to the academy?" she asked, grinding her teeth audibly, both nodding again, but more slowly. "Then, answer me this, why are you two standing here, wasting your time by shouting at each other?" she screamed, Naruto and Sasuke paling considerably. "Now I don't know about you two, but I do not want to go back to the academy. So if you two would please stop having this ridiculous cockfight, we can find a way to pass this fucking test and stay genin," she shouted, releasing both boys. At that point, Naruto and Sasuke were nearly frozen with fear. They had seen bad things, but that was the last thing either expected. Sasuke loving Sakura, shouting at them and nearly biting their heads off. Naruto would be scarred for life, and Sasuke was shaken enough to nod and be the first to sit, with Naruto following. Yeah, we should work together," Naruto said, Sasuke nodding as Sakura took one last deep breath and looked back up at both of them. "Well, what do we do? I mean, none of our best skills could beat him. I mean, I couldn't outsmart him," she said as Naruto nodded. "I couldn't even trick him," the blonde said as Sasuke looked at both, then sighed. "And as much as it hurts to say this, I couldn't fight him off," the Uchiha said, looking at his teammates. "So, if we couldn't beat him separately, is there a way we could beat him together?" he asked as Naruto and Sakura sat there. All three genin put their heads together. Suddenly, all three's eyes snapped open and looked at each other. "I have an idea," all three said, though Sasuke was far less excited, as they began discussing. 15 minutes later, Kakashi yawned lightly, checking the sun again. They had 5, maybe 10, minutes to get there and try for the bells. He knew they'd fail. He had no faith any of them could attack him effectively enough to make an honest grab for either bell. He sighed, scratching the back of his head. Another group of kids, another non-existent team, he thought scornfully, looking up. I had such high hopes for this one too, oh well. Suddenly, he heard something emerge from the bushes. He looked down and saw Sakura standing there, shaking slightly, holding several kunao and shuriken. Well, looks like Pinky's the gutsy one in the group, Kakashi said, walking towards her, causing Sakura to raise the kunao and shuriken. Please, Kakashi said, shaking his head, which prompted Sakura to throw the weapons, everywhere but at Kakashi. The kunao and shuriken embedded themselves throughout the clearing, in trees, in the ground, everywhere. Kakashi's eyebrow rose as he looked at Sakura. Maybe I hit you a little harder than I thought, he said as Sakura ran out of weapons and jumped into the treetops. Kakashi sighed, walking towards Sakura, only to find himself stopped. He saw glints of light, realizing it was ninja wire. Before he could react, dozens of Naruto clones, each holding a wire, leaped out, ensnaring Kakashi. The Jonin grunted as his limbs were bound. Kunao and shuriken, previously held by the wire, flew towards him, embedding in his arms, legs, and flak jacket. The clones converged, vanishing, and leaving their wires intertwined. The last Naruto clone ran off with Sakura, leaving Kakashi trapped. As he struggled, Sasuke appeared, grabbing the wire ends. He smirked, bringing his hands together, making Kakashi's nerves jolt. Sasuke, without giving Kakashi a chance, wove hand seals while securing the wire. He finished, brought his fingers to his lips, and shouted, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. An enormous fireball shot towards Kakashi, who was just beginning his own seals. The fireball struck, erupting in a pyre of flame and a small shockwave. Sasuke released the wire, observing his work. Naruto and Sakura emerged from the woods, gazing at the blaze. Did ya hit him? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded, a small smile on his face. Yeah, I think we got him this time, he said, excitement budding in his voice. In a moment of triumph, all three genin clapped their hands together. All right, now all we have to do is get the bells and then decide, or fight, amongst ourselves as to who gets them. Naruto shouted, the or fight barely a whisper. Sakura and Sasuke suspected fighting was always an option. Wait guys, shouldn't we be more concerned about him? I mean, that fireball did look awfully big, Sakura said slowly. Sasuke shrugged. Whatever, he's a jonin, if he can't handle a fireball being launched at him. Then Sasuke was cut off as the fire cleared, revealing a pile of smoking ash. All three genin's sweat dropped. Sasuke knew immediately what had happened. His teammates, however, oh my god, we killed him. We took our sensei and burned him to ash, Sakura shrieked, clutching her head. Naruto stared at the ashes in panic. Look, here's our story, cause we'll need one for something like this. We weren't here, we never saw him, we don't even know a Kakashi, we were just out here having some fun, Naruto exclaimed. Sakura looked at him. What do we do about the ashes? We can't just explain that away, she yelled. Naruto pointed to the nearby river. We'll dump the ashes into the river, no one will ever know, Naruto shouted. Sakura nodded, ready to gather the ashes, before Sasuke smacked them both on the head. Ow, what was that for? Naruto cried. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a hurt expression. The Uchiha sighed. Hey geniuses, we didn't burn him to death, he replaced himself with a log, Sasuke explained. Naruto and Sakura looked back at the ash pile, then heard clapping from across the clearing. All three genin grimaced, seeing Kakashi standing there, the two bells still on his belt. He looked worse for wear, pulling kunao and shuriken from his arms. Well done. I must say that was quite the show, Kakashi said. All three genin sighed, having failed again. Plus, would you look at what time it is, he added, pointing directly overhead. They knew what he meant, time was up, the sun at its apex, they had failed. Well, come with me to the logs, unless you want me to drag you there, Kakashi said threateningly. All three children willingly followed him. Back at the logs. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the clearing with 3 logs in front of a monument. For lunches, still warm, sat there, tempting the hungry genin. However, they were too sore from earlier beatings or too grief-stricken from failing to care. Kakashi had them sit in front of the logs, then sat before them, looking each in the eye, or rather, eye. Alright, before I tie you up, would you mind telling me about what you learned, he asked seriously, drawing confused looks from all 3 genin. Kakashi sighed, pointing to Sakura. You, Sakura, he said, surprising her, as he usually just called her you. Tell me, why were you all so unsuccessful in the beginning, he asked. Sakura, though still confused, managed an answer. We depended too much on our individual skills. We thought we could beat you on our own, even though we knew how superior an opponent you were. The pink-haired genin said slowly. Kakashi nodded, pointing to Naruto. What made you realize you weren't enough on your own, Naruto? Naruto tapped his chin. He wanted to say Sakura scared the crap out of me, but that wouldn't be a valid answer. Well, we saw how stupid our efforts were, we saw how badly we were beaten when we tried to take you down on our own, he said slowly. Kakashi nodded again, finally pointing to Suzuki. Teamwork sure made a difference, Suzuki, the Jonin asked. The black-haired young man scoffed, then nodded in defeat moments later. When we brought our individual skills together and tried fighting you as a unit, we were open to more strategies than we would have had on our own, we were open to more ideas than we would have been on our own, he said. Kakashi nodded and shrugged. So, do you think you might have gotten the bells earlier if you had acted like a team at first, he asked. All three genin nodded solemnly, a small smile forming under Kakashi's mask. They had figured it out. Well then, I guess there's only one thing left for me to do, he said. All three genin scooted closer to the logs, ready to be tied up. Imagine their surprise when 3 of the 4 lunches were tossed into their laps. Kakashi opened the 4th and ate it himself. Get a good meal, get plenty of rest tonight, and show up at our meeting place at 6 o'clock in the morning. You should be able to find its location at the Hokage Tower, Kakashi said, taking a bite. All 3 genin stared, dumbfounded. He sighed. Do I have to say it more plainly, he asked, his smile reaching his eye, his mask visibly moving. You passed, he said, drawing highly confused gazes. What? All 3 shouted at once. Kakashi laughed. The bells, they were only a distraction from the real test. I wanted to see if you all could willingly act together as a team. Your final display that nearly burned me to death, while dangerous to my health, was exactly what I was looking for, so you pass. You're genin, he said, taking another bite. All 3 kids looked at each other, then at Kakashi, then at each other, before Sakura and Naruto nearly spilled their lunch, jumping up in celebration. Suzuki merely sat and smirked lightly, opening his food, entertained by his teammates' display. From this day forward, Team 7 was officially formed, and only Kami knew what was in store for the small group. Oh make. Kakashi, hello. Naruto, hello. Suzuki, hello. Fangirls, hello. Sakura, hello. Zabuza, hello. Haku, hello. All 3 genin, hello. It was Team 7's first day of training. Naruto, Suzuki, and Sakura stood in a row in the testing clearing, Kakashi facing them. Before they could speak, music filled the air. Confused, they looked around, then Kakashi began to sing. Let's get down to business. To make you a team. Naruto was the first to catch on. I think that I can do this. Ha! In your dream. You're the saddest bunch I've ever met. But you can bet, before we're through. Children, I'll make some men out of you. Sakura remained quiet about being a girl, a little spooked by Kakashi's and Naruto's sudden singing. 10 minutes later, Kakashi had the genin holding the tiger seal, focusing their chakra. Now make the tiger seal. Practice helps, your zeal. Suddenly, Naruto was engulfed in warm chakra. Hey, I think I got it. He then spotted a rabbit entering the clearing, losing focus. Oh look, a free meal. He started walking away, but Suzuki and Sakura beat him over the head until he went limp. Suzuki for breaking the exercise, Sakura for trying to eat a rabbit. They looked up at Kakashi, who shook his head, pointing to Naruto, Suzuki, and Sakura in order. You're a spineless, pale, pathetic lot. And you haven't got a clue. Somehow I'll make some men out of you. A half hour later, Kakashi had significantly intensified their training. Naruto was lifting incredibly heavy weights, Suzuki was sparring with Kakashi and getting badly beaten, while Sakura was on her 50th lap. Oh my god, this is worse than death. To this guy I can't hold a candle. Man, I really hope Suzuki will be okay. An hour later, all 3 genin were on the ground, practically dying, as Kakashi surveyed them. What's wrong, children? Out of breath. Fangirls were easier to handle. Boy, Suzuki, we're really glad you're not gay. Several voices came from behind Suzuki. The brooding ninja turned to see a group of his old fangirls leap on him, dragging him into the bushes. The Uchiha screamed, "Dear God, not like this," as he was pulled away. Be a man. You must be swift as a coursing river. Be a man. With all the force of a great typhoon. Be a man. With all the strength of a raging fire. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon in another forest. Meanwhile, in Wave Country, another group trained 2 people, 1 giant and another who looked like a girl. Time is racing forward. Until we arrive. Haku shouted, ducking another slice from Zabuza's sword. Shut the hell up, Haku. And we might survive. Haku looked himself over, then looked back at Zabuza. Sir, will they think I'm a girl? Yes, Haku, yes they will. With that, Haku used a transformation jutsu, but appeared in a frilly pink dress. How about now? Yes, goddamn it, Haku. Back in Konoha. Be a man. Kakashi watched his students with a hint of pride as they suddenly seemed to grasp the training. You must be swift as a coursing river. Be a man. With all the force of a great typhoon. Be a man. With all the strength of a raging fire. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Be a man. I must be swift as a coursing river. Be a man. With all the force of a great typhoon. Be a man. With all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. As the tune faded and the music disappeared, all three genin looked around. Naruto excitedly turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, does this mean we're done? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled, then shook his head no. Not even close. He said, causing all three genin to collapse. The Jonin chuckled and yawned. Make a Man Out of You is property of Mulan and Disney Studios. Argonaut only takes claim for this omaked version of the song, and does not aim to make any money off of it. Second omake, by Paintball Gamer Adventures with Kunao. I'll just wait like this. Kakashi shouldn't see me, and if Sasuke or Naruto stop by, I'll be able to dispel the jutsu and ask for help, Sakura thought, steadying her breath. She was glad she had paid attention during all those trips to the forest. She sat patiently for several seconds, waiting for a change. Just then, she noticed a kunao embedded in the tree limb she stood on. It was likely left over from another team's training. I should get that out, though. It's not good for the tree, Sakura thought, kneeling down and tugging at the stubbornly stuck kunao, completely unaware of someone's arrival behind her. Sakura, I'm right behind you, Sasuke's voice came from behind her. However, Sakura didn't react, focused solely on extracting the kunao. It was proving quite stubborn. Seeing no results, Kakashi spoke louder. Sakura, behind you. Again, no response. What is she doing that so completely has her attention like this? The Jonin wondered, moving to peer over her shoulder, just as Sakura gave a final mighty pull. Got it! Sakura yelled triumphantly as she wrenched the kunao free. Bam! And inadvertently slammed its butt right between Kakashi's eyes with the force of the pull, dazing him and sending him falling off the branch to hit the ground hard, knocking him unconscious. Huh, Sakura said, hearing a loud thump below her. Looking down, she saw Kakashi's unconscious form sprawled on the ground. What do you know, I beat him, she cheered. 2 weeks later. It was early morning in Konoha, too early for sensible people to be awake. A slow, yet purposeful, movement began throughout the village. Some moved quickly, others trudged at a snail's pace. These young persons were Konoha genin, heading to meet their Jonin sensei. This was still a new experience. The academy they attended just 2 weeks prior wouldn't start for hours, making this a sudden shift in their sleep schedules. Second, these genin were also forced to endure harsh, sometimes creative, training exercises from their sensei, which often left them exhausted by evening and sore by morning. 3 of these particular genin are our focus: Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, all members of Kakashi Haytake's Team 7. They were honestly surprised by the pace their teacher had set. Kakashi was serious about their potential and put them through rigorous training. They hadn't gone on any missions yet. As Kakashi stated, we need to get you into proper shape before we get you on missions. This statement only further excited the genin about future missions. Until then, the 3 endured the grueling training. Of course, other things happened within the team. Sakura had somewhat recovered from her power trip at the end of the bell test, calming considerably on the first day of training. However, as both Naruto and Sasuke quickly learned, they weren't entirely out of the woods. There were times, especially when Sasuke and Naruto argued heatedly over nothing, that the two would feel the chill run down their spine again and immediately cool their jets. It was an interesting occurrence that helped keep the two boys in line. Despite this, there was little change in the team's dynamic. Sasuke was still annoyed with Sakura and Naruto, Naruto was annoyed with Sasuke and Sakura liked Sasuke and was annoyed with Naruto. Kakashi, while unsatisfied with how their current relationships hindered full team cooperation, found he could do little to stop it. After all, Sasuke was an emotionally wrecked kid whose attention centered on killing his brother in training. Naruto was a socially inept ex-thief with 2 relationship settings. People either hated him or worshipped him in a fan club. Sakura, well, she was odd because she was the only normal kid in the group. Kakashi, emotionally and socially unskilled as he was, had few ideas on how to fix this tangled web. At any rate, these genin were now walking towards their usual meeting place, a small bridge at the edge of town. Since training began, the 3 would gather here every morning, waiting for Kakashi to show up. They waited because he always somehow managed to be several hours late. Though it annoyed them, they couldn't get a clear answer from Kakashi as to why he could be late, and they couldn't, he'd just make up bad excuses. Sakura would arrive first, a half hour early as always, and lean against the bridge railing. This was mostly because she didn't train so early and due to the bridge's proximity to her family's house. She'd be stuck waiting alone for a few minutes until Sasuke arrived. The Uchiha's daily training began even before Kakashi had them start later in the day, as Sasuke would practice his family arts for an hour before coming. You'd never know this, however, as the boy hardly looked worse for the experience. Sasuke could usually enjoy silence on the bridge for a while, as Sakura would be too tired early in the morning to talk much. Still, she was slowly getting used to waking up so early and was starting to talk to him earlier and earlier. Naruto would arrive last, about a minute before they were considered late, as usual. The reason Naruto took so long to reach the bridge longer than his teammates was simple: breakfast. Since the team hadn't gone on any missions, they hadn't been paid, so Naruto still couldn't afford food. He couldn't steal food, as it was too early and all shops were closed, so he hunted small animals for breakfast. He never brought the food to the bridge, however, as the first and last time he did earned him a smackdown from Sakura. Perhaps telling her it was a rabbit wasn't the most helpful thing. When all three arrived, it would generally be silent for the first hour, with only glances exchanged. However, it would soon settle into the normal routine: Sakura trying to talk to Sasuke making derisive comments about Naruto's performance in training yesterday, Naruto shouting insults back at the Uchiha, and the pink-haired Kunoichi then trying to stop them by either asking Sasuke to calm down or nagging at Naruto. Still, even if things weren't entirely different, there was a lightness about the group that didn't exist in the academy days, likely the goodwill built up by the bell test still felt by the three of them. They may have argued, but it wasn't as heated as the old days. It was a typical waiting game for Kakashi, except today was different. The three genin expected a long wait, but then, surprisingly, Kakashi appeared, a mischievous glint in his eye. The genin stared, bewildered. Sakura, still in disbelief, stammered, Kakashi-sensei, is that really you? Are you actually on TI dash? Before she could finish, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a sign with a chibi Kakashi giving a thumbs up and the words, Konoha Fools. It was Konoha Fools Day, a fact the tired genin had completely forgotten. This day usually meant a break from missions and training, and for good reason. Originally, during Konoha's founding, the first and second Hokage instituted a stealth training day. Ninja would sneak into homes, set elaborate traps, and the most successful, uncaught individual would be crowned king of stealth. This emphasized stealth, crucial before advanced ninja techniques existed. Over time, as hand-to-hand combat and complex jutsu became more prevalent, the need for this training waned. The third Hokage eventually ended the day to focus on other skills. However, the fourth Hokage, a master of the original stealth day, resurrected it, renaming it Konoha Fool's Day. Instead of dangerous traps, it became a day for harmless pranks, and the king of stealth became the king fool. Ninja were still given the day off to participate. When Sarutobi resumed his role as Hokage after the fourth's death, he maintained the holiday. With peace established after the Nine-Tails sealing, he believed it would keep the ninja populace content. Sasuke and Sakura quickly left the bridge. Sakura wanted more sleep, while Sasuke planned extra training since Kakashi wouldn't be training them. Naruto, however, just wanted to retreat to his sanctuary. He detested the holiday, he was constantly pranked from dawn till dusk, and whenever he tried to retaliate, he'd be reprimanded or attacked. So, for years, he'd simply hide away. But fate had other plans for Naruto. As he yawned, heading for more sleep before lunch, he unexpectedly bumped into a distracted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, surprised. Kakashi's eye crinkled in a smile as he waved. Hello, Naruto, he said. Naruto pointed at him, blinking. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, astonished to see his sensei out so early. Oh, I'm on my way to prank Madogai, Kakashi chuckled. Noticing Naruto's confused look, he quickly coughed. Idiot, you don't know him, never mind. He changed the subject. So, who are you going to prank today? Naruto scoffed, turning his head. I'm not doing this stupid day, I'm just going to my hideout and sleep. Naruto replied, starting to walk away. Kakashi grabbed his shoulder, looking curious. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Out of everyone I know, I'd think you, with all your stealth, would love today, the silver-haired Jonin commented. Naruto snorted. What's to like? People prank the hell out of you, you get embarrassed all day, and you can't prank back or people beat the crap out of you. Naruto ranted, swinging his arms. Kakashi tapped his masked chin, then smiled. Well, then consider this a training exercise for today, Kakashi began, immediately grabbing Naruto's attention. I want you to prank as many people as possible, without being seen, and without being caught. A glint appeared in Kakashi's eye. If you can do this, I'll pay for as much barbecue as you want later, we got a deal. Kakashi looked down, only to find Naruto had vanished. Naruto, Kakashi blurted out, looking around, then shrugged. Well, at least he's a bit spirited now. He chuckled wickedly, pulling out a razor blade. Time to do some trimming. Meanwhile, Naruto was leaping across rooftops a few blocks away, a wide grin on his face as he plotted pranks. He'd need dye, rope, a shovel. Time to visit the marketplace. Sakura's house. Sakura, home from the bridge, immediately fell into a deep sleep, grateful for the unexpected rest. She'd completely forgotten Konoha Fool's Day, but welcomed the extra sleep after strenuous training. Rolling over, her eyes darted as she entered a dream, a good one, as usual. She often dreamed of an even fight with Ino in a heart-shaped arena, where she'd pull a sneaky move to knock Ino out cold. Then, Sasuke would jump in, moving to hug her. The dream always ended before the hug, but this time, he was getting closer. Just as she was about to embrace him, Suzuki moved behind her and began rubbing her scalp. Okay, this has never happened before, Sakura thought as her crush massaged her scalp. Suzuki-kun, what are you doing? She asked. The dream Suzuki continued rubbing, gathering her hair to the top of her head before rubbing her scalp. Sakura was confused, her dreams could be odd, but this was new. Seriously, Suzuki-kun, this is nice but. She trailed off, noticing a burning sensation on her scalp. Suzuki-kun, that's starting to hurt. The burning intensified. She turned to move Suzuki away, but he was gone. Before she could analyze the dream's logic, her hair burst into flames as the burning intensified. She screamed, running around the dreamverse, desperately seeking water. Fortunately, she didn't need to. Sakura woke moments later, her scalp indeed feeling a bit burnt. Shrugging, she headed for the shower, hoping cool water would soothe the sensation. Afterwards, the pain had considerably lessened. Yawning, she walked to her mirror, curious to see what had caused the pain. Slowly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at her reflection. Sakura shrieked, a sound that echoed across Konoha and beyond. As the sun rose, a certain blonde genin was cackling, making his getaway from the scene of the crime. That was amazing. The adrenaline, the trickery, the sheer hilarity. He was now looking forward to dinner and, even more, to the next prank. Naruto snickered as he headed toward the Uchiha compound. Uchiha compound. Loud smacking noises resonated from the Uchiha clan compound's central garden. Suzuki was practicing taijutsu, beating a wooden training dummy, his usual morning routine before team meetings and afternoon activity after team training. He was deadly serious about his goal, to become strong enough to kill a certain someone. He continued his practice until he heard the compound gate open and close. His eyes immediately darted in that direction. He sighed, walking toward the front of the house, wondering who would bother him so early, even on Konoha Fool's Day. He opened the front door and scanned the yard for any signs of a prank. Nothing obvious, until he saw a tomato. Suzuki blinked, seeing a tomato conspicuously lying a few feet from the main gate. He stepped out, wondering if he'd dropped it last night after shopping. It looked too fresh. As he approached, the tomato suddenly moved away. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed, his eyebrow raised in derision as he spotted the ninja wire. Yeah right, like I'm about to fall for that. Suzuki scoffed, walking away from the tomato, looking for the prankster. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him. He started to shout before plunging into a pit. A loud squish followed as he hit the bottom, the onyx-eyed boy fearing he'd seriously injured something. He opened his eyes and sweat dropped. He'd landed in a pool of tomatoes and tomato paste. Slowly, he stood, observing the paste-covered pit walls. He tried to jump out, but the paste prevented him from getting enough leverage. Climbing was impossible, the walls were perfectly flat and straight, and the paste would make him slip. Well, looks like I'm going to be stuck here for a little while. Suzuki sighed loudly, then looked down at the tomatoes. He picked one up, wiped off the dirt, and took a bite. He chewed for a few seconds before shrugging. Could use a little salt? Naruto, meanwhile, was on a rooftop 50 yards away, roaring with laughter as he reeled in the tomato. He shook his head and tossed the tomato aside. Man, that was too easy, so easy. Now, I want to do more pranks, Naruto shouted, leaping away, initiating the Street Fox's reign of terror. Naruto's pranks spread like wildfire, afflicting dozens of villagers with stinging annoyance. Kiba was chased through town by his family's dogs and several horny male cats after being doused in female cat in heat urine. Tracking the cat all day was a pain, but it was worth it. Shino's house was besieged by forest frogs, much to the Abarame clan's ire. As a natural hunter, Naruto found it easy to send out clones and capture the necessary frogs. While Shikamaru's mom cooked breakfast, Naruto silently entered their house and dumped dozens of sugar packets into the recipe. This resulted in the normally bored and stoic Shikamaru experiencing the world's biggest sugar rush, practically vibrating down the street. The marketplace proved a treasure trove for his pranks. Speaking of food and pranks, Naruto sneaked into the Akimichi household, waiting for a large, unattended meal. Once the food was left alone, he slithered into the kitchen and emptied pockets full of the market's hottest peppers and spiciest spices into it. Later, Naruto swore he saw the Akimika's kitchen catch fire after their meal. Naruto's next stop was the Hayaga household, with a simple prank in mind. He didn't want to go too far with Hinata, a former Street Fox fan club member and friend, but he needed to prank all his former classmates. So, he ran to the door, set something on the front porch, knocked a few times, and then jumped away. Luck was with Naruto as Hinata emerged, looking for the knocker. The shy girl was confused and cautious. She knew it was Konoha Fool's Day and that her clan's compound was a popular prank target. She almost activated her Byakugan to search for the knocker, but then a delightful smell reached her. She looked around again, then down, seeing a small bouquet of flowers. Blushing lightly, she knelt and picked them up, smelling them again before checking a small card. Her blush intensified when she read it was from a secret admirer. Suddenly, Hinata's mind raced, trying to figure out the admirer's identity. Soon, fantasies of it being Naruto consumed her, sending the poor girl over the edge. With a blush described only as Sharinon red, she fainted on the spot, dropping the flowers. Moments later, Naruto appeared beside her, his face a mix of confusion, worry, and slight disappointment. She fainted before the prank even worked, he muttered, then immediately knelt to place a hand on her forehead. Oh well, I guess this counts, a little more than I wanted. He quickly looked around to ensure the coast was clear before picking Hinata up and carrying her inside, placing her on the couch. With another quick check, he ran for the door, grabbed the flowers, and dashed down the street. Taking a quick breath, he looked at the bouquet and sighed. It was a dumb idea anyway, he said, tossing the flowers to the ground before walking away. A few moments later, Ino emerged from a street corner, smiling. With the holiday, she had the day off from both the flower shop and ninja training. As she walked, the blonde kunoichi stumbled upon the flowers Naruto had discarded, unaware of their origin. Picking them up and reading the card, she shrieked with joy, suddenly jumping in the air. A secret admirer, me, she shouted to herself, catching Naruto's attention down the street. Oh wow, it must be from Sasuke-kun, she yelled again. Naruto turned, his lips twitching into a small smirk. The flower girl sighed dreamily, bringing the flowers to her face to smell them, only to be drenched by a gush of water. Enraged, Ino dropped the flowers, shaking her head to clear the water. Her eyes glared at the plants with fiery rage as she searched for the culprit, Naruto having already fled. Damn it, this isn't funny. This is the 5th Konoha Fool's Day this has happened to me, she screamed, then an idea struck her. It must have been Sakura this time. I'm going to destroy her. The enraged girl ran toward the Harano residence, while Naruto, 5 blocks away on a rooftop, laughed hysterically. Oh man, that was great, the prankster exclaimed, slapping his knee, gasping for air. That was the last of his genin classmates, and he had to admit, except for Hinata, it had been a blast. As he laughed, an idea sparked. Why did it have to end? With his stealth skills, he could prank anyone in Konoha, and that's exactly what he'd do. A few hours later. Later that afternoon, Kakashi sat alone on a park bench, smiling as he read his favorite book, Ika Ika Paradise. After pulling what he considered his best prank ever on Mato Guy, he decided to relax with his book. His thoughts occasionally drifted to Naruto's pranking endeavors, but he paid them little mind. If he had to buy barbecue, he would, if not, he wouldn't. However, Kakashi should have been more concerned, for he heard the footsteps of dozens of people approaching. He placed his book on his lap and openly laughed at the sight before him. Dozens of people approached, faces angry, each with something wrong unique to them. Most notably, 7 of Naruto's former academy classmates were among them. Sasuke was covered in old, foul-smelling tomato remains, while Sakura's hair was polka-dotted with various colors. I'm going to have to ask Naruto how he managed that, Kakashi thought, immediately identifying Naruto as the orchestrator of all this. He then looked at Kiba, covered in scratches, bites, and cat hair. Shino looked no better, frogs not only around him but on him, waiting for his insects to emerge. Shikamaru vibrated so rapidly he threatened to cause an earthquake. Koji's eyes were bloodshot, his face and hair sweating, and Kakashi could feel the heat radiating from his breath. Ino was still soaked and wet, sporting a black eye on her right side, sustained during a rather violent earlier confrontation with Sakura, who, though not angry at Ino at the time, was furious and ready to unleash it on anyone. I'm just taking a shot in the dark, but I guess none of you are having a great Konoha Fool's Day, Kakashi chuckled lightly. Everyone glared at him as the genin stepped forward. This isn't funny, Kakashi-sensei, not at all, Sasuke seethed, pointing at himself. In case you haven't noticed, I'm covered in crushed tomato. The usually calm genin yelled at his sensei. My hair is polka-dotted. Sakura shrieked, her inner Sakura making an appearance. I've spent all day being chased by cats and dogs. Kiba shouted, wincing as his cut stung. My family is completely embarrassed by this, and I'm the only one brave enough to leave the house. The others are too scared of toad attacks, Shino stated in his usual tone, though his delivery would shock any other Abarame with its underlying anger. I've been the most AC active I've been in my entire life, Shikamaru stammered, still shaking on the ground. He burnt my lips off. Koji tried to yell, his mouth feeling like it was on fire. He made me think I had a secret admirer, Ino exclaimed. Suddenly, a grown man with a bowl cut and hideous green tights leaped to the front of the crowd. I suspect he shaved my eyebrows off, Might Guy roared at Kakashi, who simply stared at his rival before hiding his face with his book. Snorts of derision and laughter could be heard from behind the book. After several minutes, he lowered the book, his giggles subsiding as he set it aside. Come on, everyone, how do you know it was Naruto? The scarecrow ninja asked. They all pointed to someone behind them. "We have a witness," they shouted in unison, as an old man covered in cabbage bits shuffled to the front. "I was just selling my cabbage, my precious, precious cabbage," he said slowly, in a stunned voice, before his face contorted in anger. Then that little blonde brat told the Chinin I was selling insect-filled cabbage, and showed them a cabbage he stole that was full of bugs. He said, almost crying now. "They came over, and incinerated my cabbages, my. He stuttered, before crying out to the sky, "My cabbages." Everyone's sweat dropped at the merchant's outburst but ignored it, turning back to Kakashi. "See, he knows Naruto did it." Kiba suddenly barked as Kakashi chuckled. "Oh, you're all being ridiculous," he said, picking up his book. "Even if Naruto did all this, they're just pranks, and you all need to get into the holiday spirit." He trailed off as he noticed his book was covered in scribbles on every page. The shocked Jonin dropped the book, realizing it must have happened while he was listening to their rants. The other prank victims smirked, but Kakashi shook his head. "No matter, there are other books at the bookstore." A few minutes later, "That are covered in scribbles too," Kakashi cried, throwing books over his shoulder, desperately searching for one without scribbles. By now, Kakashi was hyperventilating, panic overriding all logic. While this briefly entertained the other victims, they were still waiting to see what he'd do. As the last book left the shelf, also covered in scribbles, Kakashi slowly stood and faced his fellow victims, a deeply angered expression on his face. "You're all right. Naruto has gone too far," Kakashi said in a low tone, clenching his fists. "And I know just how to get back at him." 1/2 hour later, Naruto laughed loudly as he walked down the street, his mirth overflowing as he held his burning sides. Today had been one of the best days of his life, without a doubt. He was now looking forward to celebrating Konoha Fool's Day every year. However, he didn't know he had company waiting for him around the corner. When he reached the main street, he heard a loud cough, making him turn. He smiled widely and waved at the mob of people he had pranked. "Hey there, everyone, happy Konoha Fool's Day," the blonde shouted with a wide smile. Suddenly, half the group raised pitchforks. "Guys, what's with the pointy stuff?" Naruto asked nervously, as the other half of the mob brought up lit torches. "Is it going to be dark soon?" he asked meekly. Suddenly, the mob began screaming and shouting, and Naruto darted down the street, the angry mob hot on his heels. Naruto screamed as the mob pursued him. Sakura looked up at her sensei in the crowd as they ran. "This was a great idea, Kakashi-sensei," she shouted, seeming to effortlessly glide over a large rock in the road. A few rooftops away, Kakashi and the rest of the genin, sans Hinata, stood. The Jonin smirked under his mask, holding the ram seal. "Yes, it'll take Naruto hours before he realizes it's just a genjutsu chasing him," he said, releasing the seal as the illusory mob continued to run. "By the time the jutsu runs out of chakra, Naruto will be too tired to do anything," the scarecrow said as they all jumped off, content to let Naruto run around screaming his head off. "I hate Konoha Fool's Day," Naruto shouted as he continued to flee the illusion, which was keeping pace with him. Omake, and Omake within a filler chapter, funny. It was morning in Kono. Well, that was quick. As morning broke, everyone in Konoha suddenly rushed out of their homes, hands covering their heads in disbelief at what had happened. They all removed their hands, to reveal completely blonde hair. They stared at their hair in confusion and anger, looking around for the culprit. "It must have been Naruto getting us back," Sakura shouted, her previously polka-dotted hair now blonde. Most of the crowd agreed, but before they could march through the city for Naruto, Hinata, whose hair was also blonde, stepped to the front. Wait. I saw who did it last night, while they thought I was as asleep." Hinata stammered nervously, as the entire crowd stopped and looked at her expectantly. The shy girl fiddled her fingers, even more nervous with all of Konoha's eyes on her. "It was," she began, then pointed to a certain person just walking down the street. "Ino-san," Hinata shouted. The blonde suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to face Hinata and the crowd. What?" she asked in a stunned tone as the crowd suddenly turned on her. Without warning, the crowd rushed the flower girl. Ino screamed in a high-pitched tone as she ran as fast as possible, Hinata remaining behind, waiting for the crowd to disappear from sight. The Hyaga heiress looked down the street nervously, then smiled lightly. The blonde Hyaga reached up to her hair, and pulled it off, revealing it to be merely a wig covering her normal-colored hair. Hinata had heard about what they had done to Naruto and didn't appreciate it much. What Naruto had done was a little mean, but it didn't deserve being chased around by an illusory mob to scare him witless. Plus, he hadn't pranked her. With that, she put her wig back on and walked down the opposite path of the crowd and Ino, smiling lightly as she realized that, in a way, she had just beaten the entire town with a prank and avenged her Naruto in one swoop. 5 weeks after the bell test. As the sun steadily rose above the Hokage monument, it signaled the beginning of a new day. Though, a much earlier signal was the number of people already out and about. The genin, once again, were on their way to their training grounds, ready to begin another day of monotonous and exhausting training. Having finally settled into a routine, the genin had very few problems getting themselves up early. They awoke either with help from their parents or, if lucky, the natural beams of sunlight piercing their homes, forcing them awake. One genin, however, was in a very difficult position. This genin lived alone and in an area where sunlight wouldn't reach until noon, at the very least. Naruto Uzumaki had many close calls in the early days of his genin DOM, almost failing to make it by the preset time his sensei, Kakashi Hatake, set for him and his team. However, it's worth mentioning that the blonde was also quite resourceful in solving this problem and quickly found a way to ensure he woke up at the appropriate time. In fact, if we peek into Naruto's hideout, we can see his system at work. In his den, Naruto lay sprawled on an old mattress, snoring loudly. As seconds passed, the sun's rays slowly moved over the hideout, before hitting a piece of broken mirror precariously placed on the roof, positioned to slowly reflect light down into the hideout. That reflected beam of light then hit another mirror shard, which reflected it to another, and then another. After a few more seconds of light traveling through the hideout by reflection, a mirror shard sent a beam of light directly onto Naruto's face. The genin groaned, placed his hand over his face, and slowly sat up from the mattress. About 10 seconds later, more out of annoyance than anything, Naruto threw a kunao at the original mirror piece high above him, shattering it completely. Not my preferred way of waking up, but gotta do it until I get used to waking up this early, Naruto said in the middle of a huge yawn, remembering how difficult it was to acclimate to waking up for the academy, which students didn't even arrive at until about 2 hours later. Still, it was time to get up. He had about half an hour to reach his meeting place and things he needed to get done. Naruto stood and stretched his back, his hideout still hidden from the early morning light. Truly, not much had changed since we last saw the hideout. More or less, the big changes were that his supplies and gear were better organized, his various ninja tools placed on the wall, alongside his clothes, items connected either to metal pieces jutting from the walls, or from various other sharp objects Naruto himself jammed into cracks. Naruto yawned as he collected his dark green and brown set of clothes for the day, a dark green jacket with a red spiral on the back, a brown shirt, and darker brown pants. He quickly slipped on black ninja sandals to complete the outfit. The blonde genin flexed his muscles a bit as he jumped around in the clothes, cursing under his breath as he noticed how tight they were. Going to need some new clothes. I've had these for a year or two now, Naruto said, yawning, quickly picking out some kunao and shuriken to fill his weapons pouch, not exactly expecting much use for the rest of his gear. Training hadn't really required Naruto to dig deep into his trap-making abilities, something he hoped would change soon. After all, long running sessions, heavy weight lifting, sparring, and other such training sessions were fine, but they were wearing thin on him and his teammates. They're probably at the bridge, now that I think about it, Naruto mused as Sakura and Sasuke entered his thoughts. Better get going before I run out of time. That was the last thought in the blonde's head as he hastily made his way out of the hideout. Upon reaching the main streets, he stole a piece of fruit from a street vendor who just happened to not be looking in his direction. Hey, he still wasn't being paid, so he still needed to get his food through less than legal means. As Naruto munched on what he considered breakfast, his mind wandered to his two teammates. It was no secret that the three didn't exactly have great chemistry before they became a team. Hell, back then he absolutely despised Sasuke and Sakura for their roles in making him miserable during the old days of the Sasuke Uchiha fan club, and the feeling was returned, though Sasuke's had more to do with Naruto's near-equivalent skills than with the club. Sakura and Sasuke were hardly better off when it came to chemistry, as despite Sakura's repeated attempts to establish a good relationship with Sasuke, they were shut down by the Uchiha before they even began. Their chemistry wasn't much better the day their team was announced. Truth be told, for the better part of 24 hours, it only made their views of each other degrade. Then came the bell test, and the quick trip through hell that made up most of it. It really was then, even more than when Ebisu first knocked him out upon meeting Konohamaru, that made Naruto realize how limited his skills as the street fox were. Kakashi kicked his ass up and down the training field, effectively forcing Naruto to seek refuge in the river. After the blonde made his way back into the forest, he ran back into Sasuke, who had also gotten his butt beaten, and despite how badly they had been beaten, the two immediately began arguing over who was better suited to beat Kakashi. Sakura, his third teammate, stumbled into their midst a few seconds later, and scared the crap out of Naruto. Not literally, mind you, but Naruto was pretty well scared straight by her rant against him and Sasuke. Hell, the only reason it truly affected him was because Sakura, the girl he had written off as a pink-haired pain-in-the-ass fangirl, actually bit Sasuke's head off along with his. It was the moment right afterwards that the three of them came up with the plan that ultimately won them the test, though they wouldn't know it at the time. Naruto took another bite of the fruit as he continued to think. All three of them had been training together for a few weeks now, and, really, overall his opinions were still somewhat the same. Sasuke was still a bit of a moping, holier-than-thou ass, and Sakura was still a pretty huge fangirl. However, even the street fox had to admit, some things had changed. For one, Naruto was no longer looking over his shoulder for the metaphorical knife in the back he expected from the two when they first became a team. As long as he and the Uchiha didn't argue excessively, Sakura wouldn't explode into a rage. The 5 Kakashi clones resumed their jutsu, maintaining a constant flow of their respective elements. Fire-wielding Kakashi moved his flames above the wind-wielding clone's head. The wind clone then blasted air upwards, dramatically expanding the fire's size and range. Next, the wind clone redirected its current into the path of a lightning bolt from the 3rd Kakashi, instantly dissipating its energy. The 4th Kakashi created an earthen orb, kicked it away, and the lightning-wielding Kakashi immediately struck it, shattering the boulder into pieces. The 5th Kakashi began drawing a stream of water from the river, but the earth-wielding Kakashi simply kicked a boulder into the water source, interrupting the jutsu. Finally, the water Kakashi blasted the first clone's stream of fire with a burst of water, extinguishing it immediately. The 5 Kakashi clones then casually put their hands in their pockets as the original Kakashi began to speak again. Of course, this is what you'd read in a textbook, the Jounin said, cracking his neck. In real life, the Wheel of Weakness, as some nickname it, is about as useless and outdated as slamming 2 rocks together to make fire. As he spoke, all the clones began flashing seals again. The fire Kakashi started blasting fire into the air once more, only for it to suddenly extinguish. Looking left, the first Kakashi saw that the wind Kakashi had created a vacuum instead of blowing wind, effectively suffocating the fire attack. The wind clone blasted wind towards the lightning clone, but instead of a singular bolt, the clone's fist glowed with concentrated lightning, forcing the wind to divert around the ball of electricity. The 3rd clone unleashed a lightning bolt towards the earth clone, which simply conjured a wall of earth, mud, and dust. As the lightning struck, it vanished instantly, nullified by the earth. The earth clone tossed a boulder into the open, and the 5th clone launched a torrent of water towards it. At the last moment, the torrent tightened and focused, spinning and condensing into a water drill. The moment it struck the boulder, the rock was annihilated. For the final demonstration, the water clone projected a massive torrent of water into the air. The first Kakashi clone inhaled deeply and then exhaled a giant fireball, evaporating the water almost instantly, though the fireball was somewhat diminished in size. The clones vanished immediately after this brief display. Kakashi looked at his genin team, who, much to his amusement, were staring at him in unconstrained amazement. As you can see, the effectiveness of elements varies greatly depending on how you use an elemental jutsu. Often, it also depends on the jutsu's strength and power, he chuckled. You'll be hard-pressed to find a C-rank elemental jutsu that could cancel out, or outright nullify, an A-rank elemental jutsu. He walked away from the river, sighing and scratching his temple. Now, there's something else I'm supposed to cover, the scarecrow muttered to himself, before snapping his fingers. Oh, right. He then placed his hands at his sides. Beyond enabling certain jutsu, having a specific elemental chakra also aids in chakra recovery, Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. While resting is always the best way to recover chakra, there are different methods if you're in a tough spot, he said, pointing straight up at the sun. For instance, a fire element user can convert heat absorbed from the sun through their skin into chakra, the Jounin explained before taking a deep breath. Wind element ninja can reabsorb chakra by filtering it from the very air they breathe, Kakashi said, shaking his head. I'll save lightning for last, trust me, it's a treat, he chuckled. For earth elementals, it's as simple as eating something natural, a wild fruit, herb, vegetable, or anything ripe from the earth, Kakashi continued. Water element ninja just need to drink water directly from a river, lake, stream, or any other large body of water, he emphasized, shaking his head. As long as it's straight from that natural body of water. The idea behind these 4 elements is that everything in nature, from the sun we bask in to the air we breathe, possesses a natural source of chakra. A ninja attuned to that specific aspect of nature can draw from it in a time of need, though in admittedly very small amounts, the silver-haired Jounin stated, cracking his neck. Lightning element, well, that's a little more complicated, Kakashi said, flashing through seals. Suddenly, he unleashed several lightning bolts into the air, the very electrical charge palpable. For the longest time, Ninja pondered how lightning element specialists could possibly recover lightning chakra, since actually getting struck by lightning only killed them, Kakashi said with a somewhat dark chuckle, flashing through seals again. Then, however, they noticed something. The Jounin moved his hands through the air, small sparks of electricity appearing between his fingers. They noticed that whenever lightning jutsu were used, a small, unnatural charge lingered in the air, he said, as the sparks became constant streams. They discovered that by flashing through the seals again, he explained, as the electricity streaming between his fingers engulfed both his hands, growing larger and wilder, and gathering this charge from the air, Kakashi said in a strained tone, slapping his left hand onto his right wrist. The gathered lightning transferred to his right hand, forming a massive ball of electrical sparks and whistles in his palm. They could reuse the energy in another jutsu, in a sense, recycling the old energy, he said, exhaling as the lightning in his right hand slowly dissipated into nothing. Kakashi's eye curved again as he looked at his students, whose jaws had dropped. Even Suzuki's mouth hung open at his sensei's display, his and his teammates' eyes wide as saucers. The recycled energy can even be used for the most advanced lightning jutsu, like the one I just demonstrated, Kakashi said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the 6 cards again. Now, here's how we'll test your chakra type. I'm giving each of you 2 chakra cards, 1 for each hand. Focus your chakra into both cards. If you feel you can separate your chakra into 2 distinct types, do so and put 1 type in each card. He handed each genin 2 cards. Before his students could even ask a question, Kakashi continued his lecture. You do this because there's a slight possibility you might have more than 1 chakra type, he said, standing back and observing his students. A very slight, very slim possibility, the Jounin added, his eye curving again. Now, go ahead and do it, I'll tell you your chakra types when you're done. All 3 genin nodded and began focusing their chakra into the cards. Sakura was the first to finish, her cards quickly disintegrating into dust. Naruto was next, both his cards splitting precisely in half. Suzuki was last, and he was in for a surprise. The card in his right hand burned to ash, while the one in his left crumpled. The 3 genin looked at their own cards, then at each other's, before looking back at Kakashi, who simply nodded. All right then. Kakashi began, pointing at Sakura, then Naruto, and finally Suzuki, in succession. Sakura, you're an earth chakra type. Naruto, you're a wind chakra type. And Suzuki pretty much hit the jackpot, he has both fire and lightning chakra in him. Finishing up, the 3 genin looked quite satisfied with their chakra types. You hear that, Naruto, 2 chakra elements, Suzuki goaded with a small smirk. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. Whatever, all I have to do is breathe to get my chakra back, you can't do that now, can you? Naruto teased back. Sakura sighed, shaking her head. Kakashi chuckled lightly as he watched them. Alright boys, you can discuss who got the better chakra types later, he said, recalling his own minor squabble with Obito over their chakra. For now, we have to get to business, the Scarecrow said as his team sighed and stood up. Why so down? I thought you'd all be excited about your first missions? Kakashi said with a smirk hidden under his mask. Suddenly, all 3 youngsters looked directly at Kakashi, their eyes widening considerably as Naruto shot up first. Really, you mean it, a mission? As in I'll actually get paid? Naruto shouted, practically nose to nose with Kakashi, who suddenly pushed Naruto away a bit. Yes, Naruto, you're going on your first missions today, Kakashi confirmed as Naruto began jumping around, Sakura and Suzuki standing up with small smiles. Now, since these are your very first missions, I want you to do as many as you can today, just to get a feel for them. So, today we'll skip training and get right to the missions. All 3 genin quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me to the Hokage Tower, the Scarecrow said before running off, the genin following as quickly as they could. Hokage Tower, a few minutes later. Nearly as soon as they had departed, Team 7 arrived in front of the tower. Naruto, excited for his first mission, was about to burst through the door when Kakashi held him back by the collar of his jacket. Hold it, Naruto, hold it, the Jounin said calmly. Naruto looked back in confusion, along with Sakura and Suzuki. It's always been tradition for the first missions that the Jounin goes in and picks them up without the genin, to make your missions a surprise, Kakashi said with a smirk hidden under his mask. Naruto nodded in understanding. Alright, then go in there and get it, Naruto said, a little anxious to start the missions. Seeing this, the silver-haired Jounin merely chuckled as he walked into the tower. As Kakashi disappeared from sight, Naruto turned to his teammates. What do you think our first mission's going to be? Naruto asked, bursting with excitement. I hope we have to rescue some rich person, that'll probably get us a lot of pay. The blonde chuckled to himself, while both Sakura and Suzuki sweat dropped at Naruto's rather single-minded focus. Whatever, Suzuki said with a small sigh, as Sakura just shook her head at Naruto. Seriously, Naruto, I don't think something huge would be good for us yet, we're just genin, Sakura said, but Naruto shook his head. Oh come on, think big. We could be famous if we get a really good mission. Naruto began, but before he could get much further, Kakashi emerged from the tower, holding 3 scrolls. Naruto immediately looked towards Kakashi, Sakura and Suzuki turned a little more slowly. The silver-haired Jounin cleared his throat as he unrolled the first scroll, read it over, then closed it, giving them all a serious look. Alright, this is a mission from the land of Fire Daimyo's wife herself, Kakashi stated. Naruto whispered jackpot under his breath. She said she lost her baby earlier today, said he ran off into the woods while she wasn't looking, our mission is to find him and return him to her, he continued, as Naruto practically vibrated with excitement. Alright, where is the little twerp? The excited blonde nearly shouted. Kakashi merely curved his eye. Oh boy, Naruto was in for a bad surprise. Last time he was spotted was in the woods, east of here. Now then, remember, you don't hurt him, no matter what, Kakashi added as all 3 genin nodded in near unison. Alright, the mission has begun, get going. I'll just wait here for you three to return, Kakashi said, chuckling to himself while his students sprinted off in the indicated direction. The silver-haired Jounin watched them go, still laughing to himself. Oh, they are going to hate me after this. Konoha Woods. Several minutes into the mission, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto found themselves deep in Konoha Forest. Sasuke and Sakura readied themselves, while Naruto scanned the surroundings for any trace of the target. Sasuke looked at Naruto and sighed. Naruto had the most tracking experience. Naruto. Sakura began before Sasuke could speak, preserving some of Sasuke's pride. You said during team introductions that you ate all sorts of animal meat, still gross, by the way, you probably hunted all of that, which probably makes you best suited to tracking the kid down, Sakura conceded. Naruto nodded, still sifting through the bushes. Yeah, whatever, Naruto said offhandedly, causing a small vein to throb on Sakura's forehead. Before she could reprimand him, Naruto spoke again. I think he was through here, but the signs he's leaving behind are pretty small. He picked up a small, broken piece of bush, the only one. Not to mention the marks he's leaving in the grass are a little small and far apart. He tapped his toes on the ground. Almost like he was running on his toes, like us. His more moody teammate raised an eyebrow. You mean this kid might have ninja training? Sasuke said, not questioning, but expressing exasperation. Naruto shrugged as he stood up, brushing grass off his knees. Does it matter? We can catch him. The blonde genin smirked, cracking his knuckles. Sakura and Sasuke nodded slightly as all three suddenly leaped onto the branches of the surrounding trees. They moved through the canopy, eyes scanning for the target, while Naruto simultaneously looked for indicators of its path. Suddenly, the group heard movement in the bushes below. Leaves shuffled and rustled as something small moved through them. I think I see him, Naruto shouted. They all maneuvered to pursue the target. As suddenly as Naruto shouted, the rustling in the bushes began to flee, staying hidden within the foliage. Naruto nodded to Sasuke and Sakura, who pulled out shuriken and began tossing them into the bushes. As the shuriken struck the bushes and then the earth, the rustling pattern simply moved around them, turning on a dime each time. Looks like we were right, this kid's been trained, Sasuke muttered. Naruto shook his head. Whatever, let's just trap this kid in the bushes and tackle him. The blonde suddenly shouted, pointing to the bushes. The target had stopped just before the edge of the plants. Sasuke and Sakura nodded with Naruto as all three drew 4 kunai. Team 7 threw the kunai with precision, striking to the left, right, or behind where the bushes had moved, forcing the target to move in the only available direction. I got him, Naruto shouted, springing from his branch and diving towards the clearing directly in front of the bush where the target had tried to run. After a somewhat rough landing on the ground and on the target, Naruto felt something moving between his arms. With the rest of his momentum, Naruto rolled onto his feet, holding his catch triumphantly in the air. Yeah, I got you, you little BR, the excited ninja exclaimed, before actually looking at what he caught. It was a brown cat with grayish-brown stripes across its back. It was a bit plump, evident from the skin bulging around its collar. Another odd feature was a small red ribbon on its right ear. Cat? Naruto finished, as he and the cat stared at each other. Suddenly, the cat freaked out and began scratching Naruto's face with its claws, causing him major irritation. Ah, stop, you mangy furball, Naruto shouted, trying to throw the cat away, only for it to latch onto his head and start scratching his entire head. Ah, I swear, I've eaten bigger things than you, Naruto yelled, trying to pull the cat off his head. Don't think I won't turn you into stew just because you're someone's pet. The erratic blonde continued to scream, before his teammates suddenly appeared. Nice catch, Dobe. Sasuke taunted a bit, as Naruto glared at him, as best he could with a cat on his head. Shut up, bastard. I don't know where the hell this cat came from, but I know where he's going. The Great Street Fox shouted as he finally managed to pull the cat off his head, putting it in front of him as he reared his leg back. Sayonara, Naruto shouted, attempting to punt the cat, before Sakura suddenly pulled the cat from Naruto's grip, causing him to fall when he kicked at the air, an act that drew a few small chuckles from Sasuke. Sakura, what the hell? The irate Uzumaki shouted, before noticing his pink-haired teammate staring at the back of the cat's collar. Sakura? He asked again, before standing up and walking behind Sakura, an act copied by Sasuke. All three genin looked at the back of the cat's collar, and immediately Naruto and Sasuke mirrored Sakura's surprised expression. On the back of the cat's collar, the words Tora, property of, were inscribed. Oh, this better be some kind of joke. In front of the Hokage's tower. It wasn't. Currently, all three genin of Team 7 stood beside their sensei, watching the daimyo's wife nearly crush the cat, apparently named Tora, in a bear hug. The cat cried out in pain, tears in its eyes. All three genin might have felt a little sympathy, if they weren't so furious at the moment. Tora! I missed you so much, don't you dare ever leave mommy again. The daimyo's wife shouted, continuing to squeeze Tora, who looked like he was about to break in two. The woman suddenly looked at Team 7 and bowed her head. "Thank you so much, I don't know what I would have done if I lost him forever," she said before tightening his collar a little more, causing the cat to make suffocating sounds. "It's a good thing you didn't slip your collar off this time, Tora, or else they might not have known who you belonged to." She laughed as she began dragging the cat away, Tora reaching a paw out to Team 7 as he cried out. Still, despite this, Team 7 held no sympathy for the cat. Instead, they now turned their attention to their sensei, looking up at him with a slight glare. "Kakashi-sensei, what the hell?" Suzuki began, using few words to directly ask the question on all their minds. The scarecrow merely looked at all three of them and shrugged. "What? I said you were returning the daimyo's wife's baby, and she considers Tora her baby. You all made the assumption it was a child of hers," the jounin said as his eye curved. All three genin glared at him angrily before simply sighing out their frustration. "Fine, so, what's our next mission?" Naruto asked quickly, all three of them quickly looking back up at Kakashi as he pulled out the second scroll. The silver-haired man cleared his throat as he unrolled the mission scroll, read it over, and then closed it. "The next mission is a break-in for the three of you," Kakashi spoke, pointing towards a particular apartment at the top of a building a few blocks away. "I'll go with you this time. The mission specifically asks for you three to get into that apartment by any means needed, clear?" Kakashi stated rather than asked, as his students merely nodded. "Okay, this couldn't be so bad if Kakashi had to participate, right?" "Understood," the three genin said with some excitement, though they were far more wary than before. Well, Suzuki was already as wary as he could get, but now Naruto and Sakura were joining him. So, with that, the entire team began running towards the apartment, all four of them keeping their eyes forward, focused on their target. Eventually, they arrived at the target's apartment, crowding around the door. Suzuki reached forward and tried to open it, finding the door locked. The black-haired boy sighed as he stepped aside. "Either one of you know how to open a locked door?" he asked, as Naruto quickly raised his hand, and Sakura raised hers. "Sakura?" Suzuki asked, more out of surprise than anything. "Well, since we need to get in fast, and it's locked, how about we just kick the lock in?" Sakura asked quickly. Naruto merely laughed at her suggestion. "I'm almost ready to say I prefer training to this," Naruto declared bluntly, his teammates nodding in agreement as Kakashi emerged from the Hokage Tower. All three pairs of angry eyes immediately fixed on him. The scarecrow-like Jonin noticed the frustration in his students' direct stares. "I'm going to guess you three aren't exactly ecstatic with your missions, are you?" Kakashi asked them, as Sakura's left eye twitched. "Oh no, Kakashi-sensei, I'm ready and excited for the next mission," Sakura thought, but what she said was, "Of course we're not ecstatic, these missions are crap." Sakura shouted, instantly drawing the attention of her teammates, sensei, and everyone around them. The pink-haired Kunoichi immediately blushed, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact after her sudden outburst. A silence lingered for a few moments before Naruto coughed into his fist, trying to break the uncomfortable atmosphere. "Right, well, Sakura's right, these missions have been bad," Naruto said, a little softer and with less anger than Sakura, not wanting to provoke her again. Kakashi merely shrugged, pulling the final mission scroll from his jacket. The three genin watched Kakashi, their previous excitement gone, as he read over the scroll's contents, then closed it. "Alright, this last mission requires us to guard a business in this city from possible brigands who'd want to steal from it," Kakashi began, as Sakura and Suzuki glanced at Naruto, who merely looked at them and raised his hand. "And no, Naruto, not you," the Jonin said with a small laugh, the ex-thief in the group releasing a breath of relief as he motioned for Kakashi to continue. "At any rate, I'll show you the business, and when the owner is done with us, or, since I'll be reading, the owner insists he'll pay you himself," Kakashi finished, Naruto's eye immediately glinting with excitement at the mention of pay. "So, let's get over to the business," the scarecrow Jonin added, beginning to walk along the street. The three genin looked at each other, shrugging, confused by Kakashi's rather slow pace, before following him. A few minutes later, less than 2 blocks away, the genin team stood still, staring up at the name of the business they were supposed to guard. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was the first, and most negative, to react, still remembering his bad encounter with the solid blocks during his first day at the academy. "What the hell is this?" Naruto shouted, looking at Kakashi. "Why the hell do we need to protect this place? All they have to do is put out some of their nasty food and that'll scare off whoever'd want to steal from them." The blonde ranted while Kakashi merely sighed aloud. "Because Naruto, they've paid the Hokage's office to do this mission, and after we're done, they're going to give you payment." This immediately silenced Naruto, who resigned himself to pouting about the situation, his two teammates just shaking their heads at his display. "Whatever, let's get this over with," Suzuki spoke up solemnly as the other three nodded and entered the ramen stand, where they suddenly ran into the owner, Tuki Ichiraku. "Welcome to Ichiraku's Ramen," he suddenly shouted, causing all three genin to jump back slightly, not expecting the older man's energy. Kakashi only sighed with a quick wave as he flipped to the next page in his book. "I suppose you all are the ninja I hired," Tuki began, before suddenly hearing a coughing noise behind him. All 5 people turned to see Tuka's daughter, Ayam, standing there, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow at her father. "I mean, the ninja that my daughter hired," the older man corrected as Ayam just smiled and waved at the genin. "Welcome, glad you could come," Ayam said quickly, before returning to cleaning a bowl, while Tuka nodded. "Yes, we're both very glad you could come. We've been needing some help with a particularly bad bunch of thieves," Tuka began, as suddenly Naruto and Sakura raised their heads, hoping he was actually being serious. Then they all heard a series of scratches and bumps, and out of the ingredient cupboard a large raccoon jumped out, carrying some meat and vegetables in its teeth. "Come back here, you giant rat!" Tuka shouted as he suddenly picked up a customer's ramen bowl and threw it at the raccoon, only to have the furry animal jump out of the way of the bowl and exit through a small hole in the wall. Tuka sighed, as that customer, and many of the other customers, left the stand after seeing what had been rolling around in his ingredient cabinet. "You see, that's the problem right there. Every single time Ayam and I set up traps, or repair holes in the walls, one of those giant rats just sneaks in while we're working, without us noticing, and makes another way in," the old ramen chef said before smiling. "However, now that you 3 are here, things will be easier. You 3 are going to stand outside the building and make sure that the raccoon dogs don't sneak in while I set up traps and repair holes in the walls, which will, hopefully, keep these little pests out for good," Tuka said with hope as all 3 genin just sighed again. "By the way, this job could take me till the end of the day, so you're going to be here for a while," he quickly added, which caused both Naruto and Sakura to facepalm. Sasuke merely settled for a grunt of annoyance, and Kakashi, who already knew the situation, inwardly chuckled at his students' reactions. "You've got to be kidding. This is going to eat up the rest of our day," Naruto shouted as soon as he stood up, only to have Tuka's solemn stare straighten him out immediately. I mean, happy to oblige," Naruto said, catching himself as Tuki once again began smiling. "Good, now then, go ahead and get out there and keep watch. I'll shout for you when I'm ready to give you all your pay," Old Man Ichiraku finished as all 3 genin just nodded and ran outside the building, Kakashi merely following them slowly. They all stood outside the main entrance and sighed, Sakura pointing over to Naruto. "Alright, Kakashi's not going to do much, so I don't know about you two, but I don't want to be scrambling around every single time we see a raccoon. Naruto, how about you create some shadow clones to keep watch over some of the high points in the building while we keep around the base of the area?" Sakura suggested, the blonde boy nodding slowly. "Right," the blonde said with a half sigh as he made the cross seal, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." As suddenly as he said the name of what was slowly becoming one of his signature jutsu, at least a dozen Naruto clones popped up in front of the group. Naruto looked over each of them before nodding. "Alright guys, get going," the ex-thief ordered his clones as they nodded, jumping up all around the building and landing on certain lookout points. "This sucks," Naruto said quite bluntly as all 3 genin and their teacher began making their way to the back of the ramen stand, Kakashi following them to keep an eye on them. "I mean, oh joy of joys, we're going to watch out for raccoons, right after busting into some old guy's house, after catching a cat. Yeah, this is exactly what I imagined when I was convinced to be a ninja," Naruto said in a disappointed manner. Sakura and Sasuke quickly glanced at each other before looking at their teammate with raised eyebrows. Kakashi himself peeked up from his book to watch the oncoming conversation. "What do you mean convinced?" Sasuke asked first, wondering exactly what Naruto had meant by that. The blonde looked back at the two, shrugging as he began walking backwards so he could get a good look at them. What do you mean? What do you mean?" "The old man had a ninja drag me to his office, told me how if I became a ninja I'd be able to live comfortably for once, and I believed him," Naruto said with a bit of a grunt, causing Sakura to blink. "What old man?" the pink-haired girl inquired, though in the back of her mind she already had a good guess as to who. "The Hokage," Naruto stated as if it was no big deal, before noticing the rather shocked expressions on his teammates' faces. "Isn't that normal?" he quickly asked, only to receive a quick shake of the head from each. Oh, honestly, neither Sasuke nor Sakura had known that the Hokage himself had gotten Naruto to attend the academy and become a ninja. For them both, their parents merely signed them up to attend the academy, and that was that. This, of course, brought several questions to the pink-haired Kunoichi's mind. How the hell did he catch the notice of the Hokage? Why did Hokage-sama want to make a thief a ninja? What did he see in Naruto? Is there something we don't know? The questions fired off rapidly in Sakura's mind as one by one came to her. Sasuke himself was shocked for a few moments, before he sighed and shook his head. "I remember now," Sasuke thought to himself as the days of his youth returned to his mind. The Uchiha had been in control of the Konoha military police force before the massacre. Sasuke could remember days when his relatives in the police force would come home and complain to everyone about that brat, the street fox. It had been the first time he had ever heard of Naruto, or his nom de plume, the street fox. Obviously, Hokage-sama made him a ninja because of his exploits against the police force, the onyx-haired boy thought with a shrug. Whatever, old news now. With that, Sasuke dismissed the thoughts from his mind. Kakashi, meanwhile, had merely gone back to reading his book. The Jonin had known for a while the various reasons why Sarutobi had made Naruto a ninja, and really, he couldn't argue with any of them, and at this point, after seeing Naruto in action, wouldn't. After a few moments of thought, the team made it to the back of the building, Naruto yawning out of boredom as he sat on top of a trash can. Well, might as well get comfy, this is going to be a long day, Naruto said, looking up to see Kakashi already on top of another garbage can a few feet away. Way ahead of you, Kakashi said idly as he flipped the page he was reading, giggling in a perverted manner as he read the next page. This, of course, caused the genin to sigh before taking their own relaxed positions behind the shop, Naruto's shadow clones keeping a lookout position almost everywhere else. Suddenly, however, Team 7 heard a small shuffling a few yards away and looked towards the alley opposite the one they came in to see a raccoon moving along, getting closer to them. Sasuke picked a kunao from his back pouch and immediately threw it into the ground right in front of the furry little animal, causing it to yelp in terror and run back the way it came. Wow, if they scare that easily, the old guy and his daughter must not be all too terrifying, Naruto commented idly while Sasuke nodded in agreement, Sakura giving a soft look towards the running raccoon, feeling a tad bit sorry for it. However, whatever empathy Sakura may have felt for the raccoon disappeared as soon as it came back, along with 14 of his friends. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and even Kakashi looked on at the large number of raccoons in surprise, unable to believe they were seeing such a large number of them grouped together. Do they normally do stuff like this, Naruto? Sakura asked timidly, Naruto shaking his head side to side. I've seen a few together at a time, but never this many together, the hunter of the group said with a bit of a shake. You've got to be kidding me, Sasuke said after a few moments, his jaw still hanging open slightly as all 15 raccoons began moving in on their position. I guess these little fellas have learned to use a group dynamic in order to help get into the ramen stand, perhaps while trying to catch them you three should pay close attention to their methods, Kakashi added at the end with a curved eye, his students glaring at him for a moment before turning back to the raccoons. The 15 animals looked down at the ninjas with small growls and hisses. Naruto whistled as suddenly his 12 shadow clones jumped down right beside or behind the 3 genin, evening out the numbers between the two groups. As soon as the shadow clones appeared, the raccoons immediately ran for the genin and the clones. The two groups collided, the raccoons immediately jumping up on their adversaries and either scratching at their faces or biting them in areas no one wants to be bitten. Get em off me! Get em off me, a Naruto clone shouted as he tried to pry a raccoon from his face, only to have another one jump up and bite him on the rear. The clone shouted as he exploded into a cloud of smoke, those two raccoons moving onto another target. What the hell is wrong with these things? Sakura shouted as she tried to kick a raccoon off her leg, only to have it stay on her leg and begin biting at it. Ouch, she screamed as she tried to pry the little pest off her leg. Sasuke merely growled as he tried again and again to activate a fire jutsu, only to have his seals ruined each time by an attacking raccoon, one on each of his arms. The real Naruto had it rough, as each of the Naruto clones that were destroyed had their raccoon attack the real blonde. Help me, for the love of Kami! Naruto shouted as he was practically crawling with the pests. Kakashi, in the meantime, stood on top of a fence ledge, watching the chaos below him with a bit of a shrug. Their mission, their problem, Kakashi thought to himself, though he was actually chuckling while he watched the scene, this being the most entertaining thing he had seen since the release of Makeout Paradise's sequel. Suddenly, Naruto, the real one, once again made the cross symbol, managing to quickly shout the name of his technique before a raccoon completely ruined the seal. Suddenly 20 Narutos appeared, trying to help Sasuke, Sakura, and their creator out, only to be slowly destroyed by the raccoons. These raccoons are from hell, Naruto shouted as he made more clones to try and compensate for the clones that were destroyed, behind Ichiraku Ramen, several hours later. A quick knocking from the back door of Ichiraku Ramen was heard, when suddenly Tuki emerged from the door, a few nails between his teeth and a hammer in his hand. Alright ninjas, I'm done, the old man shouted as suddenly the 15 raccoons ran away, leaving in their path of destruction 3 badly scratched up and bitten genin. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all stood looking completely out of it as they looked over at Mr. Ichiraku. Hey, where's the guy with the mask? The ramen chef asked, only to have his question answered by said Jonin. About halfway through the attack of the raccoons, Naruto threw one of the little buggers on me, Kakashi said as he walked out from behind the open door, showing a few scratch marks around the exposed part of his face and the edges of his mask, the pages of his book also being a bit torn, as he stuffed it back into his pouch. Tuka merely sweat dropped as he looked at the team of ninja, before pointing back into the building. Well, I'm done, so you can come in and collect your payment at the front of the restaurant, the ramen chef said as he went back in. Team 7 walked around the outside of the building, all 4 of them trudging along slowly. They all remained silent, as none of them could even stand to move their mouths to talk thanks to the scratches. They finally managed to get to the front of the stand and then walked inside, seeing it empty of customers. Ayam and Tuka stood behind the bar, smiling at Team 7 as they bowed their heads. Thank you for your help, thanks to you father was able to make this place airtight. No more raccoons should be making their way into the ramen stand from now on, Ayam said in a light tone, raising her head to look at the ninja. Yes, they've been costing us in food, cooking supplies, and customers that have been run off. Thanks to you we won't have to worry about these costs anymore, Tuka said as he too raised his head, reaching deep into his pockets. Now, for your pay, the ramen chef quickly added, Naruto perking up as he watched the old man's hands anxiously. Suddenly, Tuka got out 4 slips of paper, handing one to each of the genin and to their sensei. For your help, you'll get free Ichiraku ramen for a month. Tuka shouted as Ayam smiled, all 4 scratched-up ninja just staring blankly at their coupons. Naruto, however, stared at his coupon while also twitching out of rage. Suddenly, Naruto's scratches began to heal up, as his rage began expressing itself on his face. Before the blonde could shout out at the ramen chef, Kakashi covered the blonde genin's mouth, chuckling lightly as he looked at the coupon. Well, seeing as how we've just been scratched up by raccoons and I don't think any of us have eaten since this morning, I don't think a bowl of ramen would be out of the question, Kakashi said slowly, both Suzuki and Sakura slowly nodding in agreement as they sat up on a stool. Naruto glared at Kakashi who merely forced Naruto up on the stool, the genin sending a look at his sensei that screamed, I'm so going to kill you later. A few minutes later, 4 orders of miso ramen had been placed, though Kakashi ordered for Naruto seeing as how he couldn't take his hand off the boy's mouth without the blonde going berserk. Naruto just sat there, trying his best to bite Kakashi's hand as he watched Tuka get out some of those nasty blocks. This is so stupid. I swear this stuff is nasty as hell, why the hell is he making the EA wait, what's he doing with the blocks? Naruto thought to himself as Tuka placed the ramen blocks into a pot of water and then placed it onto a woodlit stove. He's boiling it? Naruto thought curiously as suddenly Kakashi took his hand off of Naruto's mouth, allowing him to speak, though Naruto remained silent. The blonde tried to look over Tuka's shoulder by sitting up out of his seat, trying to see how the ramen was made, before he was forced to sit down by Sakura. Not in the mood, Naruto, the pink-haired girl whispered in a low manner as Naruto merely nodded his head in fear, sitting still in his seat while waiting for Tuka to finish the ramen. About 10 minutes later, after some intense stirring and the adding of the ingredients, Tuka brought out the pot of cooked miso ramen, pouring out a bowl for each of the ninja. Itadakimasu, Sakura, Suzuki, and Kakashi said slowly before they began eating the ramen, Naruto staring blankly at the bowl of noodles in front of him. He got out a pair of chopsticks and began poking at the noodles, finding them very, very soft. The blonde raised an eyebrow as he grabbed a small bunch of the noodles and brought them to his lips. Okay, so they made it soft. There's still no way this stuff is good, Naruto thought to himself, though he was a little less sure of this statement than he was previously. Naruto stared at the noodles for a few more moments before tossing them into his mouth. Naruto sat there for a second, taking in the flavor of the noodles before swallowing them, blinking a few times as he stared at the bowl of ramen for several seconds, before immediately attacking the remaining noodles and broth in the bowl. As Naruto devoured the contents of the bowl, Kakashi just stared at his blonde student with a raised eyebrow, sighing a bit as he inwardly smiled. Just like his mother. The silver-haired ninja thought to himself with an inward chuckle, just as Naruto finished the bowl. Oh sweet Kami. Naruto thought as he stared at the empty contents of the bowl. Alright, your pay is in order, he announced, specifically to the genin. Irika promptly produced 3 bags, tossing them to the genin. Sakura and Suzuki effortlessly caught theirs, but Naruto, still nursing a wound and distracted, got clunked on the head. Hey, what the Naruto began, looking at the thrown object. He instantly fell silent, noticing glimmering items spilling from the bag. He knelt, scooping as many contents as possible into his hand. His eyes widened at the small coins, mostly copper mon, but also some oval, silver chojin. Counting them, Naruto actually smiled a little, having never held so much money. Naruto immediately stood, nodding rapidly. Thank you, Irika-sensei, thanks old man, he shouted, ducking just before another gentle club to the back of his head. Irika and Sarutobi shook their heads, smiling at Naruto's antics. You're welcome, Naruto, they thought almost simultaneously as Kakashi slowly led the blonde out. Team 7 waved goodbye to the pair, who began preparing to close the station for the night. Once outside the tower, Kakashi dismissed the team for the day. Remember to be at the bridge on time tomorrow, the scarecrow said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The genin looked at each other, waved goodbye, and headed off. Sakura and Suzuki went to tend their still stinging raccoon wounds, while Naruto had some business to finish. A few minutes later, the owner of Konoha's old tailor shop yawned behind his desk. It had been a slow day with few customers, and he was eager to close up and go home. Just as he was about to yawn again, he heard someone enter. He looked over with one eye open and saw no one. Surprised, the tailor stood and checked around, still finding no one. Suddenly, he heard clothes being rustled in another row, then spotted a spiky blonde head moving among the racks. The shop owner grabbed his broom and ran toward where he'd seen the blonde hair, ready to pummel the person he suspected was Naruto Uzumaki. Again, he found no one. In a hurry, the tailor dashed to the door, peering outside to ensure Naruto hadn't escaped while he was fetching his broom. "Hello," he heard from behind him. He spun around quickly to see the blonde boy standing at his desk with a pile of clothes. The tailor did a double take, rubbing his eyes, unsure if he was hallucinating. Passers-by who happened to glance into the shop window also stared at the sight. After all, this was the first time anyone in Konoha had seen Naruto Uzumaki, the street fox, actually making a purchase instead of just stealing what he needed. The tailor approached the desk, still watching Naruto cautiously, as he slowly tallied the clothes. When finished, he looked down at the street fox, still observing his every move. "That'll be about 4 chojin," the tailor said warily. Naruto reached into his pocket, pulled out his coin bag, and produced exactly 4 chojin. The tailor thought it was all a dream as he felt the cool metal in his palm, biting one of the silver pieces to ensure it wasn't fake. "Thanks, bye," Naruto shouted, running off. The tailor was even more surprised that the chojin were real. Naruto walked down the street with his new clothes, smiling slightly as he slipped into an alleyway, leaving behind a street of citizens still grappling with this new development. Today wasn't so bad after all, the blonde thought, putting his bag away and chuckling at the jingle of the coins inside. Author's notes * Mon, Japanese currency circa 1600s and early 1700s, a round copper coin. * Chojin, Japanese currency circa early 1700s, a silver piece shaped like your pinky. I never really liked the idea of paper money in Naruto, it just didn't seem right. So, for my purposes, I decided to replace it with a few older pieces of Japanese currency, the copper mon, the silver chojin, and the gold ryo. If you want to see what these look like in more detail, check out my profile page. Omake, special shout out to Robot Chicken and Ted Turner. Team 7 relaxed in their clearing after a particularly tough training session when Hinata Hyuga suddenly ran up to them, looking worried. "Hinata, what's up?" Naruto asked as Hinata tried to catch her breath, pointing toward another part of the forest. "Guy and Lee are knocking down trees for training," she shouted. Suddenly, Suzuki stood up and pounded his fist into his hand. "That burns my ass," the black-haired boy yelled as Sakura held his shoulder. "Forget it, Suzuki-kun, there's nothing we can do," Sakura said. Suddenly, Kakashi stood up triumphantly. "Maybe we can't, but Captain Planet can," Kakashi shouted. All 4 genin looked up at him, smiling, each giving a quick yeah shout as they gathered. "Alright, let's do this," Kakashi shouted as Sakura started them off. "Earth," she shouted, with Suzuki quickly following. "Fire," he yelled, followed by Naruto. "Wind," the blonde declared, soon followed by Hinata. "Water," the shy girl said. Kakashi prepared to shout, only to be interrupted by some South American kid. "Heart, punch." Matii was quickly punched in the jaw by Kakashi, who stared angrily at the boy. "Get the hell out of here, Matii, nobody likes you," Kakashi shouted. Matii just glared back at him as he walked away, muttering something about nothing ever changes. With that done, Kakashi merely coughed into his fist and continued. "Lightning, go planet," they all shouted at once. Suddenly, their chakra leaped from their bodies, combining as a lone figure appeared amidst the chakra. "With your powers combined," a voice from the figure began. Then the chakra disappeared, leaving Ted Turner, covered in blue paint, dressed like Captain Planet. "I am Captain in Planet." Naruto stared at the crazed man for a second before shaking his head. "Nuu, you're Ted Turner," Naruto said slowly as Turner looked his way. "No, I'm Captain Planet," he shouted back. Naruto shook his head again. "No, you're Ted Tur," and just before Naruto could finish that statement, Ted Turner gave Naruto a solid kick to his privates, leaving the blonde in a fetal position on the ground. "Captain Planet," Ted Turner shouted as everyone slowly began backing away from the crazed man, only to have Ted Turner run up to Hinata. "Now why have you called Captain Planet?" he shouted at the shy girl, who nearly fainted from the shock. Ga Guy and Lee are knocking down tray," Hinata began, only to have Ted Turner suddenly run from her, heading toward Guy and Lee. "Captain in Planet," Ted Turner shouted as he ran through the woods, carefully avoiding every single tree and plant in his way. On his way, he ran past Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette in the forest. As Ted Turner ran by, Asuma blew out some smoke and dumped some ashes on the ground. Ted Turner immediately returned, looked at the ashes, and then at Asuma. "Punch, Captain Planet," Ted Turner shouted at an unconscious Asuma before running off again. Suddenly, we cut to Guy and Lee, who are currently kicking down trees to improve their leg muscle strength. "Lee, this training has been most helpful for our purposes. I don't know why we didn't think of that sooner," Guy declared loudly to his pupil, Lee nodding vigorously. "Yes sir, wait, who's that?" Lee started in a startled manner, pointing where Ted Turner was running from. Guy looked over at Ted Turner and smiled before looking back at Lee. "That's Ted Turner, Lee, a man whose flames of youth have led him to environmental protection. Yes, Lee, Ted Turner is a man we should all look up. T-Guy began before both he and Lee were suddenly stabbed in the arm with kunao, courtesy of Ted Turner. Capt. in plain eat. Ted shouted, as Lee suddenly poked him on the shoulder. You got a kunao in my arm, Lee complained. Ted Turner laughed, sneering at Lee. And my foot in your gut, Ted Turner shouted as he kicked Lee in the stomach. Capt. in plain eat. Ted Turner shouted as he began dragging both Guy and Lee to the Hokage Tower. Top of the Hokage Tower. What do you want, Marth Turner, please? Guy shouted as Ted Turner held both Guy and Lee by a rope, leaving them hanging above the streets of Konoha. Ted Turner merely laughed as he pulled out a piece of paper and put it in front of both Lee and Guy. Just sign this pledge not to knock over any more trees and I'll let you go, he shouted as Lee and Guy nodded, signing the paper with pens Ted Turner had supplied them. Okay, Guy shouted as they finished. Ted Turner looked over the document. This looks to be in order, Ted Turner said silently as he just let Guy and Lee drop to their deaths. Captain Planet, Ted shouted as Guy and Lee fell, Ted hearing a distant splat before he turned to look at each and every single one of you. Protect the environment, or I'll fucking kill you. Captain Planet, you three, keep it up, only 15 minutes of this and then you'll be able to catch your breath. A certain silver-haired Jounin spoke from behind his favorite book, watching his three pupils. Team 7's training was in the early afternoon, the three genin pouring their effort into exercises while the only Jounin in the clearing watched from behind his book. Kakashi Hatei kept a close eye on all his students. Their exercises could easily lead to injury if an accident occurred. As the Scarecrow watched his students train, he recalled the previous 2 weeks. After testing their chakra types, Kakashi analyzed his charge's chakra control and skill. This was a rather long, sometimes boring process, needlessly extended for over a week due to the now mandatory daily missions his team was forced to undertake. 3 days ago, however, Kakashi had a good grasp of their chakra, how much they had, their control, and considering their elemental chakra types, how he should train them. Even before the tests, Kakashi had intuitions about the results, feelings that proved mostly correct. Sakura, for instance, had the least chakra in the group, far less than he initially hoped. This was problematic, given her affinity for Earth. Earth Jutsu required not only great control to channel chakra into the ground but also a significant amount of chakra to shape the earth into the desired jutsu. Fortunately, Sakura had the control, unfortunately, she needed to build her stamina. Sasuke, meanwhile, was much closer to being able to use jutsu for both his elements. With both lightning and fire chakra types requiring large amounts of chakra to perform, Sasuke's control was crucial. Lightning, after all, demanded significantly more chakra control than fire. Seeing as the boy was already capable of using fire jutsu, Kakashi deemed it fitting to start him on using his lightning chakra. His chakra control would need a huge leap in improvement, however. Then there was Naruto, whose elemental affinity was almost serendipitous. Most wind jutsu required very little chakra control, only needing a horde of elemental chakra to activate it was almost as if these jutsu were tailor-made for the street fox. Naruto's reserves were vast, at levels most ninja could only dream of achieving, so exhaustion from techniques would be the least of Naruto's problems. However, performing them would be another matter entirely. It wouldn't be a matter of control, mind you, but rather being able to properly use hand seals to mold the chakra for the seals. So, he put them on training programs to help fix this, and they'd been at them for the past 3 days. He looked over at Sasuke, who stood on a river, sweating bullets as he held the ram seal. The sight of the Uchiha so stressed by his training caused the last Hatake to chuckle from behind his book. Water walking was a good chakra training exercise on its own, forcing the person trying to perfect it to constantly adjust to the water's moving surface without sinking an inch, by pushing a large enough, and constantly changing, amount of chakra toward the water, without wasting it. On top of that, it was also good practice for lightning jutsu, since a major factor of using lightning jutsu was pushing out a constant amount of chakra to keep them active. It was also good for stamina, and he was able to see Sasuke fall into the river every few minutes. Always a nice way to keep oneself entertained. With that, Kakashi's gaze wandered towards Sakura, looking up at the pink-haired girl sweating bullets thanks to the exercise he'd put her through. For Sakura, Kakashi focused mainly on her chakra supplies and how to increase them. Of course, one of the best ways to do this was through tree climbing. Tree climbing by itself would have been good for most people, as the mere act of running up and down the side of a tree while balancing the chakra in their feet would be tiring for most. Unfortunately, Sakura was not most people. Her chakra control was so great that she could effortlessly do the regular exercise, which forced Kakashi to add some difficulty. Now, he watched as the pink-haired kunoichi used her chakra to stick upside down on a branch, sweating profusely as she was also forced to hang onto weights, each weighing about 20 pounds. The girl's face had, by this time, turned a dark red as she looked down at Kakashi, giving him a look so nasty that he thought she was hoping he'd come over just so she could drop the weights on his head. Possible murderous intent aside, this was good for Sakura. It would take a long time before she'd get enough chakra to perform any earth element techniques, but she was on her way. Finally, Kakashi looked over to Naruto, who was currently going through the same set of seals he'd been practicing for the past few days. Naruto only needed a small amount of additional chakra training before Kakashi decided to move him onto actually learning a jutsu, though, calling this technique a jutsu severely stretched the definition of the word. Wind Release Gust was a weak, D-rank jutsu. When the user finished the seals and slammed their hands together, a small whirlwind would be forced from their palms toward the intended direction. The main, and practically only, use for this jutsu was to help genin learn how to use their wind chakra and prepare them for other wind techniques. There were other ways of training, of course, like trying to cut a leaf in half with just your chakra. However, Kakashi wasn't ready to teach Naruto techniques that required that level of control, nor did he think his more active student would have the patience to cut a damn leaf in half. For now, Kakashi merely wanted Naruto to learn the more chakra mass focus techniques, and as such, learning Gust would help push the blonde along the path. The other plus was that Naruto was truly excited about this training. Well, he was at first. Now, as the boy once again tried to activate it, he was just becoming very frustrated. The silver-haired Jounin looked up into the tree to see the kunai he had jammed into one of the branches a few days earlier. Kakashi had left Naruto with a very specific goal: use the jutsu to force the kunai from the branch. Of course, Naruto first thought this would be a piece of cake, though, even now, the former street fox was proving Kakashi's original diagnosis of his weakness correct. Naruto was having a lot of trouble using the seals to mold his elemental chakra. This wasn't a cakewalk to be sure. Coming out of the academy, most genin are only taught the basic ram seal to perform their low-level techniques, with the chunin at the academy leaving it to the jounin to teach students about elemental chakra, something Kakashi now wished he could talk to the chunin about, with a very pointed knife present. Still, Naruto was making some progress. At the very beginning, the boy could barely even get a small breeze out. At least now he was able to create some semblance of the actual jutsu, but each time he used the jutsu, he couldn't send it toward the kunai. With that thought, Kakashi merely shrugged as he walked back to his spot and turned his attention back to his book, leaving his pupils to their own business. Of course, their business, as the end of their current training drew to a close, was inwardly voicing their frustrations over their training. The genin of Team 7 muttered what could only be curses under their breaths as they held out for those last few minutes. As each of them began to finish up, they each thought over what had been happening and what they had been planning. The former thief in the group was bored. Plain and simple. There was good reason for this too. After all, Naruto had been used to his life being nothing but one spontaneous action after another, going out to steal, being chased through town, either successfully evading the chunin or just completely embarrassing them as they tried to catch him. Now he didn't need to steal anymore. Those village crossing chases were no longer there for him to, as sick as it might have sounded, enjoy, and he had gotten pretty settled into his routine these past couple of weeks of training and missions. The blonde had hoped to solve this boredom by trying to learn this jutsu, but the only thing the jutsu was managing to do to him was frustrate him to no end, a point punctuated when Naruto once again slammed his hands together to try and activate the jutsu, only to have the gust of wind head to the far right of the kunai. Naruto cursed loudly once again as he flashed through the seals, preparing for another go. The pink-haired kunoichi in the group had been busy with two things. The first was training. Quite simply, the stronger she got, the more useful she could be to the group, and the more useful she could be to the group, the more Sasuke would, hopefully, notice her. However, her crush wasn't her only teammate she had been keeping on her mind. Ever since their first set of missions, Sakura had also been puzzling over her blonde teammate. The idea of actually being asked by the Hokage to become a ninja of the village was something that sounded so outlandish Sakura didn't think it possible, yet according to Naruto, that's what happened. So, in an effort to clear up the mess and confusion, the green-eyed girl took it upon herself to figure out why and how, though, so far she had gotten absolutely nowhere. Sakura wasn't going to give up, though. After all, she prided herself as the most intelligent of the kunoichi coming out of the academy that year, and she wasn't about to let this mystery slip between her fingers. Lastly, there was the brooding Uchiha, who was currently just trying to stay out of the water for the remaining time. Sasuke had to admit, ever since Kakashi had shown the abilities of the elements 2 weeks ago, he had been looking forward to the chakra training that would inevitably take place. It wasn't just because of learning how to use lightning jutsu and to greatly increase his level of chakra control, two weapons that should prove very, very useful against him. Sasuke was fixated on Kakashi's lightning jutsu. The concentrated ball of sparks in his hands, though its exact function was unknown, clearly held immense chakra. It wasn't just for show. Sasuke noted it was a 3-seal combination. A smirk touched his lips. Once he mastered his lightning chakra, he'd decipher Kakashi's seals. Naruto's frustrated shout snapped Sasuke and Sakura from their thoughts. That's it. I'm doing it this time, he roared, rapidly forming dragon, horse, monkey, and rat seals, pouring in an absurd amount of chakra, making Kakashi sweat drop. Oh boy. Kakashi mused, shifting slightly left. Naruto cracked his neck, feeling chakra surge in his hands. This is it, he yelled, clapping his hands together. He was instantly blown back by the jutsu's winds, slamming into the tree Kakashi had just vacated. The Jounin merely shielded his face with his book from the debris. As the winds died, teacher and students assessed the failed jutsu's aftermath. Sakura's hair was comically blown straight out, Suzuki teetered precariously, barely avoiding a fall into the water, and the kunao pierce tree was stripped bare of leaves, yet the kunao remained firmly embedded. Damn it! Naruto bellowed, his left eye twitching, a vein throbbing on his forehead as Kakashi's sweat dropped again. Alright, I think that's enough for now, Kakashi said slowly, moving towards Sakura. Suzuki exhaled, immediately sinking into the river to cool off before swimming back. Kakashi untied the weights from Sakura's wrists, and she collapsed gracefully onto her back, breathing heavily, utterly spent. A small smile touched Kakashi's lips as he observed his exhausted students. Training until exhaustion or, in Naruto's case, injury. He reminds me of the old days, he thought, effortlessly slinging the weights over his shoulder. Sakura slowly rose, attempting to tame her wind-blown hair. The stoic Uchiha emerged from the river, shaking water from his hair, somewhat unsteady. Naruto slowly stood, cracking his back, working out the kinks from his crash landing. Alright you three, good training today, I think we made some good progress, Kakashi announced, tossing the weights aside, making a mental note to retrieve them later. Despite his students' groans, Kakashi smiled. At any rate, get up, it'll soon be time for missions. This drew louder groans, eliciting a slight chuckle from the silver-haired Jounin. Oh don't be so glum, today's going to be a bit different, Kakashi quickly added, though his students largely dismissed him. He shook his head, gazing at the sun, they'd arrive soon enough. Joint missions and training were common in Konoha, reflecting the village's core belief in collective strength. Often, teams collaborated when Jounin felt their students could learn from other genin or Jounin. Other times, it was a repetitive exercise to foster camaraderie among new genin, a practice Kakashi found either annoying or pointless, depending on the teams. He wasn't thrilled about this particular joint mission, intended to re-energize his team, though he hoped his students might gain something. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and a smile touched his lips as he looked southeast across the clearing. His exhausted genin took a few more moments to sense the approaching chakra signatures. Almost simultaneously with Team 7, 3 Konoha headband-clad figures entered the clearing, causing all 3 genin to sweat drop. Hello there Asuma, Kakashi greeted simply. Asuma Sarutobi smirked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Hey there Kakashi, Asuma replied in his usual gruff voice. Shikamaru, looking perpetually bored, and Koji, munching on chips, stood beside him. But someone was missing, someone Sakura was now searching for. Hey, where's Ino Pig? The pink-haired Kunoichi asked cautiously, while Suzuki also scanned for the blonde. Suddenly, the bushes behind Suzuki rustled. Before he could turn, the Kunoichi from Team 10 leaped out, wrapping her arms around his neck, squealing. Hi Suzuki-kun. Ino Yamanaka gushed, clinging to her crush. Suzuki struggled to adjust his stance, not an easy feat after extensive water walking. Forgetting her exhaustion, Sakura immediately prepared to eviscerate Ino. Get off him, Ino Pig. You'll crush him, Sakura yelled at her rival. Ino instantly snapped her head towards Sakura, jumping off Suzuki to confront her face-to-face, inadvertently pushing Suzuki into the dirt. Can it, billboard brow? Can't you see Suzuki-kun and I are having a moment? The blonde fangirl retorted. Sakura scoffed, shaking her head. In your dreams, Ino, Sakura shouted back. Ino cackled derisively. How can that big head of yours be so empty? Can't you see Suzuki just plain old likes me? Ino fired back, causing a vein to throb on Sakura's forehead. A huge fight erupted between the two girls, Suzuki having wisely put distance between himself and his fangirls moments earlier. This was a novel sight for Kakashi. He'd heard about their raucous academy antics but hadn't imagined it was this bad. Were they always like this? Kakashi asked, leaning toward Naruto, who merely shook his head. No, this is tame compared to the old days, Naruto whispered back. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, walking towards the rest of Team 10, with Naruto following closely. Shikamaru Nara watched his teammate and her rival's verbal battle, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Troublesome, the shadow manipulator muttered gruffly. His best friend, the heavyset Koji Akimichi, disengaged, contentedly munching his potato chips. Asuma sighed, looking at Kakashi, smoking his cigarette. Young Kunoichi, at Kakashi, he finally stated, glancing at his silver-haired compatriot, who merely shrugged. She was being so good too, Kakashi said with a small chuckle, returning his book to his kunao pouch. So, do you want to keep on chatting, or should we actually get down to work? He asked his fellow Jounin, who nodded, taking one last drag before flicking the butt away. Might as well get right to it, Asuma replied, smoke still escaping his lungs as he reached into his pouch for the mission scrolls. Ino, that's more than enough. The smoker called out to his female team member, who promptly stopped arguing with Sakura and ran over to him, but not before sticking her tongue out at Sakura. Suzuki, Sakura, you two, we have mission work to begin, Kakashi quickly shouted before Sakura could retaliate, forcing her to cool down as she joined the group with Suzuki. With both teams reassembled, Kakashi and Asuma conferred, their low murmurs occasionally punctuated by chuckles. Finally, Asuma stepped forward, a slight smirk on his face as he twirled the mission scrolls. "Alright kids, listen up. Today, if you haven't already guessed, Team 7 and Team 10 will be doing some missions together today, 3 in fact," Asuma explained, glancing boredly at the scrolls. "However, after some discussion with Kakashi, we decided that having all 6 of you go on these missions at once would be excessive, so we decided to split you all up further, get all these missions done at once." His smirk widened, making Team 10 uncomfortable. With a quick flick, Asuma tossed the first scroll to Suzuki, then pointed at both the Uchiha and Shikamaru. "Shikamaru and Suzuki, you two'll be doing some community service for Konoha by picking up the litter around town." Both Suzuki and Shikamaru stared at him with incredulous looks, which Asuma did not appreciate. "Did I stutter, skedaddle?" Asuma barked, and the two genin quickly nodded, running off. Kakashi shook his head at his friend. Asuma then tossed the second scroll to Sakura and Ino. Distracted by Suzuki's retreating form, they hadn't noticed Asuma's movement, and the scroll hit Ino in the head, causing her to stumble into Sakura. "Hey, watch it, Ino," Sakura said indignantly, her rival glaring back. Before they could exchange words, Asuma whistled, catching their attention. "Girls, before you go for each other's throats, I thought it'd be good for you two to know that you're going to be doing a mission together," the smoking jounin said. The two kunoichi gave him a look similar to Shikamaru and Suzuki's. "The Abarame clan has requested some assistance, so get going, their address is in the scroll," Asuma said sternly, prompting Sakura and Ino to nod and depart cheerfully until they were out of Asuma's sight, when cheerfully became shouty and angry. 2-1 says they kill each other before they make it to the Abarame compound. Kakashi chuckled, prompting a sigh from Asuma. "I know you're joking, but I'd seriously take those odds." The young Sarutobi sighed, then looked at Koji and Naruto. "Alright boys, that just leaves you two." Asuma tossed the final scroll to them. "The owner of a rather nice restaurant is renting his place out to a private, rather small, dinner party today and doesn't have enough employees to bus and wait tables. You two are going there to help out. The owner has explicitly stated for there to be no mischief while you're working," Asuma said, he and Koji giving Naruto a pointed look. Naruto's left eye twitched, and he returned a dark glare. "What?" Naruto asked, slightly irritated. Kakashi's cool look cut him off. Naruto took a small breath and raised his hands defensively. "You don't have to worry about me, I won't do anything, promise," he stated boredly, as if he'd said it countless times before on various missions. Asuma and Koji nodded. The smoker then turned to his chubby student. "By the way, Koji, the mischief also goes for you, no eating off plates while bussing them. Also, the owner said you two will be rather busy, so don't count on long breaks, if any," Asuma said slowly, making Koji visibly pale and slow his chip consumption, hoping to make them last. When he reached into the bag and found it empty, he groaned in disappointment. "Oh man," the Akimichi whined, rolling up the empty bag, ready to discard it. Asuma merely rolled his eyes at his student, then waved them off. "Now, get along you two," the smoking jounin said as Naruto and Koji nodded, running off towards their mission. As the two genin departed, Kakashi and Asuma watched them, then looked at each other. "So, how do you think our teams will do?" Asuma asked, tossing his old cigarette butt and pulling out a new one. The scarecrow shrugged. "Well, we're sending Shikamaru and Suzuki, who are, respectfully, very lazy and very proud, off to do dirty manual labor. We're sending Ino and Sakura off on a mission, enough said right there. Finally, we're sending Koji, and Akimichi in every sense of the word, to a restaurant, with the fact that he'll likely be unable to eat there," Kakashi listed, cracking his neck. "They're pretty much doomed," the silver-haired jounin joked, though Asuma raised an eyebrow. "What about Naruto?" the bearded jounin inquired. Kakashi looked directly at him. "Naruto's a bit of a mischievous kid, I won't deny that. However, if there's one thing I know without a shadow of a doubt, it's that he's not going to risk his mission by goofing around. After all, his pay is at stake if he or Koji messes up." Kakashi chuckled. Asuma shrugged, lighting his new cigarette. "Good point," the smoker conceded, taking a deep drag. Kakashi merely smiled beneath his mask. "So, what do we do for the rest of the day?" Asuma asked, looking at his friend. The scarecrow merely shrugged, pulling out his book again. "I was thinking of catching up on my reading," Kakashi said with a curved eye, making Asuma sweat drop. "Haven't you read those things several times already, Kakashi?" Asuma asked curiously. Kakashi merely glanced at the smoker. "Your point?" the masked jounin inquired, receiving only a sigh from Asuma. "I swear, porn addict doesn't even begin to describe you," the bearded jounin, an addict himself, to tobacco, commented, earning a small snort from his masked friend. Streets of Konoha, an hour later. Troublesome. That was the only word Shikamaru thought could aptly describe his current predicament. He sat on a bench, a trash bag less than a tenth full beside him, gazing disinterestedly at the sky. The Nara silently cursed Asuma, having by now guessed his sensei had foreseen this mission's outcome. If there was one thing Shikamaru disliked about D-rank missions, it was the pointless busy work. This thought always led him to the same conclusion: D-rank missions, babysitting, cat catching, gardening, picking up trash were jobs for others, not ninja. Yet, ninja jobs were even more bothersome. So, while D-ranks were troublesome, he could at least get away with lazing around. And that's precisely what he was doing. Shikamaru sat on a Konoha street bench, staring at the clouds, trying to relax. Of course, one thing always interrupted his peace. That one thing just happened to be an empty bottle thrown at Shikamaru's head, jolting him from his daze. Hey, Baka! Get up and actually do something. Suzuki Uchiha, more troublesome than Ino. With Ino, he'd only endure a few minutes of shouting before she'd stomp off, yelling about his laziness. Suzuki, however, was persuasive, sadistic, even. When shouting failed, Suzuki would threaten physical harm. If that didn't work, he'd follow through. The Uchiha would throw trash at him to snap him out of his thoughts. The empty bottle was just one example. He'd thrown rotten apples, old wood, even a whole watermelon once. Why someone discarded a whole watermelon was still beyond Shikamaru. But that was beside the point. Shikamaru glared at Suzuki, nursing the bump on his head from the bottle, and half-heartedly resumed picking up trash with a stick. Troublesome. The shadow manipulator groaned, tossing a crumpled paper into the garbage. Suzuki watched carefully to ensure his partner was working, then returned to his own trash picking. Suzuki was furious. He detested D-rank missions, seeing them as silly or stupid tasks beneath an Uchiha. But this was a new low, reduced to picking up garbage. It was the absolute lowest job he could be given. If it were up to him, he'd throw the spiked stick at Kakashi and tell him to do it himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't Suzuki's choice. As a ninja, he was bound by his sensei's missions. But that didn't mean he liked it. No, he hated it as much as Nara did. But that meant he'd ensure Shikamaru worked just as hard. If Suzuki was constantly agitated by this loathed job, his mission partner would be too. Speaking of which, Suzuki turned to look at the shadow manipulator, only to find Shikamaru staring at the clouds again. Suzuki glared at the back of his fellow genin's head, and slowly picked up a rotten tomato. What the hell? A Barame household. Shibuya Barame stood motionless in the road across from his clan's home, awaiting the genin sent to assist with clan business. Normally, Shino would help, but his team was booked with missions today. The stoic Abarame idly wondered who would arrive when. Ino Pig. Suzuki-kun likes me. Right, billboard brow, and pigs will fly. Wouldn't mind sending this pig flying with a punch right now. Shibi was yanked from his thoughts, looking right to spot two female kunoichi approaching. The Abarame clan head raised his eyebrows, seeing Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Harano heading his way, the mission scroll in Sakura's hand. He recognized them as his son's classmates, though he'd sworn Shino said they were on different teams. Must be a joint team exercise of some kind, Shibi thought, shrugging off the minor anomaly. He turned to face the two girls, who continued shouting as they walked. They eventually bumped into Shibi, who stood as still as before, and immediately snapped their attention to their surroundings. Both girls blushed, bowed their heads, and said, sorry in unison. Shibi merely nodded, pleased they had manners when dealing with outsiders. Apology for having bumped into me is accepted, Shibi stated in a monotone voice, even deeper than Shino's, making Ino and Sakura pale slightly. Now then, if you two are done wasting time by standing there and staring, there is work that needs to be done. Shibi turned and walked back toward the house. Sakura and Ino looked past Shibi at the house, realizing it was unlike any Konoha dwelling they'd seen. The clan house was a large, teardrop-shaped building that twisted toward the top. 4 giant holes circled the twisted peak of the cone. Despite appearing made of the same material as other Konoha buildings, it was a dark brown. As Shibi ascended a flight of stairs toward the door, Sakura and Ino noticed something even stranger. The Abarame clan building wasn't on the ground. It hung from a cross-section of at least a dozen metal beams connected to an equal number of large stone pillars marking the outermost parts of the Abarame clan compound. Kind of looks like some kind of hive, Sakura murmured, Ino nodding in agreement. Both girls knew the Abarame clan's obsession with bugs, but having never visited this part of Konoha, they never imagined the clan built their home to resemble an insect's dwelling. You two coming? Shibi asked, standing at the top of the stairs. Sakura and Ino swallowed hard, beginning their ascent. As they neared the hive building, their minds conjured sporadic images of what awaited inside, an actual hive, sticky and gooey, with gunk smeared over what should be furniture, creepy crawl eyes everywhere. These thoughts paled them further, their minds slowly entering panic mode. Before they could run away screaming, they found themselves beside Shibi, at the door. You two should hurry up, there's no point in wasting time daydreaming, Shibi said, immediately twisting the doorknob. Ino and Sakura tried to avert their eyes from the doorway, so as not to see the unimaginable horrors of a nice foyer. Wait, what? Sakura and Ino stood, jaws agape, staring at the house's first room. The foyer featured stairs on both sides leading to the second floor, and a large pair of doors at the back of the first floor. The room was well lit by small candle lamps adorning the stair walls and flanking both the entrance and the central doors. However, it wasn't entirely normal. The walls were somewhat convex, curving outward like the exterior of the house. This design made the stairs leading to the second floor curve with the wall and forced any windows in the room to also be curved, making Sakura and Ino feel as if they were in a surreal painting. The double doors, however, were perfectly flat, hinting at much more beyond them. Aside from the strange structural designs, there was also a striking lack of furniture or decorations. It seemed if an item couldn't serve a purpose, like the lamps providing light at night, it wasn't in this room a theme the girls suspected would continue throughout the entire home. Sorry for the small mess, Shivi remarked. Most of the clan members are out on missions now, so there's not much help to keep this place tidy. Both girls looked around the room. Then they looked back at Shivi, and then back at the room. Ino noticed a very tiny, fine layer of dust. It covered the few pieces of furniture. The blonde flower girl merely raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Ino asked. It's just a little dusty. The head of Barame looked back at her with a nod. Precisely, Shivi said slowly. He opened the large set of doors. Sakura and Ino exchanged a look. They silently asked each other, is this guy for real? They followed the Abarame deeper into the household. The next room was much smaller than the foyer. It was also quite a bit darker. Only two small lamps illuminated the room. There wasn't much to see. Aside from the lamps and the doors, there was little else. They had just walked through one set of doors. Another large set of doors was on the other side of the room. Then Shivi opened the door to the next room. It was so dark. Both girls knew they wouldn't see their hands in front of their faces. There was no way. Absolutely no way. Then Shivi took off his sunglasses. And Abarame took off his sunglasses. Sakura and Ino stared at Shivi's back in amazement. He spoke without even turning to look at them. Well, come on, the work is in here, the clan head said coolly. He walked into the dark room. The two kunoichi exchanged a quick look of excitement. They sprinted after Shivi. They couldn't believe they'd get to see Abarame eyes. They'd heard rumors, of course, but they'd never seen them before. Both girls knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would probably never happen again. As they made a mad dash for Shivi, the bugman stepped out of their way. They dashed right past him. He closed the door. The room was enveloped in complete darkness. The sounds of the two girls tripping and skidding across the floor were easily heard. Moans of pain came from both of them. Geez, Ino pig, watch where you put your hooves, Sakura said to her rival. She tried to see anything in the darkness. Shut up, Ino retorted. Knowing you, your giant forehead probably made you lose balance. You just decided to take me down with you. Both girls tried to glare at each other. This was impossible without sight. What kind of genin are these two? Shivi thought apathetically. He walked over to them. He pulled two pairs of glasses from his sleeve. My apologies, the Abarame clan head said with an apathetic tone. It was similar to his private thought. I'm so used to coming in here with just clan members. I forget you're not used to the darkness like we are. He gave each girl a pair of glasses. The girls slowly moved the specs to their eyes. They were amazed by the immediate improvement in their vision. Yes, it was far from perfect. Most of what they saw was colored with a bright yellow-green tone. They still had trouble making out finer details. But these glasses at least allowed them to see where they were going. The two marveled at their newfound eyesight for a moment. Then they immediately remembered why they had sprinted into the pitch-black room. They immediately spun around on their heels. They looked right at Shivi. They were immediately and thoroughly disappointed. He had put on a similar pair of glasses. The yellow tint hit his eyes well. The girls looked downtrodden and depressed. This caused Shivi's eyebrows to raise slightly. What? The Abarame asked in his normal, bored tone. Both Sakura and Ino merely shook their heads. Nothing, sir, they each said in a disappointed tone. Shivi merely shrugged it off. Alright, then follow me, Shivi said nonchalantly. We need to get the Kakaichu egg sacs to their new cages immediately. Sakura and Ino immediately snapped to attention. Kakaichu, egg sacs. Both girls slowly said these words one after the other. The finer details of the dark room became clear through the glasses. Along the walls were a long series of connected counters. There were only two empty spaces between the counters. One was for the door Ino and Sakura had just walked through. The other was for a locked door to their right. It led to a different room. On these counters, however, were glass cages. Each was right beside the last. Inside these cages were semi-transparent lumps of, hell, the two girls didn't know what. The only thing they could tell was that it looked soft, and it had all this goo over it. Since they were transparent, the two girls could see tiny eggs inside the sacks, at least 100 eggs per sack. There wasn't just one sack in each cage, though. There were several, all grouped together. The two girls looked around. They noticed that all the counters had these cages with egg sacs, except for one. One cage had just one giant stone orb. It had small craters on its surface. Those craters had small tunnels. They seemed to go towards the center of the stone mass. But that wasn't the most disgusting part. Coming out of those tunnels, out of those craters, and out of those rocks, were tiny eggs. Inside the cage, along with the rock and eggs, were tiny bugs. They were slowly wrapping those eggs in that gooey, soft stuff. Of course, Sakura's and Ino's reaction was immediate and powerful. Restaurant 6 hours later. That was boring, Naruto said. He plopped himself down in a chair. It was at a table removed from the party. He cracked his neck. He looked over at the party guests. They had been working for 6 hours. Bussing tables, serving food, cleaning messes, throwing away trash. To Naruto, it was time-consuming and boring, especially considering the party size. It had peaked at about 60 people. This kept both him and Chuji working the whole time. Only now did they find time for a rest. Small dinner party my ass, Naruto thought inwardly. He looked over at Chuji. Chuji was sitting right beside Naruto. He was staring longingly at all the food the guests were eating. Asuma had been right about the likely lack of breaks. This was their first break. The party had been going on for 6 hours. Chuji had been just as busy as Naruto. And right in front of food, too. Naruto knew about the Akimika's reputation for being big eaters, and often eaters at that. Though, to Naruto, it still didn't excuse it. The Akimichi beside him was staring at each bit of food. He watched as each mouthful of meat was swallowed. Quite honestly, it was starting to creep Naruto out. Just as Naruto was about to ask Chuji about his creepy obsession with food, a party guest dumped a whole plate of meat into the trash. They had obviously eaten too much already. Chuji's eyes seemed to narrow. He slowly stood up. Naruto gave Chuji a disbelieving look. The Uzumaki said slowly. He watched the rather chubby ninja lick his lips. You wouldn't. Naruto began. He slowly stood up as well. He watched as the brown-haired genin continued to stare at the garbage can. I know it's been a long few hours, but you honestly wouldn't, really shouldn't. Naruto stammered off. Chuji just kept staring. It was silent for a few seconds. Then, rather suddenly, Chuji made a mad dash towards the garbage can. Naruto easily caught the tubby boy. He quickly threw him into a full Nelson. Come on man, it's in the garbage, Naruto shouted. He tried to keep the hungry Akimichi restrained. I haven't eaten food out of the trash in. I can't even remember. Slowly Chuji dragged both himself and Naruto towards the trash can. I don't care, I'm starving, Chuji shouted back at the blonde. Naruto grunted in annoyance. You don't even know what starving is, Naruto said bluntly. He strained to hold Chuji back. The Akimichi took a deep breath. He seemed about to retort, only to stammer as he quickly realized who he was talking to. This immediately calmed Chuji. This allowed Naruto to drag the boy back to his seat. The duo only got some stares from everyone else in the restaurant. Both boys looked at the party guests. They gave an embarrassed, apologetic look. The guests then turned their attention back to the party. Chuji, meanwhile, had gone from being amazingly obsessed about the food. Now he felt rather sheepish at his outburst. The Akimichi turned his head towards Naruto. He bowed it a bit apologetically. Sorry about that, lost it there for a few seconds, Chuji quickly apologized. Naruto merely looked at the brown-haired boy before shrugging. Whatever, just be sure to keep a lid on it, the blonde bluntly stated. He leaned back in his chair. Chuji, though relieved he hadn't metaphorically stepped on Naruto's toes, still felt he had gone a bit far. Still, considering all the stories my dad told me about you, Chuji began. The blonde merely waved him off again. Don't worry about it, Naruto said in a bored tone. He yawned a bit. The brown-haired genin just nodded. He turned his attention back to the party guests. Both genin just sat at the table. They waited to be called again. After a short time, however, Chuji's last sentence sank into Naruto's skull. This caused the blonde boy to narrow his eyes a bit. Stories my dad told me about you. Stories, Naruto thought to himself. He turned his head towards Chuji. What do you mean by stories? The former street fox asked pointedly. His chubby mission partner just shrugged. Well, you know, stories, Chuji began. Naruto rolled his eyes. He thought Chuji meant diatribes about what a terrible person Naruto was, or how he was some kind of scum. My dad doesn't normally talk about a lot of people like that, but he seemed to respect you a bit. The Akimichi continued. Naruto's eyebrows flew up. almost as if they were going to tear right off his face. Respect? Naruto asked. He said the word as if Chuji had said it in a foreign tongue. Well, yeah, I could never figure out why he respected you exactly. But, to me, he seemed to take a small shine to you, even after you stole his food that one time, Chuji said. The blonde genin looked down to the side. This new revelation piled on top of what his teammates told him on their first day of missions. First I figure out the old man doesn't just offer up ninja positions to people, now Chuji's telling me his pops respected me. Naruto thought to himself. Before verbalizing the one question on his mind. Where was he then? Naruto asked Chuji. Chuji merely gave him a somewhat confused look. If your dad took such a shine to me, why didn't he help me out? I mean, I'm not one for pity, but some food, clothes, or money, hell, anything would have been appreciated. The former street urchin said irritably. Chuji thought to himself for a few seconds. Well, that's a good question, the Akimichi said with a shrug. You'd have to ask my dad to know, even then I doubt there'd be much of an answer there. Chuji continued. Naruto just stared at him for a few seconds. Then he shrugged. Meh, not that big of a deal I suppose. Naruto said weakly. He just looked forward. Chuji accepted that as an answer. He dropped the subject. Naruto, meanwhile, hadn't quite gotten beyond thinking about the subject. For several minutes, Naruto puzzled over this newly acquired information, something he was beginning to grow quite annoyed with. I swear, when did my life stop adding up? A few weeks ago, it was simple, I had to survive on my own because most people hated that I had the QB sealed in me. The adults would try to scare the kids into not liking me. And the only help I got was from Neji, Tenten, Lee, Hinata, Irika, and the old man, and even then the old man only helped me because I would have been a good ninja, Naruto thought as he tapped his chin. Now I learn that's not really common practice for the old man to just ask people to become ninja. And on top of that, there were actually people, if only a few, who supported me outside of my friends and Irika. Something's not right here, and the Nine Tails excuse isn't worth jack shit anymore, the blonde thought to himself. Then he simply sighed and tossed his hands up in the air in exasperation. Whatever. I'm here now. I'm making good money, the past is the past. The blonde finished. He cut off any more thoughts on the matter. Of course, that only left him with one thing. Bored. Streets of Konoha about an hour later. Shikamaru wasn't the type of guy to get enthralled by emotion. The lazy Nara thought getting upset or obsessed was troublesome. He believed letting a problem roll off your back was the easiest, most stress-free way to deal with them. Clunk. Hey, idiot, stop staring at the ground and get to work. Of course, Shikamaru was hit in the back of the head. It was another empty bottle. Thrown by none other than Suzuki Uchiha. He was just about ready to make an exception to his normal stress-free strategy. The irritated Nara's left eye was twitching. Out of sheer annoyance, he looked back at his equally aggravated partner. He tried his best to restrain himself. Stop throwing trash at me, Shikamaru said gravely. Suzuki just scoffed. If you would actually do the work, I wouldn't have to keep throwing trash at you, Suzuki retorted. He said this every time Shikamaru complained about the improvised projectiles. Projectiles he'd been bouncing off the Nara's head for hours. The Uchiha was irritated. Mostly because they were on their 7th hour of the job. It should have taken 2 trained ninja an hour or 2, tops. All because Suzuki had to keep an eye on the lazier of the two, and make sure he did his work. Shikamaru, still somewhat wishing to avoid conflict, turned back around. He began picking up trash again. Suddenly the cloud gazer was hit in the back of the head with an apple. That attack sent Shikamaru over the edge. He glared back at Suzuki. Hey, I was actually working, the shadow manipulator shouted at Suzuki. Suzuki only chuckled in response. Just checking, dope, the genius Uchiha fired back. This only further fueled Shikamaru's anger. Suzuki turned back around. A smug smirk was still plastered on his lips. He began picking up trash himself. Within seconds the back of Suzuki's head met an old, rotten tomato. The smelly vegetable splattered all over its target's head. Suzuki stood there, unwilling to believe what had just happened, until he slowly felt the back of his head. The instant his hand felt the tomato juices, the Uchiha spun on his heel. He faced Shikamaru. Shikamaru wore a small grin. He tossed an equally fetid tomato in his hand. Did you just do what I think you did? Suzuki stammered in complete shock. He hadn't expected such a move from the normally lazy Nara. Do what? You mean this, Shikamaru said with a small grin. He tossed the other rotten tomato at Suzuki. The vegetable splattered all over the still stunned Uchiha's face. Immediately the Uchiha brushed the remains off his face. His onyx eyes glared at the lazy genin in front of him. You're going to regret that, Suzuki muttered darkly. He quickly reached down for a random piece of garbage. Shikamaru also quickly reached down for some ammo. It was then that the trash war between Suzuki Uchiha and Shikamaru Nara began. The two genin quickly assaulted each other with random pieces of trash. Cans, bottles, old food, and various other dumpster goods were tossed. After a few minutes, both reached back down to the ground. They found hardly any trash left on the street. Aside from the bits of garbage they had already thrown, both boys looked down to their respective bags. Before common sense could kick in to stop them, Shikamaru and Suzuki were digging into the bags, and began throwing trash at each other from said bags. Slowly the street began to fill up with the trash. The two genin had been collecting it for hours. Their effort and time were thrown away. Their petty war reached a new low. They reached into their respective bags, digging around for whatever ammo they could get their hands on. Unfortunately for both, their bags were completely emptied. The contents were now scattered all around. The two boys paled. They quickly realized they had just erased all progress, but then immediately turned to glare at each other. "This is your fault," they both shouted at once. "My fault. No way, this is your fault," they continued to scream at the same time. Just as the shouting match was about to continue, both boys felt a sinister presence to their right. It chilled both of them, especially Shikamaru, right to their very soul. Both boys slowly turned their heads towards the dark presence, only to be greeted by a very angry woman, with a very angry scowl on her face. She glared at the two boys. "Hi, Mom." Shikamaru stammered a bit. Suzuki looked between the two Nara. This is his mom, Suzuki thought to himself, completely stunned by the overpowering presence this woman was putting off. "Shikamaru," Yoshino Nara said slowly. A small, pounding blood vessel appeared on her forehead. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed her son by his ear, lifting the boy so high that his toes barely touched the ground. "Ow, ow, 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 ow." Shikamaru began shouting. His toes barely scratched the ground. His ear howled with pain. His mother looked him right in the eye. "Do you see this mess?" Yoshino muttered. She forced her son's head to look around. Shikamaru shook his head quickly to signify yes. "I thought I raised you better." The troublesome woman, as Shikamaru often called her, said through grinding teeth. "I want you to pick up every last bit of trash on the ground, with your bare hands," Yoshino shouted. Her son looked at her indignantly. "What? You've got to be ow 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 ow." Shikamaru's sentence was immediately cut off. Yoshino began bashing him over the head with a tiny, folded fan she'd produced from her pocket. Shikamaru was dealt blow after blow by his own mother. Okay, you win," Shikamaru shouted. Yoshino unceremoniously dropped him. Shikamaru immediately fell to his knees. He began picking up trash with his bare hands. Suzuki, for his part, stood there with a small grin, laughing at the lazy Nara's misfortune. That is, until Suzuki found himself grabbed by the ear. The Uchiha was lifted completely off his feet. Yoshino glared at him. "And you're equally responsible for this mess. Get down there with my lazy son and help him clean it up," the bossy Nara ordered Suzuki. The Uchiha clan member gave her an insulted look. "Who are you to be bossing me around? You aren't my mo ow 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 ow." Suzuki suddenly howled in pain. He received the same fan treatment from Yoshino Shikamaru had mere moments ago. Shikamaru didn't bother to look up and watch, lest he receive another series of thwacks to the skull. I give, uncle, Suzuki screamed his surrender. He too was dropped rather quickly by Yoshino. The Uchiha scurried over to Shikamaru's side. He helped his fellow genin pick up trash. Both boys kept working for a few minutes. Yoshino stood over them, watching, making sure neither slacked off. Suzuki could feel her eyes boring into the back of his skull. Her presence made him a bit frightened. "Your mom is scary," Suzuki whispered to Shikamaru. Under any other circumstances, Shikamaru would have been shocked. He could only nod in agreement. "You're telling me," the lazy Nara whispered back. Suddenly they both heard Yoshino slam her fan into the palm of her hand. "What was that?" she hollered at the two boys. They only picked up the pace of their cleaning. "Nothing, ma'am." "Nothing, mom," both boys shouted in near unison. They quickly collected the trash. "What the hell is that?" the pink-haired Kunoichi asked, pointing at the cratered rock spewing what the two girls, with their vast experience, now recognized as eggs. Shivi glanced at them, his face still expressionless, though the darkness made it hard to discern. "Normally, genin assisting don't ask questions," the Aberame stated. Ino and Sakura almost apologized for interrupting, but he continued, "Alright, I'll answer Harano-san's question first. That is the most important thing in this room, the hive mind." Shivi began explaining, carefully separating the cluster his Kikaichu bugs had been working on. At its core is the queen Kikaichu. The hive mind serves two purposes: to protect the queen from predators and to amplify her pheromone range. With its help, the queen can control Kikaichu from miles away, crucial for danger or finding a replacement queen near the end of her life cycle, Shibi explained in a textbook manner. Now, Yamanaka-san, you asked why we separate the Kikaichu egg sacs. When my clan discovered the Kikaichu, they were thinly populated. Egg sacs in a cluster don't hatch simultaneously, often, one hatches days before the others. The hatched insects would then devour the unhatched sacs, providing their first meal and preventing weaker Kikaichu from being born, Shibi continued, his indifferent tone about cannibalism unsettling both Kunoichi. Each sac contains about 50 insects, and each cluster has roughly 8 sacs. As you can imagine, a 13% survival rate, especially with such low numbers, wouldn't make for a reliable or long-lasting ally for the clan, Shibi added, holding the last egg cluster for a few seconds. So, the original clan members decided to change nature's design. By separating the egg sacs, we achieve a 100% survival rate, yielding 350 to 450 new insects per original cluster, much better and more useful. The Aberame clan head spoke slowly as his own insects separated the cluster, leaving the two girls dumbfounded. Wow, both Kunoichi uttered slowly as Shibi nodded. Indeed, it is rather incredible, he said, marveling at the egg sacs before looking at them. Alright, they're all separated. Let's start moving them to the vault. Sakura and Ino raised their eyebrows, forcing Shibi to point to the door just to the right of the hive room's entrance. With a quick "oh," they began picking up as many sacs as they could, ensuring they didn't touch each other to avoid extra separation time. Shibi, meanwhile, took a few in one hand, using the other to open the rather old wooden door to the new room. Sakura and Ino had already had one freak out, but this room nearly warranted another. The walls were lined with cages, some occupied by dozens of buzzing Kikaichu, others empty. The girls swallowed hard, following Shibi inside to some empty cages. They noticed large, J-shaped tubes, as wide as an adult's arm, extending from inside the cages to outside, closed at both ends. Shibi opened the outside latch of a tube and dropped an egg sac inside. The eggs fell vertically, then rolled through the other hatch into the center of the empty cage. We keep both sides sealed for safety. Don't panic if you can't close the outside latch, the inside one only opens when pushed from the outside, Shibi reassured the visibly calmer girls. So, how do you get them back out when they hatch? Ino asked, instantly regretting the question. Shibi, seemingly oblivious to her regret, demonstrated by sticking his arm down the tube of an occupied cage. He popped open the inner latch, and quickly, Kikaichu flew out and up his sleeve, their buzzing growing louder as bumps traveled up his coat sleeve. Slowly, the buzzing died down, and the bumps disappeared. That's how. Now get the sacs into the empty cages, Shibi said sternly. Sakura and Ino merely nodded, turning a bit green at the thought of dozens of bugs crawling up their arms. Okay, they both said in unison, starting to work. Dropping egg sacs into the tubes was much easier and less time-consuming than separating the clusters, making the job more bearable. After just half an hour, all the sacs were deposited. Shibi sighed, looking at the two girls. Alright, that's it, you're free to go, he said, and Ino and Sakura's eyes gleamed with joy. Really, we can leave? Sakura asked, Ino nodding along. Of course, after all, it's feeding time, Shibi replied, walking past the girls. They wanted to leave but were morbidly curious about feeding time. Moments later, Shibi returned with a few cuddly mice. Aovuv. Ino and Sakura cooed in unison as they watched Shibi carry the mice to a cage and dump them inside. Their expressions turned to horror as the mice tumbled through the tube into the cage, where the Kikaichu immediately latched onto them, weak squeaks being the last sound heard. Oh, by the way, don't forget to take off the glasses when you get out of the room, Shibi said, slowing the last part of his sentence as he noticed the girls had bolted, the sound of the glasses falling to the ground outside the hive somewhat audible in the vault. The two girls sprinted faster than ever, as if racing to escape the hellish bug rooms. Bursting from the house and stumbling down the stairs, their faces were lime green. Reaching the street, they took deep breaths, traumatized by the mission. Holy hell, that was terrible, Ino shouted as the green faded from her face, Sakura vigorously nodding. I know, I've never seen anything more disgusting in my entire life, Sakura screamed, clutching her stomach. I swear, when I get my hands on Asuma-sensei, I'm gonna. Ino growled, gripping her hands in a choking gesture. Leave some for me, Sakura said, her stomach finally settling. So, where do we go from here? Sakura asked, Ino shrugging as she calmed down. I don't know, maybe we should wait at the tower for the others to finish up, the blonde Kunoichi suggested, Sakura nodding. Sounds good, her pink-haired counterpart replied as they walked towards the Hokage Tower. Hey, Ino, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't we arguing about something on the way here? Sakura asked, Ino's face contorting in thought. Yeah, I think we were, Ino said, tapping her chin. Can't remember what we were arguing about though, she quickly added, Sakura shrugging. Oh well, the pink-haired Kunoichi concluded, ending the conversation. The fitful, frightful time in the Aberame hive room seemed to have somewhat mended the divide between the two former friends, though certainly, there was a long way to go, and any peace between them was likely temporary at best. No way, Ino pig, Suzuki-kun's mine. Yeah right, forward girl. The restaurant, later that evening. Naruto and Koji were lounging at their table, their work nearly done. The party was winding down, no more food orders meant no serving, no dirty dishes meant no bussing. All that remained was helping clean the restaurant once all guests left. This, however, left Naruto bored out of his mind. He sought anything to alleviate the boredom. Talking to Koji occasionally helped, but not knowing each other well, they had little to discuss. The guests had long ceased being interesting, now just chatting about what Naruto considered nothing. Naruto's eyes slowly scanned the restaurant, hoping something would catch his attention. That's when he noticed something shiny he hadn't seen before, a small, gold Buddha statue sitting alone on the bar. Naruto examined the decoration closely. It struck him as odd that something made of gold would be left out in the open, where anyone could grab it. Well, it wouldn't be easy to grab it, there'd be all these people around to possibly see you make a move for it, then they'd be getting the thing out of the restaurant without the manager noticing. Naruto thought, his eyes darkening as he stared at the statue. But he quickly gave himself a mental slap, trying to suppress such thoughts. Come on Naruto, you became a ninja so you wouldn't have to steal, what are you thinking? The former thief thought, clapping his hands together to get Koji's attention. Hey, Koji, we're not doing anything right now, so how about we go ahead and start cleaning up so we can get the hell out of here, Naruto said, standing up. Koji stared quizzically. But the guests are still here, Koji began, only to be pulled to his feet by Naruto, who shrugged. Hey, we'll handle the big stuff now, and then we'll only have to deal with the small work later. Naruto dismissed Koji's comment, truly just using cleaning as an excuse to busy himself and avoid thoughts of stealing. Koji, seeing some logic, just shrugged. Alright, I'll take the chairs and tables, you head back towards the kitchen, Koji said quickly, Naruto nodding and making his way to the kitchen. It took about 15 minutes for the boys to get the restaurant in ship shape. Koji put away unused tables and chairs and cleaned up messes. Naruto emerged from the kitchen, having helped the cooks with dishes. Now, he had to dust, starting with the bar. Naruto quickly wiped down the entire bar with an old rag, cleaning almost everything. Naruto saved the golden idol for last. As he cleaned the Buddha statue, he noticed its brilliance had been somewhat concealed by accumulated dust. It was much shinier than he'd thought. Naruto stared at the miniature Buddha for several seconds, his eyes glued to the golden statue as he looked around. No, he couldn't just grab it, people would notice. Achoo. Naruto sneezed loudly, everyone in the restaurant looking at him. He had an idea seconds later. Man, this old thing doesn't work, Naruto muttered, tossing the rag aside and adopting a thinking pose as he looked at the still dusty bar. Hey, I have an idea of how to get this thing nice and clean, Naruto said, walking to one end of the bar, everyone still watching him intently. Slowly, Naruto went through a set of familiar seals. Wind release, gust, Naruto said, clapping his hands together. A small torrent of wind emerged from his palms, traveling across the bar. The party guests and Koji were impressed, watching the wind blow off most particles from the bar, barely affecting objects on it. You think that was good? Naruto asked cheekily, going through the seals again. Just watch, wind release, gust, he exclaimed, slamming his hands together, channeling much more chakra this time. As the jutsu activated, a miniature tornado touched down on the table, earning a small round of applause as it moved across the flat surface, before immediately tossing a plate in its path across the room, shattering it against the wall. Next came silverware, glass, menus, rags, and other objects from the bar, even the golden Buddha. Hit the deck, Naruto shouted, everyone, including himself, ducking to the ground as items flew overhead, most smashing into the wall. Other objects flew right out of the restaurant, through several windows. When the jutsu reached the end of the table, losing stable ground, the technique immediately deteriorated, a powerful gust blowing more projectiles into the air. As the urgency passed and no one felt a fork about to fly into their forehead, everyone looked up, dumbfounded by the minor destruction Naruto had wrought. Broken glass lay on the floor, utensils were lodged in the wall, and tables nearest the bar were flipped from the final wind's force. It was quite bad. Though, a ninja in the restaurant would likely be amazed at how Naruto had made such a normally weak jutsu so destructive. The blonde stood up, sweating, as the restaurant owner suddenly burst in from the back, having heard the ruckus. His eyes immediately turned to Naruto, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Oops. An hour later. Stupid restaurant, stupid manager, stupid jutsu, it was a mistake, damn it. Naruto grumbled to himself, picking up the last pieces of glass. He was the only one left in the restaurant besides the owner. After the small disaster, the manager had been furious, ready to bite Naruto's head off. Fearing for his pay, Naruto offered to help compensate for the damages. His punishment? Stay even longer than Koji and clean up his mess alone. Koji had been rushed out an hour ago with all the party guests, as the manager wanted to ensure they took nothing in the chaos. Naruto had told Koji to go to the tower, tell Kakashi he'd gotten into trouble, and that he'd see them in the morning. When everyone left, Naruto initially thought he could use shadow clones to finish quickly. However, this was swiftly shut down. The owner threatened to withhold his pay if he used any more ninjutsu. Naruto protested its unfairness, but the owner reminded him it was your damn ninjutsu that did the damage in the first place. So, here Naruto was, an hour later, with the old owner, no shadow clones, forced to pick up every last bit of glass. "You're a hateful old man," Naruto shouted, tossing the last of the glass into the garbage. The old owner sighed, waving him off. "Ah, shut up, you're done now, aren't ya?" the owner said, pulling out the mission scroll he and Koji had brought, signing the bottom. "There, you worked, you're paid, though. I suggest you don't show your face around here for a while," the older man said, throwing the scroll to Naruto, who caught it one-handed. "I'll remember that," the blonde said, shoving the scroll into his jacket pocket and turning to leave for the night. "Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell ya something," the owner suddenly spoke, stopping Naruto. "It's about my golden Buddha statue. Keep an eye out for it, will ya? It must have flown out the window when you did your fancy ninjutsu." The owner spoke slowly as Naruto nodded, waving back as he walked off. "Will do," Naruto muttered, walking away as the owner headed to the back to close up. Naruto casually made his way to the Hokage Tower to turn in the scroll and collect his day's mission pay. With a small smile, he made his way back to his hideout, the bag of coins jingling. Upon reaching his hideout, Naruto dropped the bag of coins, sat in the middle of the empty lot, and looked around, placing his kunao pouch in front of him. Slowly, he opened it, pulling out the golden Buddha statue. During the chaos he'd caused with the gust, Naruto had plucked the little statue as it soared through the air. And everyone was keeping their heads down to the ground. "No way anyone saw me do it," the renewed thief said, taking a deep breath. "Though, for a second there, I thought the old guy knew I had it. When he stopped me, I was nervous." Naruto began, pulling up his jacket sleeve, seeing small bumps on his skin. "Gave me goosebumps, and one hell of a rush," the blonde said with a large smirk, looking back at the little statue. "I think you just helped me find the perfect cure for my boredom," the street fox said, shoving the statue back into his kunao pouch. "Heh, you know, who knew stealing could be so much fun?" 2 weeks later. 2 weeks have passed since Team 7 was last seen, marking 3 weeks of training, sparring, and excruciatingly tiring exercises. Kakashi Hatake had been putting his new team through the ringer, focusing for now on their weakest areas alongside basic training. Though the immediate fruits of these labors weren't apparent, they began to ripen over time. Naruto was slowly gaining the upper hand in the seal-making process, able to more aptly control the gust jutsu, though the accursed kunao still refused to fall from the tree. The young blonde, however, was not improving with his new habit. His secret thefts were slowly becoming more and more risky, involving increasingly difficult targets. Still, Naruto wasn't worried about being caught. After 2 weeks of merely dropping by different targets' homes, stealing valuable items, and leaving without a trace, the young Uzumaki was becoming quite confident in his skills. Sakura was also showing progress in her training, small but present. Kakashi himself admitted that the hardest part of chakra training was increasing one's reservoir, often comparing it to filling a well by pouring in 1 cup of water at a time. Still, he pushed the pink-haired kunoichi with increasing weights each time she showed progress, which only made her angrier. Despite this, the constant training forcibly instilled something previously absent in her academy years: focus. After all, if she didn't fully focus on the training, she could easily fall from her inverted position, and, frankly, she had on quite a few occasions. Sakura's focus had improved, yet it was still far from where the copy nin would have liked it to be, mostly thanks to the third member of the team. Damn it, a member who, perhaps, deserves a more personal look, if only for a while. The Uchiha clan compound, 3 a.m. The frustrated shout that pierced the night air originated from the Uchiha clan compound. Sasuke Uchiha, the sole living inhabitant of the vast compound that once belonged to one of Konoha's most illustrious clans, was currently taking deep breaths in a closed training area, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists tightly. Sasuke's progress with Kakashi's training was difficult to measure, as the Uchiha hadn't solely been training with his sensei. This wasn't surprising, as he'd been training alone even before meeting his team since the team's creation, a habit stemming from his rather unsavory life goal. What was surprising was the sheer volume of training Sasuke had undertaken. It was still 2 hours before he had to meet his team, yet he was already tired from training that had begun an hour earlier. Overall, much of what Kakashi aimed for in Sasuke was going swimmingly. The boy had practically mastered the water walking exercise, and Kakashi was already ready to begin working with Sasuke on his specific chakra element, just as he had with Naruto. What the Scarecrow didn't know was that Sasuke had already begun working with his chakra elements, doing so for 4 hours every morning for the past 2 weeks. Sasuke's reason for fervently expanding his private training sessions was simple: the lightning jutsu he had seen Kakashi use in his chakra demonstration weeks ago. That small demonstration, that small force of lightning in Kakashi's hand, had powerfully struck Suzuki, especially when he discovered, by what Suzuki considered fate, that he had lightning-specialized chakra. The amount of chakra in that small space was great, even with recycled chakra, and the Uchiha could only imagine how useful that jutsu could be to him. So, alongside training his chakra elements, Suzuki had delved into the Konoha ninja library, gathering scrolls on various seals and chakra manipulation. When Kakashi had demonstrated the technique, Suzuki could make out that the Jounin's hands had moved through 3 seals. Unfortunately, Suzuki couldn't discern exactly which 3 seals the Jounin had used. So, the Uchiha had been studying his basic seals, trying to make a somewhat educated guess. It had been 5 nights since the black-haired genin began combining seals, and thus far he had only succeeded in either burning his palms or outright wasting his chakra. Still, the black-haired genin wouldn't have been so persistent if he hadn't seen any progress from his efforts. He had slowly narrowed down the number of seals to the most probable 3, thanks to details from old seal scrolls and hours upon hours of trial and error. Plus, thanks to Kakashi's training, combined with his own, Suzuki was getting a good feel for molding his chakra in the way the scrolls described as appropriate for lightning jutsu. Suzuki caught his breath, cracking his neck as he brought his hands together. He'd narrowed the jutsu down to the monkey, hare, and ox seals. The hare seal was clearly for lightning, the ox seal provided immense power despite the jutsu's precise nature, and the monkey seal seemingly bound that raw power. Alright, time to try again, Suzuki muttered, forming the next seal combination he'd chosen from the 3. He'd already tried a few, explaining his tired look, but felt he was close. Hare, monkey, ox. He flashed the seals, slowly channeling chakra through each. He then slapped his left hand over his right wrist, focusing chakra into his palm. For several seconds, Suzuki strained, concentrating the chakra to a fine point. A slow smirk spread across his face as a warm, not scalding, sensation grew in his right hand. He waited for sparks and whistles, but when none came, he blinked in confusion, turning his right palm upward. Instead of a ball of sparks and lightning, an orange-sized orb rested quietly in his hand. Sparks flickered within its center but never breached its spherical boundary. Initially, the Uchiha stared with interest, but his curiosity soon waned, and he scoffed. Another failed attempt, at least this one means I'm getting a little closer. Suzuki withdrew chakra from his right hand, yet the orb remained. Raising an eyebrow, he casually tossed it over his shoulder. Whatever, back to woe. His boredom abruptly ended as an explosive force behind him propelled him face-first to the ground. His back felt stung and singed, the blast momentarily knocking him senseless. After a few moments, he slowly forced himself up, wincing from the painful reaction in his back. What the hell was that? Suzuki demanded, turning to face where he'd stood. To his surprise, a large scorched patch of earth lay there, still intermittently sparking with electricity. Curious, Suzuki cautiously reperformed the seals, channeling a much smaller amount of chakra into his right hand. A smaller spark orb formed. He cautiously tossed it several feet away. It bounced once, then burst. The inner sparks erupted, creating a small storm of energy that charred the earth and left an electrical charge in the atmosphere. Suzuki's eyes bore into the air where the orb had exploded. The burns on his back, combined with the visible effects, brought a wide smirk to his face. Let's give this a few tries and see where we go, Suzuki began, wincing painfully. Tomorrow. He slowly stood, heading back to his sleeping quarters. His focus had shifted from the jutsu he was trying to copy to the one he had just accidentally discovered. Team 7 meeting bridge a week later. Morning. The familiar, tired greeting was exchanged by the 3 sleepy members of Konoha's Team 7. They stood in their usual spots on the bridge, a routine that had become mechanical. Naruto climbed onto the railing, sitting and kicking his legs. Suzuki and Sakura stood opposite him. Suzuki leaned against the rail, arms crossed, head lowered, while Sakura slumped slightly, finding the early mornings and long waits for their silver-haired sensei dull, even sleep-inducing. This routine was rarely interrupted, usually only when one of the boys arrived injured. Then, idle chatter and silence gave way to Sakura's worried looks and the other boys' jabbing taunts. Such an event happened last week when Suzuki arrived, wincing in pain from his, unknown to Sakura or Naruto, sparky discovery. Of course, Suzuki wouldn't admit his injury to either Naruto or Sakura. The wound's location and type would invite endless questions from Sakura and booming laughter from Naruto. He could almost hear Naruto ridiculing him for hitting himself in the back with a fire jutsu, and Sakura questioning how such a thing was possible. Even when he couldn't completely conceal his injury, he managed to deflect further inquiry, though a close call occurred when Naruto playfully slapped him on the back, almost making Suzuki collapse from the pain. Over the week, Suzuki got nominal revenge as Naruto occasionally arrived at the bridge exhausted or disheveled. This was mainly because the renewed thief was spending longer nights robbing houses in Konoha for his new adrenaline rush. Even the energetic blonde was finding the late nights somewhat draining. Still, it was nothing a little rest while waiting for Kakashi couldn't fix, so Naruto wasn't overly concerned. Still, it earned him some taunts from the Uchiha, who often suggested Kakashi's training might be too much. However, the taunts between them lacked genuine bite, so Sakura didn't unleash her explosive rage to put them in their place. After exchanging greetings, the team simply waited for Kakashi, as they had every morning since their formation. A few hours later, almost precisely on his late schedule, a plume of smoke appeared at the end of the bridge. Kakashi Hatake emerged from it, waving at his students with a curved eye. "Yo," the silver-haired Jonin greeted in his usual light tone, his team merely waving back. He walked up to them, gesturing for them to follow, which they did, as they did every morning. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura noticed they weren't heading to the Team 7 grounds. Before they could ask, Kakashi answered. "I forgot to mention at the bridge, we won't be training at the normal grounds today. I've got a different sort of training lined up for us today," Kakashi said, a smirk forming under his mask. All three students immediately sweat-dropped, torn between relief at avoiding their usual strenuous but repetitive exercises and worry about how much worse this new one could be. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Sakura asked cautiously. Kakashi merely shrugged, continuing to walk. "Because then it wouldn't be a surprise," Kakashi said lightly, causing his pupils to sweat-drop again. Had it not been for more recent surprises, like with their training and joint missions, they'd suspect the surprise would be like his first with their initial string of D-rank missions, a series of chores. It took several minutes for Team 7 to reach Kakashi's surprise destination, and what they found was indeed a shock. Before them stood three people, two their age, and one appearing to be Kakashi's age. The older woman had dark black hair and piercing red eyes, dressed in bandages and wraps under a red long vest, with a headband tied around her forehead. The other two were immediately recognizable to Team 7 as former classmates, Shino Abarame and Hinata Hayaga. They looked almost exactly as they did at the academy, Shino's long coat obscuring most of his face, dark black glasses covering his eyes, and Hinata wearing her large coat. The three waiting members of Team 8 looked over at Team 7. Shino immediately rubbed the bridge of his nose, already foreseeing one of those days. Hinata blushed upon seeing Naruto for the first time since the teams were divided at the academy, whispering Naruto-kun in shock. The older woman, Kurane, sighed and shook her head. "You're late, Kakashi, very, very late." Kurane chided her fellow Jonin, who merely chuckled. "Well, at least I'm not the latest. It would appear one member of your team is missing." Kakashi was abruptly interrupted as a quick figure burst from the bushes, tackling Naruto to the ground and sitting prominently on his back. "Hey there, Street Fox, haven't seen you around for a while," the loud, boisterous voice of Kiba Inyazuka said, a smirk plastered on his face. From the same bushes, a small white dog, Akamaru, emerged, running over to Naruto, settling on his head and barking in a high-pitched, happy tone. While Sakura and Sasuke chuckled lightly at their ambushed teammate, Naruto was far from pleased. "Damn it, dog breath, get the hell off of me," the street fox roared back at his old antagonist, who merely stuck out his tongue. Kurane and Kakashi sweat-dropped at the scene, the female Jonin shaking her head. "Kiba was late because I sent him to try and hurry you along. I shouldn't be surprised that he decided to fool around instead," the Team 8 Jonin said with a sigh. "Kiba, get off of him," she said in an exasperated tone. Kiba, somewhat grumpily, obeyed, he and Akamaru jumping off Naruto, who slowly raised himself from the ground. The blonde glared at his sensei, who quickly began explaining before his student could make a scene. "If you're going to ask why we're here, then allow me to explain," Kakashi said, jabbing his thumb towards Team 8. "Kurane and I decided to sign you all up for joint team exercises today. Much like the joint team missions with Team 10 a while back, we'll be working together for training today, but we'll be separating for missions later after this." This explanation quickly diffused Naruto, who merely crossed his arms and glared at Kiba. "And yes, you have to," Kakashi quickly added, preempting Naruto's almost curse. "Now then, while Kurane and I discuss your training for today, how about you six get reacquainted?" Kakashi said, more as a command than a question. Kurane nodded in affirmation as the six genin merely nodded, some a bit exasperatedly. The two jonin left their students alone to discuss the day's training. The genin were slow to mingle, mostly because Naruto eyed Shino and Kiba, and vice versa, warily. Sakura slowly watched to see if Kiba and Naruto would clash again. Hinata was too shy to initiate conversation, and Sasuke was simply uninterested. Finally, Naruto stuck his tongue out at the bug and dog boys and walked over to the young Hayaga, a small grin on his face. "Yo Hinata, haven't seen you for a long time." Naruto eagerly greeted Hinata, who blushed and nodded, looking away. "Why yeah, not since the academy and the Sea Club." The shy girl stammered slowly, glancing up at her crush before looking down again. "Why you got some new clothes?" Hinata began, inwardly sweat dropping at her rather odd topic of conversation. Naruto, however, dove right into it. "Thanks for noticing, bought them with my first mission's pay," Naruto said, drawing a somewhat surprised look from the heiress, which only made Naruto's smirk grow into a grin, knowing what a former member of the Street Fox fan club would be thinking. Yep, didn't steal these for once. Naruto boasted, showing off his purchased items. Hinata smiled somewhat. That's good, and Naruto-kun. The blushing Kunoichi said sincerely, unknowingly setting off a firestorm of words. She was now, delightedly, obligated to listen to Naruto's tales of the past few weeks. The other four genin merely sweat-dropped as they finally began talking among themselves. Yo Broody, Pinky, haven't seen you two for a while, Kiba said with a large grin. Sakura and Suzuki merely sweat-dropped at their old nicknames. Oh, Kiba, I so missed you, Sakura commented, her sarcasm barely hidden. Kiba merely chuckled, and Suzuki rolled his eyes, walking closer to Shino, probably the only person there as non-talkative as him. You have to put up with this a lot? The Uchiha asked the bug-controlling genin, who merely nodded. As much as I hate to say so, yes, I do, Shino replied. The two stoic genin stood for a few moments, watching the other two members of their respective teams converse. I have to say, out of the two of us, it would appear you ended up with the most vocal of our previous classmates, Shino said as Kiba and Sakura's conversation devolved into loud taunts from Kiba aimed at a frustrated Sakura, while Naruto continued to loudly proclaim his great progress in training to Hinata, who simply stood and listened to her crush. Maybe, the Uchiha said with a shrug, before both their eyes darted to watch Sakura slug Kiba, who had likely said something rude, or more likely, lewd. They have their moments, Suzuki admitted, Shino only slightly raising an eyebrow, remaining silent. Naruto and Hinata saw the punch. Hinata looked worriedly at her teammate, while Naruto just blinked. Ha, that was weird, the Uzumaki commented idly before turning back to his old fan club member. So anyway, then Koji and I were cleaning up, and to clear off the counter, I decided to learn this new jutsu I've been practicing under Kakashi-sensei. The excited blonde continued his story, the purple-eyed Kunoichi merely nodding along. That's amazing, Naruto-kun, it sounds like your sensei's been doing a good job, Hinata said, pressing her fingers together. Naruto nodded vigorously. Their sensei stood beside his teammate counterpart, observing their students. I don't know, Kakashi, considering the rather aggressive nature of a few of our students, this could end up not working out so well, Korone said worriedly as she watched Sakura stand over Kiba, laughing. Kakashi looked at them and shrugged, pulling out some strips of paper and his kunao pouch. They're bound to be forced to work together out in the field if they advance beyond genin, might as well prepare them for it now rather than later, the silver-haired jonin said in a somewhat bored manner as he approached the genin. Alright, kids, time to get to work, Kakashi called out as the two teams of genin gathered around the two jonin, Kiba being a bit slower to arrive thanks to Sakura's unexpected punch. Today's training is going to be a teamwork exercise. Korone began the explanation, which immediately caused all three members of Team 7 to dramatically pale. Korone raised an eyebrow, looking at Kakashi suspiciously, who merely shrugged as Korone sighed. Right, well, the exercise is going to be a 3-on-3 fight between two teams. The first team to knock unconscious the other three members of the opposite team wins, Korone explained simply enough. Team 7 immediately brightened at this, while Team 8, specifically Hinata, seemed a bit downtrodden. Of course, it wouldn't be much of an exercise if we kept you all in teams you were comfortable with, Kakashi immediately chimed in. Team 7 snapped their necks towards their sensei, who merely raised the piece of paper and kunao pouch, the names of the 6 genin on the pieces of paper. I'll be putting all of your names in my pouch, and then I'll pick randomly from my pouch 3 names. Those 3 names will be on one team, while the remainder will be on the opposing team, the cycloptic jonin said, his visible eye curving, causing the collective jaws of the two teams to somewhat gape. What the hell gives? Kiba immediately responded, quickly followed by Naruto's equally loud shout. Seriously, why do we have to be all mixed up? Naruto roared, unaware that Hinata was beginning to blush deeply at the prospect of, even temporarily, being teamed with Naruto for an exercise. Well, I suppose the first reason would be to get rid of that attitude, Kakashi began, before continuing. While the team setups will be your most common combination throughout your shinobi career, you'll also end up being teamed up with other ninja you might not even know for various missions that require skills you might not be sure they have, Kakashi said, Korone quickly following up. Indeed, you're going to need to be able to work well together with ninja outside of your own teams, so Kakashi and I constructed this exercise in order to help with that, the genjutsu specialist explained, successfully silencing Naruto and Kiba, who merely grumbled. So, Kakashi, if you would? Way ahead of you, Korone, the lazy jonin said, putting all 6 pieces of paper into the pouch, slightly closing it as he shook it. After a minute or so, Kakashi unzipped the pouch and reached for the slips. Alright, first person for Team 1 is, Kakashi said, slowly pulling out the slip, trying to build tension, though he was only annoying most of the genin. Suzuki. Suzuki merely nodded, walking away from the rest of the group to create a team separation. Kakashi just shrugged, reaching in and pulling out another name. Sakura. Kakashi said, immediately sweat dropping as Sakura gave a quick, somewhat relieved nod as she ran to join Sasuke, the Jonin shaking his head as he reached in again. Here's hoping I don't accidentally pull out your name, Naruto, Kakashi said with a small chuckle, dramatically drawing the last slip of paper from the pouch, slowly bringing it to his visible eye to read as he left the genin sweating bullets. Hinata. The Jonin read casually. The reactions from the remaining 4 genin were immediate. What? Naruto and Kiba screamed in complete shock. Shino's eyebrows raised far above the rim of his glasses, while Hinata merely walked over to her temporary team, casting apologetic glances back to the other 3 genin. You've got to be kidding me. You can't expect me to work with Street Boy here. Kiba roared as Naruto merely glared at the dog user. Hey, you think you're upset? Because of the stupid name drawing, I have to stick around you. I'm probably going to smell like what dog and kibbles by the time this is all over. Naruto shouted at Kiba, who turned to look Naruto dead in the eye. And what's wrong with smelling like wet dog and kibbles? The dog master asked indignantly, Akamaru growling at Naruto. It smells worse than shit, that's what's wrong with it. Naruto exclaimed as he and Kiba nearly lunged at each other's throats. Korone and Kakashi began to regret their random drawing, seeing the chaos they had unleashed. Naruto, Kiba, stop this now. Korone said firmly and loudly, and Naruto and Kiba immediately shut up. Much better. Kakashi quickly followed up, clapping his hands together. Alright, teams, huddle up and try to come up with some sort of strategy to use against the other team. You have 5 minutes to talk amongst yourselves, the Cycloptic Jonin explained, waving the teams off in different directions. Sasuke's group headed a few yards away, Naruto's doing much the same, with much more distance between Naruto's group and the opposite. This is probably the most hopeless situation I've seen in a long time, Korone said, shaking her head. Kakashi merely glanced at her. We'll see, Korone, Kakashi said, and his fellow Jonin just raised her eyebrow. Really, you think they honestly have a chance? She said. Kakashi merely plucked his book from his kunao pouch. You're putting words in my mouth, Korone. I only said that we'll see, I didn't say they'd have a chance, the silver-haired pervert said, lightly laughing at the contents of his book. Korone twitched a bit, shaking her head. Meanwhile, the 2 teams discussed strategy, one doing so better than the other. Alright, just follow my orders and we'll do fine, Kiba said with a bit of a snarl, Akamaru yipping in agreement, while Naruto and Shino merely raised their eyebrows. No offense, Kiba, but your best ideas usually only involve blindly rushing the enemy, a strategy that doesn't even work on your fleas, I'd wager. The Abarame stated calmly, as his teammate merely glared at him. I think it's rather obvious who should be leading this operation, Shino stated calmly, readjusting his glasses. Naruto merely nodded. Yeah, me. The blonde shouted, Kiba and Shino merely staring blankly at Naruto. What? 2 out of 3 of them are my teammates, I know how to handle them best, Naruto stated confidently, while Shino raised one finger. You forget that one of our teammates is also on that team, and considering the rather large leap between you normally being on the same team as them and Hinata being on the same team as them, I wouldn't count for them to be using the normal strategies you may be familiar with, Shino said as both Kiba and Naruto just raised their eyebrows at the sunglasses-wearing genin. Alright, Mr. Smart Guy, what's your big idea then? Naruto asked, arms crossed. Shino merely shrugged his shoulders slightly. You 2 distract them while I use your distraction to knock them all out. Why just you and me? Sasuke immediately asked, his annoyance evident, causing Hinata to flinch slightly while Sakura simply raised her eyebrows. Come on, isn't it obvious? Sakura questioned her crush. Sasuke, again, only responded with raised eyebrows. He then intently stared at Hinata, who fidgeted under his gaze, before glancing back at Naruto. Naruto was currently embroiled in a who can choke who to death first contest with Kiba, while Shino observed with a seemingly downtrodden expression, though the slight downward curve of his eyebrows was the only indication. Sasuke merely shrugged, looking back at the 2 women. No, he plainly replied, causing Sakura to facepalm. Oh, never mind, it's a girl thing, Sakura exclaimed, pushing herself up from the ground. Hinata's blush remained, and Sasuke simply shook his head. Ugh, fine. Sasuke conceded, deciding it was better to avoid arguing. Their opposing group squabbling was supposed to aid them. It seemed he'd have to knock Naruto out the old-fashioned way, by thoroughly beating him. Alright kids, time for strategies is up, Kakashi called out from behind his book. Naruto and Kiba released each other's throats, facing the other group with focused eyes. You all can go on my signal. Kakashi yawned slightly as he finished the page, then put his book away to better observe the exercise. And go. Immediately, both groups engaged. Sakura and Hinata leaped several feet to Sasuke's left and right, covering his flanks. Naruto's group was far less coordinated. Naruto himself charged directly at Sasuke, the only opponent he was truly eager to fight. Kiba immediately went for Sakura, whom he considered the weakest link. Shino, however, held his ground, adjusting his glasses, which made Kakashi nod. Interesting move. Rather than advancing, he's hanging back, waiting for a better opportunity to strike, Kakashi noted aloud, while Kurone merely nodded, more focused on the fight. Suzuki's group, meanwhile, had their plan well established, having somewhat anticipated most of this. Hineda's intelligence on Kiba and Shino proved accurate. Kiba was aggressive and direct, willing to target the team's weakest member first, even if it was a girl. Akamura stayed back. Apparently, they hadn't quite perfected their fighting combinations despite the Inyazuka legacy. Shino, on the other hand, was more strategic. He would wait for his more energetic teammates to inflict damage before making his move. Sakura and Suzuki foresaw Naruto's approach from a mile away. Naruto targeted what he perceived as the biggest threat, believing that since this was his first truly fresh fight against Suzuki, he could use all his strength and energy to quickly incapacitate him, presumably leaving the rest of the exercise easy. Their group's formation was designed to counter this. While Hineda's position to Suzuki's left was initially for him to kick Naruto away so she could close some tenketsu, she now guarded Suzuki's flank in case Shino tried to move in while Suzuki was busy with Naruto. Sakura's position to Suzuki's right was to divert the other loudmouth from the opposing group, giving Suzuki breathing room. Suzuki's central position was a coverall, allowing him to reach either of his teammates if they needed him, or if he needed them. "Hey, team!" Naruto's shout snapped Suzuki from his thoughts. Naruto was forming the cross seal, a familiar sight in their recent sparring sessions. "Get ready to eat dirt," the blonde yelled, as 3 clones suddenly appeared beside him, each preparing to take down the Uchiha. The first clone leaped into the air, spinning forward to kick Suzuki's head. Suzuki dodged by simply jumping back. As the clone landed, it immediately launched a punch, which Suzuki blocked. Quickly, 2 more Naruto clones moved to Suzuki's left and right, each pulling back a fist as the first clone continued its assault on the black-haired genin. Suzuki grunted, blocking another attempted punch from the first clone, then swiftly grabbed the incoming fists of the other 2. With a quick flip and twist of his wrists, the Uchiha kicked the first clone's chin, dispelling it. Still holding the other 2 clones' hands, Suzuki landed, then gave a quick, strong pull on their hands, forcing their heads together. The clones dispersed, clutching their heads. As Suzuki regained his footing, he had to duck to avoid a kunai suddenly thrown by the real Naruto, who sprinted towards him. Before the Uchiha could blink, Naruto was upon him, his speed and agility serving his effort to catch Suzuki off guard. Suzuki grunted, ducking even further, landing on his hands as Naruto's punch soared over him. Suzuki seized the opening, quickly pushing himself onto his hands, bringing his legs to his chest, and aiming a kick at the blonde boy's chest. With a sudden release, Naruto was struck in the chest, stumbling back, agitated, as Suzuki quickly regained his footing. Suzuki then found the 2 clones he had head-bashed moments ago upon him again. With insufficient room or time to dodge or toy with the clones, Suzuki simply blocked their initial attacks, his legs locking to steady himself against the blows. "Perfect," Shino thought to himself, quickly pulling out a kunai and tossing it towards Suzuki's left knee. The bug user had waited for Naruto to force Suzuki into a mostly stationary position, and with the Uchiha strained holding off 2 strong slams from the clones, the timing couldn't have been better. If the kunai hit, Suzuki's movements would be severely impaired, effectively ending his role in the fight. Unfortunately for the Abarame, he hadn't accounted for Hineda. As soon as she saw Shino's attack, she threw several shuriken, ensuring they would hit the flying projectile. The shuriken struck their mark, deflecting the kunai away from the Uchiha, who at that moment managed to shove the 2 clones away, then proceeded to fight all 3 Narutos simultaneously. Shino's eyebrows narrowed as he glanced at his shy teammate. Hineda stood defensively, seemingly ready for anything thrown at her or her group members. Shino hesitated to attack Hineda himself. The Hyuga heiress was capable of defending herself, and the thought of potentially exposing himself to a sudden attack from Suzuki, whom he believed would win his miniature skirmish with Naruto, was unappealing. Shino also looked at Kiba, who was only somewhat serious with Sakura, reminding him of a cat playing with a mouse with a broken leg, though, if he ever told Kiba this, the dog partner and his ninkin would likely tear into him verbally and physically. Speaking of Kiba, the Inyazuka took a few swings at Sakura, who grunted as she flipped back away from him. Kiba kept up with the Harano ninja. "Come on, Pinky, I'm barely breaking a sweat," Kiba said, taking another swipe at Sakura, who found that the only practical defense against the faster and stronger opponent was to continually retreat. However, Sakura grew increasingly frustrated with the Inyazuka's taunts, her anger building as she was constantly forced back. A popping sound indicated Suzuki dispersing Naruto's 2 clones. Suzuki casually took them out during a rather raucous round of flying fists that was still ongoing, with Suzuki slowly gaining an advantage over the single, real Uzumaki. Naruto, realizing that one-on-one taijutsu against the Uchiha wouldn't end well for him, tried to jump back to successfully use the Shadow Clone Jutsu again. His effort was cut short when Suzuki suddenly ran up to him and kicked him in the jaw. The force of the swift kick was enough to lift Naruto into the air, unintentionally sending him towards Kiba's and Sakura's fight. Sakura's back was to the approaching Uzumaki projectile, while Kiba hadn't been paying enough attention to Sasuke's and Naruto's fight to know Naruto was heading their way. Kiba, tired of Sakura dodging, decided to try and knock out the pink-haired Kunoichi. With an exaggerated sweep, Kiba kicked at Sakura's legs, causing her to stumble back slightly. "Take this," Kiba exclaimed, using the momentum from the sweep to swing another kick at Sakura's head. Fortunately for Sakura, and unfortunately for Naruto, Kiba's initial sweep had worked a bit too well, sending Sakura flat on her back. Naruto, whom Sasuke had sent towards Kiba and Sakura with his own strike, suddenly found himself on the receiving end of Kiba's second kick, being sent back towards Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened as his blonde teammate once again headed his way. The Uchiha's eyes darted back to Hinata. Naruto was coming in too fast for him to just stop in mid-air, and Sakura wouldn't be able to do much from her position on the ground. Sasuke gritted his teeth, disregarding his earlier agreement with Sakura. He knew he could take Naruto out of this fight now if he just. "Hinata, finish him," Sasuke yelled as he quickly dropped to his hands, cocking his legs towards his chest as Naruto came just over the Uchiha. With a sudden snap, the onyx-eyed genin thrust his legs forward at a tilted angle, propelling the blonde towards the shy Kunoichi. Hinata was initially flabbergasted, almost unwilling to believe that her longtime crush was, for all intents and purposes, flying right at her. The shock quickly turned into embarrassment as the thought fully registered, time seemingly slowing as she regained control of her mind. "Nen Naruto-kun is heading right at me, I have to move," Hinata thought, preparing to do just that, before another thought struck her. "Wait, if he hits the ground, he might get hurt, I have to catch him," the shy heiress then thought, holding her ground. However, Hinata's thoughts quickly turned to images of her holding Naruto in her arms, and a deep blush formed on her face. But that would be so embarrassing. "I have to move," Hinata thought again, before the previous thought of him hurting himself returned. The shy Kunoichi's thoughts kept circling, the girl frozen as her mind went in loops over the matter. As Hinata seemed unable to decide, the laws of gravity took over. With a loud crack, Naruto's and Hinata's heads bashed into each other, the blow knocking both genin senseless as Naruto landed a few feet away from Hinata. Both genin's eyes spun wildly as the red color remained on Hinata's face, who dazedly whispered Naruto-kun. The collective response from all conscious persons was a sweat drop, Kiba especially surprised by the events. "What the hea?" Kiba screamed as he suddenly felt Sakura, from her position beneath him, kick him squarely in the groin. Kiba knelt, in serious pain, when Sakura pulled out a kunao and twisted it to swing the butt of the weapon. Within seconds, the butt of the kunao slammed into the side of his face, pounding the blunt metal across Kiba's jaw, knocking the dog user silly. Akamara ran over to Kiba, trying to wake his partner up by licking his face while Sakura glared down at Kiba. "Who's laughing now, dog boy?" The pink-haired Kunoichi roared at Kiba, who merely groaned from the sudden, strong punch. He was only saved from further damage by Sasuke, who noticed the fight's dynamic had shifted. If Naruto came back to his senses soon, as the Uchiha suspected he would, and suspected that Hinata would be out for a while from getting hit by the Uzumaki's hard skull, then the fight would become 3-on-2, a situation Sasuke knew wouldn't be good. "Sakura, take Hinata back into the forest," the Uchiha suddenly shouted. Sakura snapped out of her anger to nod at Sasuke, reluctantly walking away from Kiba, grabbing Hinata, and running into the woods. Sasuke would have joined them, had Shino not suddenly begun stalking towards him. "It seems as though, for the moment, it's you and me," the Abarame commented idly. Sasuke glanced towards Kiba and Naruto, ensuring they didn't suddenly get up. "I wouldn't bother heading back with Sakura-san and Hinata-san if I were you," Shino said, extending his arms to his sides. Slowly, insects began fluttering and flying from his coat sleeves, forming into a large cloud of bugs. Sasuke, unnerved by the sight, instinctively resorted to sarcasm to try and draw Shino into taijutsu. "What's the matter, Shino? Can't fight me without your bugs?" the Uchiha questioned, surprised when Shino merely nodded. "Don't think I'm as easy to manipulate as either Naruto or Kiba. My chances of beating you with my taijutsu are extremely low. My insects, on the other hand, have a much higher chance of bringing victory against you my way," Shino said in his monotone as Sasuke sweat dropped. He brought his hands together, flashing through a few seals as Shino's insects began closing in. "Fire release, grand fireball jutsu," Sasuke shouted as he pursed his lips, blowing a fireball directly towards the horde of insects. Imagine Sasuke's complete shock when, seemingly effortlessly, the Kakaichus simply diverted from their horde, almost all of them dodging the fire jutsu, before reforming into a solid mass. "Sorry, Sasuke, but given the synonymous nature of the Uchiha clan and fire jutsu, that move couldn't have been any more predictable unless you had told me several minutes beforehand," the Abarame stated calmly, as the Uchiha's mind began racing. Sasuke knew he could have just run back into the woods, but escaping such a vast number of insects would prove probably too large a task. Additionally, all he would be doing would be to eventually lead the Kakaichu insects to Sakura and Hinata, so running didn't seem like a good plan. Even if he stayed, Kunao, Shuriken, Taijutsu, and now even Fire Jutsu wouldn't help hold these things off. Well, no better time than this for a real test. The Uchiha thought to himself as he began flashing through a new set of seals. Noticing the seals, Kakashi raised his eyebrow, recognizing at least 3 of them. They may be in a different order, but those were definitely the seals for the jutsu. Kakashi thought, his mind flashing back to the chakra element demonstration several weeks ago. I was expecting him to be excited, didn't expect him to try and copy it, and fail. The silver-haired Jounin thought as Kurane herself had raised eyebrows. Suzuki turned his hand, his palm facing upwards into the air. Shino slowed the progress of his insects towards Suzuki to see what was happening, and found himself surprised yet underwhelmed by Suzuki's harder try. In Suzuki's palm, an opaque orb about the size of an orange formed, its unclear surface obscuring what might have been inside. Shino, from a distance, couldn't make out many more details. The bug user sighed, shaking his head, his insects continuing their forward flight towards the Uchiha. Suzuki merely pulled back his palm, his fingers lightly tapping on the orb, causing the sparks inside to move more rapidly. Here goes, Suzuki said, this being his first test of lightning release spark grenade. With an overhand throw, the Uchiha tossed his new jutsu directly towards the horde of Kikaichu insects. Sparks began to fly from the orb's radius as the jutsu's shell began to break down. The Kikaichu, unsure of the technique's effects, simply moved out of the way, the orb flying right into the midst of the insects. To the surprise of Shino and the 2 observing Jounin, a small flash could be seen in the middle of the insect horde, quickly followed by a small explosion of sparks and whistles. The initial blast was several feet in diameter, burning up the insects within it. The follow-up was a series of electric sparks jolting from insect to insect, zapping each Kikaichu bug to crisps. Shino's eyebrows were far above his glasses as he stared at what he considered carnage, seeing most of his insects now dead on the ground. Suzuki, not only seeing that his practice was paying off but also realizing that Shino was greatly disarmed, made a run for it, heading back into the forest. As Naruto and Kiba slowly shook off their blows, both genin having attained mighty headaches in the process, Kurane and Kakashi took note of the training thus far. Perhaps it wouldn't be wise for us to continue, this is getting a bit more serious than I expected, Kurane commented, looking over at Kakashi, who only stared back at her. You probably should have had your expectations higher at the beginning then, the silver-haired Jounin said as he looked on at the scene. I knew that Naruto and Suzuki were going to take this seriously, like they do with all of their spars. Shino, given the Abarame's preference for efficiency, was bound to pull some dangerous tricks. Kiba, well, you know the Inyazuka. Point is that it was bound to turn serious from the start. Now Kakashi began as he smiled under his mask. I want to see just who turns out on top, Kakashi commented. Kurane seemed a bit reluctant at first, before just nodding. Fine. The female Jounin sighed, watching Naruto and Kiba rise to their feet. The 2 boys were still a bit stunned, Naruto being the first to come to his senses. Where the hell did they go? The blonde asked, as Kiba narrowed his eyes, moving his tongue across his mouth. Why can I taste blood? Kiba asked aloud. The 2 other genin sweat dropped at the dog partner's statement. Shino sighed as he shook his head, bending down to the ground and placing his right hand flat on the ground. Slowly but surely, a small trickle of insects came out from under his sleeve. These Kikaichu insects had small thoraxes and heads, but rather large abdomens. We're going to have to go in after them, Shino said with a bit of a sigh, pouring chakra into the insects, drawing the attention of Kiba and Naruto. What the hell are you do? Naruto began asking, his eyes widening a bit as the abdomens of the Kikaichu bugs began swelling, before slowly tearing. These are female Kikaichu. Before one of them becomes a queen, there's a natural sac of eggs stored in its abdomen to help build off the eventual egg-producing organ. Shino explained as, slowly, tiny Kikaichu insects began rising out of the female insects' abdomens. If you pour in enough chakra, the eggs will hatch prematurely. They might not be as big or strong as their full-grown fellow insects, but in a stretch, they're useful. Shino explained as the tiny insects left the corpses of the females, climbing up Shino's sleeve. Seeing as how Suzuki nearly wiped out most of my insects, these will have to do. Shino explained slowly, as Naruto paled, looking over at Kiba, who merely shook his head. This is the least disgusting thing he's done, Kiba commented, making Naruto turn a bit green as Kiba turned to the forest the other group ran into, tapping his chin. Anyway, it's going to be tough getting them now, these trees grow in thick. It'll be hard enough to move around the forest floor, much less catch them unguarded. Kiba began, as Naruto suddenly kicked in some knowledge. Their thickness makes the branches sturdy, we can cross above them and surprise them, the former thief commented. Kiba, the Inyazuka, raised an eyebrow at him. Hey, street fox, how do you know that? Kiba asked, Naruto just glancing back. Well, mutt boy, I've done my fair share of hunting for food out here, Naruto said, tilting his nose up at Kiba, expecting a smart-ass remark. Seriously? Well, that's a surprise, Kiba said, catching Naruto off guard. I thought you were just a no-good street boy, didn't know you hunted. The Inyazuka smirked, making Naruto grin with pride as he rubbed his nose. Yeah, well, it's not all that cool, Naruto said, a slow grin forming. What about you? You seem interested and knowledgeable. The Uzumaki asked, and Kiba shrugged. Are you kidding? A big part of Inyazuka training is bonding with your ninken, Kiba began, Akamaru barking excitedly. Akamaru and I would have to return here and couldn't go home until we brought something dead, Kiba explained, recalling painful memories of his mother's punishments for skipping. Heh, what? You kept dragging home a little bunny rabbit? Naruto asked, Kiba scoffing. Are you kidding me? I brought home entire burrows of rabbits at once, Kiba said proudly, Naruto merely chuckling. Oh yeah, ever hear that old saying, kill two birds with one stone? Naruto asked, then pointed to himself. Did it? The blonde thief boasted, but the Inyazuka waved it off, preparing another example before Shino coughed aloud for their attention. Must I remind you too that we're in the middle of a training exercise that we're currently losing? Shino asked the two hunters. Naruto and Kiba sweat dropped, recovering themselves. I've been grouped with idiots, Shino muttered under his breath, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Still, these two move around the forest more than I do, the Abarame thought with a sigh, looking up at them. Seeing as you two are the experts in hunting, Shino began, using experts loosely, perhaps it would be prudent for you two to lead the rest of the way. Shino's tone showed his clear distaste for the word choice. Naruto and Kiba looked confused, then smirked. This'll be fun. Middle of the woods adjacent to Team 8 training grounds. Come on, Hinata, wake up, Sakura said to her unconscious teammate, shaking the dark blue-haired girl. Damn it, Naruto, your thick head knocked her right out, Sakura muttered, slowly laying Hinata down as Sasuke approached. Sasuke was pleased with his jutsu test. During practice at the Uchiha clan compound, he learned the initial explosion would strike everything within a few feet, and suspected the sparks would spread. What he hadn't anticipated was the sparks arcing from target to target as long as they were nearby. He knew he needed to keep working on it, but this use proved the initial burns were worth the effort. Sasuke shook his head, refocusing on the two kunoichi. I suppose she's not waking up soon, right? The onyx-eyed genin asked. Sakura nodded, causing Sasuke to sigh. Great, Sasuke said, leaning against a tree. We're in a tough spot, Naruto and Kiba will recover sooner or later, and Shino can still fight, somewhat. Sasuke rubbed the bridge of his nose. Sakura nodded, slowly standing and looking for other group members. Well, maybe we should get out of here and make a new plan. I really don't like being in the middle of the woods with those guys possibly up and about, Sakura said, knowing Naruto's stealth skills would be enhanced by the thick forest. A rustling of leaves snapped Sakura and Sasuke's attention to Hinata, seeing Kiba standing over her. Gee, sounds like a nice idea, except you're a tad late for that, Kiba said with a smirk. Sasuke and Sakura immediately tensed, looking at the dog user. Where the hell did you come from? Sasuke asked. Kiba's only response was an upward jab of his thumb. The two opposing genin blinked, then looked up. Sasuke saw empty space, while Sakura's vision was filled by a sudden dash of whap. The street fox of Konoha landed on top of Sakura, the unconscious pink-haired Kunoichi's head beneath Naruto's foot as he smirked at Sasuke. That's 2 for 3, team. Both hunters said, cracking their knuckles. Sasuke pulled out a kunao, slowly backing away, feeling very claustrophobic. What, you two think you can take me? Sasuke asked, his voice lacking its usual confidence. Surprisingly, Kiba and Naruto shook their heads, then pointed behind Sasuke. Nope, but he can, they both said quizzically. Sasuke blinked, turning around, to be greeted by Shino's palm in his face. Remember me? Shino asked. Sasuke couldn't scratch fast enough as preborn Kikaichu insects swarmed his skin. Sasuke immediately scratched every part of his body to force the bugs off. Slowly, Sasuke's movement subsided, and a few seconds later, they stopped altogether as the bug-covered boy fell to the ground, unconscious. The unlikely trio looked down at their unconscious foes as Shino's insects returned to him. Naruto and Kiba smirked widely, pumping their fists in the air. All right, talk about a comeback, Kiba shouted, Akamaru suddenly popping out of Kiba's coat to bark in affirmation. Seriously, I'm going to rub this in Sasuke team's face for days, Naruto shouted along with Kiba, the blonde laughing excitedly as Shino merely nodded. Indeed, though my initial assessments of you two were rather incorrect, you are capable of more than being mere distractions, Shino said, causing both excited genin to nod, then suddenly look insulted. Take that as you will, the Abarame said with a shrug, beginning to walk back towards the clearing. At any rate, Uzumaki, create some shadow clones to carry these three back, Shino ordered. Naruto's right eye twitched, then he made the cross seal. Whatever Naruto said as 3 copies of him appeared, each picking up an unconscious member of the opposing team. So, where were we? Naruto suddenly asked Kiba, who tapped his chin. Let's see, you were boasting about killing 2 little birds with 1 measly stone, really pathetic if you ask me, especially considering I did the same a while back, but instead of throwing rocks, I had Akamara go up and tear him up, isn't that right, boy? Kiba said, petting his Ninken. Akamara barked boastfully as Naruto waved it off. Whatever, the birds were my smallest accomplishment ever. One time, I tricked a snake into biting a rubber ball, and its teeth got stuck in it, Naruto said with a grin. Kiba just shook his head. You actually had to get the snake's teeth stuck before going for a kill? One time Akamara found this big old snake in the woods, and we went after it with nothing but my bare hands and Akamara's fangs. The Inyazuka boasted, Akamara showing off his fangs. The back and forth continued for several minutes, each genin listing an animal they killed and how, trying to outdo each other with stories. This clearly irked Shino most, who was forced to listen the entire walk back and couldn't have cared less about their conversation. Meanwhile, Korone and Kakashi awaited the genin's return, Kakashi more patiently than Korone. While Kakashi read his book, Korone tapped her foot, growing nervous about the possible outcomes of the conflicts in the woods. You know, I heard stress is pretty bad for you, the silver-haired jonin commented idly, flipping a page as Korone gave him an annoyed look. At least I'm actually somewhat worried about them, the female jonin said. Kakashi just shrugged. Why worry? It's not like they're going to kill each other, Kakashi said. Korone sighed, shaking her head. They seem fine to me, Kakashi said suddenly. Korone's head snapped up to see Shino, Kiba, and Naruto emerging from the woods, followed by 3 Naruto clones carrying the unconscious bodies of the other group. By the way, you were right, I did think they had a chance, Kakashi said with a chuckle. Korone gave him an incredulous look as the silver-haired jonin put his book away, clapping as the conscious genin approached. Alright you 3, excellent work, you managed to knock your opponents unconscious despite a terrible start, Kakashi said with a curved eye. The 3 conscious genin sweat dropped as the Naruto clones laid down their unconscious counterparts. Gee, thanks for the compliment, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, and the cycloptic jonin shrugged. I call them as I see them, and frankly, I did see bad work from you 3 at the beginning of this. Kakashi began, Korone quickly interjecting. Kakashi's being blunt, but is still quite right, your lack of teamwork at the beginning of this exercise, had things not turned your way with the accidentally knockout of Hinata, Korone said, pointing at Hinata, you 3 would have most likely lost the exercise, and you 3 would be the ones carted around. Korone continued, the 3 genin listening as the female jonin added, and had you exhibited such sub-par teamwork out in a real mission, a worse fate than merely being knocked unconscious could have awaited you. Korone finished. Naruto and Kiba looked a tad nervous as Shino stood still and silent. The good news is that you did manage to pull together, meaning you learned something from the exercise, Kakashi said, then pointed at Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata. These 3 also worked rather well from beginning to end, so I'd have to say the exercise was a success all around. Kakashi said, a curve once again reaching his eye as the 3 genin nodded. Korone, with a small smile, moved over and picked Hinata up. Well, we'll be on our way, missions to do after all, the female jonin stated. Kiba groaned in disappointment as he waved back at Naruto. Later then, Fox. I'll tell you about my many amazing exploits another time, Kiba said with a smirk as Naruto just shook his head. Whatever, dog boy, you just keep telling yourself they're amazing, Naruto fired back, both genin chuckling a little as Kiba walked over to Korone. Shino shook his head, also beginning to walk. Until another time, Uzumaki, Shino said in his normal monotone. The Abarame left Naruto blinking as the 3 walked off. A thought struck Naruto, and he suddenly shouted, hey, tell Hinata sorry about knocking her out. Korone waved back at the blonde as Naruto nodded. Kakashi, under his mask, smirked at his student. The silver-haired jonin remained silent, then lugged Sakura and Sasuke onto his shoulders. Well, judging by the huge lump on Sakura's head and the bug bites on Sasuke, I'd say these 2 are going to be out for a while, Kakashi said, gaining Naruto's attention. Since just taking one of us out on missions would be a little ridiculous, I'm going to go ahead and call off missions, reward for winning, Kakashi commented with a curved eye, Naruto smiling brightly. Just expect twice as much, and twice as hard, training tomorrow, the silver-haired jonin added quickly. Naruto face vaulted into the ground, his good mood suddenly dashed. See you tomorrow, Naruto, Kakashi said as he too began walking off. The street fox merely waved from his position on the ground. Tomorrow was going to be a bitch. Later that night, the Hyaga compound. The night was humid. Despite the sun being down and the moon replacing it, the warm Konoha air still caused discomfort. One person, uncomfortable with the unusual humidity, opened her window to let air into her room. Hinata stood at the window, overlooking the night sky. The Hyaga era sighed in relief as most of the hot air escaped, replaced by a somewhat cooler atmosphere. Hinata smiled lightly at the star-dotted sky, recalling the early parts of the day she was conscious for. She hadn't expected Korone to arrange a joint team training exercise that morning and was pleasantly surprised when she learned it was with Naruto's team. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought with a small blush. She still remembered how excited her crush had seemed to see her and how energetically he told her about the events before they met. Though mostly silent, just talking to him perked her up. After all, she, along with Niji, Tenten, and Lee, had been part of the old Street Fox fan club since, well, for her, since that snowy day all those years ago. Her face deepened to an even redder shade as she remembered those days. Naruto's will, spiritual strength, and upbeat attitude had attracted Hinata to him, seeing someone who must have led a tough life go so far and try so hard to overcome it. It was the kind of strength she wished for herself. Sure, he was a thief, and yes, he stole, but that didn't matter to her. He only did it to survive. He was never selfish, Hinata thought, smiling. That was the club's foundation, Naruto as an honorable thief, stealing only what he needed, what he couldn't do without, never succumbing to temptation. Or, at least, that's what Lee, her cousin, and Tenten always talked about back then. With a small giggle, Hinata walked away from her window, preparing to go back to sleep when she suddenly heard footsteps running by her window. Hinata's head snapped toward the window, her eyes blinking as she heard the footsteps slowly distance themselves. The Hyuga heiress blinked a few times, torn between ignoring the strange occurrence or letting curiosity take over. Curiosity winning, the young kunoichi slowly walked to her window and looked out both ways, noticing a shadow running towards the back of the Hyuga clan compound. Hinata began to feel a little nervous as she climbed out of her window onto the ledge the shadow figure had run across, slowly following it as the shadow jumped into the back of the compound. The indigo-haired girl slowly made her way across the ledge, her eyes peeking over to look. The shadow figure had snuck into the gardens and was slowly